Chapter 1 Slaughter. In the realm of Zhengzhou, the second assassin organization chiefing headquarters. Night descended, and under to Rethrutheski, illuminating the inky clouds the thad merged with the darkness, the booming sound reverberated, threatening to shatter Rona's mental defenses. Asonigas dupenthesine, the ground was littered with corpses, pulse off blood glimmering under the moonlight, casting gineri glothats and chills down his spine. The grotesque of dismembered limbs and severed arms was repulsive, Thesenkof blood pervading the desolate landscape, invading Gena's nostrils with an intensity thought felt suffocating. Bullets danced through the air, mingling with the shadows of blood, drowning out the heart-wrenching cries of despair, leaving only a pervasive essence of hopelessness that enveloped the entire area. The battle had reached its conclusion, and silence gradually thick and depressive. Leader, the members of chiefing organization have been completely annihilated. Among the ranks, only half remained to live, all gathered respectfully before a girl, awaiting her command. Let us proceed inside and take a look. The girl was stallion slender, clad in a black combat outfit stained with blood, the marks were severely conspicuous, her mere presence exuded an array of ferocity and an overwhelming sense of oppression. Moonlight caressed her delicate, fair face, accentuating her cold and aloof demeanor. None would suspect that the fearsome leader of the first assassin organization, Jiang, was such an apparently harmless young girl. And Ruth Chuazewenko the name Amethyst the assassin world, with a flawless record across 1,000 missions, ranked first. Today, she huddled towards Jiang's assassins in a massacre against the rival organization, chiefing intent on erasing all trace of him from this world. From this point forward, the status of Jiang's assassin organization would remain unassailable. With enemies eliminated, she now up to collect their spoils. Currency, treasures, weaponry, cutting-edge technology, everything of value was to best stripped and relocated. Meanwhile, Shintaret's chiefing organization secure Exumber to retrieve her get documents dossier regarding her origins. She skimmed through it quickly, extracting key details: country Z, Lini city, Miss Linoff Lin family, Lin Qingye. After thoroughly incinerating the documents, Duaten her heart lifted, granting her an unprecedented sense of relief. The major task of tonight was accomplished tomorrow, the news wall spread, instilling fear in Thunderworld, ensuring that noon would reto cross Jiang's path in the near future. It was time for her to indulge in comfort. Perhaps she could return home, reconnect with her family, and experience the mundane life of an ordinary person. There was a hint of anticipation lingering in her heart. Before departing, she ordered her subordinates to obliterate Ethicite, ensuring it was reduced to memorable. A strange glimmer flickered in her eyes as he broke into a wide smile, slightly tilting her head to address an attendant beside her. Have this place cleaned up? Such a prime piece of real estate would be perfectly suited for a pig farm. Yes, the subordinate's lips twitched while the leader's smile was undeniably beautiful. He couldn't license her malicious intent. What a waste he told her in such a splendid location into a pig farm, wasn't that sheer humiliation? But they really did. Perhaps it was a humiliation for their ghosts. Lin Qingye subordinates were remarkably efficient, managing to compile all information regarding Lin family and deliver it to her phone within a single day. They also discreetly conveyed some of her personnel details to the Lin family. The documents revealed that she had been adopted by an orphanage abroad, leaving Gating teen to wander in search for her family. More than a year had passed, and with the help of kind-hearted individuals, she had finally pinpointed Lin family. Now the Lin couple was aware that their daughter, who had been taken away just a month after her birth and had vanished without a trace, was returning. How shameful it was that, despite their family's power, they had searched for their daughter for 19 years with no success, only for her to find their way back on her own. Upon learning that she would soon arrive in Lini city, the Lin family decided their affairs, eagerly awaiting her attestation. After organizing all matters within their own ranks, Lin Qingye prepared to set forth. Before leaving, she proposed purchase a delicate-colored laundress for a modest sum at a street stall, along with a pair of slightly worn black shoes, intentionally making them appear shabby. Her hair fell loosely around her shoulders, exuding a stark simplicity. She would return to reconnect with her family in this unadorned manner. What would their reaction, disdain, or perhaps compassion? Lin Qingye hoped for the latter. She longed to experience a warmth of familial care. If it were in fed the latter, she would not mind playing thoroughly off to dutiful daughter in the Lin household. If it were the former. Leader, do you truly not wish for us to send you back the opera jet? Too ostentatious, it's unnecessary. Lin Qingye intended to cultivate the image of a lonely, fragile girl, testing Lin family's response. Moreover, drawing too much attention wasn't advisable. If her true identity were to be revealed, it could bring endless trouble to the Lin family, although her influence could protect them. What if? She would not allow even the slightest risk to exist. Chapter 2 The First Encounter. The Lin couple, along with their threesons, arrived at the station half of a year late to await their arrival. They drove a luxury car and their attire, coupled with their refined demeanor, starkly contrasted with the surroundings, drawing the curious glances and shed whispers off manna passers-by. During this anxious wait, their hearts were heavy with a mixture of tension, guilt, and remorse. After all, Lin Qingye was arriving on a green train here years since the orphanage must have been difficult, wouldn't they? She was meant to be the cherished jewel of their family, showered with Levian privileges, commanding respect in Lini city, yet, due to their oversight, she had endured so much suffering. Fortunately, their precious daughter had been found, and they still had Thich and Satamaki mens. The hours spent waiting felt interminable to them. Lin Yuan, the father, was filled with worry the dossier contained no photograph of their daughter, leaving them uncertain of what she looked like or whether they would recognize her. However, had glanced at his own son felt a slight relief. With three conspicuously dressed young men standing here, it should not be too difficult to identify her, right? Moreover, since their daughter had managed to find them, she must have had access to their photographs. Lin Wantang, the mother, was equally anxious. She clutched at her wristband and murmured, "Dear, what do you think her daughter's personality I like? Will she like us?" She had envisioned countless scenarios of the reunion and prepared extensively, yet she still feared that their daughter might harbor resentment towards them. Lin Yuan comforted her with a gentle pat on the hand. "Not at all, after all, blood is thicker than water with her and daughter share a bond. Since she has chosen to return, we have the opportunity to make amends for the love I have emitted over the past 19 years. Alright. Lin Wantang felt a measure of reassurance at his words. Estimatic could be, Lin Qingye was on to arrive. Although the train was crowded and noisy, it proceeded smoothly without any incidents. Once she disembarked, Lin Qingye immediately spotted her family amidst Tatron. Their anxious, hopeful expressions caused her to pause momentarily, unsure of how to approach them. Surprisingly, she felt a twinge of nervousness herself. Perhaps it was the bandofkinship that allowed her family to quickly zero in on her in the bustling crowd. Lin Wantang whispered, "That must be daughter, right, Ithistobe." Seeing that they had recognized her, Lin Qingye walked briskly towards them, her tone a neutral, "Hello, I am your daughter, Lin Qingye." At that moment, she had subdued her formidable presence, appearing as an ordinary girl. She did not immediately call them Momerdad Pertofra was unaccustomed to it, while another part was uncertain if they would accept her. The young woman before them was petite and simply dressed, yet their delicate features were striking, embodying the best traits of her family. Without makeup, her beauty was already evident, her glass eyes shimmering with light, and her lips gently pressed together as if she were anticipating something. In short, her first impression was one of utmost sweetness, evoking gasons of protectiveness. At the sight of her, Lin Wantang could no longer hold back her tears. Her trembling lips struggled to articulate the countless appealingliness he had rehearsed in her mind, no choked with emotion. She enveloped Lin Qingye in a fervent embrace, crying with joy, "My daughter, my precious son, Mama has finally found you." For Lin Qingye, these was the first time she had ever been held like these. It was a mother's love. Her heart melted instantly, softening in response to the warmth. She allowed Lin Wantang to hold her for a long while before lifting her back and whispering, "Mama, don't cry, I'm back." Unoffended, Lin Wantang reluctantly released her, yet she continued to hold her hand, overwhelmed with excitement as estimated, "Oh, it's just wonderful to have you back." Lin Qingye studied Lin Wantang closely, noticing their 5 similarities. Her mother had aged graceful even in her 40s, she still possessed an alluring charm. "Welcome home, my darling." Even though Eastern Lin Yuan was moved to tersit the sheen, wishing to share in the affection and hear his daughter call him by name. "Dad." Lin Qingye responded pallidly, though she seemed a bit reserved. Internally, however, she felt an immense sense of relief. She had quickly gained her family's acceptance. Her family truly seemed wonderful. Oh, good. Lin Yuan looked at his obedient daughter with great satisfaction, though a pang of sadness struck him. Shishun Thaptobus, understanding her maturity was almost heartbreaking. Upon returning home, she could easily have been spoiled and headstrong, relying on her 3 brothers for support, no matter the trouble she caused. It was time for the Lin brothers to make their presence known. First was the eldest son, Lin Ichuan, who stood talon straight, embodying gasons of formality. "Little sister, I am your oldest brother, welcome home." Next was the second son, Lin Xinyan, who moved his mask to reveal a gentle smile. "Little sister, I am your second brother, welcome home." Finally, the youngest son, Lin Qingye, was a bit more relatively, "Sister, I'm Huratu, I'm your third brother, welcome home." Chapter 3 Homeward Bound. Elder brother, second brother, third brother. Lin Qing greeted each in turn. As she silently reflected on their respective professions, elder brother, the CEO, second brother, a celebrity, and third brother, a university student with no occupation but a reputation as both a campus bully and a scholar, she recognized that each was far from ordinary. Her voice, soft and mellifluous, instantly ignited a sense of protectiveness in her three brothers. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on her, they would not hesitate to retaliate with ferocity. All right, enough of this standing around. Let us return home, Li Wantong suggested, having assessed that the introductions were sufficient, concerned that Lin Chang might be fatigued after her lengthy journey on the green train. Indeed, let us hasten home, Lin Yuan echoed, suddenly reminded that the gifts they had prepared for their sister awaited her at their residence. Meanwhile, Li Wantong noticed that Lin Chang had very little luggage, merely a small bag that could hardly accommodate much. It seemed imperative to procure more items for her. She must not be made to feel inadequate. The three Lin brothers, upon noticing her, prepared to open the car door for her, but Lin Changyun was quicker than the others. Sister, please, he offered gallantly. Lin Yichuan and Lin Xinyan exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and amusement. You little rascal, I haven't seen you move with such alacrity during our usual tasks, Lin Yichuan remarked. The vehicle that had arrived was Lin Yuan's 7-seater, ample enough for 6 passengers. Thank you, third brother, Lin Chang responded with a charming smile, sweetness radiating from her, rendering Lin Changyun momentarily dazed. She was truly too well behaved. This was 1,000 times better than those arrogant heiresses from affluent families, and nonetheless, he did not forget to invite their mother into the car, ensuring she sat beside Lin Qing, before promptly climbing in himself. He had fulfilled the duty of respecting the elders and cherishing the young. As for honoring those of seniority, that was beyond his moral compass. You little brat, getting cheeky, are we, brother? I suggest we simply revoke his card, Lin Xinyan remarked, observing Lin Xingyun's antics, his lips twitching with suppressed amusement. That seems feasible, Lin Yichuan concurred as they swiftly boarded the vehicle. The group returned to the Lin residence in a grand manner, a sprawling villa occupying 10,000 square meters. A host of servants awaited their arrival, the spectacle quite impressive. Although the Lin family had recently ascended to the status of the wealthiest in Lini city, they were somewhat regarded as nouveau riche, still lacking the depth of other established families in the city. Thus, the Lin family had consistently maintained a low profile. From a young age, the Lin couple had instilled in their 3 sons the importance of making a name for themselves. Otherwise, even if their sister were to return, they would lack the means to protect her. They had also ingrained a sense of poverty in them. The 3 brothers had not disappointed their parents' expectations, particularly the eldest, who had built a prosperous company alongside Lin Yuan in just a few short years, elevating the family to its current esteemed status. Now that their daughter had returned home, they had no intention of remaining discreet. They yearned to host a grand reunion banquet, announcing to the world that their little princess had safely returned. Yet, they were uncertain whether Lin Chang would be amenable to such a celebration and would first seek her consent before making any preparations. As they exited the vehicle, the servants, as if trained, collectively bowed and greeted, "Welcome home, miss," without first acknowledging Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, directing their reverence solely towards Lin Chang. She realized this must have been orchestrated by her parents, though she had not anticipated such significance placed upon her. A warmth blossomed within her heart at the thought of being so cherished. Feeling a bit shy and overwhelmed, she timidly grasped Li Wantong's sleeve, seemingly daunted by the grandeur of the moment. Lin Chang mused that this was perhaps a typical reaction for a girl unaccustomed to such displays. Noticing her unease, Li Wantong felt her eyes welling with emotion, silently vowing to lavish her daughter with endless affection. Moving forward, she gently patted Lin Qing's hand to offer reassurance. "Do not be afraid, my dear. Mama is here, you will grow accustomed to such occasions." Lin Chang responded obediently. Li Wantong led her into the grand hall, with Lin Yuan and her 3 brothers following closely behind. Once their figures vanished from sight, the servants could no longer contain their chatter. Is that truly the daughter the master and mistress have been searching for these many years? She is so well behaved and beautiful, far surpassing many socialites. Indeed, one can tell she is a true Lin family offspring. Her beauty rivals that of the 3 young masters. Moreover, her demeanor appears amiable, unlike those haughty and imperious daughters of the wealthy. The young lady must still be attending university. Perhaps she and the 3rd young master are classmates. I've heard she faced considerable hardships abroad, but now she has returned home, blessed to have the master and mistress supporting her, along with 3 protective brothers. It would not be an exaggeration to say she is poised to become the most esteemed woman in Lini city. Such a significant event will undoubtedly stir up a commotion in Lini. Many may well set their sights on the young lady. We need only focus on our responsibilities and refrain from excessive speculation. Chapter 4. Anini. Upon their return home, they arrived just in time for dinner. The servants had already prepared a sumptuous feast as per Li Wantong's instructions. Lin Qingye took a seat beside Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, her demeanor exceptionally docile, tinged with a hint of awkwardness and unease. The Lin family did not express any disdain, rather, they felt a deep sense of compassion for her. "This is your home," we have no strict rules here, please relax and be yourself. Being oneself might frighten you, Lin Qingye silently mused. Nevertheless, she responded softly, acquiescing. The Lin family eagerly vied to serve her dishes, fearful of inadvertently neglecting her and concerned that she might be sensitive and overthink things. They had never before been so painstakingly attentive to anyone. My dear daughter, when you were born, I gave you a nickname, Nini. May I continue to call you that? Lin Qingye's name had been chosen by her grandfather, yet Li Wanang felt that using her nickname would evoke a greater sense of intimacy. As long as you like it, mother, Lin Qingye replied, indifferent to the form of address. Hesitantly, Lin Yuan interjected, Nini, we wish to hold a grand family recognition banquet for you. What are your thoughts on this? I have no objections, Lin Qingye replied, still maintaining her compliant demeanor. The couple exchanged glances, internally sighing. Their daughter seemed so mature it was heart-wrenching. She was neither noisy nor demanding. They actually wished for her to express more desires, as that would be the most effective means of bridging their relationship. With her current reticence, they found themselves at a loss regarding how to align with her sentiments. Don't just chat away, sister, please eat and sample our chef's culinary skills, Lin Qingye remarked, seizing the opportunity to observe and note his sister's preferences. Lin Qingye, being more perceptive, recalled hearing that their little sister had endured extreme hardship while abroad. Most of the dishes on the table were exquisite, and perhaps she was unfamiliar with how to eat them, not to mention possibly unaware of basic table etiquette. Had her earlier hesitance to use her chopsticks stemmed from fear of embarrassment, just as Lin Qingye was about to speak, he noticed her gracefully picking up her chopsticks and eating with poise, each gesture so proper and elegant, pleasing to the eye. There was even a hint of an innate nobility about her, as if she were destined to carry herself in such a manner. Lin Qingye sensed her elder brother's astonished gaze and felt a jolt in her heart. Her movements came to an abrupt halt, and she appeared quite awkward. Oh no, she had almost forgotten her persona as a girl from a humble background and nearly revealed her true self. Lin Qingye assumed his scrutiny had made her uncomfortable, so he quickly averted his gaze, losing interest in pondering further. Lin Qingye steadied her expression, a flicker of light passing through her eyes, pleasantly surprised by her brother's consideration for her feelings. Fortunately, no one else seemed to notice her discomfort. The family enjoyed their meal, filled with laughter and light conversation. They briefly inquired about Lin Qingye's past life, expressing concern but refraining from probing too deeply, fearing it might evoke painful memories, waiting for her to share when she felt ready. Afterward, they led her to the room meticulously prepared for her on the 3rd floor. Nini, I wasn't certain of your preferred style, so I arranged it simply. If you're not satisfied, I can have someone make changes immediately. The room was adorned in a delicate lotus pink hue, equipped with all necessary furnishings, exuding an abundance of youthful charm. Li Wanting believed it would appeal to girls of her age. I like it, thank you, mother, Lin Qingye replied, though it wasn't entirely to her taste. She felt it unnecessary to be critical of her family's heartfelt efforts. Silly child, what need is there for thanks among family? If we were to count, we owe you far too much. As she spoke, Li Wanting's sentiment turned melancholy once more. Lin Qingye swiftly changed the subject, lifting a gift from the table, her face lighting up with delight as she exclaimed, wow, are these gifts from my brothers? Each item was a luxurious treasure favored by young ladies of wealth, certainly valuable. The main event lay beneath. Neatly arranged at the bottom were 5 bank cards, seemingly without limits. Not knowing your specific preferences, we thought it best to simply provide you with funds. Feel free to go shopping as you please, we have no objections, they said. Lin Qingye found herself somewhat flustered by this sudden influx of wealth. Were her family members truly this extravagant? While she did not lack for money, she could not voice this, so she graciously accepted. Moreover, the entire 3rd floor was reserved for her, featuring a study, a dance room, and even a dedicated game room. Nini, in 3 days, we will hold a recognition banquet for you. Please prepare well. Li Wanting eagerly anticipated her daughter's return to her roots. Oh, and Nini, have you considered the possibility of attending school? If you're willing, I can arrange for you and your 3rd brother to attend the same institution, where he can look after you, Lin Yuan tentatively inquired, having learned that their daughter had not received higher education. Lin Qingye attended the best university in Lini, filled with top students, as well as many young heirs and heiresses from influential families who merely coasted through life. Now, in mid-August, school would commence in 2 weeks. As long as she was willing, the Lin family had many means to facilitate her entry. Chapter 5 Onching. The term going to school was rather foreign to Lin Qingye. Moreover, she had already acquired a general understanding of the knowledge imparted there, rendering formal education unnecessary for her. Nevertheless, girls of her age typically reveled in the joys of university life, and she found it difficult to stand apart from the crowd. The campus indeed served as an ideal venue for discreetly managing her identity while engaging in activities. It would also spare her family the impression that she was rebellious and defiant. Thus, she feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Do I really have the opportunity to attend school alongside third brother? As long as it is something you desire, we will certainly make it happen." Lin Yuan replied, pleased to see her openness to the idea of schooling. Nini can make more friends and attempt to integrate into their circle. If she struggles, she should not feel compelled to force it. Li Wantong's eyes sparkled with affection as she spoke, her gaze filled with tenderness. At that moment, Lin Qingye interjected, "Our little sister's status is also quite precious. She is a circle unto herself and need not conform to others." Second brother speaks wisely. I was momentarily confused. Nini should not have to compromise her own identity to fit in with others. Li Wanong gently stroked Lin Qingye's head, recognizing the hardship she had endured over the years and acknowledging that it was time for her to enjoy the fruits of her labor. Lin Yuan remained silent, yet his eyes gleamed with a determined light. It appeared that the matter of their children's return to their roots would indeed need to be addressed. After years of nurturing and training their sons, it was now primarily the concern for their daughter's well-being that weighed on him. The couple shared a silent understanding. Li Wantong's gaze conveyed her awareness of his thoughts. She subtly patted his hand, signaling him to be patient and allow their daughter a few days to revel in her time in Lini City before making any decisions. At that juncture, Lin Chengyun seized the opportunity to engage Lin Qingye, confidently asserting, "Sister, rest assured, once you are in school, third brother will protect you, no one dares to lay a finger on you." "Very well," Lin Qingye replied, suddenly recalling the information regarding third brother, which described him not only as an academic prodigy but also a campus enforcer. As for eldest brother, he said little, merely instructing Lin Qingye to save his number for any emergencies. No matter how busy he was, he would always be there to support her. In essence, the family regarded her with utmost importance. Once they had conveyed the essential matters, it was time for Lin Qingye to enjoy some solitude. As she closed her bedroom door, a palpable shift occurred. The clarity and innocence that had been present before her family vanished, replaced by an abyssal depth that seemed to stretch into infinity. A restlessness surged within her, and the repressed anger she had been containing erupted forth. She had instructed her subordinates to refrain from disturbing her over trivial matters, yet, as she dined, her phone buzzed incessantly with encrypted messages, indicating that yet another challenging task required her personal attention. It seemed she could not find a moment's peace. This was, in fact, within her expectations. Although parts of her influence had reached Z country, her control remained limited. The laws here were stringent, and the entrenched powers were formidable. Her subordinates dared not act overtly. Most importantly, Lin Qingye had always been a person of cold disposition. She would not return merely to reconnect with family without pursuing her own agenda. She held no grand expectations for familial bonds. Her true purpose in Z country was to solidify and expand her power, for nothing held greater weight than authority. The act of acknowledging kinship was merely a side endeavor. However, she could not deny that the Lin family's attitude had touched her, which explained her irritation upon receiving a task immediately after her return. She had yet to genuinely rest and savor her newfound circumstances. Thus, Lin Qingye chose to leave the messages unread, allowing herself a brief respite. It served as a covert test. The Ming division had lain dormant in Z country for far too long, and it was time for their capabilities to come into play. She needed only to observe from the shadows and lend support at a crucial moment, allowing them to execute the task effectively while minimizing her exposure to the public eye. Just as she had initially envisioned, she would play the role of a delicate, demure young lady. Consequently, Lin Qingye enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. The following day, Lin Qingye was awakened by Li Wanong herself, accompanied by the household staff, who selected a splendid princess dress for her. They adorned her with exquisite makeup, transforming her into a regal Barbie doll. Lin Ichuan, Lin Xinyan, and Lin Yuan had initially intended to postpone their affairs to stay home with Lin Qingye. However, they were swiftly ushered away by Li Wanong, who claimed that they must not neglect their duties, though they all understood that her true desire was to monopolize their daughter's attention. What could the three men do? They could only shake their heads in resigned affection, knowing that there was no urgency in accompanying Lin Qingye. Only Lin Chengyun was left behind. As he watched Lin Qingye descend the staircase, flanked by the servants and clad in high heels, he was nearly rendered breathless by her angelic beauty, sculpted by the hands of divinity. Indeed, his sister was a vision of loveliness, and her aura belied the fact that she had grown up in an orphanage. In that moment, he had to concede that he was a slave to beauty and would undoubtedly become a devoted brother. Chapter 6: The Black Market. Third Brother. Lin Qingye spotted Lin Chengyun standing downstairs and greeted him obediently, her bright eyes sparkling as if illuminated by shimmering water, exuding a pure and cold elegance. The ice blue princess dress she wore added an ethereal charm to her appearance. "You look truly beautiful today, little sister," Lin Chengyun genuinely complimented, unaware of which despicable man would soon benefit from her allure. Lin Qingye, slightly bashful, lowered her gaze in silence, yet her eyes were clear and bright. Though she was unaccustomed to such attire, she found that occasionally changing her style was not entirely unwelcome. "What are you doing blocking the doorway?" "I'm taking Nini out shopping soon," Li Wantong announced as she descended from upstairs. "Can I come along?" Lin Qingye was taken aback to find that his sister had just returned, and his status had plummeted. Once affectionately referred to as third, he was now merely kid. However, he bore no ill will towards his sister and stubbornly insisted on tagging along. Li Wantong shot him a disdainful glance and coldly rejected his request. "When I used to invite you both to go shopping, you always acted as if it were the end of the world. And now you want to join? Too late." She was intent on spending quality time with her precious daughter, and could not afford to bring along such an obvious burden. "Ah, it's so boring to be home alone." Upon hearing his mother's refusal, his handsome face immediately fell. Just as they were about to set off, Li Wantong's phone rang unexpectedly. After answering, she approached Lin Qingye with an apologetic expression. "Nini, there's been a problem with the preparations for the family recognition banquet, and I must attend to it. I won't be able to accompany you." "It's alright, Mama, the important things come first, I can entertain myself," Lin Qingye replied, her understanding nature touching Li Wantong's heart. "You're such a good girl, Nini. For today, I'll leave you in the care of your third brother." With a stern expression, she turned to Lin Qingye. "Take good care of your sister. If you dare let her suffer, you'll answer to me." "Understood, mother," he replied with mock solemnity. What a ludicrous notion, he could never allow his sister to be wronged. Once Li Wantong left, Lin Qingye began to loosen up, revealing his true nature. He directly proposed to Lin Qingye, "Sister, since Mom will often take you shopping when she has time, why don't we do something else instead?" Lin Qingye perked up at his suggestion. She had little enthusiasm for shopping. "What do you have in mind?" Seeing the excitement in his sister's eyes, Lin Qingye recognized an opportunity. "It's somewhat similar to shopping, but this place offers more than mere monetary transactions. It's quite intriguing. Would you like to go?" In an instant, Lin Qingye surmised that he was referring to the black market. Though he was the young master of the Lin family, he was still merely a student, and the family would not hastily introduce him to such things. Yet, how had he acquired the means to access the black market? Transactions in the black market were free, yet heavily restricted, with many underworld figures pulling the strings behind the scenes. Entering without some measure of power could lead to dire consequences. Whether one could emerge unscathed was a pressing concern. Did Lin Qingye truly dare to take her there? Well, judging by his eager demeanor, she decided to accompany him, knowing she could look out for herself. "Alright then, third brother, take me with you." Upon hearing her agreement, Lin Qingye hurriedly retrieved his Ferrari, insisting on driving the best for their outing. He even gallantly opened the car door for her. Noticing Lin Qingye's calm demeanor throughout, Lin Qingye was puzzled. His sister appeared entirely unfazed by the sight of his magnificent luxury car, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. She had grown up in an orphanage and would not recognize such vehicles or their worth, hence her lack of emotional response. Seeing the look in Lin Qingye's eyes, Lin Qingye realized her reaction was amiss. Her facade of poverty and naivety was on the verge of collapse. Alas, it was her first attempt at pretense, and she would surely be more cautious next time. Thus, the two set off, unbeknownst to anyone. Along the way, Lin Qingye voiced her concern. "Third brother, should we inform Mom and Dad about our plans?" "Shoo, we're going incognito," Lin Qingye replied. Though he was the youngest male in the family, his driving skills were unmatched, having frequented the streets. He managed to balance his leisure with his studies, which allowed him a certain degree of freedom within the Lin family. This time, he was brazenly taking his sister out for a secret adventure. "Don't worry, sister. I have some connections. I can guarantee your safety," he assured her. Sensing her apprehension about potential dangers, his knowledge of the black market was limited, but with his good friends as backup and the Lin family behind him, he doubted anyone would be foolish enough to provoke them. He had been there once before, and the goods were undeniably fascinating. He was eager to share this experience with his sister. "Alright," Lin Qingye conceded, no longer pressing the matter. After all, the one who would face the consequences if caught would not be her, and she was curious to see what capabilities he truly possessed. Chapter 7 Counterfeits. Lin Qingye was not in a hurry to take Lin Qingye to the black market, thus he drove slowly, all the while attempting to engage her in conversation and introduce her to the scenery along the way. As long as she wished to come along, he was always available, for he was the most idle member of the family. Lin Qingye listened attentively, resembling an adoring younger sister enamored with her older brother. After a lengthy discourse, they finally approached their destination. The location of the black market in Lini City was somewhat unexpected for Lin Qingye. It was situated at the base of a rather dilapidated department store in the southern part of the city, rumored to have 3 levels of underground space, encompassing over 5 times the area of the department store, and it was divided into tiers. Even Lin Qingye had only ventured to the first basement level. Outside the mall, everything appeared to be as usual, bustling with the vigor of everyday life, primarily frequented by lower and middle-class laborers, who inadvertently served as the perfect camouflage for the black market transactions. "Sister, we have arrived," Lin Qingye exclaimed as he swiftly exited the car, hastening to open the door for her and adding, "Do not be deceived by the shabby exterior. The underground of that department store is a different world altogether." "Really? Then let us hurry inside," Lin Qingye replied, playing along with enthusiasm. "Look, these are the 2 entrance tickets I procured at a high price," Lin Qingye said, producing 2 items resembling movie tickets and presenting them to Lin Qingye, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes. The first time he had entered was with his brother, and out of sheer curiosity about the second and third basement levels, he had managed to obtain 2 tickets from him, initially intending to explore alone. However, he now wished to share the experience with his sister. As Lin Qingye's fingers brushed against the tickets, a frown creased her brow, and a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. She quickly suppressed the unusual expression, ensuring Lin Qingye remained oblivious. Although she had never visited the black market in Lini City, the blatant counterfeit nature of the tickets was unmistakable, clearly designed to deceive someone as naive as Lin Qingye. Counterfeiting and utilizing fraudulent tickets could lead to severe repercussions, the severity of which would depend on one's background. She feigned casual interest, inquiring, "Did you acquire these from an acquaintance, brother?" "Indeed, my good brother. I shall have the opportunity to introduce you to him," Lin Qingye responded with a beaming smile. "Very well," Lin Qingye replied, a subtle curve of her lips betraying a flicker of something sinister in her gaze, hinting at her bloodthirsty and malevolent nature. It seemed that an opportunity for her to act would soon present itself. Remarkably, after just 2 days of tranquility, her hands itched for action. She pondered whether the individual was targeting Lin Qingye or plotting against the entire Lin family. Regardless of the motive, she would show no mercy. Eradicating threats was her usual modus operandi. In this brief moment, she had already composed several messages to dispatch. "Let us go, third brother, I wish to enter," she urged. "Third brother, I am hungry. Shall we first grab a bite to eat?" Lin Qingye called out as Lin Qingye prepared to enter the department store, pointing toward a nearby snack stall. Yet, had they not just finished breakfast not long ago? While Lin Qingye thought this, he uttered not a word of dissent, unconditionally acquiescing to his sister's request. "What would you like to eat? Third brother will treat." Thus, they arrived at a spicy hot pot stall. "Eating something so oily and spicy this early is not good for the stomach," Lin Qingye remarked, furrowing his brow for the first time in front of Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye merely pointed at random, surprised to find spicy hot pot available at this hour. However, she could think of nothing else at that moment and pouted, "No, brother, I really want to eat this." Her voice was sweet and soft, leaving Lin Qingye utterly enchanted. He felt as if his heart had been thoroughly melted. Though he had no intention of conceding, how could he resist his sister's plea? Very well, he would indulge her this once. Lin Qingye ordered a portion of spicy hot pot, and the two settled at the stall to await their meal. As soon as the hot pot was served, she turned to Lin Qingye and said, "Third brother, I think I saw someone selling candied hawthorn over there when we arrived. Could you please buy some for me? I really want to eat it." "Alright, wait here obediently for my return, and do not wander off," Lin Qingye agreed without hesitation, then turned to leave. The moment his figure disappeared from view, Lin Qingye's expression turned icy. She glanced down at her phone, then swiftly entered the alley beside the stall, where someone awaited her at the corner. Upon seeing her approach, the individual was momentarily taken aback, wondering why such a delicate girl would be here. However, sensing her powerful and familiar aura, along with the intent gaze she directed at him, he quickly realized she was one of their kind, and immediately bowed respectfully, presenting 2 entrance tickets with both hands. "My lady, everything has been arranged." Well done," she replied, noting that although she had not previously managed the operations of the organization in Z country, the efficiency appeared commendable. "It is my duty," he thought to himself, feeling a sense of pride in having just acquired the tickets. Yet, he maintained a neutral expression, as he did not know the young girl before him, only that she was an esteemed presence from above, and he dared not offend her. Lin Qingye handed him the 2 tickets she held. "Investigate their origin." "Understood." Chapter 8 of the Descent. For reasons unknown, Lin Qingye felt an incessant unease after his departure. Upon returning with a candied hawthorn stick, he spotted Lin Qing sitting obediently, and he let out a sigh of relief. After all, how could anything go awry with such a well-behaved and sensible sister? With a radiant smile, he approached her, saying, "Here, your candied hawthorn." "Thank you, third brother." Her simple words sweetened Lin Qingye's heart, causing him to overlook the untouched spicy hot pot before her. "I don't want to eat anymore. Shall we head inside?" "Of course, as you wish." The two quickly entered the department store, where an array of products dazzled the eye, and it was difficult to discern anything amiss merely by observing the exterior. Lin Qingye then guided her away from the crowd to a concealed entrance. Once the scanner detected their presence, the door opened automatically, revealing a group of middle-aged men clad in green uniforms, exuding an aura that was both intimidating and formidable. "Please present your entry tickets," stated the foremost man, his expression devoid of emotion, his tone neither obsequious nor dismissive, resembling that of a cold machine. "Sister, hand them to me." Previously, he had shown her what the black market pass resembled, but now, in the presence of such individuals, it was best that she did not present the tickets herself, lest she be frightened. As anticipated, the moment Lin Qing passed him the 2 entry tickets, she timidly retreated behind him, clearly intimidated. "Do not fear, third brother is here," Lin Qingye reassured her, gently patting her head. Gazing at the tickets in his hand, Lin Qingye noticed something was amiss. They appeared somewhat different from the 2 he had previously shown her. However, this was not the time for contemplation, as the guards seemed to be growing impatient. He swiftly handed the tickets to the man, who inspected them before granting them passage. The pair traversed a lengthy corridor, finally arriving at the entrance to the black market's lower level. The layout and decor here were starkly contrasting to that of the upper levels. The overall ambience was shrouded in darkness. It was as if the daylight had been extinguished, creating a profoundly oppressive atmosphere. "Do not be afraid. This entrance is like this, but it becomes more vibrant further ahead." As Lin Qingye had stated, moving a bit further revealed a bustling trading area, illuminated by dazzling lights, with silhouettes flitting about, reminiscent of a lavish nightclub, opulent yet understatedly noble. Occasionally, figures dressed similarly to those outside could be seen patrolling with weapons, maintaining order. There were specialized shops, individual vendors, and even a grand auction platform in the center, presently surrounded by a crowd, seemingly anticipating the auction of a rare item. "Let us go and take a look," Lin Qingye urged, visibly excited. He had not encountered an auction during his last visit. He wondered what splendid items might be available. Those who frequented the black market were typically affluent, and lavish spending was commonplace. Since the seats beneath the auction platform required prior reservation, Lin Qingye and Lin Qing could merely stand to the side and observe. Initially, the crowd was entirely captivated by the proceedings, choosing to overlook unfamiliar faces. However, as the two squeezed into the throng, they unwittingly attracted many scrutinizing gazes. This handsome pair was strikingly attractive, yet they appeared unfamiliar. Perhaps they were from a lesser family or had merely blended in with others? The stares directed at Lin Qing were particularly lecherous, as if they wished to undress her with their eyes. Numerous men felt their interest piqued, their excitement subtly rising. If she had come to seek favor among the powerful, they would offer her an opportunity to engage with them. After all, her visage was undeniably pure and alluring, igniting a sense of yearning within them. Ah, which young master or miss might this be, wandering in such a place? Could it be a couple here on their honeymoon? Uncertain of their identities, no one dared to act impulsively, maintaining a facade of politeness, yet, their eyes held no respect. Lin Qingye's expression darkened considerably as he instinctively shielded Lin Qing behind him, declaring, "You all would do well to mind your own business." His words were blunt and unyielding. On his last visit, he had accompanied a close friend, and the atmosphere had been markedly different, as they were treated with a degree of respect, likely due to the presence of a powerful ally. Now, he found himself in an unsettling predicament, having witnessed a darker side of the black market. Had he known the depths of its treachery, he would never have brought his sister here. The identities of those surrounding him were unclear, yet he recognized few, suspecting they might be influential figures from other provinces, or worse, individuals from the underworld. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, Lin Qingye's countenance grew even graver. He had previously wondered why this place was termed the black market. Witnessing the current atmosphere made the reason painfully clear: they needed to leave swiftly, lest they find themselves in peril. Without hesitation, Lin Qingye grasped Lin Cheng's hand and navigated through the crowd, retracing their steps. Chapter 9. Yi Zhouhui. However, how could that group of individuals possibly allow them to leave so easily? Lin Qingye showed them no semblance of kindness. He had barely entered before contemplating escape, likely due to a guilty conscience, afraid to provoke trouble. If their family background were formidable, how could they possibly remain hidden? Is this your first time in the black market? We wouldn't mind taking the opportunity to teach you the rules. The surrounding onlookers' gazes gradually morphed into disdain, as if they were observing some lowly plaything. With a mere 10 minutes remaining until the auction commenced, they had ample time to derive some amusement. Moreover, those standing around had no intention of participating in the auction, they were merely there to witness the spectacle, while the true elite remained seated within. Seeing their attitude, Lin Qingye felt his eyes burn with fury. As the scion of the Lin family, he had never endured such indignities before, yet he was compelled to keep his identity a secret, having come here covertly. He could care less for himself, but he could not bear to see his sister suffer. He wished he could pierce the eyes of those contemptuous individuals, but alas, he was powerless to do so. However, as a diligent scholar, Lin Qingye possessed an extraordinary memory, and he swiftly etched their faces into his mind. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly relay his grievances to his elder brother. They would all pay for this indignity. Lin Qing, tightly grasped by Lin Qingye and shielded behind him, could distinctly sense his anxiety. His grip on her hand trembled slightly, yet Lin Qing said nothing, merely tapping on her phone with her other hand. Lin Qingye initially considered seeking assistance from the patrol officers. Surely, they could not turn a blind eye to such provocations, could they? But after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he had yet to see a single soul. What are you staring at? Are you hoping to find someone to advocate for you? Don't be so naive, those individuals only serve the powerful and are exceedingly snobbish. Why would they deign to acknowledge you? It was precisely because they knew no one would intervene that they felt emboldened to act so brazenly. I advise you, it would be best not to set your sights on us. The consequences are beyond what you can bear. Fearing that they might truly resort to violence, Lin Qingye could only issue a threat, hoping to instill some hesitation within them. However, the crowd merely interpreted his demeanor as a sign of cowardice, mistaking his bravado for a mere facade. Consequences? I never concern myself with such trifles when I act. You don't even dare to reveal your identity, yet you dare to make a ruckus here. Truly, you've never felt the harshness of society. With your delicate frame, one punch from me would suffice to end you. Among them were quite a few seasoned thugs, and their status was not to be underestimated. The loudest and most foul-mouthed of the group was Huang Qi, the second in command of a local gang in Lini City. Flanked by numerous lackeys accustomed to wielding power, he sought to exert his influence in the black market this time, as there were few he could bully here. The others merely appeared to be spectators, remarking, "Just teach this kid a lesson, but don't harm that lovely young lady." Rest assured, I am quite gentle with delicate flowers. Huang Qi's gaze fixated on Lin Qing, his smile growing increasingly lewd, before addressing Lin Qingye. "Kid, let your girlfriend spend the night with me, and we shall consider this matter settled." "What do you say?" Upon hearing those words, Lin Qingye erupted with rage, charging forward to deliver a punch to Huang Qi's face. "You're looking for death." Lin Qing had not anticipated his swift reaction and failed to hold him back. His slight frame was no match for Huang Qi indeed. Huang Qi's fury ignited, seizing Lin Qingye by the collar and lifting him off the ground before hurling him violently to the floor. Just as he prepared to unleash further punishment, Lin Qing leaped onto Lin Qingye, shielding him. "Please, do not harm my brother." The girl's voice rang clear and resonant, imbued with a trembling plea, instantly awakening the protective instincts within the men. Huang Qi paused, his smile turning even more lascivious. "Oh, so it's your sister. Come here, and I won't harm your brother." Lin Qingye rose from the ground, his eyes glistening with anger, fists clenched tightly, seemingly on the brink of eruption. He raised his voice, bellowing, "I am a brother of Zhou Hui, dare you lay a finger on me?" He felt utterly useless for bringing his sister to such a perilous place, relying on her to protect him, ultimately resorting to invoking his brother's name for salvation. Zhou Hui was the eldest son of the Zhou family, one of the three prominent clans in Lini City, long entrenched in the black market, holding significant clout and connections. Those who frequented this place generally afforded him respect. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence. Even the dignitaries seated within the auction hall heard the commotion and emerged to investigate. "What are you discussing? Who mentioned young Master Zhou?" The previously arrogant group was immediately quelled, as those permitted to attend the auction held higher status than they were not to be trifled with. Only Huang Qi remained unfazed, for he commanded an entire gang. Even the Zhou family would need to think twice before taking action against him. That would be him. Yet, Huang Qi wished to witness Lin Qingye's humiliation, pointing him out directly. As they scrutinized Lin Qingye, he too assessed them, recognizing several familiar faces. Indeed, these were members of Lini City's affluent families. Some even recognized him. Chapter 10 Apology. I seem to have encountered that young master before. He was personally brought here by young Master Zhou some time ago. Indeed, he does look somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group that had initially targeted Lin Qingye turned as pale as death. They never anticipated that he had a connection to young Master Zhou. Should young Master Zhou decide to stand up for him, they would all find themselves in dire straits. What a bunch of fools. This young man is not merely young Master Zhou's associate, he is the third young master of the illustrious Lin family. How audacious of you to provoke him. The words came from a lady of one of the premier families in Lin City. Her statement struck the gathering like a thunderclap, leaving even Huang Qi speechless. No one dared to question her assertion, for she had no reason to fabricate such a tale. Although the Lin family had risen to prominence only recently and was not among the three great families, they held one-third of the economic lifeblood of Lin City, and no one dared to offend them. Furthermore, the Lin family was fiercely protective of their OWN. It was evident that they had kicked a hornet's nest. Some individuals began to discreetly slip away. Observing their reaction, Lin Qingye let out a cold laugh. Go ahead and keep shouting. Weren't you just being so arrogant a moment ago? With his identity exposed, at worst, he would face a beating at home, but today, he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Huang Qi's demeanor shifted instantly, adopting a smooth smile. Ah, so it's young Master Lin. It appears I misjudged the situation. I truly failed to recognize the mountain. Though he spoke these words, his heart was filled with resentment, thinking to himself that had he known he was dealing with someone from the Lin family, he would not have pushed the matter so far. Indeed, young Master Lin, after all, one must not fight with acquaintances. Let us put this matter behind us. The second master of the Bai family, one of the three great families of Lin City, also chimed in, for he held the highest status among those present. With so many people around just now, if we were to tally the score, it would be quite endless, wouldn't it? Causing a ruckus in the black market. If word gets out, it may not matter much for Huang Yi, but your reputation would surely suffer. This was tantamount to a veiled threat. Apologize to my sister. Lin Qingye maintained a stern expression, his stance unwavering. It was merely an apology, and Huang Qi immediately acquiesced, turning to Lin Qingye. Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion, please do not take it to heart. Though his words were delivered with apparent sincerity, there was not a trace of remorse in his eyes, nor did he lower his head even slightly. Lin Qingye furrowed his brow, wanting to say more, but Lin Qingye restrained him. With a gentle smile, she addressed the crowd. It's quite all right, ignorance is no crime. We are all friends here. Let us not let this incident mar our camaraderie. Her words provided everyone with an opportunity to withdraw gracefully. Numerous voices chimed in immediately. Ah, yes, it was merely a small jest. Let us not take it to heart. This must be the Lin family's recently reunited heiress. Truly, she is understanding and possesses the grace of a true noble. We shall certainly bring gifts to apologize properly on another occasion. Young Master Lin, please do not hold this against us. Upon hearing that the Lin family's lost daughter had been found, they were taken aback to encounter her for the first time in the black market. To their eyes, she appeared exceptionally gentle and demure. Lin Qingye felt a pang of concern for her. Sister, you need not compromise yourself for my sake. Yet, he overlooked the icy malice glimmering in Lin Qingye's eyes. Third brother, I am not compromising. At that moment, the lady who had spoken earlier approached the two, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Qingye's. Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, come, I have some vacant spots. Is there any auction item that catches your fancy? No need, we are not interested, let us go. Lin Qingye pulled Lin Qingye close, feeling that there were few worthwhile items in this black market. Once they exited, he would ensure they faced the consequences. Seeing him so unyielding, the lady's expression stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure, smiling. Young Master Zhou is on the lower level too. Are you not inclined to pay him a visit? Just as Lin Qingye was about to leave, he hesitated. Zhou Hui was also in the black market, and on the second lower level? He had further questions for him. However, he deemed it prudent to first escort his sister out. She must be terrified. Brother, is your friend here? I would like to see the second lower level as well. She was curious to discover what kind of person Zhou Hui truly was. Lin Qingye was taken aback by his sister's boldness. Very well, as you wish. He led her through the crowd towards the entrance of the second lower level, casting a fierce glare at Huang Qi as they departed. However, to their embarrassment, they were halted at the entrance, for access to the second lower level required an even more exclusive entry ticket. The first lower level was the domain of Lin City, bustling with activity. The second lower level was the realm of the entire Z nation, populated by influential figures, while the third lower level encompassed the international circle. Lin Qingye promptly revealed his identity. I am a member of the Lin family. Could you please relay a message to Zhou Hui and ask him to come up? The gatekeeper, upon hearing this, took note. Please wait a moment, we shall deliver your message right away. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye, keenly observant, noticed Huang Qi's movements. Her gaze darkened, and a bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of her lips. Then, adopting a facade of innocence, she turned to Lin Qingye. Brother, I wish to visit the restroom. Very well, I shall wait for you here. The restroom was just around the corner, conveniently within his line of sight. Chapter 10 Apology. I believe I have seen that young master before. It was recently when young Master Zhou personally brought him here. Indeed, I thought he looked somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group surrounding Lin Qingye instantly paled, astonished that he had a connection to young Master Zhou. Should young Master Zhou decide to stand up for him, they would all be in grave trouble. A bunch of fools. This gentleman is not merely a brother to young Master Zhou. He is also the third young master of the Lin family, the wealthiest family in the region. How bold of you to provoke him, remarked a lady from one of Lin's prestigious families. Her words struck the crowd like thunder, leaving even Huang Qi taken aback. No one dared to question her assertion, for there was no motive for her to fabricate such a lie. Although the Lin family had only recently risen to prominence and was not among the top 3 families, they controlled a third of the economic lifeblood of Lin, and no one dared to offend them. Furthermore, they were fiercely protective of their OWN. It was clear that they had struck a hard surface. Some individuals even began to sneak away. Observing their reactions, Lin Qingye sneered, "Keep shouting, were you not just boasting so arrogantly moments ago?" With his identity revealed, the worst he would face was a scolding at home, but he was determined to voice his grievances today. Huang Qi immediately adopted a different demeanor, smiling obsequiously. "Ah, so it is young Master Lin. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. It was my lack of discernment." While he spoke thus, inwardly he cursed, wondering why they had to conceal their identities instead of revealing them earlier to avoid this confrontation. Indeed, young Master Lin, after all, one must not truly fight without first becoming acquainted. Kindly grant us your leniency, and let us consider this matter settled. The second master of the Bai family, one of Lin's 3 prominent families, chimed in, now the highest-ranking person present. With so many people around just now, if we were to tally the debts, it would be endless, wouldn't it? Causing a ruckus in the black market. If word were to spread, it would not matter for the likes of Huang Er, but your reputation would undoubtedly suffer. This was tantamount to a veiled threat. Apologize to my sister. Lin Qingye maintained a stern expression, his stance unwavering. Merely an apology was all it took. Huang Qi readily acquiesced, turning to Lin Qingye and stating, "Miss Lin, I apologize. It was my thoughtless words that disturbed you. I hope you will not take it to heart." Though he spoke with apparent sincerity, there was not a shred of remorse in his eyes, nor did he lower his head even slightly. Lin Qingye furrowed his brow, eager to say more, but was restrained by Lin Qingye. She smiled gently at the crowd. "It is quite all right, ignorance is no crime. We are all friends here. Let us not allow my presence to disrupt the harmony." Her words provided everyone with a way out. Many voices chimed in immediately. "Ah, yes, it was merely a jest, do not take it to heart. This must be the Lin family's long-lost daughter, truly understanding and gracious, exhibiting the poise of a noble. We shall certainly bring gifts to apologize properly on another day. Young Master Lin should not hold this against us." Upon hearing that the Lin family's missing daughter had been found, they were surprised to encounter her for the first time in the black market. She appeared remarkably gentle and demure. Lin Qingye felt a pang of concern for her. "Sister, there is no need for you to compromise for my sake." Yet, he overlooked the icy malice lurking in Lin Qingye's gaze. "Third brother, I am not being wronged." At this moment, the lady who had spoken earlier approached them, affectionately linking her arm with Lin Qingye's. "Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, come, I have a few seats available. Are there any auction items that catch your eye?" "No need, we are not interested, let us go," Lin Qingye replied, pulling Lin Qingye closer. He felt that there were hardly any worthy items in this black market. Once they were outside, he would ensure they faced the consequences. The lady, sensing his lack of courtesy, faltered for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, smiling. "Young Master Zhou is on the second basement level. Aren't you going to pay him a visit?" Just as Lin Qingye was about to leave, he halted in his tracks. Zhou Hui was actually here in the black market, and on the second basement level? He had questions to ask him. However, he decided not to rush. First, he needed to escort his sister out, as she must be quite frightened. "Brother, is your friend here? I would like to see the second basement level as well." She was eager to discover who this Zhou Hui truly was. Lin Qingye was taken aback by his sister's audacity. "Very well, we shall do as you wish." He guided her through the crowd towards the entrance of the second basement level, casting a fierce glare at Huang Qi as they departed. However, to their embarrassment, they were stopped again at the entrance, for access to the second basement required a more exclusive ticket. The first basement was Lin's domain, the most crowded. The second basement represented the elite of the entire Z nation, filled with influential figures. The third basement was the international arena. Lin Qingye promptly revealed his identity. "I am a member of the Lin family. Could you kindly relay a message to Zhou Hui for me, asking him to come upstairs?" The doorman perked up upon hearing this. Please wait a moment, young master, we shall inform him right away. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye, sharp-eyed, noted Huang Qi's movements. Her gaze darkened, and a predatory smile crept onto her lips. Then, feigning innocence, she turned to Lin Qingye. Brother, I need to use the restroom. All right, I will wait for you here. The restroom was just around the corner, conveniently within his line of sight. Chapter 11. A murder. After Lin Qingye rounded the corner, she seized the opportunity to slip through another corridor, trailing Huang Qi while her third brother remained oblivious. In the black market, where surveillance was non-existent, he was now isolated, an ideal moment to strike. At that moment, Huang Qi was engaged in a phone call with his superior, reporting the earlier events, utterly unaware of the impending danger. A sinister, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Lin Qingye's lips, her eyes igniting with a dark crimson glow, seemingly engulfed in the fires of hell, cold and ruthless. Brother Huang Qi, she sweetly called out to him, her smile broadening with an alluring yet eerie charm. At the sound of her voice, Huang Qi turned sharply, finding himself captivated by the sight of the seemingly innocent young woman gazing at him from behind. However, entranced by her beauty, he failed to notice that something was amiss with her demeanor. Brother Huang Qi, I've been waiting for you in my room, she said, effortlessly pushing open a nearby storage room. With delicate fingers beckoning him gently, she swayed her fragile waist and stepped inside, every movement tantalizing and enticing him. At that moment, he was lost in the haze of her beauty, his blood boiling with excitement, completely neglecting any sense of duty. Brother, I have something urgent to attend to, I'll call you back later, he said, abruptly ending the call and hastily following her into the room. His heart raced with exhilaration. After all, she was the heiress of the Lin family, a rare gem delivered right to his doorstep. He was about to strike gold. Beautiful one, did you summon me? Huang Qi's expression grew increasingly lecherous, his voice dripping with desire as he locked the door behind him. Indeed, I wanted to play something thrilling, Lin Qingye replied, her face still adorned with a smile, her seemingly harmless demeanor enough to awaken the primal instincts within him. Huang Qi shivered with excitement, unable to contain himself, and lunged toward her. Little did he know, the moment he entered, Lin Qingye had already drawn a dagger concealed at her thigh. As he approached, she struck with swift decisiveness, a flash of silver slicing through the air, and blood was immediately drawn. His exhilaration had nearly compelled him to shout, his mouth agape, allowing her to effortlessly slice through his lip, severing even his tongue. Before he could utter a sound, she kicked him away with ferocity, sending him crashing against the wall and then tumbling to the ground. Huang Qi cried out in agony, yet the sounds were barely more than whispers. It was impossible for him to attract the attention of anyone outside. Lin Qingye's smile remained unchanged, even more enchanting and unrestrained. She approached him in her high heels, each step echoing like a death knell. How thrilling is this? Her soft, ethereal voice resonated in Huang Qi's ears like a malevolent incantation. Gazing upon her angelic visage, any lingering thoughts of lust vanished, replaced by a profound, soul-chilling terror. Whether from pain or fear, his body trembled uncontrollably. Though he could barely move, upon seeing Lin Qingye near, he instinctively recoiled, summoning every ounce of strength to retreat. Who was this woman? Her combat prowess was terrifying. He was utterly defenseless before her, unable to react in the slightest. Her cruelty was unfathomable, devoid of any semblance of a normal girl. Why won't you answer me? I detest those who leave me on read. Lin Qingye's expression turned icy, her aura suddenly erupting with a brutal malice that surged toward him. The chilling intent to kill enveloped him, rendering him breathless with fear. Did he not wish to speak? His tongue had been severed, his eyes wide with terror. He shook his head vigorously, praying for Lin Qingye's mercy to spare him. What is this? Are you shaking your head at me in disapproval? Lin Qingye's smile returned, as she pressed her foot onto the back of his own, looking down at him with an air of superiority. Let me see just how tough your bones are. Without hesitation, she wielded the dagger, methodically severing his fingers. Relishing the sight of his anguished struggle and heart-wrenching cries, Huang Qi deeply regretted his choices. Why had he provoked such a female demon? He would have preferred a swift end to his suffering. Alas, I am far too kind-hearted. Lin Qingye feigned aside. In light of your pitiful state, I shall graciously reveal my identity to you, lest you die without knowing who claimed your life. Listen closely, my dear. I am a member of the ritual of the dead. To perish at my hands is a privilege. The glimmer of hope that once resided in Huang Qi's eyes was extinguished by her words, leaving only a void of despair. Having long navigated the underworld, he was well aware of the ritual of the dead's notorious reputation. They were the world's most feared assassination organization, having recently obliterated their rival, the second most dangerous group, their renown unparalleled. She was right, dying by her hands was no injustice. Lin Qingye granted him one last glance. In your next life, be more cautious, do not cross paths with me again. With a flick of her wrist, the dagger pierced his heart, delivering a swift and fatal blow. Those who dared to provoke her were destined for such an end. Chapter 11. A murder. As Lin Qingye rounded the corner, she seized the opportunity to slip down another corridor, following Huang Qi's footsteps while her third brother remained oblivious. In the black market, there were no surveillance cameras, and with him isolated at this moment, it was the perfect chance to strike. At that instant, Huang Qi was engrossed in a phone call, reporting recent events to his boss, completely unaware of the impending danger. A wicked, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corners of Lin Qingye's lips, and her eyes ignited with a dark crimson glow, as if imbued with the flames of hell, exuding a sinister ferocity. "Huang Qi, brother," she sweetly called out, her smile becoming increasingly bold, laced with an unsettling allure. At her words, Huang Qi turned abruptly, encountering the sight of a seemingly pure and innocent girl gazing at him from behind, yet, enraptured by her beauty, he failed to notice that something was amiss with her demeanor. "Huang Qi, brother, I've been waiting for you in my room," she continued, casually pushing open a nearby storage room. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, she beckoned him, then swayed her seemingly fragile waist as she entered, each movement tantalizingly stirring Huang Qi's senses, utterly beguiling him. At that moment, he was completely entranced by her beauty, his blood racing with fervor, far removed from any semblance of rational thought. "Brother, I have something to attend to, I'll call you back later," he hastily declared, disconnecting the call before rushing into the room after her. His heart surged with exhilaration. After all, she was the daughter of the Lin family, a top-tier catch, willingly presenting herself to him. What a windfall! "Darling, did you seek me out?" He took the extra step of locking the door behind him. "Indeed, I wanted to indulge in something thrilling," Lin Qingye replied, her beautiful visage still radiating a smile, an aura that could awaken the basest instincts in any man. Huang Qi's heart raced, unable to resist, and he lunged toward her. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he entered, Lin Qingye had already retrieved a dagger concealed at her thigh. As he closed the distance, she struck with swift and decisive precision. A flash of silver glinted in the air, and blood was immediately drawn. Caught up in his excitement, he opened his mouth to shout, but Lin Qingye swiftly sliced through his lips, severing even his tongue. Before he could utter a sound, she kicked him away with fierce force, sending him crashing against the wall before he crumpled to the floor. Huang Qi writhed in agony, yet his cries were barely audible. The chance to attract attention from the outside world had evaporated. Lin Qingye's smile remained unchanged, even growing more enchanting and unrestrained. She strode toward him in her high heels, each step resembling his march toward death. "How thrilling is it now?" Her dulcet, ethereal voice echoed in Huang Qi's ears like a sinister incantation, chilling him to the core. Gazing upon her angelic visage, any lascivious thoughts evaporated, replaced by a paralyzing fear that struck directly at his soul. Whether from pain or terror, his body trembled uncontrollably. Even the effort to crawl away was futile. Seeing Lin Qingye approach only prompted him to retreat with every ounce of strength he possessed. Who exactly was this woman? Her combat prowess was terrifying, rendering him utterly defenseless, unable to react. Moreover, her cruelty was unparalleled, devoid of any semblance of a normal girl. "Why won't you answer me? I detest those who leave messages unread." Lin Qingye's expression hardened, her aura transforming into a tempest of wrath that engulfed him. The chilling intent to kill wrapped around him, and he was rendered breathless with fear. Did he not wish to speak? His tongue had been severed, his eyes wide with terror. He shook his head fervently, pleading in silence for Lin Qingye to show mercy and spare him. "What is this? Are you shaking your head and glaring at me to express your dissatisfaction?" Lin Qingye smirked once more, her foot pressing down on his instep as she looked down upon him. "Then let me test just how resilient your bones truly are." Without hesitation, she brandished the dagger, methodically severing his fingers one by one, savoring his anguished struggles and heart-wrenching cries. Huang Qi was filled with regret. Why had he ever dared to provoke such a female demon? It would have been kinder to grant him a swift end. "Alas, I am ultimately too kind-hearted," Lin Qingye feigned a sigh. Having long been immersed in the underworld, how could he not have heard of the infamous Sacrificial Shadows, the most feared assassination organization, which recently annihilated its rival, the second-largest assassin group, striking terror across the globe? She spoke the truth. To perish at her hands was no injustice. Lin Qingye bestowed upon him one final glance. "Take heed in your next life, avoid crossing paths with me again." With a flick of her wrist, the dagger plunged into his heart, delivering a swift and final blow. Those who dared to touch her met such a fate. Chapter 12 of the private room on level -2 Incha, a perfect conclusion. Lin Qingye discarded the bloodied dagger onto the ground and proceeded to tear off the ultra-thin film-like gloves that resembled human skin. She then retrieved a lighter and incinerated the gloves to ashes. With a disdainful glance at the corpse on the floor, she averted her gaze, as if even a second more of observation would tarnish her vision. Lin Shengyun waited for quite a while before he finally saw Lin Qingye emerge from the corner of the restroom. "Sister, why did you take so long? Are you unwell?" He had been concerned, fearing something had gone awry. "Third brother, I'm fine." She had merely sought a fleeting revenge. The exhilaration of the act had caused her to linger a bit longer. Lin Qingye, with keen perception, sensed something was amiss. "Sister, why does it seem there is a hint of blood on you? Could it be that she had inadvertently injured herself?" Lin Qingye's eyes darkened. She had completely forgotten about that detail. She would need to remember to carry a bottle of perfume in the future. I'm currently on my period." Lin Qingye lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, feigning an air of embarrassment. Although the excuse was rather flimsy, she hoped it would suffice to divert suspicion. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Qingye's face flushed crimson, his mind momentarily blank as he stammered, "Well, then no wonder she had taken so long." "It's all taken care of, third brother, please don't worry." Lin Qingye promptly shifted the topic. If the conversation continued, they might uncover the truth. At that moment, the individual who had gone to report on level -2 returned, this time with a far more deferential demeanor. "Young Master Lin, young Master Zhou is currently unable to come up. Allow me to escort you down." Lin Qingye nodded, "Lead the way." He had heard that level -2 was larger and more intricate, and as he had never been there, he might struggle to locate Zhou Hui. Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow. Wasn't it said that an entry ticket was required for access? A single phrase was enough to convince the gatekeeper to grant them passage, indicating that Zhou Hui indeed held a significant position in the black market. "Sister, let's go." "All right." Level -2 was decidedly more upscale and tranquil than level -1. They followed the guide through a series of long corridors until they finally arrived at a private room. "Young Master Zhou is waiting for you both inside." After leaving this remark, he quickly departed. Lin Qingye gazed at the closed door, hesitating over whether to enter. He was uncertain about the nature of the gathering inside, whether Zhou Hui was engaged in some transaction or receiving guests. To intrude recklessly, he himself was unconcerned, but he could not allow his sister's reputation to be compromised. Lin Qingye noticed his hesitation and gently inquired, "Brother, are we not going to knock?" Lin Qingye paused momentarily before resolutely knocking on the door. The person who opened it was none other than Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui, of similar age to Lin Qingye, exuded an aura vastly different from his youthful vigor. He embodied the demeanor of a seasoned young master, mature and sophisticated, with a hint of melancholy lurking within his striking features, as well as an almost imperceptible cunning. Upon seeing the two standing at the door, Zhou Hui was momentarily taken aback, disbelief evident in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the visitors would be Lin Qingye. He had been given a counterfeit entry ticket. How on earth had he managed to gain access? Could there have been a mistake? When he had first received the report, it had merely mentioned that it was someone from the Lin family. He had assumed it was Lin Yuan or Lin Ichuan who had discovered something and had come to seek an explanation. After all, given their capabilities, it was not surprising they could enter the black market. He had prepared an elaborate series of responses and had specifically invited them to level -2, only to find that it was Lin Qingye who had arrived. This was far more manageable. Zhou Hui swiftly composed himself, donning a bright smile that made him appear exceptionally amiable. However, he was unaware that, although Lin Qingye might not have detected any irregularities, his earlier reaction was not lost on Lin Qingye. She lowered her gaze, suppressing the chill in her eyes, striving to appear as if she were oblivious, merely a background figure. Zhou Hui, as was his habit, stepped forward to clasp Lin Qingye's shoulder. "Qingye, why didn't you let me know you were coming? My subordinates must have neglected you." Perhaps the earlier incident had instilled a sense of discomfort in Lin Qingye, as he now found himself inexplicably resistant to Zhou Hui's familiar gesture. "Indeed, they were remiss. I primarily came to inquire about a few matters." A flash of intensity crossed Zhou Hui's eyes, yet he maintained his smile, replying, "Oh, is that so? Whatever your questions may be, I assure you I will answer them candidly and thoroughly." At that moment, she was stunning. He knew Lin Qingye had no women by his side and was aware that the long-lost daughter of the Lin family had been found just the day before. Thus, he could reasonably deduce her identity as his sister. One could not help but marvel at the strength of their family's genes. Though their daughter had been lost for many years, she had not been raised to ineptitude. Standing here now, she truly resembled a young lady who had been pampered from a young age. She appeared innocent, perhaps someone who could be of good use. Although he had surmised Lin Qingye's identity, Zhou Hui still playfully teased Lin Qingye. "Oh, after just a few days, you've already acquired a girlfriend?" This remark shattered all of Lin Qingye's thoughts, and he responded with irritation, delivering a light punch to Zhou Hui. "Get lost. This is my sister. What, you called us here but don't intend to let us into the private room?" Chapter 12 of the private room on level -2. Insha, a perfect conclusion, Lin Qingye declared as she discarded the bloodied dagger onto the floor, subsequently tearing off the ultra-thin, skin-like gloves from her hands. She then retrieved a lighter and reduced the gloves to ashes. With a disdainful glance at the corpse on the ground, she shifted her gaze away, as though even a moment's longer observation would tarnish her vision. Lin Qingye had waited quite a while before finally seeing Lin Qingye emerge from around the corner of the restroom. "Sister, why did you take so long? Are you unwell?" He had been on the verge of concern, fearing something had gone amiss. "Third brother, I'm perfectly fine." She had merely sought a slight act of vengeance. The thrill of the slaughter had captivated her, causing her to linger a bit longer. Lin Qingye's keen perception detected something amiss. "Sister, do you have a hint of a bloody scent about you? Surely, she hadn't sustained any injuries?" Lin Qingye's eyes darkened as she realized she had forgotten this detail. She would need to remember to carry a bottle of perfume in the future. I've been on my menstrual cycle." Lin Qingye lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, feigning an appearance of great embarrassment. Although the excuse was rather flimsy, she still hoped it would suffice to deceive. Indeed, Lin Qingye's face flushed crimson at her words, his mind momentarily blank as he stammered, "Well, then, no wonder she had been gone for so long. I've already taken care of everything. Please don't worry, third brother." Lin Qingye hastily diverted the topic, continuing to discuss it would surely expose her ruse. At that moment, the individual who had previously gone to notify the second underground level returned, his demeanor notably more respectful this time. "Young Master Lin, young Master Zhou is currently unable to ascend. Allow me to escort you down." Lin Qingye nodded. "Lead the way, then." He had heard that the second underground level was more expansive and intricate, and as he had never been there, he might struggle to locate Zhou Hui. Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow. Had they not mentioned that an entry ticket was necessary for admission, a single phrase had sufficed to persuade the doorman to grant them passage, indicating that Zhou Hui indeed held considerable stature in the black market. "Sister, let us proceed." "Certainly." The second underground level was decidedly more sophisticated and tranquil than the first. They followed their guide through a series of long corridors until they finally arrived at a private room. "Young Master Zhou is waiting for both of you inside." With this parting remark, he swiftly departed. Lin Qingye hesitated before the closed door, uncertain whether to enter. He was unaware of the nature of the gathering within, whether Zhou Hui was conducting some transaction or entertaining guests. To intrude recklessly he personally had no qualms, but he could not jeopardize his sister's reputation. Lin Qingye discerned his apprehension and gently prompted, "Brother, shall we not knock?" Lin Qingye paused, then resolutely rapped on the door. The person who opened it was none other than Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui, of a similar age to Lin Qingye, exuded a markedly different aura. Devoid of youthful exuberance, he embodied the archetype of a polished young aristocrat, mature and sophisticated, with an underlying gloom subtly veiling his striking features, alongside an imperceptible calculation. Upon seeing the two standing at the threshold, Zhou Hui's expression faltered momentarily, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Qingye would be the visitor. After all, he had provided a counterfeit entry ticket. How could he have possibly gained access? Was there some sort of error? When he had initially been informed of the visitors, he had assumed it was someone from the Lin family, perhaps Lin Yuan or Lin Ichuan, seeking him out for an explanation. Given their capabilities, their presence in the black market was hardly surprising. He had meticulously prepared a series of responses and had intentionally summoned them to the second underground level, only to find that it was Lin Qingye who had arrived. This made matters considerably easier. Zhou Hui swiftly composed himself, donning a broad, amiable smile that rendered him exceedingly approachable. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, while Lin Qingye might not have noticed anything amiss, his earlier reaction had been entirely observed by Lin Qingye. She lowered her gaze, suppressing the chill in her eyes, striving to appear as though she were merely a background figure. As was his custom, Zhou Hui advanced with practiced ease, draping an arm around Lin Qingye's shoulder. "Qingye, why didn't you inform me of your arrival beforehand? My subordinates must have neglected you." Perhaps due to the earlier incident that had left Lin Qingye feeling uneasy, he now inexplicably resisted Zhou Hui's familiar gesture. "Indeed, they have been remiss. I primarily came to inquire about a few matters." A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Zhou Hui's eyes, yet he maintained his smile as he replied, "Oh, is that so? Rest assured, I shall answer your questions candidly and comprehensively." Only then did Zhou Hui shift his gaze, taking a proper measure of Lin Qingye. She was stunning. He was aware that Lin Qingye had no women by his side and that the Lin family's long-lost daughter had been located the previous day, thus he could reasonably deduce that this must be her. One could not help but marvel at the strength of their family's genes. Despite being raised apart for so many years, she had not been neglected. Now standing here, she truly resembled a pampered young lady. She appeared innocent, perhaps someone who could be skillfully utilized. Though he had surmised Lin Qingye's identity, Zhou Hui feigned jest as he teased Lin Qingye. "Oh, it seems that after just a few days apart, you've acquired a girlfriend?" This remark shattered all of Lin Qingye. This is my sister, what, are you not planning to let us into the private room after summoning us here? Chapter 12 of the private room on level 2-inch. Well, a perfect job, Lin Qingye declared, discarding the bloodstained dagger onto the floor. She then tore off the ultra-thin synthetic skin gloves from her hands and retrieved a lighter to reduce the gloves to ashes. With a disdainful glance at the corpse on the ground, she averted her gaze, as if even a moment's longer look would taint her eyes. Lin Shangyun waited quite some time before he finally saw Lin Qingye emerge from around the corner of the restroom. Sister, why did you take so long, are you feeling unwell? He had been concerned that something might have gone awry. Third brother, I'm fine. She had merely sought a fleeting vengeance. The thrill of the torment had momentarily consumed her, causing her to linger a bit longer. Lin Shangyun, with keen perception, sensed something amiss. Sister, why do you seem to carry a scent of blood? Surely, she hadn't accidentally injured herself? Lin Qingye's gaze darkened. She had entirely forgotten about that detail. Perhaps she should keep a bottle of perfume on hand in the future. I'm currently on my period, she mumbled, lowering her head, her voice barely above a whisper, feigning a state of embarrassment. Though the excuse was rather flimsy, she hoped to evade suspicion. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun's face instantly flushed, his mind going blank as he stammered, "Oh, then no wonder she had taken so long. I've already taken care of everything, so do not worry, third brother." Lin Qingye hastily shifted the topic, knowing that prolonging the conversation would only lead to her unraveling. At that moment, the individual who had gone to report on level -2 returned, and this time, his demeanor was notably more respectful. "Young Master Lin, young Master Zhou is currently unable to come up. Allow me to escort you down." Lin Shangyun nodded, "Lead the way." Having heard that level -2 was broader and more intricate, and having never visited it before, he was uncertain if he could locate Zhou Hui. Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow. They mentioned that an entry ticket was required for access, yet, a single phrase had sufficed to persuade the guard to grant them passage. Clearly, Zhou Hui held a significant status in the black market. "Sister, let us proceed." "All right." Level -2 was far more upscale and tranquil than level -1. Following the guide, they traversed corridor after corridor until they finally reached a private room. "Young Master Zhou is waiting for both of you inside." After leaving this statement, he quickly departed. Lin Shangyun stared at the closed door, hesitating over whether to enter. He was uncertain what sort of affair was taking place within, whether Zhou Hui was engaged in a transaction or receiving guests, and he did not wish to intrude recklessly. While he was indifferent to how it might reflect on him, he could not tarnish his sister's reputation. Lin Qingye perceived his apprehension and gently remarked, "Brother, should we not knock?" Lin Shangyun paused for a moment before decisively rapping on the door. The person who opened it was none other than Zhou Hui. Zhou Hui was of a similar age to Lin Shangyun, yet their demeanors were worlds apart. He lacked the youthful exuberance and instead exuded the poise of a seasoned young master, mature and composed, with a hint of melancholy lurking in his striking features, as well as a subtle undertone of calculation. Upon seeing the two standing at the entrance, Zhou Hui was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lin Shangyun would be the visitor. He had given him a counterfeit entry ticket. How could he possibly have gained access? Was there some error? Initially, when word had come that someone from the Lin family was present, he had assumed it was either Lin Yuan or Lin Ichuan, seeking him out for an explanation. After all, given their capabilities, it was no surprise they could infiltrate the black market. He had prepared an elaborate set of responses and had specifically invited them to level -2, yet here stood Lin Shangyun instead. This was considerably more manageable. Zhou Hui quickly composed himself, donning a bright smile that made him appear remarkably affable. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that, although Lin Shangyun might not have detected anything amiss, his earlier reaction had not escaped Lin Qingye's notice. With downcast eyes, she suppressed the chill within and feigned ignorance, striving to remain in the background. As was his custom, Zhou Hui smoothly approached and draped an arm around Lin Shangyun's shoulder. "Shangyun, why didn't you inform me you were coming? My subordinates must have neglected you." Perhaps due to the earlier incident, Lin Shangyun felt a sense of unease toward Zhou Hui's gesture. "Indeed, they were remiss. I primarily came to... I assure you, I will answer your questions candidly, leaving nothing unsaid." At this moment, Zhou Hui finally shifted his gaze to Lin Qingye, taking her in at last. She was breathtaking. He was aware that Lin Shangyun had no female companions and that the Lin family's long-lost daughter had been recovered just yesterday, so it was almost certain that she was the sister he had been seeking. He couldn't help but marvel at the strength of their family's genetics. Despite being lost for so many years, she had not been raised poorly. Standing there, she resembled a pampered young lady who had been cherished since childhood. She also appeared to be somewhat naive, perhaps someone he could exploit to his advantage. Although he had surmised Lin Qingye's identity, Zhou Hui still feigned jest, teasing Lin Qingye. "Well, it seems you've acquired a girlfriend in just a few days of absence?" This remark abruptly derailed all of Lin Qingye's thoughts, and he retaliated with an annoyed punch to Zhou Hui's shoulder. "Get lost. This is my sister. Are you planning to keep us waiting outside instead of letting us into the private room?" Chapter 13 Self-Introduction. Haha, so it's Miss Lin, my apologies, I was just so excited to see Cheng Yun that I completely forgot. "Please, come in," Zhou Hui said, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor as he stepped aside to gesture them, and Lin Qingye, unreserved, promptly took Lin Qingye's hand and led her inside, leaning in to whisper, "Sister, he is the good brother I mentioned to you earlier, Zhou Hui." "Oh, the one who provided you with the entry ticket?" "Indeed. Don't be deceived by his handsome exterior, beneath that facade lies a heart full of mischief. Be cautious not to fall for his charm," Lin Qingye remarked, rolling her eyes in playful jest, though she bore no genuine grievances against him, merely teasing in a light-hearted manner. As good friends do, any disparaging remarks were meant to be shared openly. Lin Qingye, internally bemused by her naive brother, recognized the truth in his words, yet she could not let it show. Instead, she blinked her luminous eyes, covering her mouth with a soft laugh, adopting an air of coyness. "Is that so? I think he seems quite nice." Lin Qingye was taken aback. "Oh no, could it be that my sister has developed a genuine interest?" He had deliberately refrained from making formal introductions, fearing that if their family discovered that he had allowed his sister to become smitten on their first outing, he would be in serious trouble. The private room was enveloped in silence, and Zhou Hui had certainly overheard Lin Qingye's whispered remarks. He was not offended, however, merely shaking his head in resigned amusement. Upon hearing Lin Qingye's comment, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. Without having to exert much effort, the fish had willingly taken the bait. The Lin family truly was rather naive and easily swayed, one might even say foolish. Upon entering, they noticed that besides Zhou Hui, 3 other men were seated, scattered across the leather sofas. All appeared to be in their 20s, exuding an air of sophistication that suggested their backgrounds were anything but ordinary. They were on an entirely different echelon compared to Lin Qingye, the typical wealthy heir. The one seated in the middle was particularly striking. His chiseled features were reminiscent of a sculpture meticulously crafted from jade, each contour perfectly defined. He looked ethereal, regal like a deity. A few strands of dark hair adorned his forehead, compelling one to meet his gaze. His eyes, deep and enigmatic, bore an unsettling chill and a hint of allure that sent shivers down one's spine. As Lin Qingye beheld him, her pupils dilated, causing a tumult within her heart. Quickly, she averted her gaze, lowering her head to mask her unease. She recognized the man in the center. Although they had never met, she possessed some intelligence regarding him, a highly classified and dangerous individual whom she had unexpectedly encountered. He belonged to her world. Thankfully, he did not recognize her. It seemed prudent for her to exercise caution and tread carefully in this place. Should their paths cross directly, it would surely spell trouble. "Ah, I didn't realize you had guests here. Why didn't you mention it sooner?" Lin Qingye remarked, sensing the awkwardness of the situation. Had he known, he would have refrained from intruding. These 3 men seemed formidable, unlike the easily dismissible individuals from the lower level. Zhou Hui smiled as he explained, "I only invited you down after obtaining their consent, so there's no need for concern. Please, take a seat and get to know each other." He intentionally phrased it this way, as this marked their first encounter for a transaction, and he wasn't entirely certain of the identities of the 3 men, only that they hailed from the capital and held significant status. Before they could delve into serious matters, Lin Qingye interrupted. Originally, he had not intended to meet the Lin family, but upon hearing of their presence, the 3 men had expressed a desire to invite them in. What could their intentions be? Perhaps they were indeed interested in the Lin family. Their initial introductions had been rather perfunctory, and Zhou Hui was curious to see what rhetoric they would employ in the presence of the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye warmly introduced himself. "Hello, I apologize for the interruption. I am Lin Qingye, the 3rd in line from the Lin family, and a brother to Zhou Hui. This is my sister, Lin Qingye." Lin Qingye, feeling somewhat timid, shyly stepped behind him, clearly anxious, as her discomfort radiated through the room. "Hello, I am Gu Qianan, here visiting Lini City. I am quite easygoing and hope to make friends with young Master Lin and Miss Lin," said the man seated to the left, whose stature was modest yet shared a similar aura to Lin Qingye, handsome and charming, with a smile that could warm the heart, laced with a hint of irreverence. "I am Ji Yunjin, accompanying the other 2. I have just arrived in Lini City, and I hope for your kind guidance," introduced the man seated to the right, radiating an air of refinement, his appearance equally captivating as Gu Qianan, exuding a serene elegance coupled with a touch of aloofness, embodying the quintessential noble gentleman. Lin Qingye felt a mix of surprise and admiration, as he recognized most individuals of standing in Lini City, and thus surmised that these three were likely from the capital. Such individuals, given their status, would typically carry an air of superiority, yet here they were, treating him with unexpected courtesy. It felt almost surreal. Chapter 14. Jiang Youli, the man seated in the center, spoke with an indifferent tone. Lin Qingye politely nodded in their direction, finding their demeanor to be rather customary. Although he was aware of their potentially esteemed status, he had no intention of ingratiating himself, nor was this an appropriate moment to engage with Zhou Hui. It would be wiser to make a discreet exit. He promptly turned to Lin Qingye and said, "Sister, I originally brought you here to shop, yet you haven't purchased anything. Shall we venture out for a stroll?" At this, Zhou Hui expressed his astonishment. "Having come this far, aren't we going to sit for a while before leaving? Why the sudden urgency to depart?" Zhou Hui sensed that these three young gentlemen from the capital were treating Lin Qingye with an unusual degree of courtesy. Uncertain of their intentions, he decided it best to keep them engaged for the moment. Moreover, both Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin appeared equally perturbed, seemingly anxious. Even the most aloof of them, Jiang Youli, lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye with a depth of contemplation in his dark eyes. "Indeed, since we're here, let us converse a bit before we take our leave. Consider it a chance to make new acquaintances," Gu Qianan declared, a radiant smile adorning his face as he gestured for Lin Qingye to join him beside. Witnessing this, Zhou Hui felt a flicker of resentment. As fellow aristocrats from Lini City, these three were exceedingly cordial towards the Lin family, yet treated him with a frosty indifference, as if they were of a superior class. It was, quite frankly, disheartening. With both Zhou Hui and Gu Qianan having spoken, Lin Qingye felt compelled to remain silent. Thus he guided Lin Qingye to sit across from them. The atmosphere grew palpably delicate. Whether intentional or not, Zhou Hui was the last to take a seat, conveniently positioning himself next to Lin Qingye. She maintained her composure, refraining from speech, yet occasionally casting furtive glances at him. When their eyes met, she instinctively averted her gaze, retreating slightly as if to shield herself. Her delicate visage, flushed and imbued with youthful innocence and shyness, exuded an air of naive charm that tempted one to tease her. Yet, beneath her exterior lay a heart at odds with her appearance. Was she truly unable to confront Jiang Youli? For the time being, her thoughts turned to Zhou Hui, contemplating strategies to draw closer to him and ascertain his true nature. Should he indeed be plotting against her third brother and the Lin family, she would not hesitate to employ similar tactics to reunite him with Huang Qi. Undoubtedly, Zhou Hui was quite taken by her demeanor. Observe, she paid no heed to the three handsome young gentlemen from the capital, instead focusing solely on him. Perhaps not the most astute, yet her taste was commendable. "Miss Lin, do try the latest Longjing tea," Zhou Hui said with gentlemanly grace, pouring her a cup while maintaining the perfect balance of distance. "Thank you," Lin Qingye murmured, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she spoke softly. Her reaction did not escape the notice of Lin Qingye and the other three gentlemen. Lin Qingye felt as though the ground beneath him had crumbled. He had failed to win his sister's heart despite saving her. While he still held a degree of respect for Zhou Hui, he knew that if their parents and elder brothers were to find out, they would surely hold him responsible. Jiang Youli remained as impassive as ever, exuding an air of detachment, as if nothing could stir his emotions. However, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin were markedly different, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and a hint of schadenfreude. Before they could speak, Lin Qingye could no longer remain seated. "Sister, we should return home. Lingering here too long might invite reprimand." He aimed to usher her away. "Alright." At a crucial moment, Lin Qingye added a remark. Her eyes sparkled with longing, brimming with hope. This question plunged Lin Qingye into despair. "Of course, Miss Lin is always welcome at the Zhou residence," Zhou Hui replied, his smile bright and inviting. "Enough of that, we'll discuss future matters later. Let us head home now." Lin Qingye thought his brother particularly displeasing at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui, as if deliberately, approached the door, stating, "Allow me to escort you." Exiting requires proper procedures as well. With a scowl, Lin Qingye exited, determined to redirect Lin Qingye's attention. "His sister, if you see anything you fancy along the way, your third brother will gladly purchase it for you." Once they had departed, only three individuals remained in the private room. Ji Yuqian leapt to his feet, rushing to the door to ensure no one was in sight before exclaiming without regard for decorum, "Wow, that Lin family young lady is quite something. Here we are with the dashing Jiang Shao, and she doesn't even glance our way." Ji Yunjin, rarely joining in, chimed in. "Not only that, but she seems infatuated with that foolish Zhou Hui. Her taste is rather questionable, and Jiang Gu, it appears she harbors a fear of you. She looked as though she might weep at your mere presence. Pray tell, why do you maintain such a stern demeanor?" Even your betrothed is terrified of you, Gu Qianan continued, unabated. Are you quite idle? Jiang Youli shot him a piercing glare, as if he could inflict mortal harm with his eyes alone. Gu Qianan, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, retorted, Isn't it indeed idleness, otherwise, why would I accompany you to engage with the Lin family? Chapter 14 Jiang Youli. Jiang Youli. The man seated in the center spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Lin Qingye politely nodded towards them, perceiving their attitude as quite normal. Although he recognized their possibly elevated status, he had no intention of ingratiating himself, and it was not the right moment to engage Zhou Hui in conversation. It would be better to make his exit. He then turned to Lin Qingye and said, Sister, I originally brought you here to shop, and since you haven't purchased anything yet, shall we take a stroll outside? Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui was taken aback. Since we're here, shouldn't we sit for a while before leaving? Why was there such an urgency to depart? Zhou Hui sensed that these three young gentlemen from the capital were exhibiting remarkable courtesy towards Lin Qingye. Uncertain of their motives, he decided to keep them engaged for the time being. Not only Zhou Hui, but Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin also reacted noticeably, appearing somewhat anxious. Even the most indifferent of them, Jiang Youli, raised his gaze to scrutinize Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of appraisal. Indeed, since we are here, let us converse before departing. Consider it an opportunity for friendship, Gu Qianan said, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Lin Qingye to sit beside him. Witnessing this, Zhou Hui's eyes flashed with irritation. As fellow nobles from Lini City, these three treated the Lin family with great warmth, while he was met with cold indifference, as if he were beneath their notice. It was truly disheartening. With Zhou Hui and Gu Qianan having spoken, Lin Qingye felt it inappropriate to say more, so he took Lin Qingye by the hand and seated her opposite them. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Whether by design or coincidence, Zhou Hui was the last to take his seat, positioning himself right beside Lin Qingye. She maintained her composure in silence, occasionally stealing glances at Zhou Hui. When their eyes met, she instinctively withdrew, her head retreating as if by reflex. Her delicate visage, flushed and youthful, exuded a blend of naivety and shyness, coupled with a bashfulness that invited playful teasing. Yet, her internal thoughts were in stark contrast to her outward appearance. Was she not capable of evading Jiang Youli's presence? For now, she focused her thoughts on Zhou Hui, seeking ways to approach him and discern his true intentions. Should he indeed be plotting against her third brother and the Lin family, she would not hesitate to employ similar tactics to ensure he reunited with Huang Qi. Undoubtedly, Zhou Hui appreciated her demeanor. Just look, she had not cast a glance at the three dashing gentlemen from the capital, instead fixating solely on him. Perhaps not the sharpest, but her taste was commendable. Miss Lin, do try the latest Longjing tea, Zhou Hui suggested gallantly, pouring her a cup with just the right measure of distance. Thank you, Lin Qingye murmured, her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude in a soft voice. Her response did not escape the notice of Lin Qingye and the other three gentlemen. In that moment, Lin Qingye felt as if the ground had crumbled beneath him. He had saved his sister but failed to capture her heart. Though he held Zhou Hui in relatively high regard, he knew that if their parents and older brothers learned of this, they would surely be furious. Jiang Youli remained aloof, his expression one of indifference, as if nothing in the world could stir his emotions. In contrast, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin exchanged glances filled with astonishment, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of schadenfreude. Before they could voice their thoughts, Lin Qingye could no longer sit idly by. Sister, let us return home. Lingering here too long will surely earn us a scolding. All right. At a crucial moment, Lin Qingye added a remark that resonated with common sentiment. Will I have the chance to see Zhou Xiao again? Her eyes sparkled with hope, glistening like dew-kissed petals. This question sent Lin Qingye into a spiral of despair. Of course, Miss Lin is always welcome to visit the Zhou residence, Zhou Hui replied, his smile gleaming. Enough, matters of the future can wait. Let us head home, Lin Qingye grumbled, his brother's demeanor increasingly irksome, yet Zhou Hui seemed to be doing this deliberately, moving to the door. Allow me to see you out, exiting requires formalities as well. With a scowl, Lin Qingye exited, diverting Lin Qingye's attention. Sister, if you see anything you fancy along the way, your third brother will buy it for you. Once they departed, only three individuals remained in the private room. Gu Qianan sprang to his feet, rushing to the door to ensure no one else was present before exclaiming without regard for decorum, Goodness, that Lin family young lady has some audacity. We have such a dashing Jiang Xiao here, and she doesn't even cast him a glance. Ji Yunjin, rarely joining in, chimed in, not only that, but she's taken a fancy to Zhou Hui, of all people. Her taste is rather poor. And Jiang Gu, she seems quite intimidated by you, one might think she is on the verge of tears at your mere presence. Tell me, why do you constantly wear that stern expression? Even your little fiancé is frightened away. Gu Qianan continued his tirade. Are you so idle? Jiang Youli shot him a glare that seemed capable of Jiang Youli, the man seated in the center remarked with a nonchalant tone. Lin Qingye politely nodded in acknowledgement, perceiving their demeanor as rather typical. Although he was aware that they might possess esteemed backgrounds, he had no intention of ingratiating himself, nor was it an opportune moment to converse with Zhou Hui. It would be best to make a discreet exit. He then turned to Lin Qingye and said, "Sister, I brought you here to shop, yet you haven't purchased anything. Shall we take a stroll outside?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui expressed his astonishment. "Since we're already here, shouldn't we sit for a while before leaving? Why the sudden eagerness to depart?" Zhou Hui sensed that these three young gentlemen from Kyoto were treating Lin Qingye with a remarkable level of courtesy. Uncertain of their intentions, he decided to keep them engaged for the time being. Moreover, it wasn't just Zhou Hui. Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin also reacted with notable urgency. Even the usually aloof Jiang Youli raised his gaze to scrutinize Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of appraisal. "Indeed, since we are here, let us converse a bit before departing. Consider it an opportunity to forge a friendship," Gu Qianan said, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Lin Qingye to sit beside him. Observing this, Zhou Hui's eyes darkened with resentment. As fellow aristocrats from Lini, the three were exceedingly warm toward the Lin family, yet they treated him with disdain, as if they were superior. It was truly disheartening. Recognizing that both Zhou Hui and Gu Qianan had spoken, Lin Qingye felt it inappropriate to say more. Thus he took Lin Qingye by the hand and seated her across from them. The atmosphere immediately shifted to a subtly tense one. Whether by design or happenstance, Zhou Hui was the last to take his seat, conveniently positioning himself beside Lin Qingye. She maintained her composure, refraining from speech, though she occasionally stole glances at Zhou Hui. When she noticed his gaze upon her, her eyes darted away, instinctively retreating as if to hide her delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue, exuding the youthful innocence and bashfulness of a young lady, along with an endearing shyness that invited playful teasing. Yet, her inner thoughts stood in stark contrast to her outward appearance. Could she truly evade Jiang Youli, whom she dared not provoke? For now, she decided to focus on Zhou Hui, seeking ways to approach him and discern his true nature. If he indeed conspired against her elder brother and the Lin family, she would not hesitate to employ similar tactics to reunite him with Huang Qi. Undoubtedly, Zhou Hui was quite receptive to her demeanor. Observe, she had not so much as glanced at the three dashing young aristocrats from Kyoto, yet her attention was solely fixed upon him. Her judgment may falter, but her taste appeared commendable. "Miss Lin, might I suggest you try the latest Longjing tea?" Zhou Hui offered with utmost gentlemanly grace, maintaining an impeccable sense of distance. "Thank you," Lin Qingye replied softly, her cheeks still flushed. Her reaction did not go unnoticed by Lin Qingye and the other three gentlemen. In that moment, Lin Qingye felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. His efforts to save his sister had not salvaged her heart. While he still held a measure of respect for Zhou Hui, he knew that if their parents and elder brothers were to learn of this, they would surely exact severe retribution. Jiang Youli remained impassive, his expression a mask of indifference, as though nothing could stir his emotions. In contrast, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a shared sense of schadenfreude amidst their astonishment. Before they could voice their thoughts, Lin Qingye could no longer remain seated. "Sister, we should return home. Lingering here too long will surely invite reprimands," he insisted, eager to extricate her from the situation. "All right," Lin Qingye responded at a critical juncture with an innocuous remark. "Will I have the chance to see Zhou Xiao again?" Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, brimming with anticipation. This inquiry plunged Lin Qingye into a state of despair. "Of course, Miss Lin is always welcome to visit the Zhou residence," Zhou Hui replied, his smile radiating warmth. "Enough, we shall discuss future matters at a later time. Let us return home." Lin Qingye thought his brother to be insufferable at that moment, yet Zhou Hui seemed intentionally insistent as he approached the door. "Allow me to escort you. Exiting also requires proper procedures." With a scowl, Lin Qingye exited, striding to redirect Lin Qingye's attention. "Sister, if you spot anything appealing along the way, your third brother shall purchase it for you." Once they departed, three individuals remained in the private room. Ji Qianan sprang to his feet, rushing to the door to ascertain that no one was present before exclaiming, "Goodness, that Lin family young lady is something else. How could she disregard such a handsome Jiang Xiao seated here?" Ji Yunjin, rarely engaging, joined in. "Not only that, but she also seems infatuated with that fool Zhou Hui. Her taste is questionable. And Jiang Gu, it appears she is somewhat intimidated by you. She seems as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Pray tell, why do you always wear such a stern expression? Even your little fiancé has been frightened away." Gu Qianan continued his tirade. "Are you quite idle?" Jiang Youli shot him a piercing glance, as if it could pierce through him. Seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Gu Qianan replied, "Isn't it precisely because I'm idle that I've accompanied you to find the Lin family?" Chapter 14 Jiang Youli, the man seated in the center remarked coolly. Lin Qingye politely nodded in their direction, perceiving their demeanor as rather customary. Despite being aware of their possibly noble status, he had no intention of ingratiating himself, and it was hardly the moment to engage Zhou Hui in conversation. It would be wiser to make a discreet exit. He promptly turned to Lin Qingye and said, "Sister, I brought you out to shop, yet you haven't purchased anything. Shall we take a stroll outside?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui was taken aback. "Having come this far, are we not going to sit for a while before leaving? Why the sudden urgency to depart?" Zhou Hui sensed that the three young gentlemen from the capital were treating Lin Qingye with a peculiar courtesy. Not knowing their true intentions, he resolved to keep Lin Qingye there for the time being. Moreover, both Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin exhibited similar reactions, appearing somewhat anxious. Even the most indifferent among them, Jiang Youli, lifted his gaze to scrutinize Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye, his deep-set eyes revealing a hint of appraisal. "Indeed, since we are here, let us engage in conversation before we part ways, as a means of fostering friendship," Gu Qianan said, a radiant smile gracing his lips as he gestured for Lin Qingye to sit beside him. Witnessing this, Zhou Hui's eyes flashed with irritation. As fellow aristocrats from Lini, the three were warm towards the Lin family while treating him with disdain, as if they were of a superior class. It was truly disheartening. With Zhou Hui and Gu Qianan having spoken, Lin Qingye felt compelled to say no more, thus guiding Lin Qingye to take a seat opposite them. The atmosphere shifted into a subtle tension. Unbeknownst to whether intentional or not, Zhou Hui was the last to settle, conveniently positioning himself next to Lin Qingye. She maintained her composure in silence, occasionally stealing glances at him. When their eyes met, she instinctively averted her gaze, retreating as if caught in a reflex. Her delicate visage was flushed, embodying the innocence and shyness of a young lady, coupled with a bashful allure that made one wish to tease her. Yet, internally, her thoughts were in stark contrast to her exterior. Could she truly afford to provoke Jiang Youli? For now, she would focus on Zhou Hui, seeking to draw nearer to him and uncover his true nature. Should he indeed be scheming against her elder brother and the Lin family, she would not hesitate to employ similar tactics to ensure his reunion with Huang Qi. Undoubtedly, Zhou Hui found her demeanor appealing. Observe how she disregarded the three dashing young aristocrats from the capital, fixating solely on him. Her judgment may be lacking, yet her taste was commendable. "Miss Lin, do try the latest Longjing tea." Zhou Hui offered her a cup, his gentlemanly demeanor striking the perfect balance of intimacy and distance. "Thank you," Lin Qingye murmured, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she expressed her gratitude softly. Her reaction did not go unnoticed by Lin Qingye and the other three gentlemen. Lin Qingye felt a sense of impending doom. He had failed to secure his sister's heart despite rescuing her. While he still held a favorable view of Zhou Hui, he feared that their parents and elder brothers would not hesitate to reprimand him. Jiang Youli remained aloof, displaying an air of indifference as if nothing could stir his emotions. In contrast, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with astonishment, each revealing a glimmer of schadenfreude. Before they could articulate their thoughts, Lin Qingye could no longer remain seated. "Sister, we ought to return home. Lingering here too long may lead to reproach." He aimed to usher her away. "All right," Lin Qingye responded, at a pivotal moment, uttering a remark that seemed to resonate with the expectations of all present. "Will I have the opportunity to meet young Master Zhou again?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, shimmering like the surface of water, and this question rendered Lin Qingye momentarily speechless. "Of course, Miss Lin is always welcome to visit the Zhou residence," Zhou Hui replied with a charming smile. "Enough of the future, we shall discuss that later. Let us head home now." Lin Qingye thought his brother insufferable. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui, as if intentionally provoking him, approached the door. "Allow me to escort you." "Proper procedures are required for leaving." With a scowl, Lin Qingye exited, consciously redirecting Lin Qingye's attention. "His sister, if you spot anything you fancy on the way, I shall purchase it for you." Once they departed, only three individuals remained in the private room. Ji Yuqian leaped to the door, peering outside to ensure no one was present, and then, disregarding decorum, exclaimed, "I can't believe that Miss Lin possesses such audacity. Here we have the dashing Jiang, yet she treats him with disdain." Ji Yunjin, rarely chiming in, added, "Not only that, but she also seems infatuated with Zhou Hui. Of all people, her taste is questionable. Moreover, Jiang, she appears to be quite intimidated by you. It seems she might weep at your mere presence. Pray tell, why do you maintain such a stern visage? Even your fiancé seems frightened away." Gu Qianan continued unabated. "Are you quite idle?" Jiang Youli shot him a withering glance, as if it could pierce him through. Ji Yuqian, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, retorted, "Am I not idle? Otherwise, why would I accompany you to seek out the Lin family?" Chapter 14 Jiang Youli. The man seated in the center spoke with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Lin Qingye politely nodded towards them, perceiving their demeanor as quite normal. Although he was aware of their likely noble status, he had no intention of ingratiating himself, nor was it an opportune moment to engage in conversation with Zhou Hui. It would be better to slip away. He promptly turned to Lin Qingye and said, "Sister, I originally brought you here for shopping, and since you haven't purchased anything yet, shall we take a stroll outside?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui was taken aback. "Since we are already here, why not sit for a while before leaving? Why the sudden urgency to depart?" Zhou Hui sensed that these three young gentlemen from the capital were treating Lin Qingye with unusual courtesy. Uncertain of their intentions, he thought it best to keep them engaged for now. Moreover, Zhou Hui was not alone in his surprise. Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin also reacted with considerable alarm, appearing somewhat anxious. Even the most aloof among them, Jiang Youli, lifted his gaze to scrutinize Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye, his deep eyes revealing a hint of scrutiny. "Indeed, now that we are here, let us converse before we depart. Consider it an opportunity to make new acquaintances." Gu Qianan's lips curled into a radiant smile as he gestured for Lin Qingye to sit beside him. Observing this, Zhou Hui's eyes flashed with a hint of animosity. As fellow nobles from Lini City, these three treated members of the Lin family with great warmth while casting him cold glances, as if they were somehow superior. It was truly disheartening. With Zhou Hui and Gu Qianan having spoken, Lin Qingye felt it inappropriate to say much more, so he guided Lin Qingye to sit opposite them. The atmosphere grew subtly tense. Uncertain whether by design or coincidence, Zhou Hui was the last to take his seat, conveniently positioning himself next to Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye maintained her poise, remaining silent yet occasionally stealing glances at Zhou Hui. When she noticed his gaze upon her, her eyes darted away, instinctively retreating. Her delicate visage was flushed, radiating the innocence and shyness of youth, accompanied by a bashfulness that made one want to tease her. However, her inner thoughts sharply contrasted with her outward appearance. Was she truly unable to provoke or evade Jiang Youli? For now, she resolved to focus her attention on Zhou Hui, seeking ways to draw closer to him and ascertain his true nature. If he were indeed plotting against her third brother and the Lin family, she would not hesitate to employ similar tactics to send him off to reunite with Huang Qi. Undoubtedly, Zhou Hui found her demeanor quite endearing. Observe, she had not even cast a glance at the three handsome young nobles from the capital, yet her focus remained solely on him. Her judgment may be lacking, but her taste was impeccable. "Miss Lin, do try the latest Longjing tea," Zhou Hui said, ever the gentleman as he poured her a cup, maintaining an impeccable sense of distance. "Thank you," Lin Qingye murmured, her cheeks flushed as she expressed her gratitude softly. Her reaction did not escape the notice of Lin Qingye and the other three gentlemen. Lin Qingye felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath him. His efforts to rescue his sister had failed to win her heart. While he still held Zhou Hui in relatively high regard, he feared the wrath of their parents and elder brothers if they were to learn of this situation. Jiang Youli continued to display an air of indifference, as if nothing and no one could stir his emotions. In stark contrast, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment and barely concealed amusement. Before they could speak, Lin Qingye could no longer remain seated. "Sister, let us return. If we linger here too long, we shall be scolded upon our return." He aimed to usher her away first and foremost. "All right." At a pivotal moment, Lin Qingye added a statement that resonated with expectation. "Will I have the opportunity to see Mr. Zhou again?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, shimmering like dew-kissed petals. This inquiry sent Lin Qingye into a state of despair. "Of course, Miss Lin is always welcome at the Zhou residence," Zhou Hui replied with a charming smile. "Enough of this. Let us discuss future matters later and return home now," Lin Qingye remarked, his frustration with his brother evident. Zhou Hui, seemingly deliberately, moved towards the door. "Allow me to escort you. Exiting also requires proper procedures." Lin Qingye exited with a scowl, making a concerted effort to divert Lin Qingye's attention. "Sister, if you see anything you like on the way, your third brother will purchase it for you." After their departure, only three individuals remained in the private room. Ji Yuqian leapt to his feet and rushed to the door, ensuring no one was in sight before exclaiming loudly, "Wow, that Lin family young lady has some nerve. With such a handsome gentleman like Jiang sitting here, she didn't even deign to acknowledge him." Ji Yunjin, rarely engaging, chimed in, "Not only that, but she seems infatuated with that foolish Zhou Hui. Her taste is questionable. And Jiang, it appears she is quite intimidated by you. She looks as though she might cry in fear. What gives? Why do you persist in wearing that stern expression? Even your future fiancé seems frightened away." Gu Qianan continued unabated. "Are you so idle?" Jiang Youli shot him a withering look, as if he could execute him with his gaze. Ji Yuqian seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. "Isn't idleness precisely the point? Otherwise, why accompany you to seek out the Lin family?" Chapter 15. Being beaten. Before Jiang Youli could interject, Gu Qianan continued to chatter incessantly. "To be frank, Miss Lin possesses a beauty that is truly striking. In Kyoto, she would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier beauty if she had grown up in the Lin family. I can't imagine how many men would vie for her attention. I find Lin Qingye quite decent as well. After all, he is a descendant of the two prominent families in Kyoto. Ji Yunjing deftly shifted the topic, fearing that Gu Qian'an's incessant banter might provoke Jiang Youli's ire. The Lin family in Lini might not hold much significance, but the Lin family in Kyoto is a genuine century-old lineage, deeply rooted and standing alongside the Li, Jiang, and Ji families as one of the four great families of Kyoto. For reasons unknown, the designated heir of the Lin family had abruptly severed ties with his lineage over 20 years ago, embarking on a journey with his newlywed wife, leaving no trace behind. Of course, it is possible that they maintained some internal connections, but kept them undisclosed to the outside world. Jiang Youli had only recently learned that the newly emerged head of the Lin family in Lini is, in fact, the heir of the Kyoto Lin family. Moreover, his wife is none other than the former second miss of the Li family. Thus, the esteemed status of the three Lin brothers and Lin Qingye is quite evident, albeit they themselves remain oblivious to it. If one could establish a rapport with them before they uncover the truth, it would indeed be advantageous. Furthermore, over 20 years ago, an accord was reached between Old Master Lin and Old Master Jiang, stipulating that should both parties have eligible direct descendants, a marriage alliance would ensue. This matrimonial arrangement fortuitously fell upon Jiang Youli and Lin Qingye. Now that Lin Qingye has been found, Jiang Youli is naturally inclined to annul the engagement. Ideally, persuading Lin Qingye to initiate this would stabilize the relationship between the Lin and Li families while minimizing any adverse effects on her reputation. Originally, her disappearance for 19 years would have rendered the engagement null and void, yet unexpectedly, she has returned. Upon concluding his statement, Gu Qian'an mischievously leaned closer to Jiang Youli. Such a lovely young lady, marrying her would grant you the support of two formidable families, your future would be limitless. Are you truly not considering it? Do you believe I require such assistance? Jiang Youli raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk. It was not that he looked down upon anyone, but he possessed ample self-assurance. He was power incarnate, needing no one to bolster his stature. Alright, I understand you are self-sufficient, but surely you must marry at some point to appease your family? I find this Miss Lin to be quite fair-skinned and delicate, an excellent choice, Gu Qian'an persisted. Delicate, that may not be the case. Jiang Youli's expression darkened as he recalled Lin Qingye's recent demeanor. Her taste is indeed questionable. That Zhou Hui was certainly not a good character. Oh dear, could it be that Brother Jiang is feeling a tinge of jealousy? No worries, with your qualifications, if you take the initiative and subtly entice Miss Lin, she will surely become infatuated with you. Ji Yunjing closed his eyes in exasperation. After a considerable pause, he could not resist saying, "It's all your fault for scaring the siblings away so quickly. We must find an opportunity to visit the Lin family." Ji Yunjing looked at him incredulously. "Did we not inform you upon arrival that the Lin family is hosting a family reunion banquet in 2 days? There is no need to make a special visit." "Oh right, I almost forgot." Gu Qian'an slapped his forehead, then stared at Jiang Youli in horror. "Goodness, Brother Jiang, how malicious of you to choose to annul the engagement on such a significant day for them." Jiang Youli took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. Gu Qian'an mistook his silence for acquiescence and continued, "They have only just welcomed back their precious princess. If you do not wish to marry, they may be reluctant to let her go. Be wary of being blacklisted by the Lin and Li families in the future." Ji Yunjing silently distanced himself. This fool had completely forgotten the terror of being subjected to Jiang Youli's wrath in the past. One must be cautious that the flames of the city gates do not engulf the innocent. Ultimately, Jiang Youli could no longer tolerate it. Due to their discreet arrival, having brought no entourage, Jiang Youli personally dealt with Gu Qian'an. "Ow, ow, ow. Brother, ancestor, I was wrong, please do not strike my face." Meanwhile, on Lin Qingye's side, he was busy selecting items with Lin Qingye. Having made a rare trip to the black market, he was determined not to let his sister leave empty-handed. Moreover, Zhou Hui seemed inexplicably unhurried to depart. Lingering by their side, Lin Qingye found him increasingly irksome, yet he could not directly dismiss him, as it appeared they needed his assistance to leave. "I like this one." Lin Qingye approached a private stall and picked up a particularly exquisite and luxurious hairpin, her face alight with delight. Lin Qingye considered it rather ordinary. "Such jewelry is abundant outside. I could easily have someone customize one for you. Why not choose something else?" "No, I want this one." Lin Qingye's tone shifted. "Moreover, I would like Zhou Sha to buy it for me." A subtle, predatory smile emerged on her lips as she envisioned the implications of the hairpin. She recognized its true significance and imagined using it before Zhou Hui, likely eliciting a fascinating reaction from him. The mere thought exhilarated her. Chapter 16 Punishment. The smile that graced her face appeared to Zhou Hui as a manifestation of burgeoning feelings and youthful infatuation. "It is my honor to serve Miss Lin," he remarked, a subtle curve gracing the corners of his mouth, before stepping up to the vendor. "We shall take this hairpin. How much do you ask?" "Since it's young Master Zhou making the purchase, I shall offer you a 30% discount, it will be 70,000, the vendor replied with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing the price, Lin Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief. The hairpin seemed rather ordinary, one could find similar items for merely 10,000 outside, yet here it was marked at several times that amount. Is this what they call the black market? Zhou Hui, however, displayed little outward reaction. Having navigated the black market for an extended period, he understood that the value of items here often belied their surface appearance. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed, confident that Lin Qingye was likely unaware of its true purpose, perhaps having merely selected it at random as an excuse for him to present it to her. He promptly completed the transaction. After all, what joy could be found in winning a smile from a beauty for a mere few tens of thousands? Lin Qingye's smile deepened as she caught a glimpse of Jiang Youli and his companions approaching from the corner of her eye. She then extended the hairpin towards Zhou Hui, deliberately stating, "Young Master Zhou, could you help me put this on?" The trio had just exited a private room when they heard her words, their steps faltering in unison as they turned to face the scene. Gu Qianan whispered, "Miss Lin truly has taken a liking to Zhou Hui. Jiang Go, what do you think? Let us go, we mustn't delay matters," Jiang Youli replied, his expression impassive, before striding away with purpose. Their visit was merely a test of Zhou Hui, not a genuine intention to engage in trade. With the situation nearing its conclusion, it was only natural for them to depart. Zhou Hui stood with his back to them, unaware of their exit. He had assumed they sought him out with a specific request in mind, so leaving them waiting seemed inconsequential. It wasn't until he returned and discovered their absence that regret washed over him. As for Lin Qingye, his entire focus was on Lin Qingye, leaving no room for consideration of anything else. As Zhou Hui was about to acquiesce to Lin Qingye's request, Lin Qingye interjected hastily, "Oh dear, sister, your dress does not quite complement this hairpin, perhaps save it for another occasion. Young Master Zhou has other guests, we cannot impose upon him." He longed to whisk his sister away immediately, feeling a twinge of jealousy as it seemed her gaze was solely fixed upon Zhou Hui. Lin Qingye, hearing this, offered an apologetic glance towards Zhou Hui. "My apologies, young Master Zhou, I did not consider that." "Not at all, allow me to escort you both out. We shall take the opportunity." After all, the fish was already on the hook, and he felt no urgency. Once outside the black market, Lin Qingye ushered Lin Qingye into the car. Although their outing had been brief, it was best to return home before their absence was noticed. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk. As they drove, Lin Qingye scrutinized the detailed information about Zhou Hui sent by her subordinates on her phone, her gaze growing colder. Tentatively, she inquired, "Third brother, what do you think of your friend Zhou Hui? Is your friendship deep?" She contemplated whether her brother's strong bond with Zhou Hui might lead to sorrow if she were to eliminate him, and whether her future actions would foster resentment in her brother if he were to discover her true intentions. However, Lin Qingye, on high alert, sensed his sister's inquiry regarding another man as an indication of her interest in Zhou Hui. He resolved to extinguish such thoughts. "Zhou Hui is rather unremarkable, to be honest. He is incredibly dull, and it seems that our parents and elder brother do not hold him in high regard." In truth, Lin Qingye's words held a kernel of truth. The Lin family indeed preferred to keep a distance from any association with Zhou Hui. Yet, given Zhou Hui's frequent gestures of goodwill towards him, he had gradually come to accept him as one of his own. Moreover, the number of affluent young ladies vying for his attention could encircle the city of Lini. Anyone who fancies him is truly in for a world of trouble, caught in an endless struggle with rivals. Lin Qingye could hardly have been more explicit in his hopes that his sister would reconsider her inclinations. "Oh, I see," Lin Qingye exhaled a sigh of relief, reassured by her brother's words, feeling liberated from any concerns. Lin Qingye, uncertain whether his sister absorbed his advice, noted her lack of further inquiries and continued driving in silence. With their minds occupied by different thoughts, the journey was marked by an uncomfortable silence. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Qingye's keen eyes spotted both his father's and elder brother's cars parked in the garage. It was only 1 in the afternoon, they should still be at the office. Why had they returned home? Had his secret excursion to the black market with his sister been discovered? Panic surged through him, and he felt a cold sweat break out. He leaned toward Lin Qingye, whispering, "Sister, in the event that I am reprimanded, you must plead for my sake." "What? Why would you be reprimanded?" Lin Qingye feigned ignorance, though she was well aware. "Oh, I hope I am merely overthinking this," Lin Qingye thought, harboring a flicker of hope as he anxiously stepped into the foyer. However, before he could fully assess the situation in the living room, he was met with an ear-splitting roar from his mother that sent him reeling in fright. Lin Qingye, get down on your knees this instant. Despair washed over him, and he promptly knelt at the threshold, his head bowed, appearing utterly woeful. Chapter 16 Punishment. The smile that adorned her face, in Zhou Hui's eyes, was a manifestation of nascent emotions, as if springtime affections were stirring within her. It is my privilege to serve Miss Lin, Zhou Hui remarked, a subtle curve gracing the corners of his lips, before approaching the vendor. How much for this hairpin? Since it is young Master Zhou who wishes to purchase it, I shall offer you a discount of 30%. 70,000 will suffice, the vendor replied with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing the price, Lin Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief. The hairpin appeared rather ordinary, typically fetching no more than 10,000 in the outside world, yet here it was marked up several-fold. Is this what they call the black market? Zhou Hui, however, remained unfazed. Having navigated the black market for quite some time, he understood that items here were rarely as simple as they seemed. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was certain that Lin Qingye was oblivious to its true purpose, perhaps merely selecting it at random as an excuse for him to present it to her. He promptly paid the sum. After all, what joy could surpass buying a smile from a beautiful lady? Lin Qingye's smile deepened as she caught a glimpse of Jiang Youli and his companions approaching. She then held the hairpin before Zhou Hui, deliberately stating, "Young Master Zhou, could you help me put this on?" The trio, just having exited the private room, paused upon hearing her words, instinctively glancing in that direction. Gu Qianan whispered, "Miss Lin truly has taken a fancy to Zhou Hui. Jiang Gu, you, let us go, we must not hinder matters." Jiang Youli replied with a stoic expression, striding away with purpose. Their visit had been intended to gauge Zhou Hui, not to engage in genuine transactions. Having assessed the situation, it was time for them to depart. Zhou Hui, with his back to them, was unaware of their exit. He had assumed that since they had sought him out, they must have a request, so it would be harmless to let them linger for a moment. It was only upon returning to find them vanished that he felt a pang of regret. As for Lin Qingye, his entire focus was on Lin Qingye, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding events. Just as Zhou Hui was about to acquiesce to Lin Qingye's request, Lin Qingye hurriedly interjected, "Dear sister, your dress does not quite match this hairpin today. Perhaps you should wear it another time." Young Master Zhou has other guests, we should not delay him. He longed to whisk his sister away immediately. It seemed she had eyes only for Zhou Hui, and he felt a twinge of jealousy. Hearing his words, Lin Qingye turned to Zhou Hui with a hint of apology, saying, "I'm sorry, young Master Zhou, I hadn't considered that." "Not at all, allow me to escort you both out." "In the future, I hope to take Miss Lin on a proper outing," Zhou Hui replied, an unusual light flickering in his eyes. After all, the bait had been set, he was in no rush. Once they exited the black market, Lin Qingye ushered Lin Qingye into the car. Although their day had not been particularly eventful, it was prudent to return home before they were discovered. On the way, Lin Qingye perused the detailed information about Zhou Hui sent by her subordinates on her phone, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Tentatively, she inquired, "Third brother, what do you think of your brother Zhou Hui? Is your friendship deep?" She pondered whether, should her brother hold Zhou Hui in high regard and she chose to eliminate him, it might cause her brother distress. Would he harbor resentment if he were to learn of her actions in the future? Conversely, Lin Qingye's guard was raised. His sister's inquiry about another man indicated a potential interest in Zhou Hui. He felt compelled to extinguish such thoughts. Zhou Hui, he is rather unremarkable, quite dull, in fact. Furthermore, our parents and elder brother seem to harbor little affection for him. In truth, Lin Qingye's words were not entirely false. The Lin family did indeed disapprove of his interactions with Zhou Hui. However, as Zhou Hui had consistently shown him favor and support, he had gradually come to consider him an ally. Moreover, the number of noble ladies vying for his affection could encircle the city of Lini. Anyone who fancies him truly finds themselves in a predicament, embroiled in endless rivalries. Lin Qingye nearly voiced his thoughts outright, hoping his sister would reconsider her inclinations. "Oh, I see." Lin Qingye exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing her brother's sentiment, feeling reassured and unburdened by any concerns. Lin Qingye remained uncertain whether she truly absorbed his words. Seeing her cease her inquiries, he silently continued driving, their minds occupied with their own thoughts. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Lin Qingye's keen eye spotted both his father's and elder brother's cars in the garage. It was only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Logically, they should still be at the company. How could they have returned home? Had his secret excursion to the black market with his sister been discovered? Panic surged through him, and sweat broke out across his brow. But he leaned toward Lin Qingye. "Sister, in the event that if I am reprimanded, you must intercede on my behalf." "What? Why would you be reprimanded?" Lin Qingye feigned ignorance, though she understood perfectly. Ah, I hope I am merely overthinking, Lin Qingye thought, harboring a flicker of hope as he anxiously entered the hall. However, before he could fully grasp the situation in the living room, he was met with his mother's thunderous voice, which shattered his composure. Lin Qingye, kneel before me. Heart sinking like lead, Lin Qingye promptly dropped. Chapter 16 Punishment. The smile that graced her face, to Zhou Hui, appeared to be a manifestation of blossoming emotions, akin to the first stirrings of spring. It is my honor to serve Miss Lin, Zhou Hui said, a subtle curve appearing at the corners of his lips as he approached the vendor. We shall take this hairpin. How much does it cost? Since it's young Master Zhou making the purchase, I shall offer you a discount of 30%, 70,000 will suffice, the vendor replied cheerfully. Upon hearing the price, Lin Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed rather ordinary and should have topped out at nearly 10,000 outside, yet here it had multiplied several times. Is this what they call the black market? Zhou Hui, however, remained unfazed. Having navigated the black market for some time, he understood that the items here were seldom as straightforward as they appeared. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was confident that Lin Qingye was unaware of its true purpose. Perhaps she had merely chosen it at random, seeking an excuse for him to gift it to her. He promptly paid the sum, reasoning that a few tens of thousands for a smile from a beauty was a worthy investment. Lin Qingye's smile deepened as she caught sight of Jiang Youli and his companions approaching. She then presented the hairpin to Zhou Hui and deliberately asked, Young Master Zhou, could you help me put this on? The trio, just emerging from their private room, halted in their tracks upon hearing her words, instinctively turning their gazes in that direction. Gu Qianan whispered, Miss Lin seems quite taken with Zhou Hui. Zhang Go, what do you think? Let us go, we shouldn't delay matters, Jiang Youli replied, his expression impassive, before striding away decisively. Their visit had been intended to gauge Zhou Hui, not to engage in genuine transactions. Having gathered sufficient insight, it was only natural for them to depart. Zhou Hui, with his back turned to them, was oblivious to their exit. He had assumed they approached him with a purpose, and thus, he felt no urgency to respond immediately. It was only upon returning to find them gone that regret washed over him. As for Lin Qingye, his focus was entirely on Lin Qingye, rendering him oblivious to the unfolding dynamics. Just as Zhou Hui was about to acquiesce to Lin Qingye's request, Lin Qingye hastily interjected, Oh, sister, your dress does not quite match this hairpin. Let us save it for another occasion. Young Master Zhou has other guests, we shouldn't impose on him. He was eager to whisk his sister away at once. It seemed as if she had eyes only for Zhou Hui, and he felt a pang of jealousy. Lin Qingye, sensing his concern, turned to Zhou Hui with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, young Master Zhou, I didn't consider that. It's quite all right, allow me to escort you both out. We can explore together another time, Miss Lin, Zhou Hui replied, a glimmer of something inscrutable dancing in his eyes. After all, the fish was already hooked, he was in no rush. Once outside the black market, Lin Qingye ushered Lin Qingye into the car. Although their outing had been brief, it was prudent to return home before they were discovered. The longer they lingered, the greater the risk. As they drove, Lin Qingye perused the detailed information about Zhou Hui sent by her subordinates on her phone, her expression growing increasingly frosty. She tentatively inquired, Third brother, what do you think of your friend Zhou Hui? How deep is your bond? She pondered whether her brother held a close friendship with Zhou Hui, and if she were to eliminate him, would her brother feel saddened? What if her future actions were to come to light? Would it create a rift between them? Lin Qingye, however, was filled with trepidation. The fact that his sister was inquiring about another man was a clear indication of her interest in Zhou Hui. He felt compelled to extinguish that notion. Zhou Hui, he is rather unremarkable, to be honest. He is quite dull, and our parents and elder brother don't seem particularly fond of him. In truth, Lin Qingye's words held some merit. The Lin family was indeed wary of his interactions with Zhou Hui, yet, Zhou Hui had been supportive and helpful over time, gradually earning a place as an ally in Lin Qingye's eyes. Moreover, the affluent young ladies vying for his affection could circle around Lini City. Anyone who takes a liking to him is truly in for a challenge, constantly contending with rivals, Lin Qingye almost explicitly stated, hoping his sister would reconsider her inclination. Lin Qingye, uncertain whether she absorbed his advice, noticed her lack of further inquiries and continued to drive in silence. Their thoughts diverged, and the atmosphere remained thick with unspoken words. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Lin Qingye's keen eyes caught sight of both his father's and elder brother's cars in the garage. It was only 1 in the afternoon, logically, they should still be at the company. Why had they returned home? Had his clandestine trip to the black market with his sister been discovered? Panic set in, and he felt a cold sweat break out. He leaned toward Lin Qingye and whispered, "Sister, in the event that I am reprimanded, why would you be punished?" Lin Qingye feigned ignorance, though she understood. "Ah, I hope I'm merely overthinking," Lin Qingye said, harboring a flicker of hope as he anxiously stepped into the foyer. However, before he could fully assess the situation in the living room, his mother's thunderous voice shattered his composure. "Lin Qingye, get down on your knees this instant." Lin Qingye's heart sank into despair. Without hesitation, he knelt at the door, his head drooping, appearing utterly pitiful. Chapter 17 Acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Even Lin Qingye, who trailed behind, was taken aback. Goodness, mother is rather fierce today. Should she kneel alongside her, kneeling before her own mother? It wouldn't be shameful at all. Consequently, she lowered her head and walked over to Lin Qingye, prepared to share in his punishment. The moment Li Wantang spotted her, her expression shifted instantly, and she hurriedly approached her side, her brows knitted with concern and affection. "Nini, let mama see, are you hurt?" Could it be that her soul had been swapped? She had never spoken to him with such tenderness before. So it is just him who was adopted. Then however, since the subject was his precious sister, he felt no jealousy whatsoever. "Mama, I'm perfectly fine. I am in good spirits, thanks to third brother who has been protecting me all along." "Going to such a place must have frightened you, hasn't it? I'm sorry you had to endure that." Li Wantang's heart melted upon hearing those words. How could her obedient daughter be so understanding? Lin Qingye, however, pouted innocently. She hadn't been scared at all. And then she glanced at the rebellious child kneeling on the floor, and the anger that had just simmered down flared up once more. "Look at your sister, and then look at yourself. You possess no skills whatsoever and still dare to take her to such a place. What if something had truly gone awry? What would they do then?" Lin Yuan and Lin Qichwan stood at the back, their faces dark as thunder, resembling two vengeful deities, scarcely able to refrain from administering punishment. They had only just returned home, having received news that they had almost encountered trouble in the black market. Initially intending to rush over, they decided to wait at home upon hearing that the children were already on their way back. Thankfully, nothing had gone awry. "Dad, Mom, big brother, I was wrong. I won't dare do it again." Lin Qingye sincerely admitted his fault, for this incident had indeed imparted a significant lesson. He was still too naive. It was one thing for him to be foolish, but he had nearly caused his sister to suffer. "Next time, you still wish for a next time. I told you not to associate with that young Master Zhou, yet you wouldn't listen. If this happens again, I'll skin you alive." Li Wantang ultimately felt pity for her son. Seeing his sincere attitude, she couldn't bring herself to truly strike him. "You will kneel here today and reflect on what is permissible and what is not." "Mama, third brother had good intentions. He got injured while trying to protect me. We need to call a doctor to check on him." Although the injury wasn't severe, moreover, it seemed their parents were exceedingly averse to their dealings with the underworld, so she should probably keep her true self hidden for now. Upon hearing this, Li Wantang's anger subsided considerably. "Then get up quickly, have a private doctor come over at once." "It's fine, Mama. I only took a hit, I'm not that fragile. I feel completely fine now." Lin Qingye sprang up from the ground as if liberated, declaring, "I swear, I will absolutely never take my sister on any more adventures." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye, hidden from their view, couldn't help but smile slightly. This feeling of being cared for and protected by family was an experience she had never had before. "It's all right, third brother, you can go a little crazy. Even if you stir up a massive mess, I'll stand by you. What I have in abundance is power." Lin Yuan spoke in a low voice. "You little rascal, do you realize the magnitude of the losses we incurred by abandoning our company affairs to rush back for you? Let us deduct it from your allowance." Lin Qichwan sneered, agreed. "It's high time you experienced the trials of poverty." Lin Qingye lamented, How long will this deduction last? He wouldn't even have money left to please his sister. The only hairpin he bought for her today was, in fact, paid for by Zhou Hui. It was a painful realization. "Let us see how you behave." Suddenly, Lin Qingye recalled something, as if adrenaline surged through him. "Report." "Dad, big brother, I have something important to convey." Lin Yuan's veins throbbed. "Spit it out quickly. I've memorized the vile faces of all those who bullied me and my sister. Let us go to the study, I'll list them for you." Most were from prominent families. The Zhou and Lin families could hardly contend with them, but dealing with these individuals would be a piece of cake. Lin Yuan and Lin Qichwan's expressions stiffened. "Fine, you still have some utility. In a few days, we'll blacklist all those people. Not a single one shall set foot in our Lin family's door. Wouldn't it be better to deal with them all at once? It also serves as a warning to others that our precious ones are not to be trifled with." At that moment, her aura surged, commanding and assertive, her tone brooking no dissent, causing everyone present to feel a jolt of trepidation. Although the Lin family was low-key, they were by no means easy targets. Moreover, they had already planned to merge with the main family. It was high time to create momentum for their daughter's true recognition of her ancestry. Agreed. The three men unanimously concurred with Li Wantong's assertion. After all, in this household, her word held the greatest weight. Li Wantong suddenly recalled that her earlier demeanor might have seemed rather malevolent. What if she had frightened her daughter? Thus, she quickly shifted to a gentle and dignified expression, turning her head to speak softly to Lin Qingye. Nini, do not be afraid. Mama is not usually like this. I really like this kind of mama. Lin Qingye spoke her truth. It seemed the Lin family members all possessed a modicum of theatrical talent, transitioning seamlessly without a hint of dissonance. Chapter 18: A shortage of hands. Nini, is it true? Li Wantong found herself with tears brimming in her eyes. What could bring her greater joy than her daughter's heartfelt confession? Moreover, they had long felt indebted to her since childhood. Yes, you are my family, bound by blood, and I cherish you all, regardless of how you are, Lin Qingye spoke with genuine sincerity. Yet, this statement was somewhat disingenuous. If the Lin family's principles and conduct were mediocre, she would not be inclined to enact a grand display of deep affection. It was they who had touched her heart first. Li Wantong stepped closer, taking her hand. Nini, you must be tired from playing today. How about I take you for a stroll in the back garden to unwind? Let your father and brothers handle the other matters. She simply wished to spend time with her daughter. In light of recent events, it would be prudent to keep her daughter from venturing out for the time being and to reveal her true identity swiftly, in order to avert any unforeseen troubles. Okay. The atmosphere in the afternoon garden was particularly warm and inviting. As the mother and daughter walked along the pebble path, they experienced an unprecedented sense of tranquility and comfort, washing away all weariness. Nini, school will be starting soon. Please tell me, do you truly wish to attend? Li Wantong harbored concerns that Lin Qingye might resist. If her daughter was adamant about staying home to accompany her, that would be just as well. Yes. The young girl stood obediently, nodding gently. In the fleeting glances of her eyes, warmth and vivacity blossomed, soothing Li Wantong's heart. Would you like me to arrange for a couple of tutors to help you prepare? I worry that the sudden transition might leave you struggling to keep up. Although Li Wantong and Lin Yuan had dispatched individuals to investigate her past, they discovered that all records were suspiciously pristine. It was evident that she had never attended a formal school. There were some ambiguities, but they were not in a hurry. They could take their time to understand their daughter's history, waiting for her to share when she was ready. I won't need that. My brothers are all so clever. As your daughter, I shall not be lacking either. How many places do you want me to rank in, mother, or which award do you desire? I will bring it home for you. What? Li Wantong was momentarily taken aback. What had prompted her daughter to suddenly speak with such assertiveness? Realizing that she might have been overly confident, Lin Qingye quickly amended her statement, reverting to the words of a well-behaved child. I will study diligently and, like my brothers, become a source of pride for you and father. Upon saying this, Lin Qingye felt a flush of embarrassment. Li Wantong chuckled at her daughter's demeanor. It matters not, no matter how Nini turns out, we will always love you. Even if her daughter caused trouble at school, it was of little concern, as she was more than willing to clean up the mess. All right. One could only hope that the Lin family would genuinely embrace her for who she was. Before long, the day had slipped away. Lin Qingye found herself alone in her room, still adjusting to the solitude. After all, she was accustomed to operating under cover of darkness for her missions. Her days and nights turned upside down. Now that she had downtime, an unexpected emptiness settled within her. Unable to resist, Lin Qingye opened the exclusive communication app for her organization, and the messages she had blocked just days prior flooded her phone, bombarding her with notifications. Initially, there hadn't been so many, but after she had reached out to the branch earlier that day, the higher-ups had taken the opportunity to contact her. The leader had finally made a rare visit to Lini City, coinciding with a surge in challenging and lucrative tasks. They were determined to persuade her to take on more responsibilities, as under her leadership, there had never been a failure. As she perused the myriad of messages, Lin Qingye felt her brow furrowed with concern. The tasks they reported were neither trivial nor monumental, however, their completion promised not only handsome rewards but also substantial benefits beyond mere monetary gain, expanding their influence in Lini City. Oh well, she thought, she was merely playing the role of a dutiful daughter at home, and there was ample time to spare. As long as she remained discreet and avoided leaving any incriminating evidence, she would be fine. After reviewing all the assignments currently taken on by the branch, she had formulated a plan. The most pressing matter was her identity revelation banquet, where clandestine schemes were already afoot. especially concerning one named Zhou Hui, who could not be allowed to remain. The others could be postponed for the time being. To ensure her family's safety, Lin Qingye ordered around a dozen assassins from her organization to conceal themselves near the Lin residence. Following this directive, the response from the branch was swift and chaotic. Leader, please reconsider. Our organization has limited presence in Country Z, and Lini City's branch is particularly understaffed, with numerous tasks at hand. Otherwise, we would not have dared to trouble you. However, if you withdraw a dozen of our personnel at once, it will severely hinder our internal operations and task completion rates. A series of lamentations followed. Lin Qingye felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, vaguely recalling that the branch supervisor in Lini was a dramatic chatterbox, and now she had witnessed it firsthand. Enough of the whining. I will personally lead you in completing tasks within 3 days at the latest. The response was instantaneous. Understood. Might I inquire if the leader requires additional personnel? It would be their honor to serve you. No need. All right then, I shall take my leave now. Good night, leader. Lin Qingye, hadn't they just lamented about the lack of personnel? Chapter 19. In the meeting on the following day, Lin Yuan and Lin Yichuan proceeded to their workplaces as usual, while Li Wanang busied herself with preparations for the banquet scheduled for the next evening. Only Lin Shangyun found himself unable to remain idle. Others would have their father and elder brother to handle matters, yet when it came to Zhou Hui, it seemed he would have to confront this himself. He had yet to voice the questions that had lingered on his mind. After all, he had often sought Zhou Hui's company in the past. Visiting him today would hardly raise suspicions, would it? As for his sister, she must not be allowed to encounter Zhou Hui again. He would first gauge the situation. Thus, Lin Shangyun resolved to sneak out. Just as he stepped across the threshold of his room, he was called out by Lin Qingye, who was perched over the third-floor railing. Third brother, where are you headed? She propped her chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly in feigned curiosity, her innocent gaze radiating purity as if she had serendipitously stumbled upon him preparing to depart. Lin Shangyun felt a jolt of anxiety within, stiffly turning back with a forced grin. Ah, I'm just off to meet a friend. I'll be back shortly. Could it be that he had been caught? Such misfortune was truly unparalleled. I'd like to join you. Could you take me along? Lin Qingye's voice softened deliberately, imbued with a gentle lilt and tinged with a hint of playful pleading, rendering it impossible to refuse. But bringing her along to meet Zhou Hui could spell disaster, wouldn't it? Moreover, he was not particularly keen on her mingling with Zhou Hui, even though he was a good friend. After all, his sister's safety took precedence. Before he could utter his refusal, Lin Qingye pressed on, but it's so dull staying at home alone. Third brother, would you really leave me behind? Lin Shangyun felt a pang of guilt. Indeed, how could he abandon his sister in solitude? Besides, this outing was merely to see his good friend, which was different from visiting the black market. He trusted Zhou Hui's character. Surely nothing untoward would occur? I promise to be on my best behavior and not cause you any trouble. Please take me with you. Lin Qingye had already deduced that Lin Shangyun intended to see Zhou Hui. How could she possibly let him go alone? Knowing his temperament, he would likely remain cheerful even if Zhou Hui were to betray him. Very well, Lin Shangyun acquiesced at last, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt should he deny his sister. Since she wished to accompany him, he would ensure her safety. Then, third brother, wait for me a moment, I'll be right back. Upon receiving his consent, Lin Qingye swiftly retreated to her room. In a fleeting moment, hidden from Lin Shangyun's sight, she reverted to her usual cold demeanor, reproaching her vanity. Lin Qingye grasped the hairpin that Zhou Hui had gifted her, her crimson lips curving into an alluring smile, radiating beauty. Yet, beneath her exterior lay a chilling intensity, a tempest of resentment roiling within her, alongside the murderous intent she endeavored to suppress. After casually affixing the hairpin in her hair, Lin Shangyun, having learned from past experiences, decided to exercise caution. Before heading out, he summoned a few bodyguards employed by the Lin family to discreetly follow him. He then waited downstairs for Lin Qingye. When he caught sight of Lin Qingye descending the stairs with remarkable swiftness, he was taken aback, having anticipated that she would take her time to prepare herself. Third brother, I'm ready. Let us go. Only when she arrived before him did he notice the hair ornament adorning her head, causing his vision to darken momentarily. Sister, do you know who I'm going to meet? He had previously thought that since his sister was unaware, he might simply introduce her to other friends. Is it really that hard to guess? Lin Qingye countered. Lin Shangyun faltered. Was his sister truly so astute? Nevertheless, he relented once more. At this juncture, he could hardly refuse, so he led her along. As they traveled, he endeavored to dissuade Lin Qingye, saying, Sister, let me tell you, the Zhou Hui fellow is merely a pretty face, but in reality, he is riddled with flaws. He recited every disparaging remark he could muster, Yet all he received in return was her nonchalant, "Oh, okay, I understand." Lin Qingye let out a fatherly sigh, feeling wearied. If his sister truly harbored affections for Zhou Hui, he could only hope that the lad would not take advantage of her. Lin Qingye had arranged to meet Zhou Hui at a high-end restaurant in the city center, initially intending to share a meal and exchange a few words before parting ways. However, it appeared that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. The two soon arrived at their destination. Presenting his membership card, they were courteously ushered inside, guided by a waiter. "Zhou Hui is already waiting for us," Lin Qingye gently informed Lin Qingye, glancing to gauge her reaction. However, she revealed little, responding in her usual calm manner, "Is that so? Then let us hurry inside." Yet, as they approached the elevator, they unexpectedly encountered the trio they had seen at the black market the previous day. Jiang Youli, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yunjin, their eyes widened in surprise upon recognizing them, and for a fleeting moment, the air grew tense. It was Gu Qianan who regained composure first, waving cheerfully. "Third young Master Lin, Miss Lin, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here." "Indeed, what a coincidence. Are you here for a meal as well?" Lin Qingye responded politely to Gu Qianan's warmth. Chapter 20. A dining, I suppose so, Gu Qianan replied, his gaze somewhat evasive, for they were not merely dining together. "Oh, is that so?" Faced with a stranger, particularly one of esteemed stature, Lin Qingye found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qianan, mustering his courage, spoke up, "Master Lin, Miss Lin, would you care to join us? Young Master Jiang is treating." His eyes were fixed on Lin Qingye, pondering how such a beauty could be overlooked by Jiang Ge, leaving him to play matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye cast a surprised glance at Jiang Youli. Lin Qingye, too, abruptly met Jiang Youli's gaze, only to recoil as if struck by an electric shock. Observing their reaction, Gu Qianan could not help but exchange glances with Jiang Youli. "Gu Qianan, why are you scaring the young lady, brother? She is your fiancée." "Jiang Youli, her timidity is her own affair. It has nothing to do with me. Leave." Gu Qianan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Moments later, Lin Qingye politely declined, "Thank you for your kind offer, but we already have prior engagements." "What? With whom?" Gu Qianan's alertness peaked at this revelation, an ominous feeling stirring within him. Despite knowing it was impolite, he instinctively asked. "With Zhou Hui," Lin Qingye replied candidly, as they were acquainted. Ji Qianan was utterly astonished. Even Ji Yunjin could not help but steal a few glances at the pair. Jiang Youli remained as stoic as a statue, unfazed. "Is there a problem?" Lin Qingye wondered if Zhou Hui had arranged a meeting with them as well. No. The elevator has arrived. You should go ahead. We are in no hurry." "Alright, thank you." Lin Qingye, unpretentious, led Lin Qingye into the elevator. Once the siblings departed, Gu Qianan resumed his animated chatter. "Brother Jiang, could you at least show some reaction? Your fiancée is about to run off with someone else." Jiang Youli shot him a cold glare. "Have you forgotten why I am here?" "Fine, you are here to call off the engagement, but still, I can't shake the feeling that you are a bit green around the gills." Before he could finish, Jiang Youli delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. "If you don't want to have this meal, then leave." "I was wrong," Gu Qianan quickly conceded. Ji Yunjin remained silent, chuckling softly throughout. Meanwhile, on Lin Qingye's side, he and Lin Qingye had located the designated VIP room. Zhou Hui opened the door personally, his surprise evident upon seeing Lin Qingye, and he half-jokingly reproached, "Qingye, why didn't you inform me that Miss Lin would be joining us?" Had he known, he could have prepared accordingly. Before Lin Qingye could respond, Lin Qingye interjected, "It was my insistence to come, third brother was unaware." Coincidentally, Jiang Youli and his companions had booked a room on the same floor, and as they exited the elevator, they overheard her eager remark. Gu Qianan shook his head in astonishment. TSK, see, this is the difference in treatment, she wouldn't utter a word in our presence. Since you are so concerned about her, should I grant you a moment to express your feelings?" Gu Qianan bristled. "What are you, malicious? You know my sentiments all too well. Besides, even if I had intentions, the young lady wouldn't look my way." She wouldn't even spare a glance at Jiang Youli. "Then why not hurry along? Are you planning to set up a chair here to watch the show?" Jiang Youli turned away, presenting him with an unfeeling back. Alright, wait for me." On the other side, Zhou Hui, witnessing Lin Qingye's flustered attempt to explain, couldn't help but smile gently. "I hope Miss Lin won't find my hospitality lacking." "Not at all," Lin Qingye replied shyly, lowering her head. Upon noticing the hairpin adorning her hair, Zhou Hui's smile deepened. Please, come in. Zhou Hui ushered them into the private room. I have arranged the meal in advance. I hope there is something to your liking. If not, we can order anew. Oh, it's fine, I am not picky, Lin Qingye remarked seriously as she surveyed the lavish spread before her. Are these dishes favorites of young Master Zhou and third brother? Ha, indeed, my tastes align closely with your brother's, Zhou Hui noted, observing her attentiveness to the menu with growing pride. Surely, she was making an effort to please him. Though there had been numerous affluent young ladies who had shown him favor before, they either lacked status or were unappealing in demeanor. A gem like Lin Qingye was truly a rarity. Alas, having grown up in impoverished foreign quarters, he would need to deliberate further. Lin Qingye stared at the ceiling in exasperation, wondering why the two were so engrossed in their conversation in his presence. Did he resemble mere background scenery? No, he could not let this slide. Chapter 20. A dining, I suppose so, Gu Qianan replied, his gaze momentarily evasive, for they were not merely out for a meal. Oh, I see. After a brief hesitation, Gu Qianan, with a boldness that belied his discomfort, ventured, Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, would you care to join us? Young Master Jiang is treating. His eyes were fixed on Lin Qingye, pondering how such a stunning beauty could have escaped Jiang Ji's notice, leaving him to play the matchmaker. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye cast a surprised glance at Jiang Youli. Lin Qingye also abruptly lifted her head to meet Jiang Youli's gaze, only to flinch back as if struck by an electric current. Noticing their reaction, Gu Qianan couldn't help but turn to Jiang Youli, exchanging a look of silent communication. Gu Qianan, seriously, brother, why frighten the young lady? She's your fiancée, after all. Jiang Youli, if she is timid, that is not my concern. Leave me be. Gu Qianan sighed in exasperation. Soon after, Lin Qingye politely declined, saying, thank you for your kindness, but we already have prior engagements. Ah, prior engagements? With whom? Gu Qianan's alarm was palpable, an uneasy premonition stirring within him, though he recognized the rudeness of his inquiry. With Zhou Hui, Lin Qingye replied candidly, as they were already acquainted. Gu Qianan was utterly astonished. Even Ji Yunjin couldn't help but cast a few extra glances their way. Only Jiang Youli remained unmoved, like a statue. Is there a problem? Lin Qingye wondered if Zhou Hui had arranged to meet them as well. No. Oh, look, the elevator has arrived. You two go ahead, we aren't in a hurry. Alright, thank you. Lin Qingye, unpretentious, led Lin Qingye into the elevator. Once the siblings had departed, Gu Qianan erupted with excitement. Jiang Gu, could you at least show some reaction? Your fiancée is about to run off with someone else. Jiang Youli shot him a cold glare. Have you forgotten why I am here? Fine, you are here to call off the engagement, but still, I can't help but feel there's a tinge of green over your head. Before he could finish, Jiang Youli deftly smacked him on the head. If you don't wish to dine, then leave at once. I was wrong. Gu Qianan quickly conceded. Ji Yunjin remained quietly amused throughout. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye. They had located the designated VIP room. Zhou Hui opened the door personally, his surprise evident upon seeing Lin Qingye, and he half-jokingly reproached, Qingye, why didn't you inform me that Miss Lin would be joining us? Otherwise, he could have made some preparation. Before Lin Qingye could respond, Lin Qingye interjected, it was my insistence to come. San Gu had no prior knowledge. By a curious coincidence, the room reserved by Jiang Youli and his companions was also on this floor. Just as they exited the elevator, they overheard her eager remark. Ji Qianan shook his head in disbelief. Tsk, see, this is preferential treatment. She wouldn't utter a word in our presence. Since you are so attentive to her, should I grant you some time to express your feelings? Gu Qianan flared up. What a malicious suggestion. You know perfectly well what my feelings are. Besides, even if I had intentions, that young lady wouldn't glance my way. She wouldn't even look at Jiang Youli. Then why not hurry along? Are you planning to set up camp here to watch the drama unfold? Jiang Youli turned on his heel, leaving Gu Qianan with a dismissive back. Alright, wait for me. On the other side, Zhou Hui observed Lin Qingye's flustered attempts to explain, a gentle smile gracing his lips. I hope Miss Lin does not find my hospitality lacking. Not at all, Lin Qingye replied shyly, lowering her gaze. Zhou Hui's smile deepened as he noticed the hairpin adorning her head. Please, come in. He ushered the pair into the private room, where they took their seats. I have taken the liberty of preparing the meal in advance. I hope there is something to your liking. If not, we can order anew. That's fine, I am not picky, Lin Qingye responded earnestly, surveying the array of exquisite dishes before her. Are these all favorites of Zhou Xiao and San Gu? "Ha, indeed, my tastes align closely with your brother's," Zhou Hui noted, observing her attentiveness to the dishes with a growing sense of pride and superiority. Surely, she was making an effort to endear herself to him, he mused. While many noble women had previously shown interest in him, they either lacked sufficient pedigree or were unappealing in temperament. A gem like Lin Qingye was truly a rarity. Unfortunately, having grown up in impoverished conditions abroad, he needed to deliberate further. Lin Qingye stared at the ceiling in exasperation, wondering how these two could converse so freely in his presence. Did he resemble mere background decoration? No, he couldn't swallow his indignation. Chapter 21. Then I shall await your arrival. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Qingye momentarily forgot his original intention of seeking Zhou Hui, his mind consumed solely with thoughts of jealous rivalry. "Sister, do try this. It is my favorite." "Thank you, third brother." Zhou Hui, however, did not rush to curry favor. Instead, he inquired, either intentionally or inadvertently, "Changyun, is there a specific reason you called me out today?" Surely he couldn't be attempting to orchestrate a match between me and Lin Qing, could he? Judging by his demeanor, that seemed highly unlikely. It must be that he harbors suspicions about me. Before Lin Qingye could respond, Zhou Hui continued, "By the way, how was your experience at the black market yesterday? Did you manage to enter without any issues?" At this, Lin Qing's expression tightened. Is Zhou Hui about to pry deeper into third brother's affairs? "The entry went smoothly enough, but I did encounter some contemptible individuals on the lower level." "What a nuisance," Lin Qingye replied without much thought. "Did you use the entry ticket I provided you?" Zhou Hui's brow furrowed in concern. He was genuinely surprised that Lin Qingye managed to gain access. Logically, that shouldn't have been the case. "Indeed, ever since you gifted it to me, I have hardly parted with it." Lin Qingye was puzzled as to why Zhou Hui would ask such a question. "Oh, that's not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that the black market operates in such a manner behind the scenes. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Had he told me earlier, I certainly would not have brought my sister along. My intention was to gradually introduce you to it. I feared you might be overwhelmed if exposed all at once." Zhou Hui smiled outwardly, yet internally he was filled with disdain. Every scion of a prominent family possesses some knowledge of the black market, yet here was Lin Qingye, blissfully ignorant. Who else could he possibly deceive? Moreover, did nothing untoward happen when you accompanied me last time? I had previously instructed you to notify me upon your arrival, yet you sneaked in and then had the audacity to complain. Lin Qingye, aware that he was in the wrong, conceded, all right, I admit my fault. May I at least pour myself a drink as penance?" After downing a cup of wine, Lin Qingye suddenly sensed that something was amiss. This wasn't how he envisioned things unfolding, was it? What had he intended to inquire about? Never mind. For now, his sister was of utmost importance. He needed to hasten their departure for dinner. Yet, where could they possibly go for entertainment? Lin Qing regarded him with a quiet side eye. In truth, she had yet to make a decision. Should she silently eliminate Zhou Hui, or subtly incite events to reveal his true character to third brother? If the former were to occur, she feared Lin Qingye's loyalty might compel him to seek vengeance for his dear friend, ultimately allowing Zhou Hui to secure a white moonlight impression in his heart. Ugh, what nonsense, that was a misnomer. If she chose the latter option, it would be unwise for her to act overtly, lest they uncover traces of her involvement. But if their parents and elder brother were to discover that Zhou Hui had been manipulating Lin Qingye against the Lin family, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Zhou Hui had allies behind him. Should the Lin family provoke him, it might attract new forces, but in any case, it was all rather vexing. She possessed strength that must remain concealed, which was incredibly stifling. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui remained silent, lost in his own calculations. He suspected that he had yet to be exposed. Considering Lin Qingye was only somewhat astute academically, his emotional intelligence lacking, to say the least. He understood that the gatekeeper at the black market would not mistake an entry ticket, thereby allowing Lin Qingye to slip through unnoticed. So where had the issue arisen? Could it be that the Lin family had discovered the ticket was counterfeit and, unbeknownst to Lin Qingye, replaced it with a legitimate one? Might they have also traced the matter back to him? Moreover, the Lin family had always seemed disinclined toward him. It appeared he ought to prepare himself for potential fallout. As for Lin Qing, Zhou Hui did not connect her to the matter at all. Of the three sat at the table, each lost in their own thoughts, yet they managed to finish the meal in relative tranquility. Before parting ways, Lin Qing turned to Zhou Hui and asked, "Young Master Zhou, will you attend my recognition banquet the night after tomorrow?" Her eyes sparkled with clarity and hope, akin to a starry sky. "Certainly," Zhou Hui replied with a slight nod. "Then I shall await your arrival," Lin Qing concluded with a cryptic remark before gracefully turning to leave. Zhou Hui smiled faintly, his gaze glimmering with an unusual intensity. Lin Qingye hastened to catch up with his sister. "Sister, What did you mean by that statement just now? What does she intend to do regarding Zhou Hui? Surely it isn't what I think it is?
The literal meaning, of course, third brother is quite clever, he can figure it out himself, Lin Qingye evaded, though she genuinely had no ulterior motive. After all, she wouldn't be foolish enough to act against Zhou Hui in her own home. The thoughts of a girl are the most difficult to decipher. I might as well focus on my studies, Lin Qingye muttered under his breath. He quickly shifted the topic. Sister, we still have time, where would you like to go next? With Zhou Hui no longer in the way, Lin Qingye felt emboldened. However, before Lin Qing could respond, his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was his mother calling. The excitement he had just felt dissipated into despair. The fun had come to an abrupt end. He cautiously answered, "Hello, mother, what is your command? Where have you been gallivanting? And you've taken your sister along." Little did Li Wanang know just how anxious she was upon discovering Lin Qingye had taken Lin Qing out to enjoy themselves. "We merely had a meal. I'll be home shortly," he reassured her.
"You had better."
Li Wanang huffed before falling silent. Chapter 21 I shall await your arrival, Lin Qingye thought to himself, inexplicably forgetting the original purpose of his visit to Zhou Hui, his mind consumed with thoughts of jealous rivalry.
"Sister, do try this. It is my favorite," he offered.
"Thank you, third brother," Lin Qingye replied, seemingly unfazed by the pleasantries. Instead, she inquired, "Changyun, is there a particular reason you called me out today?"
Surely he does not intend to play matchmaker between me and Lin Qingye?
Judging by his demeanor, that seems unlikely. Perhaps he harbors doubts about my intentions. Before Lin Qingye could respond, Zhou Hui pressed further. "By the way, how was your experience at the black market yesterday?
Did you manage to enter without a hitch?" At this, Lin Qingye's eyes narrowed in apprehension. Is Zhou Hui attempting to extract information from third brother?
The entry was indeed smooth, though I encountered some rather contemptuous individuals on the B1 level, which was quite unfortunate, Lin Qingye replied, dismissing the matter lightly.
"Did you use the entry ticket I provided?"
Zhou Hui's brow furrowed, incredulity washing over him. How could he have infiltrated so effortlessly? It should not have been that simple. "Yes, ever since you gifted it to me, I have scarcely parted with it," Lin Qingye remarked, puzzled by the inquiry.
"Oh, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is, why did you not inform me sooner about the true nature of the black market?"
Had he known earlier, he would certainly not have brought his sister along. "I intended to gradually introduce you to it, fearing you might be overwhelmed by the experience," Zhou Hui said with a smile, though internally he harbored disdain. It is common knowledge among the offspring of noble families to possess some understanding of the black market, only he remained blissfully ignorant. Who else could be so easily deceived? "Moreover, did you not witness that nothing went amiss when you accompanied me last time? I had expressly instructed you to inform me beforehand, yet you chose to sneak in and then place the blame on me." Lin Qingye, aware of his fault, conceded, all right, I admit my mistake.
May I at least pour myself a drink as penance?"
After downing a glass, Lin Qingye suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Wait, this is not how he envisioned events unfolding. What was it he intended to ask? Never mind, for now, his sister is of utmost importance that he must hasten to take her away for dinner, but where else could they possibly go for entertainment? Lin Qingye observed his expression and sighed inwardly. In truth, she had yet to make a decision. Should she discreetly eliminate Zhou Hui, or subtly encourage third brother to see Zhou Hui's true nature? If she opted for the former, Lin Qingye's sense of loyalty might compel him to seek vengeance for his good friend, inadvertently allowing Zhou Hui to secure a lasting impression in his heart. Ugh, what nonsense about a white moonlight, that was a slip of the tongue. On the other hand, if she chose the latter, she could not act overtly, lest she leave behind any trace that could be uncovered. However, if their parents and eldest brother were to discover that Zhou Hui had been manipulating Lin Qingye against the Lin family, they would undoubtedly take action against him. Zhou Hui has connections. Should the Lin family provoke him, it could incite a new force, but in any case, it was all quite vexing. She possessed strength that must remain hidden, and it left her feeling rather stifled. Meanwhile, Zhou Hui remained silent, pondering the situation internally. He suspected that Lin Qingye had yet to reveal his true self. After all, while he possessed some intellect in academics, his emotional intelligence was sorely lacking. He was aware that the gatekeeper of the black market would not mistakenly accept a counterfeit entry ticket, allowing Lin Qingye entry. So, where had the issue arisen? Could it be that the Lin family discovered the ticket was a forgery and, unbeknownst to Lin Qingye, replaced it with a real one? Might they have also traced the matter back to him? Furthermore, the Lin family seemed to have an aversion to him. It appeared prudent to prepare for the worst. As for Lin Qingye, Zhou Hui made no connections between her and the situation at hand. The three individuals at the table harbored their own thoughts, yet they managed to enjoy a peaceful meal together. Before parting, Lin Qingye turned to Zhou Hui and asked, "Young Master Zhou, will you attend my recognition banquet the night after tomorrow?" Her gaze was clear and bright, sparkling with hope like a constellation of stars. "Certainly," Zhou Hui replied with a slight nod. "Then I shall await your arrival," Lin Qingye said cryptically before turning on her heel and departing. Zhou Hui smiled softly, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. Lin Changyun hurried to catch up with his sister.
"Sister, what did you mean by that statement? What did she intend to do upon Zhou Hui's arrival? Surely it could not be what he feared."
"Quite literally, third brother, you are clever enough to discern the meaning for yourself," Lin Qingye responded playfully. In truth, she had no ulterior motive. After all, she was not foolish enough to act against Zhou Hui in her own home. "The thoughts of a girl are the most inscrutable. I might as well devote myself to my studies instead," Lin Changyun muttered under his breath. He quickly shifted the topic. "Sister, we still have time, where would you like to go next?" Without Zhou Hui's presence, Lin Changyun felt he could finally relax, yet, before Lin Qingye could answer, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he discovered it was his mother calling. The excitement he had just felt dissipated into despair. His plans for fun were dashed. He cautiously answered, "Hello, Mother, how may I serve you?"
"Where on earth have you been gallivanting? And you've taken your sister along with you."
Little did she know how frantically Wanton had been upon learning that Lin Changyun had once again taken Lin Qingye out for entertainment. It was merely a meal. "I shall return at once," he assured her. "You had better do so," Li Wanton huffed, and thankfully, she did not press him further. Chapter 22 The reunion banquet. Under pressure, Lin Changyun could only return home dejectedly with Lin Qingye. "Sister, I apologize for not allowing you to fully enjoy our outings."
"It's quite all right. I understand that you cared deeply for my safety."
Lin Qingye could sense the anxiety exuded by the Lin family. They had gone to great lengths to retrieve her and could not bear the thought of losing her again. In truth, she yearned to convey to them that she was not so fragile. Lin Changyun felt a surge of emotion. Where could he find such an understanding sister?
"Then let us depart. Mother awaits us at home."
The night of the banquet held by the Lin family in honor of Lin Qingye arrived swiftly. The moonlight shone resplendently, bathing the stately Lin family mansion in an aura of elegance, resembling a magnificent gem nestled within the city's hustle and bustle. Upon entering the grand hall where the feast was to take place, the crystal chandeliers sparkled like stars in the night sky, illuminating the space with a celestial glow. Antique decor and exquisite paintings adorned the surroundings, showcasing the host's refined taste and sophistication. This gathering was perhaps more than a mere dinner. It represented the intricate web of intentions and schemes among various families, a competition of sorts. As the lights brightened and the music filled the air, despite the official start time yet to arrive, guests were already mingling, their glasses clinking in toasts. Yet, most were not truly reveling in the festivities. Their primary focus was on the newly esteemed Miss Lin, who had garnered significant attention upon her return. Each guest harbored their own clandestine ambitions concerning her. Undoubtedly, this banquet was the most anticipated event in Lini City of late, attended not only by the elite families and social luminaries but also by numerous star directors who were friends of Lin Xinyan. Major news media had practically besieged the Lin residence. No one wished to miss this sensational occasion. The grandeur of the event alone heralded Lin Qingye's elevated status in Lini City. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye remained in her chamber, being attended to by makeup artists and stylists. Her three elder brothers were downstairs receiving guests, while Lin Yuan and Li Wanton clandestinely conspired in a corner.
"What's the situation, dear? Did you send out invitations to those from Kyoto?"
The arrival of Jiang Youli, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yunjin startled Lin Yuan.
"Certainly not. I would never commit such a foolish act. If invitations were to be sent, they would first go to the Li and Lin families." Li Wanton appeared equally perplexed.
She had not anticipated the uninvited guests from Kyoto, indicating that their cover had been compromised and their days of tranquility were nearing an end. However, they were not yet prepared to return.
Those who were meant to come have indeed arrived.
Perhaps it is beneficial for the children to interact with individuals from Kyoto, Lin Yuan pondered, considering it might present an opportunity. Moreover, since the visitors had taken the initiative to come, it was possible they sought something in return. Best to observe first. "All right, the time is drawing near. I wonder if Nini is ready." Li Wadang felt a mixture of nervousness and excitement. She longed to draw Lin Qingye to her side and proudly announce to the world, "This is my daughter." She held Lin Qingye in high regard.
"Do not rush. Let us go and check on her."
Lin Changyun stood alongside Zhou Hui, observing his good friend, who was dressed extravagantly for the occasion, unable to suppress a hint of emotion.
"You rascal, you truly made it. I am the eldest son of the Zhou family.
It is only fitting that I represent my family here. Zhou Hui chuckled at Lin Qingye's expression, then glanced around before continuing. Quite a number of young masters from prominent families have gathered today, no doubt eager to catch a glimpse of Miss Lin. A sudden realization struck Lin Qingye. He felt a pang of regret for not having positioned himself to protect his sister from potential deceitful suitors. Why was he lingering with Zhou Hui? You stay here, I shall excuse myself for a moment.
Zhou Hui smirked. Very well.
Lin Yichuan was preoccupied with welcoming corporate presidents and business partners, even engaging in discussions of commerce. The atmosphere surrounding Lin Qingye was relatively relaxed. As one of the newly crowned best actors, his social circle consisted predominantly of A-list celebrities, wielding considerable influence. These individuals were eager to extend their compliments to Lin Qingye, recognizing that associating with the Lin family posed no detriment to their interests. However, those who prided themselves on their exclusivity, disdainful of mingling with others, or those of slightly lower status who had not received special attention from the Lin brothers, began to voice less than flattering remarks.
That Miss Lin grew up in an orphanage abroad, accustomed to a life of poverty. I wonder if she can truly handle this newfound glory.
Moreover, she hails from a rather chaotic and obscure little country, far from comparable to Z country. I've even heard she once resided in a slum. Such a person, suddenly thrust into our circle, it leaves one quite bewildered.
Isn't the Lin family merely a nouveau riche clan?
They hardly possess true nobility. Should this Miss Lin embarrass herself publicly, I doubt they would mind.
Indeed, I've encountered this Miss Lin in the black market. She is indeed beautiful. What? A girl ventured into the black market. Who would dare pursue her now? Ha! Who would not want her? Many would wish to forge a union with the Lin family. I assume your elders advised you on your way here. To be honest, if she is indeed as attractive as they say, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Chapter 23.
The reunion banquet 2. It remains to be seen whether anyone would actually fancy you, yet, here you are, being so critical.
Humph, if you truly held her in such disdain, why then are you so eager to attend the banquet? Indeed, spare us the insincerity.
Tell me, how many here are not drawn to her? Let us not forget that the Lin family is already the wealthiest in Lini, and her 3 brothers will undoubtedly provide significant support in the future. The noble ladies present exhibited a certain restraint, opting not to voice their thoughts, yet their expressions clearly conveyed their deep-seated contempt for the outcast Miss Lin. What does it matter if she has the Lin family's protection? She simply does not measure up to their social circle. Jiang Youli, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yunjin sat quietly at the edge of the room, appearing conspicuously out of place. As most attendees were unfamiliar with them, they garnered little attention. Zhou Hui, who was privy to the truth, merely observed their movements from a distance, refraining from approaching them. Occasionally, a few young ladies, attracted by their striking looks, ventured over to strike up a conversation, but upon encountering indifference, they could only depart in disappointment. Gu Qianan felt utterly bored. Lin Qing had yet to arrive, and the 3 brothers of the Lin family were preoccupied with their own affairs, neglecting to attend to them.
Brother Jiang, are we simply to sit here doing nothing? What else would you have us do?
Jiang Youli replied, his demeanor as frigid as ever.
It's just so dull.
Do you think the Lin couple is aware of this engagement? They seemed rather indifferent upon seeing us.
Being the distinguished second son of the Gu family, he found himself unceremoniously sidelined.
Ji Yunjin poured himself a cup of tea, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. Is it possible they do not recognize us at all?
That cannot be, Gu Qianan countered.
Although we have not explicitly revealed our identities, how could they remain unresponsive to our surnames? They had been left to languish in the corner, a treatment that was nothing short of outrageous.
Jiang Youli regarded the situation with clarity. They certainly know who we are, however, both of them are seasoned veterans. Do you truly believe they would allow a mere youth like you to detect any flaws? Gu Qianan bristled. Am I merely a youth? Aren't you the same?
Jiang Youli scoffed lightly, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. I am not like you. The intellectually challenged do not warrant comparison with me.
Gu Qianan, very well, fists clenched.
Ji Yunjin silently observed the gathering in the center of the banquet hall, his tone laced with mockery. Listen, this crowd has yet to meet Miss Lin, and already they are disparaging her, all while wearing a contemptuous expression. It was unbecoming of those of noble lineage to gossip behind someone's back, especially when Lin Qing did not deserve such scorn. I do wish to see their expressions once they realize that this Miss Lin, whom they have always looked down upon, is indeed a member of one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. Compared to Lini, the disparity was more than just slight. In the kingdom of Z, only the 4 great families could truly be considered the epitome of power. With that thought, Gu Qianan became animated.
Indeed, Brother Jiang, How could they speak of your fiancé in such a manner without eliciting any response from you? Truth be told, he was rather eager for Jiang Youli to acknowledge the engagement, having never seen him with a woman before. It won't be long before it changes. Jiang Youli lowered his gaze, adopting an air of disinterest. Alright, maintain your aloofness, but mark my words, once you return home, you might just find yourself in dire straits. The Jiang family was quite pleased with this match. From the moment Jiang Youli was born, they had hoped for Lin Yuan and Li Wanong to produce a daughter. Despite the Lin couple's early departure from their family, the Jiang family never considered cancelling the union. Instead, they discreetly sought news about them. Eventually, they learned of the birth of a daughter, which filled them with joy. Alas, a month later, news of the infant's disappearance emerged, leaving the matter unresolved. Jiang Youli had previously inquired of his elders why they were so insistent on this marriage, suggesting that the two prominent families could forge alliances without the need for matrimony. The Jiang family was already sufficiently powerful. Their answer was a simple fear that he might remain a bachelor for life. Additionally, Lin Yuan and Li Wanong were the most celebrated couple of their generation in Kyoto, unmatched in their brilliance. No one knew why they chose to sever ties with their family. Regardless, their offspring would undoubtedly be remarkable. Reflecting on this, Jiang Youli couldn't help but associate Lin Cheng with a certain delicate charm. She was indeed visually appealing, though she appeared somewhat dim-witted. Perhaps it was due to a lack of love and education in her upbringing, or perhaps the Lin family's genes had weakened in her. But that was not his concern. What truly occupied his mind was when he might find an opportune moment to broach the subject of cancelling the engagement with the Lin family. Today's uninvited presence had seemingly left a negative impression on the Lin couple. Should they learn of his true intentions, would they not cast him out? Although others might hesitate to act against him due to his status, the Lin couple's temperament, they certainly would not care about which family he hailed from. A troublesome predicament, indeed. Chapter 24 of the reunion feast. 3 Before long, the moment to officially commence the banquet arrived. The master of ceremonies began with a formal opening remark, followed by Lin Yuan taking the microphone to deliver a series of charming pleasantries. At this instant, all eyes were firmly fixed upon him. The three brothers of the Lin family finally managed to extricate themselves and retreated backstage, awaiting the entrance with their sister. Lin Qingye was also prepared, yet, from a distance, she gazed at the spotlighted stage, feeling a twinge of trepidation. This time, her visage was about to be unveiled to the media and the public. Would everything be alright? She had taken care of everything else. Nini, are you feeling a bit nervous? Li Wanong noticed her expression and kindly enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Yes, Mama. Lin Qingye pondered for a moment, allowing her mother's misunderstanding to persist, believing it would render her demeanor more natural. It's perfectly normal. Anyone would feel anxious in such circumstances. I will remain by your side. You need not do anything but gracefully make your entrance. Alright. Lin Qingye smiled sweetly. With such thoughtful family support, what more could she say? She linked arms with Li Wanong and proceeded backstage, where they encountered her three brothers. Lin Qingye discreetly stepped aside to part the curtain, signaling to Lin Yuan on stage. Then, Lin Qingye heard a statement that elicited both laughter and exasperation. Now, please welcome my precious daughter, the little princess of the Lin family, making her dazzling debut. To her surprise, her father, usually stern and austere, displayed a rather whimsical side, likely the brainchild of her third brother's idea. Next came Li Wanong, leading Lin Qingye into the spotlight. They ascended the left staircase, moving at a measured pace. Each step was executed with precision, rhythm, and elegance, captivating to behold. Li Wanong wore an exquisite dark blue evening gown, exuding opulence, her clear and radiant eyes reflecting the gentle grace of tranquil years. Her composed and confident demeanor, along with the inherent sophistication that radiated from her being, rendered the ladies present utterly self-conscious. The focus shifted to Lin Qingye. She donned a stunning ice blue, mid-length haute couture evening gown, crafted from the finest silk, its texture as smooth as flowing water, every inch radiating nobility and luxury. The ethereal color palette conjured a dreamlike aura, mysterious and alluring. With her enchanting figure and elongated silhouette, the 10-centimeter stiletto she wore added an extra touch of regality. Her complexion was as pale as snow, akin to delicate porcelain, and her eyes shimmered like rippling waters, harboring a gentle and lively gleam. With every blink, it seemed one could hear the soft strains of their inner melody resonating gently. Her exquisitely adorned visage resembled that of a celestial being, ensnaring the gazes of all present, evoking both admiration and envy. The three young masters of the Lin family trailed silently behind her, akin to three guardian deities. Even Lin Yuan stepped back to stand beside Lin Qingye, granting her ample face and an overwhelming presence. Anyone present could palpably sense the Lin family's esteem for her. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the audience. It was only when Lin Yuan formally began to introduce her that they gradually regained their composure. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate Lin Qingye any longer. As Lin Yuan's words concluded, Lin Qingye gracefully greeted the crowd. Hello, I am Lin Qingye. In the days to come, I hope to receive your kind support. With flattering words spoken first,
should anyone dare to provoke her, they would be courting peril. The young lady beamed, her radiance eclipsing the surrounding brilliance, akin to a gentle spring breeze that nourished the heart. They were all enchanted by her seemingly innocent facade, oblivious to the underlying aura of lethal intent concealed within her gaze. Applause erupted from the audience, most extending their courtesy. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and given Lin Qingye's poised entrance, there was little for them to criticize. Neither haughty nor timid, her gentle and gracious demeanor seemed to emanate from her very essence. Many young men began to take notice, while the poised ladies regarded her with approving glances. Beautiful enough to be deemed a fitting vase, she would serve perfectly to adorn a family name, not to mention the prestige of the Lin family backing her.
Still, the same sentiment prevails. Should there be any inquiries, feel free to tag me or leave a message. I will be attentive. I earnestly seek your affection. Chapter 25 of the reunion banquet. For subsequently, Lin Qing composedly addressed some of the more challenging inquiries posed by the media, her remarkable adaptability leaving many in awe. No one could have anticipated that such articulate words could emanate from someone lacking formal higher education. Then, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, in a fervent display of protectiveness, began to refuse and dismiss the reporters, preventing any further probing. Wife, over there are several important clients. Each one and I will go and attend to them. You take NI and familiarize yourselves with the guests.
The prominent families of Lini could be overlooked, but it was essential to meet the members of the three major families, along with those from the capital.
All right, eldest, third, please ensure order is maintained, Li Wantong instructed Lin Xinyan and Lin Chengyun before leading Lin Qing off the stage. As they walked, Lin Qing couldn't help but glance back at the spotlighted platform, her heart fluttering. She truly had a family now. Regrettably, she could not invite her friends to witness this moment. Their status was not appropriate earlier. Her parents had inquired about her friends, but she had deceived them, claiming she had none. What's the matter? And I?
Nothing, Mama. Lin Qing replied with a sweet smile. She was surprised that even a slight distraction could be perceived by Li Wantong, whose thoughts were always consumed with concern for her.
If you're apprehensive about meeting strangers, we need not go. There would be ample opportunities to gradually get acquainted.
There was no rush for the moment.
It's fine, I genuinely wish to meet new friends.
This was an excellent opportunity for her to understand the internal power dynamics and social groups within Lini, which would be considerably beneficial for her.
Engaging in her forthcoming tasks might also prove more convenient.
Such a good girl, come along with Mama.
My goodness, is Miss Lin truly someone who has just returned from hardships abroad? With such beauty and poise, who among the ladies present could rival her?
Indeed, she's extraordinary. I feel as though she has been nurtured with care since childhood, yet she does not exhibit arrogance, possessing remarkable grace and depth.
Could it be that the resources abroad are far superior to those here, even in an orphanage?
Perhaps she was adopted, and many details have been obscured. I heard her past records are almost entirely blank. Her education may be lacking, but that is inconsequential. Her beauty alone would draw many suitors to her, wouldn't it? Most likely, she is poised to become one of the most sought-after unmarried young ladies in Lini. And she is about our age. She will likely attend university as well. With summer vacation fast approaching, we will have the chance to truly get to know her. I heard the young masters from the capital have arrived.
I wonder if that is true, and if they have come for her?
Even if it's just for amusement, that would suffice. The young ladies from prominent families were deliberating on how to befriend her, as it pertained to their familial interests. Meanwhile, Gu Qianan, seated nearby, was thoroughly bored.
Hey, Brother Jiang, look, your fiancée has become the center of attention for others. Can you truly bear to let her go? Gu Qianan found Lin Qing to be quite agreeable.
She appeared gentle and did not resemble the young ladies from the capital who would throw themselves at Jiang Youli.
What do you think she would gain by marrying me?
Jiang Youli did not dismiss him this time but rather inquired calmly.
Gu
Qianan was taken aback, pondering seriously, and felt that they indeed seemed mismatched. True, if you were to force her into marriage, she would neither possess your heart nor your presence, merely a title as Mrs.
Jiang, alone in an empty house. Moreover, your identity encompasses much more. It would be exceedingly perilous for her to remain by your side. Does that imply you are destined to remain a bachelor?
Jiang Youli shot him a sharp glance.
Brother Jiang, please don't glare at me.
I speak only the truth. Do you truly wish to marry a figure from the underworld? Would you be able to control such a person? The Jiang family would never consent, Gu Qianan remarked with a smirk, striving to jest.
Ji Yunjing chuckled quietly. Brother Jiang, with your power, if you truly wish to protect her, how could she possibly come to harm? If you have feelings for her, wouldn't it be effortless to win her heart? In other words, being your woman, as long as you are willing to cherish her, what could she possibly desire that remains unattainable? It merely depends on your intentions.
Jiang Youli raised a hand to his forehead. You speak the truth, yet I simply have no interest in her, hence this marriage is destined to be annulled. Furthermore, Lin Qingye had already set her sights on another. Once he found the opportunity to negotiate with her privately, he believed she would be amenable to the dissolution of their engagement. He might even lend her a hand in her endeavors.
Gu Qianan and Ji Yunzheng exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation.
However, consider how the Lin family has kept us waiting for so long. Whether you can find the opportunity to broach the subject remains uncertain.
Let us not bring it up today.
We shall revisit this matter in a couple of days, Jiang Youli mused quietly after a moment of contemplation.
All right, you call the shots. Shall we depart now? We cannot leave, the Lin family will be arriving shortly.
They cannot truly ignore us throughout the entire event, Ji Yunzheng observed astutely. Chapter 26, The Reunion Banquet. 5 Li Wanang approached a few distinguished ladies with Lin Qingye in tow, smiling as she introduced them. Nini, these are my mother's close friends. Madame Wang, Madame Zhao, Madame Lan, and the esteemed Madame Yu, one of the prominent families of Lini. Lin Qingye cast a glance at the elegantly adorned women, managing a polite smile as she greeted each of them with courtesy. Clearly, anyone who could associate with Li Wantong would not be of inferior character. The ladies treated Lin Qingye with remarkable warmth.
There's no need for such formality, Wantong's daughter is our daughter too. You are always welcome to visit us, one of them said.
Indeed, we hope you'll come by often. Not if you happen to take a liking to one of our fine young men, that would be splendid, another added.
Wantong is truly fortunate.
Not only does she have 3 exceptional sons, but her daughter is equally well-mannered and considerate. We can only envy her, remarked a third. Lin Qingye listened attentively without interjecting. It seemed that their children had been deliberately kept away, as they were well aware of Li Wantong's temperament. If there were too many young ones around, she might not have bothered to join them, especially considering the recent incident where Lin Qingye had been bullied. It was likely she was already contemplating how to address that matter. As it turned out, their assumptions were correct. Among them, 3 families wielded moderate influence, yet it was these very ladies that Li Wanang sought out first. As for the younger generation, opportunities for their acquaintance would arise in due course, but it was essential for her to evaluate their merits first. Due to time constraints, Li Wantong exchanged only a few pleasantries with them before excusing herself. I'll bring Nini to visit you another day, I have some matters to attend to now.
Of course, we understand.
Go ahead, we can manage here, they replied. Next, Li Wanang introduced her to Zhou Hui. Upon noticing their approach, Zhou Hui stood up first to express his apologies.
Madam Lin, my parents have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances and cannot return to Lini in time.
They have sent me to extend their congratulations on Miss Lin's return. I hope you won't hold it against me.
Not at all, it is a blessing for my Nini that Zhou Xiao could come, Li Wanang replied. Though she held a certain disdain for Zhou Hui, yet she felt the need to maintain a facade of civility.
Nini, this is the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Hui.
Mother, I am aware.
I have met Zhou Xiao on 2 occasions, Lin Qingye replied with a smile.
Oh, when was that? Li Wantong's brow furrowed instantly. How could her daughter have met Zhou Hui? Could it be that it was the third brother?
At the black market, Lin Qingye quickly explained.
Zhou Hui's smile froze, knowing that a significant reason Lin's parents disapproved of his association with Lin Chengyun was his involvement in the black market. Now that Lin Qingye had brought it up so plainly, he feared it would spell his doom. As expected, Li Wantong's gaze turned icy upon learning this. So that is the case, indeed, quite unexpected. No doubt, after today, he would receive a sound reprimand from the third brother. Lin Qingye, seeing the change in her mother's demeanor, smirked inwardly. It would be best if her mother disciplined the third brother and kept him away from Zhou Hui for the time being, allowing her the opportunity to strike. Zhou Hui refrained from saying anything further, aware that whatever he might say would only breed discontent in Li Wanang, so he wisely chose silence. After all, his primary purpose for being there today was not her. After exchanging a few words, Li Wanang swiftly led Lin Qingye to their next destination. Along the way, she ignored anyone who attempted to engage her in conversation, effectively shielding Lin Qingye from any unwelcome advances. Throughout the event, she remained steadfastly at Lin Qingye's side, ensuring that any young men with ulterior motives dared not make a move. Their final stop was the corner where Jiang Youli and his 2 companions awaited. Young Master Jiang, Young Master Gu, Young Master Ji, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Li Wanang approached with a hint of contrition, shedding her usual aloof demeanor. These 3 younger gentlemen, enduring her previous coldness, demonstrated remarkable composure, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. However, having been away from Kyoto for so long, she was unfamiliar with this new generation. I appreciate your kindness, Madam Lin.
It was our oversight to drop by unannounced. Jiang Youli stood, observing the proper decorum. Ji Yuqian and Ji Yunjin followed suit, their attitudes distinctly respectful. Having heard tales of Lin Yuan and Li Wantong's illustrious youth, they were finally in the presence of the legendary figures. Li Wantong revealed a genuine smile, finding that the young men from Kyoto possessed a certain refinement that appealed to her. No need for formality, please, let us sit and converse.
Nini, these three are a mother, we have already met. Ah. When was this? Li Wantong's vigilance heightened. Her daughter had only ventured out twice. How had she encountered individuals from Kyoto already? Also at the black market. Li Wantong, it was all Lin Qingye's fault. He would certainly be punished. Well, that saves me the trouble of introductions, she sighed inwardly. So, what brings the three young masters here today? She understood that they must have uncovered the connection between the Lin family and the Lin family of Kyoto. Otherwise, they would not have come to visit without reason. Yet, she was uncertain whether they were here of their own accord or under family instruction. Both scenarios seemed unlikely. Chapter 26, The Reunion Banquet. 5. Li Wantong approached a group of elegant ladies with Lin Qingye in tow, smiling as she introduced them. Nini, these are my mother's close friends. Madame Wang, Madame Zhao, Madame Lan, and the esteemed Lady Yu from one of the three prominent families of Lini. Lin Qingye cast a glance at the similarly resplendent women, her lips curving into a polite smile as she greeted them one by one. It was evident that those who could associate with Li Wantong were of no ordinary standing. They received Lin Qingye with remarkable warmth. Why so formal? Wantong's daughter is like our own. You are always welcome to visit us, one of the ladies remarked. Indeed, it would be delightful if you could visit more often. If you happen to fancy any of our sons, that would be even better, another chimed in. Wantong is indeed fortunate. Not only are her three sons exceptionally talented, but her daughter is also so well behaved and understanding. We can only envy her, a third added. Lin Qingye merely listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. It seemed their children had been strategically sent away, as they were aware of Li Wantong's temperament. Too many younger ones present might deter her from engaging, especially given the recent incident where someone had bullied Lin Qingye. She was likely contemplating how to address that matter. As anticipated, their assumptions were correct. Among them, three families wielded moderate influence, yet Li Wantong was the first to approach them. As for the younger generation's interactions, there would be opportunities, but she preferred to assess their worth first. Due to time constraints, Li Wantong exchanged only a few pleasantries before departing. I shall bring Nini to visit another day. I have some matters to attend to, so I must excuse myself for now. Understood, understood. Go ahead, we can manage on our own, they replied. Next, Li Wantong led her to Zhou Hui. Upon seeing them approach, Zhou Hui rose first to express his apologies. Madam Lin, my parents were delayed by matters outside and cannot return to Lini in time. They sent me to convey their congratulations on Miss Lin's return. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all, Zhou Xiao's presence is a blessing for my Nini, Li Wantong replied, though her fondness for Zhou Hui was not particularly strong. Nonetheless, she maintained a facade of courtesy. Nini, this is the eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Hui. Mother, I am aware, I have had a brief encounter with Zhou Xiao, Lin Qingye said with a smile. Oh? When was that? Li Wantong's brow furrowed momentarily, wondering how her daughter could have met Zhou Hui. Perhaps it was the third brother? In the black market, Lin Qingye promptly clarified. Zhou Hui's smile froze, for he knew that a significant reason Lin's parents disapproved of his friendship with Lin Qingyun was his involvement in the black market. Now that Lin Qingye had directly brought it up, it could spell trouble for him. Indeed, Li Wantong's gaze turned decidedly unkind as she processed this revelation. So that is how it is. That is quite unexpected. No, after today, the third brother was certainly in for a beating. Lin Qingye, observing the situation, smirked subtly. It would be best if her mother disciplined the third brother and prevented him from seeing Zhou Hui for the time being, providing her with an opportunity to act. Zhou Hui chose not to respond, recognizing that anything he said would only aggravate Li Wantong further, so he wisely remained silent. Regardless, his primary purpose for attending today was not her. After exchanging a few words, Li Wantong swiftly guided Lin Qingye toward their next destination. Along the way, she ignored anyone who attempted to engage her and actively shielded Lin Qingye from unwanted advances. She remained steadfastly by Lin Qingye's side, ensuring that any aspiring suitors dared not make a move. Their final stop was the location where Jiang Youli and his companions were gathered, a rather inconspicuous corner. Young Master Jiang, Young Master Gu, Young Master Ji, my apologies for keeping you waiting, Li Wantong approached with a hint of regret, dropping her usual air of superiority. These three young men, enduring her aloof demeanor, were likely no ordinary individuals. Having been away from the capital for so long, she was unfamiliar with this new generation and uncertain of their intentions. Madam Lin, you are too kind.
It is we who intruded upon your time. Jiang Youli stood, displaying proper etiquette. Ji Yuchenin and Ji Yunjin were equally respectful, their demeanor most courteous. Having heard tales of Lin Yuan and Li Wantong's illustrious youth, they were finally meeting the real deal. Li Wantong revealed a genuine smile. Indeed, the young men from the capital possessed a certain refinement that was pleasing to the eye. No need for formality, please, sit and converse.
Nini, these three are a mother, we have already met. Ah? When was that?
Li Wantong's wariness heightened instantly. Her daughter had only ventured out twice, how could she have encountered individuals from the capital? Also in the black market, Lin Qingye replied. Li Wantong, all because of that troublesome Lin Qingye.
He was definitely in for a beating. Well, that does save me the trouble of introductions, Li Wantong sighed inwardly. So, what brings the three young masters here today?
She was well aware that they must have discovered the connection between their Lin family and the Lin family of the capital. Otherwise, they would not have visited without cause. Yet, she was uncertain whether they had come of their own accord or under familial instructions. To it seemed neither explanation fully accounted for their presence.
Chapter 27 The Reunion Banquet. 6 Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin simultaneously turned their gazes towards Jiang Youli, for this question could only be answered by him. They were not in a position to decide.
Jiang Youli then spoke earnestly. Madam Lin, we indeed have ulterior motives for our presence here. However, today, we genuinely wish to extend our heartfelt congratulations to Miss Lin for her return home. He added, as for the other matters, I shall elaborate in a couple of days.
He needed to handle Lin Qingye first.
Very well, Li Wantong nodded.
If there is nothing further, I shall take our leave for the time being. I will have each one and the others attend to you shortly.
The three young gentlemen possessed remarkable demeanor, and two of them hailed from the four prominent families. Allowing the sons to become acquainted would undoubtedly be beneficial. Perhaps they had researched the Lin family's background, and their visit was indeed for this purpose.
All right. After Li Wantong and Lin Qingye departed, they found a quiet spot to sit. We have mingled sufficiently. Are you feeling tired?
I'm not tired.
It's quite enjoyable.
You, always so easygoing, leave me at a loss sometimes, Li Wantong said with a tender smile, affectionately ruffling her hair.
Mom, I would like to go play by myself for a while.
All right, but do be careful. Although they were in their own home, the sheer number of guests could lead to unforeseen incidents, and she also had some matters to attend to. It was perfectly fine for her to amuse herself for a while. Not long after, the mother and daughter parted ways, with Lin Qingye leisurely making her way towards the back garden in her high heels. She had noticed Zhou Hui heading in that direction earlier. In such a grand banquet, it seemed rather inappropriate for him to neglect the opportunity for socializing and merriment with his good brother, Lin Qingye, and instead venture out alone. Especially considering the information she had previously uncovered regarding Zhou Hui's actions that were detrimental to the Lin family's interests, his intentions today were undoubtedly not pure. Meanwhile, in the distance, Jiang Youli keenly observed Lin Qingye alone and felt a stirring of interest. This was a splendid opportunity. He hoped to engage her in a private conversation regarding their engagement. He swiftly rose and headed outside.
Hey, where are you going, brother Jiang?
Gu Qian asked, puzzled by his sudden movement.
Hadn't they mentioned that the Lin family brothers would be joining them soon? Was it inappropriate for brother Jiang to leave at this moment?
I'm feeling a bit stifled. I'm going out for some fresh air. You all hold the fort here, Jiang Youli replied. All right then, Gu Qian replied with a pout, feeling thoroughly bored himself, yet still remaining, alas, the burdens of life. Ji Yunjin observed Jiang Youli's retreating figure, lost in thought. At this moment, Zhou Hui was anxiously pacing beneath a osmanthus tree in the back garden, frequently glancing at his watch. Finally, unable to contain his frustration, he muttered under his breath, "Damn it, where is the person to meet me?" Unbeknownst to him, a young maiden was stealthily approaching him.
"Young Master Zhou, what brings you here?"
Lin Qingye's voice broke the silence, startling him. Although she feigned confusion, her heart was filled with derision. So he is waiting for someone. Unfortunately, disappointment awaits him. She had recently set up a lethal defense line. Anyone with nefarious intentions attempting to infiltrate the Lin family would be intercepted and eliminated. Zhou Hui, taken aback, broke into a cold sweat, his vigilance heightened as he abruptly turned, instinctively placing his hands behind his back. Upon recognizing the visage before him, he relaxed slightly, greeting her while reassuring himself, it is Miss Lin.
Yes, it is I. You still haven't answered me. What brings you here?
Lin Qingye's lips curled into a subtle smile, exuding an aura of enigmatic charm under the moonlight. I merely stepped out for some fresh air. Zhou Hui quickly composed himself, concealing any hint of unease from Lin Qingye.
Do you not wish to remain at the banquet? Have we at the Lin family failed to host you adequately? Not at all, Da. I simply wished for a moment of solitude.
Zhou Hui fixed his gaze upon her eyes, then shifted the conversation. And what about you, Miss Lin?
What brings you here?
Me, naturally, I am here for young Master Zhou, she replied with utmost sincerity as Zhou Hui's eyes widened momentarily, then a glimmer of smugness flickered within. He leaned in slightly closer, scrutinizing Lin Qingye's face, his heart racing as his voice dropped to a husky whisper. Oh?
You came for me. What does Miss Lin wish to discuss?
To have such a beauty willingly approach him was indeed fortuitous. Should the Lin family face ruin in the future, he could reluctantly offer her shelter. After all, she was innocent in all this. Lin Qingye's smile deepened. Of course, I wish to obtain your contact information, young Master Zhou. Should I wish to invite you out next time, you must not refuse.
It would be my honor to oblige. Zhou Hui quickly provided her with his phone number.
Just as Jiang Youli arrived at the scene, he was met with the blinding sight of the two standing in close proximity, exuding an unmistakable air of intimacy. Indeed, he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye, catching a glimpse of Jiang Youli from the corner of her eye, swiftly lowered her gaze, a flicker of malice glinting in her eyes. What was he doing here? Silently, she discreetly gestured with one hand behind her back. The osmanthus tree swayed gently in the evening breeze, its leaves rustling softly before settling into stillness. Indeed, the Lin family had positioned their assassins in every corner. Should they discover anyone attempting to cause trouble, they would be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Had Lin Qingye not followed Zhou Hui here tonight, thwarting his next move, he would likely have met his demise. Thankfully, it was crucial that he did not perish within the Lin family. Moreover, her people must not reveal any signs of their presence before Jiang Youli. Chapter 28 The Reunion Banquet 7 Sensing a subtle disturbance in the trees, Jiang Youli instinctively turned his gaze in that direction. Before he could scrutinize further, Lin Qing called out to him, Young Master Jiang, are you also out here for a breath of fresh air? Jiang Youli's eyes fell upon her, and noticing Zhou Hui still at her side, he refrained from voicing his initial intention, replying in a rather indifferent tone, At that moment, Zhou Hui was feeling quite vexed. With everyone converging here, it seemed unlikely that he would accomplish what he had planned for the day. The situation had changed, and he needed to notify the others promptly. Lin Qing noticed the urgency in his demeanor and, perhaps guessing the source of his distress, her lips curled into a faint smile as she chose not to impede him any further. After all, patience is a virtue when it comes to fishing for bigger catches. Is young Master Zhou preoccupied with something, or perhaps someone is seeking you? If so, you should hurry along, lest you keep them waiting in agitation. Zhou Hui interpreted her words as mere pleasantries, an unintentional courtesy that provided him an escape, entirely oblivious to the underlying implications.
Very well, Miss Lin, until we meet again.
Until we meet again, Lin Qing echoed, her smile unwavering, yet an icy chill resided within her heart. She silently hoped that their paths would not cross again anytime soon. Throughout this exchange, Jiang Youli remained silent, his gaze deep and inscrutable like the night sky, seemingly capable of penetrating the essence of one's soul, emanating a subtle chill. Once Zhou Hui departed, a flicker of expression finally crossed his face. After all, he sought something from her, and maintaining a frigid demeanor throughout would not be wise, lest he scare her away as he had done previously. Lin Qing lowered her gaze, contemplating the peculiar behavior of Jiang Youli today. It appeared he was deliberately drawing closer to her, yet, what could a young lady of her standing possibly offer him? Had she unwittingly revealed something? No, she must devise a means to maintain her distance. Avoiding encounters altogether would be prudent, lest her secrets be unveiled. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Qing discreetly retracted her hand into her sleeve, her fingers curling tightly around two concealed blades, ready to strike should the situation demand it. When she raised her gaze to him once more, her expression had noticeably shifted to one of trepidation, marked by a hint of caution. Miss Lin, Jiang Youli began, intending to articulate his purpose, only to witness Lin Qing lift her skirt, akin to a deer fleeing from a predator, and bolt away in a panic. Young Master Jiang, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Jiang Youli furrowed his brow in disbelief, taken aback by Lin Qing's extreme reaction. However, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, he urgently grasped her wrist, hoping to prevent her escape. Lin Qing, her back turned to him, felt a sudden chill in her eyes, a wave of hostility washing over her, as the urge to retaliate surged within her. Yet, she resisted the instinctual response, concealing the blade at her fingertips to avoid detection. Her other hand stealthily reached for the hidden dagger at her thigh, a mere step from ensuring Jiang Youli's demise should he dare to make another move. Concealed in the shadows, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin observed the unfolding drama, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and urgency. Had the circumstances permitted, Gu Qianan would have shouted in exasperation. Fortunately, Ji Yunjin, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily pulled him away to witness the spectacle. Exhilarated by the unfolding events, he raised his phone, capturing the moment. From this day forth, the leverage over Jiang Youli would be firmly in his grasp. At long last, he would turn the tables. Goodness, Jiang Youli, who typically presented himself as a paragon of poise and restraint, had just revealed a stark contrast between his outward demeanor and inner intentions. He had just claimed that he held no interest in Miss Lin, yet here he was, audaciously grasping her hand and realizing the impropriety of his actions. A flicker of regret and embarrassment crossed Jiang Youli's usually composed face. How had he allowed himself to lose composure so entirely today? Swiftly releasing her hand, he adopted an unprecedentedly gentle tone, sincerely apologizing. "I beg your pardon, Miss Lin, I overstepped. In my haste, I merely wished for you to remain and hear me out for a moment." Lin Qingye, retreating her hand behind her back, feigned a startled demeanor, unable to meet his gaze.
"Young Master Jiang, what could we possibly have to discuss?" Jiang Youli furrowed his brow once more.
He did not possess an intimidating visage, so why did she fear him so? Yet, she appeared remarkably composed around Zhou Hui. For the first time, he found himself questioning his own presence. Never mind, why dwell on such thoughts? Resolving the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Just as Jiang Youli prepared to speak, their phones rang simultaneously, the abrupt sound echoing against the tranquil backdrop. They instinctively retrieved their phones, their expressions turning grave. It seemed this call was imperative. Jiang Youli spoke first. "Miss Lin, in that case, let us each take our calls and reconvene shortly."
"All right," Lin Qingye replied softly.
Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin, observing from the sidelines, were utterly perplexed. Ji Qianan whispered, "What are they discussing? The distance is too great to hear clearly. How could they both answer their phones at the same time?
Are they really separating just to chat on the phone? This is quite the game."
"Fool, it is merely a coincidence that they both received calls simultaneously," Ji Yunjin chided, wishing to silence him before he drew too much attention from Jiang Youli.
Gu Qianan pouted, "It's one thing for Jiang to scold me, but why would you join in? You're the foolish one, your entire family is foolish."
Ji Yunjin, Chapter 29, The Reunion Banquet. Jiang Youli and Lin Qingye each distanced themselves slightly, ensuring that their voices remained unheard before pressing the connect button.
It was Lin Qingye who spoke first. "Hello, have you found anything?"
Her voice was cool and low, imbued with an undeniable air of authority, her demeanor strikingly calm for one of her age and beauty.
"Yes, the results will be sent to you immediately."
"Zhou Hui has already exited the Lin residence. Should we send someone? Just follow at a distance. Do not alert them." Lin Qingye paused before continuing. "Proceed with the original plan. I am temporarily unable to leave."
"Understood." As for Jiang Youli, a look of exasperation crossed his face. "Hello, old man. You rascal, where are you right now? Have you grown so bold as to leave without informing me?"
Jiang Youli's lips twitched. Had he ever reported his whereabouts? Yet, he could not retort, respecting his elder. In Lini City, at the Lin residence. The old man likely knew of the Lin family's existence and Lin Qingye's involvement, and he probably deduced that Jiang Youli had vanished for 2 or 3 days in preparation for a marriage annulment. This call was indeed timely.
"You insolent brat, are you planning to secretly annul the engagement behind my back? Have you even discussed it with the Lin family? Let me tell you, if you dare to break off this engagement, I will disown you."
The old man was clearly enraged. The Lin family's reunion banquet was notably extravagant, broadcasted live, capturing the attention of many in the capital. Had he not been idly watching the stream and recognized Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, as well as Lin Qingye, he would have remained blissfully unaware. That girl was charming and exceptionally obedient, supported by the powerful Lin and Li families. How could Jiang Youli even consider cancelling such a promising match? Had he lost his mind? He had labored tirelessly to secure this union. Once missed, where would he find a granddaughter-in-law of such caliber? Jiang Youli would be destined to remain a bachelor for life. Were it not for the fact that the Jiang family had only this one promising heir, he would have been indifferent.
Jiang Youli disowned. How could the old man even suggest such a thing?
"Have you lost your tongue? Speak up. If you truly cancel this engagement, I will fly over there immediately to break your legs." "Not yet. Your wisdom is indeed remarkable. You've interrupted me just in time."
"Ah, very well, that's enough of your nonsense. Hurry back now and do not appear before the Lin family during this time."
Before Jiang Youli could respond, the old man abruptly ended the call.
"Jiang Youli?"
In truth, the old man hung up hastily due to the unexpected arrival of 2 uninvited guests. The irate demeanor he had just displayed transformed into one of submissive deference, for before him stood none other than the current patriarch of the Lin family, Old Master Lin, and the matriarch of the Li family, Old Madam Li, Lin Qingye's grandfather and grandmother.
"Ah, what a surprise. You didn't announce your arrival. I'm completely unprepared. How rude of me. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea." Old Master Jiang feigned joviality, secretly wiping the sweat from his brow, utterly oblivious to their arrival.
What a disaster. He hoped his conversation with his grandson hadn't been overheard. Where had the servants vanished to without a word of warning? At this moment, old Master Jiang completely forgot that it was he who sought to assert his authority and had sent everyone away for fear that his conversation with Jiang Youli would be leaked.
We're old friends.
Why the formalities?
Old Madame Li astutely perceived his unease, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. Moreover, we heard every word of your previous conversation.
Indeed, I was taken aback to learn that your grandson harbors such strong objections to our Qingye, rushing to annul the engagement in such haste. In truth, they had only just received this news from the live broadcast, astonished to discover that their long-lost granddaughter had been found. A momentous occasion indeed. Originally, they had planned to set off immediately for Lin City, but a call from Lin Yuan and Li Wanhong had warned them to refrain from appearing. The couple seldom contacted them throughout the year, yet this time, their call was a warning, which felt disheartening. However, they could not blame them. After all, it was their own past mistakes that had led to this estrangement. Unable to proceed to Lin City, they reasoned that old Master Jiang must have received the news as well, so they thought to consult him for a strategy. Little did they anticipate overhearing such a conversation. They hadn't even had the chance to glimpse their granddaughter before Jiang Youli rushed off to annul the engagement, leaving them both humiliated. Patience was wearing thin. Furthermore, if Jiang Youli deemed Lin Qingye unworthy, they were certainly not willing to see their precious granddaughter wed so hastily. That young man appeared to lack the capacity for tenderness. They could not allow her to suffer in such a marriage. There were countless eligible young men in the capital. Why should they settle for just one?
Moreover, assuming Lin Qingye possessed an illustrious status, what harm would it be for her to have a mere harem? Old Master Jiang was now drenched in perspiration. Old friends, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding.
He was at a loss for words, utterly unsure how to defend his grandson. Very well, we shall remain here and listen to your excuses. Chapter 29. The Recognition Banquet. Jiang Youli and Lin Qingye each distanced themselves, ensuring that their voices would not reach one another before pressing the call button.
It was Lin Qingye who spoke first. Hello, have you found anything?
Her voice was cool and low, imbued with an undeniable air of authority, her demeanor reflecting a composure that belied her youth and beauty.
We've discovered something. I will relay the results to you immediately. Zhou Hui has exited the Lin family residence. Should we dispatch someone? Just follow at a distance for now. Do not alert them. Lin Qingye paused momentarily before continuing. Proceed according to the original plan. I am unable to leave at this time. Understood. As for Jiang Youli, his expression was one of evident resignation. Hello, old man.
You rascal, where on earth are you right now?
Have you grown so bold as to leave without informing me?
Jiang Youli felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Had he ever reported his whereabouts? Yet he could not retort, for one must show respect to the elder. I am in Lin City, at the Lin residence. The old man likely knew of the Lin family's existence and Lin Qingye's involvement, and he probably surmised that Jiang Youli's sudden disappearance over the past few days was in preparation for an annulment of their engagement. This call came at a most opportune moment.
You insolent brat, are you planning to secretly annul the engagement behind my back?
Have you even mentioned it to the Lin family? Let me tell you, if you truly go through with this annulment, I shall cast you out of the family. The elder's voice was filled with ire. The Lin family's recognition banquet was exceedingly ostentatious, broadcasted live, garnering the attention of many in the capital. Were it not for his idleness and a passing glance at the livestream, recognizing Lin Yuan and Li Wanhong, as well as Lin Qingye, he would still be in the dark. That girl was charming and exceptionally well behaved. With the backing of the Lin and Li families, how could Jiang Youli even consider forsaking such a splendid match? Had he lost his senses? He had toiled endlessly to secure this alliance. Once missed, where would he find a granddaughter-in-law of such fine quality? Jiang Youli was destined to remain a lifelong bachelor. Were it not for the fact that the Jiang family had but this one promising heir, he would not have bothered to intervene.
Jiang Youli cast out of the family. How could the elder even utter such words?
Have you gone mute? Speak up. If you truly annul it, I will fly over right now and break your legs.
Not yet. Your wisdom is truly remarkable. You have interrupted me with your foresight.
Very well, enough of this. You have no further business here. Hurry back and do not appear before the Lin family for the time being.
Before Jiang Youli could respond, the elder abruptly ended the call. Jiang Youli?
How amusing. In truth, the hasty termination of the call was due to the arrival of two unexpected guests. The elder, who had been vociferously scolding moments ago, now stood with a demeanor of deference. Before him were none other than Lin Laozi, the current head of the Lin family, and Li Laofuren, matriarch of the Li family, Lin Qingye's grandfather and grandmother.
How delightful to see you. You should have announced your arrival.
I am unprepared and fear I may have neglected you in my hospitality. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea." The elder smiled broadly, though inwardly he was in a cold sweat, utterly unaware of their arrival. This was disastrous. Had they overheard his entire conversation with his grandson? Where had the servants disappeared to, failing to announce their presence? At this moment, the elder had completely forgotten that it was he who sought to assert his authority, and fearing that his discussion with Jiang Youli might leak, he had dismissed everyone.
"We are old friends."
"There is no need for such formality," Li Furen observed with a knowing smile, "and we did indeed overhear your conversation verbatim. Indeed, it seems your grandson holds quite a strong opinion against our dear Qingye, hastily attempting to annul the engagement." In truth, they had only just learned of this from the livestream, astonished to discover that their long-lost granddaughter had been found. What a joyous occasion! Initially, they intended to set forth to Lini City at once, but were warned by Lin Yuan and Li Wanong to refrain from making an appearance. The couple seldom contacted them throughout the year, and this time, their call was a warning, truly disheartening. However, they could not blame anyone but themselves for the errors of the past. Unable to go to Lini City, they thought it wise to consult the elder, who would surely have received the news. To their dismay, they stumbled upon this conversation. They had yet to lay eyes on their granddaughter, and Jiang Youli was already in a rush to annul the engagement. This was a blow to their family's dignity. Such indignation could not be tolerated. Moreover, if Jiang Youli disdained Lin Qingye, they could not bear to see their precious granddaughter wed so soon. That boy certainly did not appear to be the caring type. They could not let her suffer in such a union. The capital teemed with talented young men. Why should they settle on just one? Taking a step back, Lin Qingye held a noble status. What harm would it be to have a secondary consort? The elder was now drenched in sweat. "Old friends, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding." He found himself at a loss for words, utterly unsure how to extricate his grandson from this predicament. "Very well, we shall remain here and listen to your excuses." Chapter 30. The reunion feast 9 before outsiders. The formidable and commanding old Master Jiang had now shriveled into a quail. He pouted for a long while but could not articulate a coherent explanation.
"Well, the thing is, Youli truly does not harbor any disdain for your precious daughter.
He simply has no desire to marry and does not wish to burden her. I could tell over the phone just now. Upon meeting the young lady in person, he has already begun to regret his decision and is now contemplating this match." He spoke these words with a nonchalant demeanor, entirely disregarding Jiang Youli's well-being.
"Oh? Is that so?"
The two listeners were clearly skeptical. "Indeed, look at how long he has been gone. He hasn't uttered a word yet, which is why I hurriedly summoned him back." Old Master Jiang slammed the table with fervor, his expression animated.
"But, there are no buts.
Besides, my grandson is quite remarkable. Perhaps Miss Lin has taken a fancy to him. We should not meddle in the affairs of the young." Old Master Lin and the old lady were rendered speechless. Jiang Youli was indeed exceptional. Girls wishing to marry him could circle around Kyoto twice. What if their granddaughter genuinely liked him? Would they not be courting resentment by intervening so soon?
Moreover, if you are so concerned, why not visit Lini City yourselves and see for yourselves? Coincidentally, I wish to go as well. Let us go together."
As Old Master Jiang spoke, he prepared to rise and make arrangements. Old Master Lin abruptly restrained him. "Are you just going to go because you feel like it?
Sit down properly."
"Really, you two have come all the way to my place. Could it be that your daughter and son-in-law have placed you on their blacklist?"
"Not only that, we have only just learned of this news and were even warned over the phone."
Old Master Lin bitterly confessed.
"Ha ha 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 ha!" Old Master Jiang laughed heartily without a care, inciting a desire in the two to rush forward and silence him. Noticing their murderous glares, Old Master Jiang quickly suppressed his laughter. "I apologize, I couldn't help myself and laughed a bit too loudly." With the comparison of these two, he could no longer complain daily about Jiang Youli's perpetual poker face. "Ha ha ha!"
Indeed, life becomes beautiful through contrast. Old Lady Li fixed her gaze on him. "Quick, call your grandson again and have him seize the opportunity to take a few candid photos of Xiao Qingye for us."
Old Master Jiang hesitated. While I too wish to see them, wouldn't he doing so make others think my grandson is a perverted stalker? What a trivial matter. They are already engaged. Is she supposed to fear what others might say?
Yes, if your grandson is truly capable, he should swiftly bring her to Kyoto. Upon careful consideration, Old Master Jiang found merit in this reasoning and promptly retrieved his phone under their watchful eyes. After Jiang Youli was hung up on by the old master, Lin Qingye had just finished her own call, and they both returned to their original positions. At this time, it was Lin Qingye who spoke first. What did young Master Jiang wish to discuss with me?" Jiang Youli recalled the old master's words but ultimately chose not to mention them. After a moment of silence, he earnestly replied, Zhou Hui is not a worthy man. I hope Miss Lin will keep her eyes wide open and not be deceived. Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disbelief dancing in her beautiful eyes. Jiang Youli did not appear to be an idle talker. Why was he concerning himself with her affairs? Though she recognized the truth in his words, she was currently a love-struck young lady, and instinctively defending Zhou Hui seemed the natural reaction. However, he appeared to be well-meaning, and it felt inappropriate to overstep. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qingye finally inquired, and what of young Master Jiang, would you be considered a worthy man? Jiang Youli was taken aback by her sudden question, his deep-set eyes betraying a hint of surprise, before he offered an honest response, I am also not a worthy man. Lin Qingye curled the corners of her lips, momentarily at a loss, unable to discern if his response was simply sincere or if he believed she had an interest in him, thus subtly rejecting her. Never mind, it was no concern of hers. It was time to find an excuse to leave. Young Master Jiang, the night air is quite chilly, I feel a bit cold, so I shall take my leave. Jiang Youli replied with a low murmur, his expression inscrutable. In the shadows, Gu Qianan, who had been eavesdropping, seemed to have caught that one line. TSK, what a double standard, claiming the night air is chilly as an excuse. Ji Yunjing remarked, how do you know? That's obvious. She knows Zhou Hui is outside, yet she eagerly comes over, and after just a brief moment with Zhang Gu, she is in such a hurry to leave. Is that not preferential treatment? Ji Yunjing considered this perspective, feeling it held some truth. Noticing his silence, Gu Qianan pressed on, right, perhaps Miss Lin truly has poor taste. How could she remain unmoved by such an outstanding Jiang Gu standing before her? What a pity for our Jiang Gu. He finally took the initiative, only to be, Ji Yunjing suddenly kicked him, signaling him to be quiet. What the hell, why did you do that? Gu Qianan was still trying to process it. Then, a cold, chilling voice, laced with a hint of menace, jolted him back to reality. Are you enjoying the show? Gu Qianan's heart skipped a beat, and he stiffly turned his head, only to find the very subject of their conversation, Jiang Youli, standing behind him. Ah, ha ha ha, I said nothing, right? Yunjing. Gu Qianan cast a desperate look at Ji Yunjing. Truly, Jiang Gu seemed to glide about like a vengeful spirit. He moved without a sound, nearly scaring the soul out of him. Chapter 31 The Reunion Banquet. Ji Yunjing merely gazed silently at the sky, completely disregarding Gu Qianan. After all, a dead friend is preferable to a living foe. Hand over your phone. Jiang Youli was not swayed by his indifference, extending his hand to destroy the evidence. Ha? How did you know? No way, over my dead body. Gu Qianan desperately defended, having finally grasped Jiang Youli's weakness, he would not surrender it easily. Oh, you refuse to comply? Under the weight of Jiang Youli's deathly glare, Gu Qianan swallowed hard yet maintained his defiance, absolutely. Jiang Youli elegantly extracted his own phone, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. In that case, I shall have a thorough discussion with the head of the Gu family regarding how you botched the match with Miss Mu. No. I was wrong, brother Jiang, ancestor, I'll hand over the phone immediately. Gu Qianan was truly exasperated. Throughout his life, he had always been at Jiang Youli's mercy. When would he ever have the chance to stand tall and proud? He had initially thought of clinging tightly to the future Mrs. Jiang, but it seemed that this marriage was unlikely to materialize. Once Jiang Youli retrieved the phone, he decisively deleted the photos, then callously tossed it back to him. Just as he was about to say something further, his phone rang again. Glancing down, he saw it was the old man. He had no choice but to answer patiently. Hello, what is it this time? On the other end, old Master Jiang chuckled before recounting the discussion he had just had with old Master Lin and old Madam Li, word for word. Ultimately, he received a heartless remark, the signal is poor, I'll hang up now, followed by the sound of the call disconnecting. Old Master Jiang, old Master Lin and old Madam Li, who had been eavesdropping the entire time, burst into laughter. Ha, it's all your fault. What ridiculous idea did you come up with? Laughing, still laughing. Meanwhile, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjing seized the opportunity to sneak away while Jiang Youli was on the phone. Why do I get the feeling you're in quite a good mood? Is it because I'm being threatened that you're so happy? Gu Qianan eyed Ji Yunjing suspiciously. What do you see here? Ji Yunjing thrust his phone screen in front of him, revealing the very photo Jiang Youli had just deleted. Oh my god, how did you do that? Gu Qianan's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could understand the roller coaster of emotions he was experiencing? It's black technology, just a flick of the finger. You wouldn't comprehend it if I explained, Ji Yunjing replied dismissively. True, I almost forgot about your expertise, Gu Qianan said with a wicked grin. The wicked Jiang, one day I shall bring him to justice. After reveling in his triumph for a moment, he belatedly realized a troubling thought: if you could so easily steal that photo from my phone, then what about my other belongings? A surge of indignation washed over him as if he had been burglarized.
What do you have in that tiny brain of yours? Don't you think there's anything in that old phone of yours that's worth my time?
Only that photo held any real value. Gu Qianan's fragile heart suffered a blow. You could have just cleared your name without resorting to personal attacks.
If we keep this up, Brother Jiang will be on his way, Jiyun Zheng warned. Gu Qianan snapped back to reality. Oh right, let us make a quick exit. As he took a long stride, he noticed Jiyun Zhang had casually seated himself in a nearby resting area. What are you doing? Hurry up and run.
Jiyun Zhang shot him a look of incredulity. Where do you think we can run to? If we get caught, the punishment will be even worse. It's better to wait here and face the music.
You make a valid point, Gu Qianan conceded.
The banquet had yet to conclude, and leaving prematurely would indeed be unwise. Before long, Jiang Youli found them, but he merely sat quietly, seemingly deep in thought, not dwelling on the earlier incident. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye had returned to the banquet hall alone and discovered her family bustling about. Although she yearned to follow Zhou Hui and uncover his true intentions, as the guest of honor, she could not leave without due cause. Thus, she decided to bide her time. From the moment she entered, the majority of the attendees had focused their attention on her. Presently, she found herself amidst a circle of young elites, peers her own age. The older generation or those of higher status occupied a separate space. Upon closer inspection, Lin Qingye recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, those who had provoked her on the black market as underground floor. One young man, sporting red hair and a black vine tattoo around his neck, appeared somewhat intoxicated, while others deliberated on how to ingratiate themselves with Lin Qingye. He boldly staggered in front of her. Miss Lin, we've met before.
Do you remember me?
His audacity took everyone aback. Should they chastise him for his foolishness or commend him for his bravery? All eyes awaited Lin Qingye's response. She shot him a cold glance, her expression devoid of warmth. Oh, I don't remember.
In truth, Lin Qingye did recall.
This red-haired lad had been quite vocal on the black market, particularly his unpleasant gaze directed at her. However, she needed to maintain her facade and could not afford to stoop to his level.
She would leave the reckoning to her father and elder brother. Chapter 32 of the Recognition Feast. Just 2 days ago, at the black market, think carefully.
Red-haired man shouted, his voice loud enough to ensure that all were aware. The proclamation sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. In truth, most were oblivious to the fact that Miss Lin Qing had also ventured into the black market. His declaration rendered it common knowledge. Who would have thought that this seemingly demure young lady would dare to mingle in such unsavory circles? While the revelation bore little consequence for the men present, for the women, the implications on reputation were far more severe. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lin Qing's eyes, only to be swiftly masked. Restrain yourself, violence is not an option. Under ordinary circumstances, her adversary would already lie lifeless before her. To red-haired, her silence was tantamount to admission.
Ah, so you remember now, Miss Lin. You truly are a person of privilege who tends to forget. What is it that you want?
Lin Qing's tone had grown icy to the utmost degree. Yet here stood a drunken fool, utterly incapable of discerning the gravity of the situation. I merely wish to apologize to Miss Lin. I was unaware of your standing at the time. Red-haired inched closer, feigning familiarity.
Your apology is unnecessary. I do not accept it.
Lin Qing retreated a couple of steps, her gaze betraying her disdain.
Hey, you didn't say that at the black market. Why the sudden change of heart?
Though intoxicated, he could sense the shift in her demeanor. Perhaps emboldened by the alcohol, indignation surged within him. Had she not once played the understanding, gentle lady, why now did she refuse even the simplest of pleasantries? Did she believe that the backing of the Lin family afforded her the right to look down upon others? Though his family may not rival the Lins in prestige, they nonetheless held a modicum of status, and he harbored a deep-seated contempt for this country bumpkin who had so suddenly emerged. He had initially approached her with the intent of camaraderie, only to find her response lacking in grace. Moreover, their families had a history of discord. Ordinarily, he would not have received an invitation.
Perhaps the Lin family had extended an olive branch at her behest? What do you intend to do?
Lin Qing was exasperated. Very well, she would indulge him for a moment. After the charade, she would send him on his way.
He.
Seeing her demeanor soften, red-haired smiled broadly. I simply wish to befriend Miss Lin. He seized a goblet from a nearby table, filled it, and presented it to her. If you drink this, we shall bury the hatchet. What do you say? A collective frown spread across the gathering as they witnessed this audacious display. Many speculated that Lin Qing would undoubtedly refuse the drink. After all, this was her family's territory. There was no need for her to endure such indignity. A mere show of displeasure would surely summon her kin to her defense. Among the onlookers were Jiang Youli and his companions. Ji Yunjin, having picked a seat at random, found himself in close proximity to Lin Qingye, affording him a front-row view of the unfolding drama.
Gu Qianan nudged Jiang Youli's shoulder. "Hey, Jiang, why aren't you seizing this heroic opportunity to rescue the fair maiden? This fine opportunity is yours for the taking, will you accept it?"
Jiang Youli observed the scene ahead with an impassive expression.
Forget it, I wouldn't dare.
Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Qingye did not refuse, nor did she display anger. Instead, she offered a courteous smile, her expression serene. "Very well." With that, she stepped forward, reaching out to accept the goblet. Red-haired, sensing victory, beamed with delight, his heart fluttering at her advancing beauty. In that moment, Lin Qingye deftly launched a concealed silver needle from her poised finger, targeting his wrist with precision. Meanwhile, her other hand, unobserved, drew forth another needle, aimed at his knee. The execution of her hidden strikes was so subtle that barely a soul noticed the anomaly, not even Red-haired himself. Thus, the needles found their mark, impairing his mobility. Startled, he jerked his hand, spilling the wine, which splattered onto Lin Qingye in close proximity. Before he could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a sharp pain surged through his knee, causing him to lose his balance and lurch forward.
"Ah!"
Lin Qingye feigned terror as the wine soaked into her gown, her expression fraught with panic. She stumbled back, inadvertently falling to the ground, narrowly evading Red-haired's advance. Consequently, both tumbled to the floor. Perhaps due to the lewd expression on Red-haired's face, he appeared unscathed, while Lin Qingye found herself in disarray. Her once resplendent gown, now marred by wine stains, lost its luster, and the semi-sheer fabric accentuated her alluring figure. Her delicate visage, pale from shock, quivered, evoking sympathy. Meanwhile, the instigator of this calamity, Red-haired, remained oblivious, staring blankly at Lin Qingye, entirely unaware of the enormity of the trouble he had conjured. Chapter 33 of the Recognition Feast. Lin Qingye, surprisingly, felt an unusual calmness within her regarding the previous incident at the black market. Her parents perhaps needed a pretext to formally confront that group of individuals. Though she initially wished to remain uninvolved, the fact that the red-haired man had come to her doorstep left her with no reason to refrain from seizing the opportunity. It was the perfect moment to escalate the situation, providing the Lin family with a chance to deal with them appropriately. A case of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. To the onlookers, it appeared as though the red-haired man's ill intentions had been thwarted, resulting in the ensuing chaos. Everyone's expressions were tinged with confusion. The protagonist of the banquet had encountered an unexpected mishap, and the consequences were dire. Particularly given the Lin family's regard for her, this matter was far from over. For the moment, no one dared to intervene. While it could have been a splendid opportunity for a hero to save the damsel in distress, the fear remained that the Lin family, in their protective fervor, might mistakenly include themselves in the ranks of the troublemakers, rendering the risk unworthy. The red-haired man's family was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, most of the spectators were merely there to enjoy the spectacle. "Quick, go!" As Lin Qingye fell, Gu Qianan forcefully shoved Jiang Youli, exclaiming, "If you don't act now, Miss Lin's situation will only grow more awkward." Jiang Youli had initially adopted a stance of aloofness, but Gu's push, combined with their proximity, compelled him to step forward. Seeing her sprawled on the ground, looking both aggrieved and helpless, his heart softened in an instant. After all, she was his nominal fiancée. Resolutely, he removed his suit jacket and strode toward her, draping it over her shoulders to cover the wet portions of her attire. Upon realizing it was him, Lin Qingye felt a pang of anxiety. Why did he have to meddle so much? This was unexpected. To avoid revealing any unusual reaction to Jiang Youli, she could only feign fear, instinctively huddling her body and discreetly concealing any weapons on her person. Her body trembled, as if still in shock. Jiang Youli cautiously assisted her to her feet, his tone unusually gentle. "Miss Lin, do not be afraid." At that moment, the red-haired man also struggled to rise from the ground. Upon noticing his movement, Jiang Youli's expression turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his leg and placed it firmly on the man's shoulder, applying a harsh downward pressure. "Ah!" The sound of breaking bones accompanied the red-haired man's anguished scream. Jiang Youli regarded him with a look of disdain, as if he were nothing more than refuse, filled with contempt and disregard. "Humph, not particularly old yet, but quite audacious." Lin Qingye gazed at the tall and distinguished figure before her, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes. Why would he come to her aid? Surely it could not be a case of love at first sight. It would be far more believable if it were merely a case of her having exposed herself. The onlookers gasped collectively at Jiang Youli's actions, whispering amongst themselves. "Who is this guy? Does he really need to be so dramatic while rescuing the damsel? He just stomped on him. Is he not afraid of retaliation?" Lu Xiao's, the red-haired man, parents are fiercely protective of him. He is their only heir. By doing this, he is undoubtedly trampling Lu family's dignity.
Has anyone seen him before? He seems extraordinary.
He must have a significant background. I know almost all the young nobles in Lini City, yet I've never heard of him. Perhaps he is unaware of Lu Xiao's identity and gambled that the Lin family would protect him, acting rashly.
Nevertheless, that move was incredibly cool.
The tension was palpable, exuding a strong boyfriend vibe. Absolutely, I've always found that red-haired man displeasing. He's a scoundrel, well-deserved.
Gu Qianan shouted enthusiastically, "Woohoo, so handsome." At that moment, the parents of the red-haired man, namely the head of the Lu family and Madame Lu, arrived just in time to witness the shocking scene, their expressions filled with fury.
My son! Who dares to treat my son in such a manner? Madame Lu cried as she rushed over to hold her son tightly.
Isn't it merely a case of accidentally spilling wine on Miss Lin?
He didn't even hurt her, why must you be so ruthless?
You little yellow-haired brat, do you think my Lu family is beneath your notice?
The head of the Lu family glared menacingly at Jiang Youli, his expression suggesting he wished to annihilate him. The couple had initially thought there was merely a minor scuffle based on the commotion they heard, not giving it much thought. At most, they anticipated apologizing to Miss Lin. They never expected this unknown man to attack their son without a second thought.
How could they tolerate that? And what if I do?
Jiang Youli scoffed, his demeanor indifferent, clearly regarding the Lu family with utter disdain. His words sparked yet another wave of gossip. This man was undeniably arrogant. Meanwhile, the Lin family had also arrived, with Lin Yuan and the three Lin brothers wearing expressions of profound displeasure, teetering on the brink of rage. In truth, as soon as the incident occurred, a servant had rushed to inform them, but the back and forth had consumed a bit of time. Heaven knows how furious they were upon learning Lin Qingye had been wronged. Upon arriving at the scene and hearing the Lu couple's remarks, their anger surged uncontrollably. Li Wanong hurried forward, cautiously enveloping Lin Qingye in her embrace. Nini, it is all Mama's fault for not being by your side. I am so sorry you had to endure this.
Her face was etched with regret. Let Mama see if you've been hurt anywhere?
I'm fine, I merely stumbled a bit, nothing serious. Lin Qingye felt a tinge of guilt. Her actions had caused her family unnecessary worry. After confirming that she was indeed unharmed, Li Wanong finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 34 of the Recognition Feast. Nini, allow someone to escort you home to change into another outfit.
Leave this matter to your parents.
Lin Qing cast a worried glance at Jiang Youli, then obediently nodded. All right, mother. Changing clothes would not take much time, and she could return to continue watching the performance. Once Lin Qing departed, all eyes turned to the Lu family, particularly the Lin family members, whose previously gentle and amiable expressions had vanished, replaced now by sternness and ferocity, as if their mere gaze could inflict a slow and painful demise upon the three individuals before them. The red-haired child continued to wail in Mrs. Lu's embrace. The head of the Lu family felt a sense of trepidation at the fierce glances from the Lin family. He was acutely aware of his culpability, yet he had no time to apologize to them. He needed to deal with the culprit who had assaulted his son first. Moreover, one must always pluck the softest fruit first, restoring his dignity before anything else. Brother Lin, today's incident is our fault towards your esteemed daughter, but this man nearly incapacitated my precious son. Allow me to settle this score first, and later I shall extend my apologies to you. Lin Yuan's expression darkened further. This fellow, had he prioritized sending his son to the hospital for treatment, Lin Yuan would have refrained from saying anything. However, the man was disregarding his son's injuries, attempting to confront Jiang Youli for the sake of his tenuous pride. Just as Lin Yuan was about to unleash a tirade, Li Wanong intervened. With an enigmatic smile adorning her face, she unervingly stated, "It's quite all right, I can understand the matters between our families can certainly be addressed later."
Ah, my sister-in-law possesses such wisdom. The head of the Lu family feigned admiration towards Li Wanong, then arrogantly approached Jiang Youli. Which family do you belong to?
Call your elders here. If this young man came from a respectable background, he would extort a hefty sum. If not, then the suffering his son had endured must be repaid tenfold.
Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin stood to the side, arms crossed, watching the spectacle unfold with detached amusement. I wonder how that head of the Lu family will meet his demise. Gu Qianan mused.
Perhaps horizontally or vertically,
Ji Yunjin replied nonchalantly. TCH. Gu Qianan turned back to enjoy the unfolding drama.
Before Jiang Youli could respond, Li Wanong feigned surprise and concern, stepping in first with, "Oh, you wish to summon the family head? It would likely be too late for the old master Jiang to fly in from Kyoto now." Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Even someone's wineglass shattered on the floor without anyone noticing. The mere mention of Kyoto was enough to instill fear, as it represented an insurmountable threshold for them. Moreover, if they had not misheard, she had just referred to the Jiang family elder, one of the most formidable among the four great families. Mrs. Lu immediately ceased her cries and accusations, neglecting her son as she stared incredulously at Li Wanang, as if she had just heard a joke. The head of the Lu family stood frozen in place, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He could only reassure himself that it was a fabrication. What did it matter if it was from Kyoto? As long as it wasn't the Jiang family, there was still room for redemption. How could the heir of the four great families be present here? Yet, gazing at the poised and distinguished man before him, he found it hard to believe. After all, how could an ordinary family cultivate a man of such impeccable appearance and demeanor? Noticing the atmosphere had reached a crescendo, Gu Qian sauntered over to Jiang Youli, grinning. Well, it seems our illustrious young master Jiang has encountered a setback here in Lin City. I must share this with my circle for a good laugh. Ji Yunjin joined in perfectly. This historic moment deserves to be recorded.
The two flanked Jiang Youli, amplifying the intensity of their presence.
Li Wanang appeared to be in high spirits, teasing them. Mr. Gu and Mr. Ji are quite humorous.
This remark struck like thunder, shattering the previously tense silence before plunging the room back into a fresh wave of stillness. The head of the Lu family, unwilling to surrender, inquired, "Are you referring to the esteemed young masters of the four great families?"
Even without considering the two, merely Gu Qian alone was enough to instill fear, as the Gu family was among the most powerful families outside of the four great clans.
Otherwise? How many Jiang families and Ji families are there in Kyoto?
Li Wanang retorted with a mocking smile, continuing her psychological assault. Where was I? Oh yes, you were asking for the young master Jiang's family to come. The head of the Lu family sank to his knees before her. Oh dear sister-in-law, please say no more. But to his surprise, Li Wanang's demeanor shifted abruptly, her face seemingly cloaked in an icy veneer, chillingly stating, "Who is your sister-in-law? Do not presume to take liberties, I have yet to settle the score for bullying my daughter." Meanwhile, the impulsive Lin Qingye had already been glaring daggers at the red-haired child, ready to charge forward and strike both him and the elderly woman, had it not been for his elder brothers restraining him. As for Lin Yuan, during the initial chaos, he had commanded all media personnel to be controlled and confined the Lin family, ensuring no one was permitted to leave until the situation was resolved. Chapter 35 of the Reunion Banquet 14. The current atmosphere was chillingly tense, with individuals of both high and low status striving to diminish their presence. After all, these were people from the capital. Who would dare to interject freely? The only ones truly able to enjoy the spectacle were a few celebrity friends invited by Lin Qingye.
The person I struck is indeed under my responsibility. Now, tell me, how would you like me to compensate?
Jiang Yourui's nonchalant tone belied an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on the room. The head of the Lu family immediately plastered a forced smile on his face, entirely devoid of his earlier arrogance. This is merely a trivial scuffle among juniors, nothing of great consequence.
How could we possibly expect young Master Jiang to apologize?
How could he dare to provoke the Jiang family? Once he accepted Jiang Yourui's offer of recompense, whether it would genuinely benefit him was another matter entirely. In fact, it was highly likely that in just 2 days, the entire Lu family would find themselves indebted to the Jiang family. Jiang Youli disdainfully curled his lips, disinterested in continuing the conversation, and shifted his gaze to Li Wanang.
Let us leave the ensuing matters to Madame Li.
It would be inappropriate for him to overstep his bounds.
Thank you, young Master Jiang, Li Wanang replied, still slightly apprehensive about whether Jiang Youli would easily let the red-haired boy off the hook. With the reins of control now in her hands, she felt a surge of satisfaction. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yuan and their sons, silently agreeing that this was the opportune moment to settle both new grudges and old scores. Upon hearing this, the Lu couple sighed in relief. Thankfully, young Master Jiang was not holding a grudge, or they would certainly face dire consequences. Before they could fully recover from their shock, they observed Li Wanang springing into action. She swiftly approached Madame Lu, gently helping her to her feet. "Oh dear, Madame Lu, the ground is cold, and considering your health, you ought not to remain kneeling any longer." Madame Lu had been holding her son all along, but with Li Wantong's assistance, the red-haired boy lost his balance and collapsed to the floor. Mom, I think my bones are broken, it hurts." He had initially attempted to rise but inadvertently aggravated his injury. Seeing this, Madame Lu's heart ached, and she leaned down to assist him, only to be pulled away by Li Wantong. "Oh, you are simply too soft-hearted." Young Master Jiang's kick didn't seem particularly forceful. How could it possibly have broken his shoulder? This child is merely seeking sympathy. Upon hearing this, Madame Lu found her reasoning compelling. She was well aware of her son's character. He often came to her, feigning distress whenever he found himself in trouble, seeking her support.
This mischievous rascal was no stranger to brawls. How could he possibly be so easily injured? Normally, she would overlook his antics, but today he had provoked not only the Lin family's darling but also the esteemed youth of the capital. Instead of attempting to apologize or make amends, he was oblivious to the gravity of his situation, merely diverting his parents' attention and adding to their woes. Perhaps it was time to let him face the consequences of his actions. However, she had grossly underestimated Jiang Youli's prowess. Her son's shoulder was indeed fractured. Ignoring the pleading look from her son, Madame Lu turned a blind eye, and the head of the Lu family paid no heed either. Li Wadang signaled to Lin Qingye, who, fueled by enthusiasm, rushed to the side of the red-haired boy. Feigning concern, he examined the injury.
"Let me see where it hurts." Upon realizing the severity of the boy's condition, Lin Qingye inwardly reveled while outwardly displaying feigned outrage. "Oh, you rascal, still pretending? You seem to be quite well, don't you? I warned you about your reckless behavior, always brawling like a street thug. Is this your way of garnering sympathy?" The red-haired boy was infuriated. Not only was he in excruciating pain, but he was also being slandered. "Shut your mouth, I don't need anyone's sympathy." Despite his reluctance to admit his own fragility, the pain was undeniable. It wasn't just his shoulder, his wrist and knee were also throbbing with discomfort. "Look at that, you still have plenty of fight left in you." With this declaration, the onlookers were largely convinced by Lin Qingye's claims that the red-haired boy was merely putting on an act to evade responsibility. Even the head of the Lu family regarded him with disappointment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qingye decided it was time to teach him a lesson. "You think you can get away with bullying my sister? I haven't forgotten about that." He delivered a powerful punch to the boy's face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. When the boy attempted to argue or resist, Lin Qingye struck him again on the other side, causing blood to seep from his mouth and rendering him unable to articulate a coherent response. Madame Lu gasped in horror, nearly losing her composure. "Ah, my son is already injured, why won't you let him be?" Unfortunately, she was firmly restrained by Li Wanton, unable to come to the boy's aid. Lin Yuan stood with a grim expression, blocking the Lu family's path, denying them any chance to intervene. Just then, Lin Qing, having changed her clothes, descended the stairs and witnessed this dramatic scene unfold. Perceptive and amused, she smiled, her eyes gleaming with surprise and admiration. She found the Lin family's spirit to be utterly delightful, an eye for an eye. Much like herself, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Youli had sensed the commotion and turned to catch sight of her sly smile. A flicker of intrigue crossed his gaze. How interesting. The eldest daughter of the Lin family was indeed not as innocuous as she pretended to be. He had nearly been fooled by her charm before. Chapter 35 of the Reunion Banquet 14. The current atmosphere was chillingly tense, with individuals of both high and low status striving to diminish their presence. After all, they were in the company of people from the capital. Who would dare to interject? The only ones truly able to enjoy the spectacle were the few celebrity friends invited by Lin Qingye. "The person I struck is under my responsibility now. What compensation do you desire?" Jiang Youli's nonchalant tone belied an invisible pressure that weighed heavily on the room. The head of the Lu family immediately plastered on a sycophantic smile, his earlier arrogance vanishing. "Oh, this is merely a trivial scuffle between juniors, entirely inconsequential. How could we possibly burden young Master Jiang with an apology? How could he dare to provoke the Jiang family?" Once he accepted Jiang Youli's offer of compensation, whether it would genuinely benefit him was another matter entirely. Moreover, it was highly likely that in a couple of days, the entire Lu family would end up compensating the Jiang family. Jiang Youli curled his lip in disdain, unwilling to spare him another glance, and shifted his focus to Madame Li. "Let us leave the subsequent matters to Madame Li. It would not do for him to overstep his bounds." "Thank you, young Master Jiang," Madame Li expressed, her concern lingering about whether Jiang Youli would easily let the matter regarding the red-haired youth slide. With him now handing the reins to her, it aligned perfectly with her intentions. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yuan and their sons, silently agreeing that this opportunity should be seized to settle both new grievances and old scores. Upon hearing this, the Lu couple exhaled in relief, thankful that young Master Jiang did not pursue the issue further. Otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Yet before they could fully recover from their shock, they witnessed Madame Li springing into action. She swiftly approached Madame Lu, helping her to her feet. "Oh, Madame Lu, the ground is cold, and given your frail constitution, it would be best not to remain kneeling." Initially, Madame Lu had been clinging to her son, but with this assistance, the red-haired youth lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. Mom, I think my bones are broken." "It hurts." The red-haired youth attempted to rise but inadvertently exacerbated his injuries. Witnessing this, Madame Lu's heart ached, and as she bent down to assist him, Madame Li pulled her back a step. "You see, you are just too soft-hearted.
Young Master Zhang's kick didn't appear particularly forceful. How could it possibly have broken his shoulder? The child is merely seeking sympathy. Madame Lu, upon hearing this, found it reasonable. She was well aware of her son's character. Every time he got into trouble, he would come to her, seeking her support. This wayward child had been in countless brawls before. How could he be so easily injured? Under normal circumstances, it would be one thing, but today he had provoked not only the beloved of the Lin family but also the esteemed young men of the capital. Rather than apologizing or attempting to make amends, he was only intent on diverting his parents' attention and adding to their woes, displaying a complete lack of awareness. Perhaps she had indulged him too much. It would do him good to face some hardships today. However, she completely underestimated Jiang Youli's skills. Her son's shoulder was indeed broken. Ignoring the pleading gaze from her son, Madame Lu remained oblivious, and the head of the Lu family paid him no mind either. Madame Li signaled to Lin Qingye, who, as if energized, dashed to the side of the red-haired youth. Feigning concern, he began to examine the injuries. "Let me see where it hurts." Upon realizing the severity of the red-haired youth's injuries, Lin Qingye couldn't help but chuckle inwardly while maintaining an outwardly furious facade. "Look at you, still putting on a show. You're not hurt at all, are you? I told you before, you used to act like a local bully, always fighting in the shadows. How could you be so fragile? So, you were just seeking sympathy all along." The red-haired youth's anger flared at these words. Not only was he in excruciating pain, but he was also being insulted. "Shut your mouth, do I need to seek sympathy?" Despite his reluctance to admit how easily he was hurt, the pain was undeniable. It wasn't just his shoulder, even his wrist and knees throbbed painfully. "Look at that, you still have plenty of fight left in you." With this taunt, the onlookers began to believe Lin Qingye's narrative that the red-haired youth was merely feigning injury to evade responsibility. Even the head of the Lu family regarded him with disappointment. Seizing the moment, Lin Qingye declared, "You think you can get away unscathed? I haven't even settled the score for bullying my sister." He then landed a punch squarely on the red-haired youth's face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. Seeing the youth attempt to rise and argue, Lin Qingye delivered another blow to the opposite side of his face, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, rendering him incapable of coherent speech. Madame Lu screamed in horror, nearly beside herself. "Ah, my son is already injured, why won't you let him go?" Unfortunately, she was firmly restrained by Madame Li, rendering her powerless to assist her son. Lin Yuan, with a grim expression, blocked the Lu family's path, offering no opportunity for rescue. Lin Cheng, now changed and descending from the upper floor, happened upon this dramatic scene. Perceiving the entire tableau, she smiled with delight, her eyes sparkling with surprise and admiration for the Lin family's temperament, which she found utterly appealing. They were vengeful, much like herself. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Jiang Youli sensed the commotion and turned to catch sight of her devious smile. His expression darkened with intrigue. It was clear that this young lady from the Lin family was far from the innocent facade she projected. He had nearly been deceived by her before. Chapter 36, The Recognition Banquet. 15-inch. Do you really intend to eradicate us completely? The head of the Lu family found himself choked with indignation, caught between the urge to vent and the necessity of restraint, feeling utterly distressed. He had not anticipated that the Lin family would be so unyielding. "Your son exhibits improper conduct and lacks virtue. He has long been notorious in Lini City. Today, our Lin family shall act as a force for justice," Lin Yuan proclaimed with righteous fervor. Li Wanang chimed in, "Indeed, since you refuse to discipline your own son, we are more than willing to take on that responsibility ourselves." At that moment, a few bystanders, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, attempted to intervene. As the saying goes, one should spare others when possible. "Miss Lin has not suffered any tangible harm, and young Master Lu has already received his due lesson. Perhaps it is best to turn the page?" "Exactly, making a spectacle of this matter benefits no one." "Let us prioritize harmony," suggested another. "If you are still aggrieved, perhaps the Lu family could offer some form of material compensation. After all, if someone were to be severely harmed, it would truly be irreparable." Moreover, young Master Jiang did not seem to hold any grudges earlier. "Are you perhaps making a mountain out of a molehill?" Upon hearing this, Li Wanting let out a cold laugh. "Making a mountain out of a molehill, do you not realize that Nini is the jewel of our family? If one chooses to approach her heedlessly, who else should they expect to face the consequences? To think that such scoundrels would still find defenders. How much has the Lu family paid you?" she retorted. "Shall I bring to light all the sordid deeds he has committed in the past?" No one had ever witnessed Li Wanang in such a manner, domineering, assertive, and imposing, with a hint of fierce intensity in her gaze. Typically, she was gentle and demure, and thus, many had not taken her seriously. Today, however, her display of power left everyone momentarily stunned. After relishing the moment, Lin Qingye swiftly rose to his feet, adding a final kick before leaving. Observing this, Lin Yuan recognized the time had come, and with a commanding tone, summoned all the bodyguards of the Lin family, causing a palpable stir among the onlookers.
What does this mean?
Lin Yuan raised an official smile, but his serious demeanor rendered it somewhat menacing.
Since we have reached this juncture, why not settle the score today? Score? What score? Most people appeared bewildered. Was this not a recognition banquet? How had it suddenly transformed into a scene reminiscent of a treacherous banquet? I trust you have all heard, to some extent, about how my youngest son and daughter were bullied in the black market a few days ago? The crowd's expression stiffened as they realized the reckoning he referred to was about this incident. Under normal circumstances, families of their stature would bury such humiliations in silence, yet here they were, brazenly seeking retribution. Moreover, it was hardly a grave matter. The Lin family's overprotectiveness seemed excessive. Many felt a twinge of fear. This recently restored Miss Lin was not to be trifled with. What's the matter? Have you all suddenly lost your voices? Those who participated, step forward, Lin Yuan commanded, casting a knowing glance towards Lin Qiangye. Following this, Lin Qiangye produced a list he had previously compiled and projected it onto the large screen. Can these young masters and their families provide an explanation for my brother and sister? The list predominantly featured young masters akin to Hong Mao.
Upon seeing their names, they could not help but feel a pang of anxiety, especially when they compared their fates to that of Hong Mao. Some began to seek parental assistance, while others attempted to justify themselves.
Head of the Lin family, Madame Lin, we have been wronged.
At the time, we truly did not recognize young Master Lin San and Miss Lin. Had we known, we would never have caused a ruckus. Had it been Lin Qiangye and Lin Xinyan, they would have been recognized, but regrettably, Lin Qingye had left little impression, and Lin Cheng was even less known.
Indeed, how could we dare to genuinely provoke the Lin family?
It was all a misunderstanding, and we merely engaged in some light banter. We did not resort to violence. The ones who truly instigated the altercation were affiliated with the gang, not them. However, Li Wantang was unconcerned with their justifications. Her children had been wronged. What I demand is an explanation from you for the Lin family, not excuses. Her stance was clear. She intended to settle the score, and regardless of who had acted or not, anyone remotely involved was obliged to apologize. Lin Yuan added a cutting remark. Originally, we did not intend to pursue this matter so vigorously, but since you have exhibited such overflowing sympathy, why not collectively bear the burden of young Master Lu's misdeeds? Though he had indeed planned to pursue the matter, it did not hinder him from crafting a few fabrications. The expressions of certain individuals at this moment resembled that of one who had just consumed something distasteful. Lin Qingye strode confidently to Lin Yuan's side, brimming with arrogance.
You, and you were the ones who insulted me.
I remember it quite clearly. The individuals he pointed at shrank back, too intimidated to retort. The elders accompanying them had no choice but to adopt a conciliatory stance, apologizing to the Lin family, and conceding to compensation was not out of the question, as long as they were not treated as harshly as Hong Mao had been. At this moment, Lin Qing made a timely appearance. Father, mother, brothers, I must apologize for today's events. It was my fault for causing you worry and alarming our esteemed guests.
Chapter 36. The recognition feast. You must be intent on exterminating us?
The head of the Lu family found a lump lodged in his throat, unable to express his frustration or endure the discomfort, feeling utterly wretched. He had not anticipated such blatant disrespect from the Lin family. Your son exhibits an unsavory character and a lack of integrity, having long become notorious in Lini City. Today, our Lin family shall act as purgers of societal ills. Lin Yuan spoke with an air of righteous indignation. Li Wantang chimed in. Indeed, since you refuse to educate your own son, we are more than willing to take on the task. At that moment, some bystanders, unable to bear the scene, attempted to intervene. As the saying goes, if you can spare someone, spare them. Miss Lin has not suffered any tangible harm, and young Master Lu has received his due lesson.
Perhaps it would be best to turn the page?
Yes, escalating this situation further benefits no one. Harmony should be prioritized. If you truly cannot quell your anger, perhaps the Lu family could offer some material compensation. If someone were to be severely harmed, it would be irreparable.
Moreover, young Master Jiang did not seem to hold any grievances earlier. Are you not making a mountain out of a molehill? Upon hearing this, Li Wantang let out a cold laugh. A mountain out of a molehill? Are you unaware that Nini is the jewel of our family? If he foolishly approaches her, who else should he be punished? Who would have thought that such scum would still find advocates? How much has the Lu family paid you? Shall I unveil the sordid deeds of his past? No one had witnessed this formidable side of Li Wantang before, overbearing, assertive, and radiant with a certain ruthlessness.
Typically gentle and demure, she had not commanded much attention. Her sudden display of authority left everyone astounded. After having his fill of amusement, Lin Qingye promptly stood up, not forgetting to deliver a parting kick. Observing this, Lin Yuan recognized the opportune moment and commanded all the bodyguards of the Lin family to assemble, sending a jolt of apprehension through the crowd.
What does this mean?
Lin Yuan raised an official smile, his serious demeanor rendering it somewhat terrifying.
Since the matter has escalated to this point, why not settle the score today? Score? What score? Most people appeared bewildered. Wasn't this a recognition feast? How had it suddenly transformed into a banquet of reckoning? Surely, this did not concern them. Surely you've heard about the incident a few days ago, where my third son and youngest daughter were bullied in the black market.
The crowd stiffened, realizing that he was referring to settling that particular score. Normally, families of their stature would bury such humiliation, rather than brazenly seek revenge. Moreover, it was hardly a grave matter. The Lin family's overprotectiveness seemed excessive, and many felt a twinge of fear. This newly found Miss Lin was not to be trifled with. What, has everyone suddenly lost their voice? If you participated, step forward. After speaking, Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye then produced the previously recorded list, projecting it onto the large screen.
Can these young masters and their families provide an explanation to my brother and sister? Most names on the list belong to young scions similar to the red-haired one.
Upon seeing their names and recalling the fate of the red-haired youth, their hearts tightened. Some sought parental rescue, while others attempted to justify themselves.
Master Lin, Madam Lin, we are innocent.
We truly did not recognize young Master Lin San and young Mistress Lin. Had we known, we certainly would not have caused a ruckus. While Lin Qingye and Lin Xinyan could recognize them, Lin Qingye had been too inconspicuous, and Lin Chang was even less familiar. Indeed, we would never dare provoke the Lin family. It was entirely a misunderstanding, and we merely exchanged a few words without any intent to escalate.
The true instigator had been a member of the gang, and they felt no connection to it.
Li Wanton, however, was unperturbed by their justifications. Her child had been wronged. I demand an account from you for the Lin family, not an explanation. Her stance was unequivocally one of seeking retribution. Regardless of involvement, anyone associated must apologize. Lin Yuan added a heartless remark. We had no intention of pursuing this matter so vigorously, but since your empathy has run amok, why not shoulder young Master Lu's offenses as well? Though he had indeed planned to pursue this, it did not hinder him from spinning a few lies. Some individuals wore expressions as if they had just consumed something foul. Lin Qingye swaggered up to Lin Yuan's side, brimming with arrogance.
You, and you were all the ones who insulted me.
I remember it quite clearly. The individuals he pointed at shrank back, too intimidated to retort. The elders accompanying them had no choice but to lower their posture and apologize to the Lin family, conceding to compensation as long as they were not treated as they had treated the red-haired youth. At that moment, Lin Qing made a timely entrance. Father, mother, brothers, I take responsibility for today's events. I not only caused you worry but also startled our esteemed guests. Chapter 37. At the conclusion of the family recognition banquet, she took delicate steps towards the center, her gentle visage tinged with a hint of regret. Moreover, regarding the previous matters, I believe they were not intentional.
After all, we were the ones who failed to clarify our identities initially.
Her words brought considerable relief to those present, who cast appreciative and grateful glances her way. It was fortunate that this young lady possessed such understanding. Indeed, we did speak some foolishness at the time, but we have since recognized our mistakes.
We hope Miss Lin will not hold it against us.
Lin Qingye let out a cold scoff, as if they were the ones startled. It is my sister who has endured far greater grievances. Lin Qing tugged gently at her sleeve, her voice pitched just right to be audible to the assembly. Third brother, please refrain from saying more.
What does a little grievance matter to me?
The individuals who had just been mentioned quickly stepped forward, pledging to make amends to her and Lin Qingye. Lin Qing sincerely curved her lips into a smile. This was the correct approach. If they treated these people as they did that red-haired individual, it would undoubtedly be inappropriate. Firstly, they had committed no grave offense, the true wrongdoers had already been dealt with. Secondly, it would not bode well to offend them too severely. Extracting a benefit from them for the Lin family was the most pragmatic course. Lin Qingye, however, was not entirely satisfied with this outcome. His sister was too kind-hearted, and he was not so easily appeased.
Compensation, do you think that a perfunctory payment will suffice to settle this matter?
Of course, it is not merely perfunctory. You may propose any conditions, and as long as we are able to comply, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them.
What did it matter if they paid a little more?
It would merely serve to uphold the Lin family's honor. Just as Lin Qingye was about to voice further objections, he was halted by Lin Qingye tugging at his sleeve. Elder brother, why not take this opportunity to secure some private benefits for the Lin family? He was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to consider the family's interests at such a juncture. He had intended to inform her that this commotion was to vindicate her, and she need not compromise the family's dignity, yet, upon seeing her resolute gaze, he could not bring himself to disagree. Very well, let it be as you wish. Lin Yuan and Li Wantong also respected their daughter's perspective. The others were tolerable, but regarding that red-haired fellow and the Lu family, the Lin family members were unwilling to accept their compensation. They should prepare to endure the Lin family's pressure.
Bring in the Lu family. Kindly escort them out.
Lin Yuan's command was delivered without a hint of courtesy, as though their lingering presence was a pollution to the Lin family's air.
What? Perceiving the Lin family's differential treatment, the head of the Lu family felt both angered and vexed, yet had no choice but to relent.
We are willing to offer compensation. Bodyguards, expedite your actions, Li Wantong urged impatiently. Once again, the assembly was taken aback by the Lin family's ruthless demeanor, yet none dared to utter another word. The family recognition banquet, fraught with tension and shock, had finally drawn to a close. However, Jiang Youli and his companions were retained. As Lin Yuan arranged for them to wait in a spacious reception hall, the Lin family members were still occupied with the aftermath of the banquet, thus they would have to endure a brief wait. Gu Qianan reclined on the sofa, gazing listlessly at the ceiling.
Alas, once again I find myself neglected. Is it truly befitting for the esteemed Gu Xiao to be treated thus?
Zhang Gu has not uttered a word.
It is only you who is lamenting, Ji Yunjin retorted with irritation. Why, then, did the Lin family suddenly decide to retain us? Have they perhaps discerned our true intentions for being here?
Most likely, it is because Zhang Gu just intervened to protect Miss Lin. They wish to express their gratitude. That is plausible. I have never witnessed such ferocious protectiveness as exhibited by their family after today's uproar. Who would dare approach Miss Lin in the future? Ji Yunjin merely smiled, choosing not to engage further.
Miss Lin is truly fortunate. She will be able to navigate any situation with ease, but then again, she deserves all of this. Such a well-mannered and understanding individual, who wouldn't dote on her? Jiang Gu, would you not agree? Gu Qianan, in his musings, turned to Jiang Youli, who remained unresponsive. He continued, Hey, Jiang Gu, what has you lost in thought? What is it?
Jiang Youli cast a sidelong glance at him.
Was what I said not true?
Jiang Youli reflected upon the multitude of words Gu Qianan had just babbled, ultimately honing in on 4 words.
Well-mannered and understanding. That is incorrect.
The young lady from the Lin family appeared far from ordinary. All available information indicated that prior to arriving in Lini City, she had lived a life of poverty among the lower classes, never having encountered such circles. Yet her demeanor today exhibited not a shred of timidity or awkwardness, rather, her comportment was impeccably poised, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, her gaze, he found it inscrutable.
In summary, she was indeed intriguing. What is it? Have you found yourself at odds with reality again?
Gu Qianan scoffed. It figures, you never did think highly of the young lady.
By the way, what did you speak of while you were outside?
Did you happen to withdraw from the engagement? If so, was it successful, and whom did you answer a call from? You appeared rather disheartened. Jiang Youli chose to bypass the first 3 inquiries, addressing only the last. It was a call from my grandfather.
He is already aware that I am here to annul the engagement.
What? Old Master Jiang is quite perceptive, indeed. He seems to be well informed, which suggests you likely did not manage to withdraw from the engagement.
Indeed. Chapter 38. The betrothal. Haha, I told you, this is destiny. Why are you so intent on breaking off the engagement? Just accept it. Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your good fortune. To be honest, Gu Qianan was reveling in the mischief. Are you not busy? Jiang Youli regretted allowing this loquacious individual to accompany him to Lini City. No.
Who said that? I am not busy at all. Gu Qianan quickly backtracked. At that moment, the Lin family had just concluded their tasks and came to find them, accompanied by Lin Qingye. Apologies for keeping the 3 young masters waiting, Li Wantong said with a semblance of contrition, though she would never admit it was intentional. She had a nagging feeling that the 3 young men's overly cordial visit to the Lin household was not a good omen. It's quite all right, we were merely idle ourselves, Gu Qianan replied with nonchalance. The group sat across from each other. The 3 Lin brothers and Lin Qingye remained composed, refraining from interjecting. Lin Yuan then cut straight to the point. I sincerely thank young Master Jiang for standing up for my niece today. I am aware that your visit is purposeful. Please, feel free to express any needs. The Lin family will not decline. It would be best to settle matters cleanly. Seeing Lin Yuan's forthrightness invigorated Gu Qianan, who deliberately interjected, Mr. Lin, you are being too modest. This is merely his obligation. There is no need for thanks. Jiang Youli shot him a sharp glance, though he refrained from commenting now. It was Lin Yuan and Li Wanang's turn to be perplexed.
What did he mean by obligation? Was there something they were unaware of?
What do you mean? Please clarify, Lin Yuan pressed. Jiang Gu, you should explain. Gu Qianan tossed the inquiry back to him after stirring the pot. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Youli finally revealed the truth under their scrutinizing gazes. I have come regarding my engagement to Miss Lin over 20 years ago. Our families arranged this union, and the token still resides at my home. This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, utterly shocking the Lin family. Even Lin Qingye, who typically maintained her composure, stared at Jiang Youli in astonishment. What a jest! She was actually betrothed to that exceedingly dangerous man. He was a formidable character, although she herself was not in a much better position. Nonetheless, this was difficult to accept, and the elder of the Lin family, who was that, she had only focused on the information about her parents and brother, neglecting to investigate further. Jiang Youli continued to observe her expression, noting her shock mingled with a hint of trepidation. But why? Li Wanang was on the verge of losing her composure. She had just managed to bring her daughter back, and now she was confronted with an inexplicable betrothal arranged by their ancestors. Who could accept such a thing? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. This news had indeed taken him aback, and the three Lin brothers regarded Jiang Youli with a sense of impending crisis. Moreover, the Lin family's elders, their parents said that their predecessors had passed away long ago, leaving them to fend for themselves, and what kind of elder could forge a connection with the illustrious Jiang family of the capital? Surely it was not some coercive scheme involving a life-saving favor. Heaven help them, this world was utterly surreal. Unfortunately, it was not the time for their inquiries. Suppressing her rising dissatisfaction, Li Wanang took several deep breaths to stabilize her emotions before addressing Jiang Youli. I apologize, but we were indeed unaware of this engagement.
So, young Master Jiang, what are your intentions in coming here?
Jiang Youli had initially planned to speak candidly, but recalling the elderess' instructions, he found himself at a loss for words. Seeing his hesitation, Gu Qianan seized the moment to respond. He received the news in advance and came to visit his fiancée. The atmosphere grew awkward at this revelation. Lin Qingye felt a slight relief. So, this special attention from him stemmed from their familial connection, and she had feared she might have exposed herself. As for Jiang Youli, his frustration reached a peak at that moment.
Now that you have met, does young Master Jiang have anything to convey?
Miss Lin is delightful. Jiang Youli delicately expressed his sentiments. I understand that this engagement is quite abrupt. If Miss Lin finds it unsuitable, she is free to annul it at any time. I will harbor no grievances. It would be splendid if the Lin family was willing to take the initiative to break off the engagement. Once again, we are profoundly grateful to young Master Jiang for traveling such a distance to attend our daughter's recognition banquet. As for the betrothal, perhaps it is not something that can be resolved with just a few words. We shall deliberate on it further later.
Understood.
Both Jiang Youli and Lin Yuan, along with Li Wanang, were acutely aware that an engagement arranged by the previous generation involved the development of 2, if not 3, families, and cannot simply be dismissed at will. Moreover, the Lin couple had their own motives. Although they had remained in Lini City, they were well informed about the situation in the capital. This young Master Jiang was indeed a paragon among his peers. Having interacted with him today, he was practically impeccable, and finding a son-in-law of his caliber was no easy feat. Most importantly, they needed to first inquire about their daughter's feelings. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Lin family courteously bid farewell to the 3 young men, who then departed, leaving the Lin household in a state of turmoil. The 3 Lin brothers had a plethora of questions, and even Lin Qingye was curious and eager to inquire further. However, their parents temporarily dismissed them. Dearest ones, we too are filled with confusion and frustration. Allow us to vent. Oh no, to clarify things first, and we shall inform you once we have gathered more information.
Chapter 39.
Obeying parents at this moment, Lord Lin and Madame Li remained at the Jiang residence. Simultaneously, their phones began to ring incessantly, startling all 3 of them, including old Master Jiang, whose heart raced with trepidation. Upon glancing at the caller ID, their anxiety heightened. They chose to selectively ignore the calls and confronted old Master Jiang with indignation. Look at this situation. It must be that your grandson has revealed the engagement matter.
What shall we do now?
Well, I am at a loss too. Who asked you to keep such secrets from them? Each must bear their own burdens. Old Master Jiang retreated to a safe distance. Lord Lin and Madame Li decisively hung up the phone, unwilling to confront the harsh reality, yet, the incessant ringing continued to torment them. They feared that further evasion might provoke the couple to storm in unannounced.
After much hesitation, they finally pressed the answer button, bracing themselves for the impending trial.
Old Master Jiang, upon witnessing this, stealthily leaned in to eavesdrop. What he heard was an unrelenting barrage from Lin Yuan and Li Wantong directed at them. Never had his little courtyard been so lively. With a resigned sigh, old Master Jiang reflected on the futility of daily complaints about Jiang Youli's foul temper. Ultimately, the three elders reached a compromise, relinquishing the initiative regarding the marriage to Lin Qingye. If she consented, then the engagement would be valid. If she declined, they would part amicably. After all, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong were already planning to return to the capital, and they feared that provoking them further might result in a permanent estrangement. Lin Yuan and Li Wantong breathed a sigh of relief, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of their recent negotiation.
However, they were now faced with a monumental challenge: how to explain the past to their children. The daughter was manageable, but the three sons had been deceived by their parents since childhood. How would they handle the truth? Honey, do you think they will resent us once they learn the truth? In truth, they could have allowed their children to grow up with the golden spoons of the two illustrious families from the very beginning. Why harbor such doubts about our sons? Are you not aware of their character? Despite growing up in a destitute environment, they have developed remarkable resilience. Moreover, given their confidence in their own capabilities, being scions of a noble family will undoubtedly be an asset. They will be grateful to us. To take a step back, if they are dissatisfied with reality, we could simply dote on Nini and let the others fend for themselves. Li Wantong chuckled at Lin Yuan's final remark, her previously anxious heart finally at ease. So, should we clarify the truth to the children now? Perhaps the time has not yet come. Let us surprise them later. The couple initially planned to return home closer to the new year for a family reunion, allowing Lin Qingye to experience life in Lini first. The next day, when faced with their three sons' inquiries, Lin Yuan and Li Wantong, for your own good, refrain from probing too deeply. We will inform you when the moment is right. The three Lin brothers had no objections, as they inherently trusted their parents. To consider Lin Qingye's feelings, Li Wantong took a moment to reassure her. Nini, do not overthink it. Your parents are simply unprepared. Some matters are not suitable for early disclosure. We will be honest with you in due time, alright? Alright, Mom. With that, Lin Qingye dismissed her curiosity about the Lin family's past. If her parents wished to keep it hidden, she would not pry. After much build-up, the couple finally broached the main topic. Nini, yesterday, you heard what young Master Jiang said. Could you share your thoughts with us? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye's three brothers perked up, especially Lin Changyun, who was particularly attentive. What if their sister expressed disinterest in Jiang Youli but had feelings for Zhou Hui instead? Lin Qingye had, in fact, given serious thought to this matter the previous night. Perhaps this engagement could serve as an opportunity for her. With this connection, she would be able to navigate her undertakings in the Z country with greater ease. Most importantly, she would remain in the shadows while he was in the light. She could position herself close to him, knowing both her adversary and herself. Once their interests collided, she could seize the initiative. To speak pragmatically, she could employ some tactics to earn his trust, gradually siphoning off his influence for her own gain, ultimately conquering the underworld. Was that not reasonable? Initially, she had not considered such a strategy due to a lack of confidence. Now, with the opportunity laid before her, she felt a stirring in her heart. Moreover, based on her understanding of him, if he were to discover her true identity, he might very well eliminate her or attempt to control her. The consequences of exposure were indeed dire. I have no objections. I will abide by my parents' wishes. Allowing things to unfold naturally seemed prudent. That man was excessively cautious. Only by not deliberately focusing on him could she possibly evade scrutiny. Are you truly devoid of any thoughts on this matter? While Li Wantong and Lin Yuan found Jiang Youli to be quite commendable, essentially embodying their ideal son-in-law, they yearned for Lin Qingye to make her own choices. Chapter 40. It seemed somewhat acceptable. It appears to be acceptable. Lin Qing also provided an ambiguous answer. Whether this matter succeeds or fails, the pros and cons are evenly balanced. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged glances, already calculating in their minds. Alright, let's not rush to break off the engagement, we shall observe for a while. And you three, you need to get moving. Lin each one feigned ignorance. What? My company has matters to attend to, I must take my leave. Lin Xinyan spoke with solemnity. No, you all know that being in a relationship will severely impact my career. Lin Changyun, with even more conviction, declared, eldest brother and second brother are not in a hurry, so why should I be? I will accompany my sister for now.
The couple was both amused and exasperated by their 3 sons. All right, do as you please. Third son, school starts in just a few days.
Remember to take good care of your sister.
That goes without saying, of course. The eldest and second brother both have their own careers and are often unavailable, leaving Lin Qingye with the most leisure time.
You must not lead her astray again. Do you understand? Li Wantong was almost on the brink of a psychological crisis. Understood.
The family continued their light-hearted banter for quite a while. Then, in the afternoon, Lin Qing had her personal time. Her third brother wished to accompany her but was firmly declined. She sat before the computer, sifting through information on Zhou Hui, needing to resolve this matter before she commenced her studies. She could first gather evidence of Zhou Hui's covert actions against the Lin family, devise a way to relay it to her parents or eldest brother, and then send someone to act preemptively, fabricating it as an accidental death or a revenge killing. However, it appeared that her parents and eldest brother were not easily deceived. How could she subtly guide them to acquire that evidence? Perhaps she could cleverly utilize her third brother. Zhou Hui believed he understood Lin Qingye thoroughly, thus his guard was low around him. The third brother and Zhou Hui had been acquainted for 4 years, frequently indulging in drinks and social gatherings, participating in various entertainment activities. It was only after a year of familiarity that Zhou Hui gradually began his schemes, all without Lin Qingye's awareness. Information relayed from his subordinates indicated that the Lin Group had faced a significant crisis 2 years prior. In January, the company's financial director embezzled a substantial sum of public funds, resulting in a shattered financial chain, inciting furious wrath among the leadership. Concurrently, it was discovered that the general manager was implicated in corruption, leading several key partners to terminate their contracts. In an instant, the reputation and favorable image of the Lin Group plummeted. It was not until last year that it began to recover to its former state. That financial director had only recently been appointed and was recommended by Lin Qingye to his elder brother, essentially gaining entry through nepotism. As for how they became acquainted, it was also due to Zhou Hui, although at that time, Lin Qingye had given it little thought. The general manager's corruption was a result of collusion between Zhou Hui and the financial director, who had infiltrated the company and manipulated affairs to tarnish his reputation. It took 6 months for the truth to surface. In summary, a series of events were inextricably linked to Zhou Hui. Following this incident, the Lin family became acutely vigilant, and for some reason, they subconsciously felt that he harbored ill intentions. Their investigations uncovered only a few clues, revealing his deep entanglement with the black market. They were reluctant for Lin Qingye to learn of or engage with these matters, hence they repeatedly warned him to keep his distance from Zhou Hui. However, Lin Qingye exhibited a degree of rebellion. If his parents forbade him, he would insist on doing the opposite. He sought to prove to everyone that even amidst his daily revelries, his academic performance remained exemplary. And indeed, he succeeded. Strangely, Zhou Hui had been particularly active lately, meeting with those behind him at intervals. Unfortunately, Lin Qingye's associates had not uncovered his true schemes. There was no concrete plan, only a clear focus on targeting the Lin family. Just as Lin Qingye was deep in thought regarding her strategy, the phone rang. The caller was Zhou Hui. Her eyes instantly glinted with a predatory light. How interesting. She had not sought out Zhou Hui, yet he was proactively reaching out to her. Could it be that he had realized she might be more advantageous to him? Hello, who is this? Miss Lin, it's me, Zhou Hui. Ah, it's young Master Zhou. My apologies, I did not save your contact properly. Lin Qingye's tone was laced with feigned contrition. In truth, she had saved Zhou Hui's contact, saying this intentionally. Of the last time, Zhou Hui had merely left her his contact details. She had not proactively given him hers, yet he managed to reach her. Quite the skill. She had only begun using this phone number after arriving at the Lin family, adopting a new identity and number, with only a few family members added, but that was of little concern. Perhaps he would soon be a corpse. No worries, it was I who intruded with this call. Have I disturbed you? Zhou Hui's words were both polite and gentle. If Lin Qingye were indeed an innocent young girl, she might have been duped by his facade of propriety. Not at all. Is there something you wish to discuss, young Master Zhou? Nothing major, I simply wanted to invite Miss Lin out for a meal. A meal? Did we not dine together just a few days ago? Lin Qingye inquired with an innocent tone. A soft chuckle came from the other end. This time it's different. Oh? Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow. In what way is it different? Chapter 41. Directly crush his head. This time, it's just you and me. As Zhou Hui uttered these words, his tone was imbued with a hint of ambiguity. Lin Qingye remained outwardly composed, yet she deliberately feigned surprise. Really, is young Master Zhou asking me out? Her demeanor resembled that of a blossoming young girl experiencing the stirrings of first love. Indeed, so Miss Lin, would you be so gracious as to accept? Of course, just set the time and place. Noticing that Lin Qingye had taken the bait, a smirk of derision curled at the corners of Zhou Hui's mouth. Then let it be tonight at 6 o'clock, at the Fuyue Hotel. We shall not miss each other. Not miss each other, Lin Qingye echoed before she took the initiative to hang up the call. She glanced at her phone. It was 3:45. She would apply an exquisite layer of makeup and don a demure dress, leaving around 5 to arrive splendidly for the rendezvous. That would suffice. Lin Qingye retrieved the hairpin Zhou Hui had gifted her and held it up to her hair. As she gazed at her reflection, her expression grew increasingly frigid. If Zhou Hui's intentions were merely to invite her to dinner, she would bide her time and allow him a few more days. However, should he dare to harbor ulterior motives, she would be right within the trap he had laid, using his own gift to conclude his life. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Zhou Hui respectfully approached a middle-aged man to report, "Master Gong, I have arranged everything as you instructed." The Lin family has already begun to suspect. You must act swiftly. Understood. Zhou Hui hesitated for a considerable time before voicing his inner doubt, but will targeting Lin Qingye truly achieve our anticipated goals? Their plan had originally aimed at Lin Changyun as a breakthrough, progressing gradually. Now, abruptly shifting their focus to Lin Qingye rendered his previous efforts with Lin Changyun seemingly futile. Moreover, acting with such urgency might yield what Master Gong desired, yet fully devouring the Lin family's aspirations would likely prove elusive. Who do you believe is easier to manipulate, Lin Changyun or Lin Qingye? Certainly Lin Qingye. A timid and weak-willed girl, with low vigilance and little worldly experience, might not even require anyone's intervention. A mere deception could easily ensnare her. And who do you think is more valued by the Lin family, Lin Changyun or Lin Qingye? Currently, it appears to be Lin Qingye. Zhou Hui found it particularly perplexing that a daughter who had wandered outside since childhood would be so highly regarded by the Lin family. That suffices. To have her in our grasp is to hold the Lin family's Achilles heel. However, if I openly invite her out, and something were to happen to her in the meantime, what if the Lin family traces it back to me? Rest assured, I will ensure you remain unsullied. My subordinates will take care of it when the time comes. If I may be so bold, Master Gong, what do you intend to do with Lin Qingye after kidnapping her and obtaining what you desire? Kill her, dispose of the body discreetly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hui felt an inexplicable pang of regret. He held a favorable impression of her. But won't this provoke the Lin family? Precisely, we want them anxious, flustered, and irrational, so absorbed in this matter that they fail to discern my true intentions, thus granting me the opportunity to act. I understand. Zhou Hui silently exited the room, preparing for his evening appointment with Lin Qingye. Yet, in doing so, he would be indirectly responsible for yet another life lost, truly a grave sin. An hour passed swiftly, and Lin Qingye had completed her preparations, ready to leave. At the entrance of the hall, she fortuitously encountered Lin Changyun. His eyes brightened upon seeing her. Sister, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Are you preparing to meet someone special? A friend. Lin Qingyun's mind was flooded with questions, given that his sister had previously claimed to have no friends in Lini City. Who, then, was she meeting? Before he could voice his inquiries, Lin Qingye deftly shifted the topic, subtly asking, "Third brother, if Zhou Hui were to bully me, who would you help?" Without hesitation, Lin Changyun replied, "Isn't that obvious? I would definitely help you. If he dares to bully you, I would crush his head." Satisfied with his response, Lin Qingye's lips curled into a smile. Since that was the case, she would not require her third brother's intervention. She could handle Zhou Hui herself. I understand. Goodbye, third brother. With that, she turned swiftly, leaving Lin Changyun with a striking silhouette. Hey, you're leaving just like that? Lin Changyun, still trying to comprehend his sister's intentions, asked, "Do you want me to accompany you?" Unfortunately, Lin Qingye had already walked away, ignoring him. Realizing too late, he connected the dots. His sister had no other friends here. She had just mentioned Zhou Hui, and she was wearing the hairpin he had given her. So, she was going to meet Zhou Hui, and damn, wasn't his mind usually sharp? Why had he been so foolish lately? No, he couldn't allow them to meet in private. Lin Changyun immediately pulled out his phone to call Zhou Hui, intending to confront him about his intentions. Unfortunately, the call did not connect. Feeling increasingly uneasy, he resolved to follow her discreetly, vowing to protect Lin Qingye from the shadows. Yet, regrettably, it seemed he had lost her trail. For the first time, he felt utterly inept. After much deliberation, he decided to risk notifying their father and older brother, reporting this urgent situation. Chapter 42. The days and abduction. Lin Qingye swiftly arrived at the designated location set by Zhou Hui. Although she was aware that this might be a treacherous banquet, she made no arrangements for any accomplices, boldly opting for a lone visit. Her confidence in her own abilities was absolute. In the entirety of Z country, the only person who could instill a sense of caution in her was perhaps Jiang Youli. She arrived quite early and even made a phone call to urge Zhou Hui, saying, "Hello? Mr. Zhou, I'm already here, when will you be arriving?"
Is it that soon?
Zhou Hui was evidently taken aback, responding hastily, "Got it, I'll be there shortly."
After hanging up, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn, is she that eager to bite the bait?"
He had only just arranged everything and hadn't even had a moment to rest. However, there was no choice. To ensure the plan proceeded smoothly, he had to go stabilize Lin Qingye ahead of time. As for Lin Qingye, she did not remain obediently in the restaurant. Instead, she strolled around the vicinity, under the pretense of a boardwalk. When Zhou Hui arrived and did not see her figure, he immediately panicked. Her silent departure could ruin his grand scheme. He promptly attempted to call her, but when he couldn't get through, he had no choice but to search the surroundings. Thankfully, just as he stepped out of the restaurant, he spotted Lin Qingye's silhouette in an alley. A sigh of relief escaped him, but he adjusted his emotions and gradually approached her, yet his heart could not help but remain vigilant. This alley was equipped with 2 vacuum cameras and had personnel secretly arranged by Elder Gong. The original plan was for him to drug Lin Qingye in the restaurant and then discreetly transfer her through this path. He never expected her to appear here ahead of schedule. Had she discovered something?
"Miss Lin, what brings you to this place so suddenly?"
Upon hearing the voice behind her, Lin Qingye quickly turned around, her face lighting up with a joyful smile upon seeing Zhou Hui.
"Mr.
Zhou, you finally arrived. I was feeling quite bored by myself in the restaurant, so I decided to take a little walk." Observing the youthful and innocent expression on the girl's face, Zhou Hui dispelled his doubts. Someone like Lin Qingye couldn't possibly notice anything amiss. With a nonchalant smile, he even found himself too lazy to feign concern. "Since that's the case, it saves me the trouble of bringing you here myself." His gaze gradually turned cold, tinged with a hint of pity for someone on the brink of demise.
"Ha?
What do you mean, Mr. Zhou? I don't quite understand." Lin Qingye intended to play her role to the end. "If you don't understand, then forget it." Zhou Hui stepped back and gestured towards a specific direction. Immediately, 2 burly men wearing masks vaulted over the wall from the alley's entrance, landing precisely in front and behind Lin Qingye. Startled, Lin Qingye realized the imminent danger and quickly turned to Zhou Hui for help. "Mr. Zhou, who are they? Please save me." Zhou Hui stood a short distance away, indifferent, coldly watching as she was rendered unconscious and bound. However, as he observed the brutish actions of the 2 men, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. After all, it was because of him that she was facing such a dire predicament. A delicate young lady like her falling into the hands of these men could lead to unimaginable torment before her untimely end. Regardless, he had ensured an alibi and was not fearful of the Lin family's inquiries. He followed them, personally escorting the unconscious Lin Qingye. At the very least, his presence could guarantee her a dignified end. "Stop. Step aside, I will personally deliver her to the designated location." Zhou Hui then approached Lin Qingye, lifting her and placing her gently into the prepared vehicle before departing with the 2 men. At the moment he lifted her, Lin Qingye, feigning unconsciousness, nearly succumbed to her overwhelming desire to kill. She longed to slice Zhou Hui's throat right then and there, yet, she understood that this was not the opportune moment. This location might be under the control of the individuals behind Zhou Hui, and acting here could easily expose her. Moreover, they would undoubtedly take her to a secluded area, perhaps where their accomplices awaited. She could bide her time until then. Meanwhile, at the Lin family residence, after Lin Changyun informed Lin Yuan and Lin Yichuan of the situation, they immediately set aside their work and frantically began searching for her. Unable to contact Lin Qingye or ascertain her whereabouts, they had no choice but to seek Zhou Hui. Lin Yuan personally made the call, and this time it connected to Zhou Hui even switched to a video call. The scene displayed was evidently the Zhou family estate, alongside a well-dressed woman.
"Is there something you need, Uncle Lin?"
Zhou Hui waved at him through the screen.
"Are you at home right now?"
Lin Yuan's brow furrowed tightly.
Hadn't he, the 3rd son, mentioned that his daughter was meeting him?
"Yes, indeed, I'm with my mother. Is something the matter?" Zhou Hui's demeanor was entirely casual, leaving Lin Yuan unable to discern any discrepancies. "Nothing, my apologies for interrupting."
With no news of his daughter, Lin Yuan decisively ended the call.
He then turned to his 3rd son. "Didn't you say Nini was on a date with him? He hasn't even left the house." "Well, actually, my sister didn't specify, that was merely my assumption."
"What should we do now?"
Panic enveloped him. Because of his momentary oversight, his sister might have encountered trouble once more, and it was driving him to despair. Chapter 43. Concerning Zhou Hui. In the midst of their anxious deliberations, an unexpected phone call suddenly interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts.
"Hello? Who is this?"
His tone was laced with impatience. He was preoccupied with searching for his daughter and had little time to entertain such an unwarranted call, yet he felt compelled to answer. What if it pertained to his daughter? As fate would have it, Lin Yuan's greatest fears were soon realized, for the call was one of kidnapping and extortion. If you wish for your daughter to remain unharmed, you must deliver the jade pendant in your possession to the location I specify. Upon successful completion of this task, I shall release your daughter. Also, do not attempt to search for her, you will not succeed. The voice on the other end was cold and mechanical, and after delivering this ominous message, the caller promptly hung up, swiftly erasing their number. Upon checking his messages, Lin Yuan discovered another number had sent him a text detailing the location for the delivery.
A pendant? What kind of pendant? They VE resorted to kidnapping my sister over a mere trinket.
Have they lost their minds?
Lin Qingye expressed his bewilderment.
This is no ordinary pendant. It conceals a chip embedded within the inner ring, containing 2 critical secrets pertaining to the Lin and Li families. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire, Lin Yuan replied, his expression darkening. He was certain that when he had brought the pendant out of Kyoto years ago, only he and Li Wanong were privy to its existence.
How could this information have leaked? Oh, wait, he nearly forgot. 5 years prior, due to a minor incident, the pendant had been exposed, inciting a fierce scramble for possession. It had taken considerable effort to quell that turmoil, and now it appeared others were still fixated on it.
Before Lin Qingye could fully process Lin Yuan's words, there was a commotion from Lin Qiangye's side. A government vehicle screeched to a halt beside them, and Lin Qiangye's secretary rushed out in a flurry.
Young Master Lin, important intelligence. My subordinates inadvertently discovered that the one from the Zhou family is an impostor.
That is merely his usual decoy. The real Zhou Hui is with Miss Lin, and he may very well be the mastermind behind this. The 3 members of the Lin family were struck by shock and fear, too preoccupied to verify the veracity of this news before they hastily split up to act. Lin Yuan returned to retrieve the jade pendant, aiming to stabilize the situation. The pendant was undeniably significant, yet he could not ignore his daughter. He would have to navigate the unfolding events step by step. Meanwhile, Lin Qiangye and Lin Qingye sought to ascertain Lin Qingye's whereabouts. Lin Qingye was reluctant to believe that his good friend could engage in such treachery, yet the fear that it might be true gnawed at him. He raced to several places Zhou Hui frequently visited, ultimately uncovering a lead at the Fuyua Hotel. At that moment, his heart raced with turmoil, yet his mind was frighteningly clear as he imagined himself in Zhou Hui's shoes, contemplating where he would choose as a hideout. Soon, he narrowed it down to 2 areas, one for his elder brother to send men to secure, and the other for him to infiltrate stealthily. Li Wanong also received this intelligence promptly and, with resolute determination, assembled a contingent of bodyguards and henchmen hired by the Lin family to confront the Zhou family. Have Zhou Hui come out immediately, or I shall dismantle the Zhou family's entrance. Her fury was palpable. How dare Zhou Hui lay hands on her beloved daughter, who was so obedient and understanding? Did he have a death wish? Did he truly believe she would remain passive? However, the Zhou family, being a prestigious lineage, valued their reputation immensely. How could they endure such provocation? Moreover, Zhou Hui was not even present. They had grown accustomed to shielding him, so how could they comply with Li Wantong's demands? The head of the Zhou family and Madame Zhou stood at the entrance, blocking Li Wantong's entry. The atmosphere was tense, a confrontation imminent. Mrs. Lin, do not be overly aggressive. What do you mean by blocking my doorstep? You are making a fool of yourself, they retorted, noting the growing crowd of onlookers and the increasingly unfavorable expressions on the Zhou family's faces.
Yet, Li Wantong remained unabashed.
I believe my initial intent has been made abundantly clear. I demand that you hand over your precious son.
Without evidence, how can you accuse our son of being involved in your daughter's disappearance?
You have not even investigated thoroughly, yet you hastily assign blame to us. Is there no reason in your actions? The Zhou couple felt a twinge of guilt, for though Zhou Hui had not disclosed anything to them, they understood that this matter likely pertained to him. However, they could not afford to show weakness. They refused to believe that, lacking evidence, the Lin family could exert any influence over the Zhou family.
I assert that it is related, and that is final.
You must simply state whether you will hand him over, otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of civility.
Li Wantong was genuinely exasperated. The Zhou family was quite brazen. Did they believe she was powerless against them?
If Zhou Hui truly had a hand in her daughter's disappearance, she would not hesitate to return to Kyoto, leveraging the Lin and Li family's power to ensure the downfall of this small Zhou family. The Zhou family was taken aback by her desperate resolve. It was merely a daughter. After all, why go to such lengths? If the Lin family truly became enraged, they would hardly withstand the consequences. After a hushed conference, the Zhou couple decided to allow Li Wanang entry, hoping to placate her for the time being. Chapter 43 pertaining to Zhou Hui. Just as they were in a state of anxious anticipation, an unexpected call abruptly rang through Lin Yuan's mobile phone.
Hello? Who is this?
His tone was laced with impatience. He was preoccupied with the search for his daughter and had little time to entertain such a bewildering call, yet he felt compelled to answer. What if it bore news concerning his daughter? As fate would have it, Lin Yuan's greatest apprehensions were soon realized. This was a call demanding a ransom for his daughter's release. If you wish for your daughter to remain unharmed, you must deliver the jade pendant in your possession to the location I specify. Once the task is accomplished, I shall ensure your daughter's safe return, and do not attempt to search for her, you will not succeed. The caller was cautious, employing a cold, mechanical voice. After delivering this ominous message, they promptly hung up and swiftly erased their number. Upon checking his text messages, Lin Yuan discovered another number had sent him a message detailing the location for the delivery.
A jade pendant? Is it really for a mere pendant that they have kidnapped my sister? Have they lost their minds? Lin Qingye expressed his bewilderment.
This is no ordinary jade pendant. An internal chip is embedded within it, containing 2 secrets pertaining to the Lin and Li families. Should it fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire, Lin Yuan replied, his expression darkening. He was certain that when he had brought the pendant out of Kyoto years ago, only he and Li Wanang were privy to its existence. How could this information have been leaked? Oh, he nearly forgot. 5 years ago, due to a minor incident, the pendant's existence had been exposed, igniting fierce competition for its possession. It had taken considerable effort to quell that turmoil. Who would have thought that someone would still be coveting it now? Before Lin Qingye could fully comprehend Lin Yuan's words, commotion erupted from Lin Qian's side. A government vehicle screeched to a halt beside them, and Lin Qian's secretary rushed out in a flurry.
Young Master Lin, Mr. Lin, crucial intelligence. My subordinate inadvertently uncovered that the Zhou family member is an imposter, that is his usual decoy. The real Zhou Hui is with Miss Lin, and he may very well be the mastermind behind this. The 3 members of the Lin family were struck with shock and fear, neglecting to verify the veracity of this information as they immediately set off to take action. Lin Yuan returned to retrieve the jade pendant, intending to placate the captor. While the pendant was undoubtedly vital, he could not disregard the safety of his daughter. He would have to proceed cautiously. As for Lin Qian and Lin Qingye, they resolved to locate Lin Qingye. Lin Qingye was reluctant to believe that his close friend could commit such an act, yet he was also terrified that it might be true. He frantically scoured the usual haunts of Zhou Hui, and at last, he caught a glimmer of a lead at the Fuyue Hotel. At that moment, his heart raced with panic, yet his mind remained unervingly clear, immersing himself in thoughts of Zhou Hui and contemplating where he might choose to hide. Soon, he pinpointed 2 potential areas. One he would send his elder brother to secure, while the other he would infiltrate himself. Li Wanang swiftly received this information and, with resolute determination, assembled a group of bodyguards and enforcers hired by the Lin family to confront the Zhou family. Have Zhou Hui come out immediately, or I shall tear down the gates of your household. Fury consumed her.
How dare Zhou Hui lay hands on her obedient and considerate daughter? Had he grown so careless as to test her patience? Did he truly believe she would be idle? However, the Zhou family, being a prestigious clan, held their reputation in high regard and could hardly tolerate such provocation. Moreover, Zhou Hui was not even present. They had grown accustomed to shielding him, so how could they comply with Li Wanang's demands? The heads of the Zhou family, Mr. and Mrs.
Zhou, stood at the entrance, blocking Li Wanang from entering. The atmosphere was tense, and a confrontation seemed imminent. Mrs. Lin, please refrain from being overly aggressive. What do you intend by blocking my doorstep? You are merely inviting ridicule, Mr. Zhou remarked. Indeed, the crowd of onlookers had swelled, and the expressions of the Zhou family grew increasingly grim, yet, Li Wanang remained unfazed. I believe my intentions have been made abundantly clear. I demand that your esteemed son return my daughter to me. Without evidence, how can you claim that your daughter's disappearance has anything to do with our Hui? You haven't even conducted a proper investigation, yet you hastily cast accusations upon our son.
Is this reasonable? The Zhou couple felt a twinge of unease. While Zhou Hui had not confided in them, their understanding of his character led them to suspect that he was indeed involved. Nevertheless, they could not afford to lose face. They were adamant in their belief that without concrete evidence, the Lin family would be powerless against them.
If I say it is related, then it is related.
Simply state whether you will return him or not, otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind.
Li Wanang was genuinely infuriated. The Zhou family was indeed audacious, firmly believing she was powerless against them.
If it were true that her daughter's disappearance was in any way connected to Zhou Hui, she could always return to Kyoto and seek support from the Lin and Li families. She was determined to eradicate this minor Zhou family. The Zhou family was taken aback by her desperate demeanor. Was it truly worth such extreme measures for just one daughter? If the Lin family truly decided to unleash their fury, they might not withstand the repercussions. After a hushed discussion, Mr. and Mrs. Zhou resolved to allow Li Wanong inside, hoping to stabilize the situation for the time being. Chapter 44 of The Murderer is her. The scene shifts to Lin Qingye, who is currently feigning unconsciousness, lying in an abandoned warehouse. Although her eyes remain closed, she possesses an acute awareness of her surroundings. The environment is dim and damp, enveloped in an eerie silence. Most of the area is spacious, save for her immediate vicinity, which is cluttered with various objects. About 10 burly men linger at the entrance, vigilant and on guard inside the warehouse. Only Zhou Hui remains, who, feeling sympathy for Lin Qingye's discomfort from being bound, has decided to untie her ropes, confident she cannot escape. After a moment, Lin Qingye pretends to stir from her stupor. Her bright, expressive eyes slowly flutter open, reflecting a blend of confusion, innocence, and fear of the unfamiliar environment, coupled with her delicate, slightly pale visage. This elicits a profound protective instinct in the men around her. Especially when her gaze falls upon Zhou Hui, her expression transforms into one of sheer delight, trust, and relaxation, providing him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Zhou Xiao, where are we? Why are we here? She inquires, her naivety tugging at Zhou Hui's heartstrings, rendering him reluctant to divulge the truth. He remains silent. Noticing his lack of response, Lin Qingye tentatively moves closer to him. Oh, I vaguely recall being knocked out. Are you also a victim of abduction? Zhou Hui is taken aback by her line of thought. Despite the dire circumstances, she still harbors no doubts about him. How blissfully naive she is. A boredom looms in this place, and teasing her seems quite amusing, so he plays along. Yes, indeed, what do you think we should do now? I don't know. Oh, it hurts so much. Lin Qingye clutches her neck, feigning agony. I was just struck so painfully. Zhou Xiao, could you please check if it's serious? Zhou Hui furrows his brow at the brutality of her captors. He swiftly moves behind Lin Qingye, pulling down her collar to inspect her injuries. Unfortunately, he finds nothing significant, instead becoming entranced by her porcelain-like skin. It's merely a bit red and swollen. There is no major issue, just bear with it, and the pain will subside, he reassures her, but his voice grows increasingly strained, as if he struggles to suppress a deeper desire surging from within. Unconsciously, his fingertips graze her skin, his throat tightening with fervor. And Miss Lin, please, don't move. Allow me to massage the area. The proximity between them shifts the atmosphere into something decidedly intimate. A subtle fragrance emanates from her, clouding his rationality and ensnaring his senses. A latent desire within him amplifies infinitely. After all, she wouldn't survive the next couple of days. Rather than let the men outside mistreat her, he could cherish her himself. After all, she harbors feelings for him. It would be a fulfillment of sorts. Lost in thought, Zhou Hui's other hand instinctively finds its way to her waist, poised to escalate their interaction, only to be halted by Lin Qingye's sudden request. Zhou Xiao, could you help me remove my hairpin? Why? The abrupt interruption fills Zhou Hui's tone with palpable resentment, yet he still retrieves the hairpin and places it in her palm. Because you gave it to me, and I wish to admire it once more. Haha. Zhou Hui chuckles with delight. Amidst such chaos, this foolish girl still thinks of him. How fitting. Unfortunately, Lin Qingye's back is turned to him, concealing her cold, murderous gaze and the slight, sinister smile curling at her lips. In her current state of relaxation, he remains blissfully unaware of the looming specter of death. Zhou Xiao, why don't we engage in something thrilling? Lin Qingye turns to him with a playful smile, deliberately closing the distance between them. Oh, what thrilling endeavor do you propose? Zhou Hui's entire being ignites with anticipation. Could it be what he imagines? The little girl seems quite adept at mischief. Zhou Xiao, come a bit closer and focus on this hairpin in my hand. She extends her hand before him, urging him to concentrate. Zhou Hui is eager to see what trickery she intends to unveil. However, as he leans in, the hairpin suddenly splits apart, revealing a hidden blade. A flash of silver gleams, and he meets a fate akin to Huang Qi's. Zhou Hui's lips are sliced open by the blade. Just as he attempts to cry out, Lin Qingye swiftly lifts his chin, seizing the moment to slice off his tongue. A swift kick sends him sprawling across the floor. The entire sequence of actions takes Lin Qingye a mere 10 seconds, until Zhou Hui rolls on the ground that he realizes he has suffered the same fate as Huang Qi. He had long been perplexed by the efficiency of the killer's methods. Little did he know, the murderer had been hiding right beneath his nose all along. Ignoring the excruciating pain, he shakily points a trembling finger at her, his eyes brimming with fear and despair, utterly devoid of the lust he had exhibited moments before. Chapter 45. Perhaps this marriage need not be rescinded. It is you, indeed, it is I. Do you realize this only now? Is it not too late? Lin Qing approached him, a smile playing on her lips, resembling a vengeful demon. Was it still pleasant to touch just moments ago? Without granting him the opportunity to respond, Lin Qing seized a nearby rope and deftly bound his hands. Her strength was astonishing, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance, before she used a hairpin to cut into his wrist. Let me allow you to savor the sensation of life ebbing away.
Her words, though gentle, sent chills coursing through him, a bone-deep coldness settling in.
He wished to plead for mercy, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only shake his head repeatedly, his body instinctively curling away. He had erred, misled by her seemingly delicate exterior. He had erred in harboring any semblance of pity for her. Outside, members of Gangye were lying in wait. Even if she were to kill him, what difference would it make? Would she not still be trapped? Perhaps he still had a chance of salvation? Still clinging to hope, are you? Unfortunately for you, it is I whom you have encountered. You shall pay for the sordid deeds done against the Lin family. At her words, Zhou Hui's pupils dilated in shock. How could she know everything, and with such formidable skill? Who exactly was she? Behold, remember this hairpin, the very one you presented to me. It shall accompany you on your journey. With that, Lin Qingye raised her hand once more and plunged the pin into Zhou Hui's eyes, blood gushing forth, nearly obscuring his once handsome visage. Zhou Hui cried out in agony, yet his voice was but a faint whisper, failing to attract the attention of those outside. In that moment, all his fear and pain transformed into a fervent rage. He yearned to take Lin Qingye down with him. He surged from the ground, channeling all his strength in a desperate charge towards her. With his hands bound, he could only use his body to collide with Lin Qingye, attempting to drive her towards the abandoned spike to the right. If the angle were just right, it could lead to her immediate demise. You wretched being, perish! Yet, he underestimated Lin Qingye's reflexes. The instant he moved, she sensed his intent, and as he drew near, she nimbly darted to the left, delivering a swift kick to his knee. His balance faltered, and he crashed into the pile of spikes. The sharp points pierced his chest, marking the abrupt end of his fleeting existence. How convenient that you meet your end in such a manner. Lin Qingye observed his lifeless form, her gaze icy and bloodthirsty, akin to an emotionless killing machine. However, the commotion had not gone unnoticed. The 10 or so guards stationed outside sensed something amiss and burst through the door. Upon witnessing the sight of the seemingly unscathed girl and Zhou Hui's gruesome demise, they momentarily stood in shock. What was happening? Lin Qingye, spotting the group armed with knives and guns, felt her bloodlust intensify. They arrived just in time. Killing, after all, can become an addiction. She discarded the hairpin and drew several throwing knives from her waist, poised at her fingertips, before swiftly advancing towards them. The overwhelming intent to kill jolted them from their stupor and confusion. Having mingled in the underworld for years, they understood, even in their panic, that this woman was not to be trifled with. They needed to act swiftly. Instinctively, they opened fire on Lin Qingye, a haphazard barrage of bullets. Yet, in their disarray, they failed to aim properly, allowing her to evade every shot effortlessly. In the midst of it all, she hurled 2 knives, each finding their mark in the foreheads of 2 men. With a fluid motion, she seamlessly infiltrated their ranks. They quickly drew their melee weapons, intent on surrounding Lin Qingye, but her movements were so swift they were nearly impossible to anticipate. A flying kick felled 2 of them, followed by 2 more throwing knives, the transition smooth and lethal, leaving no room for a response. Within a minute, 4 had fallen at her hands. The remaining 6 were at a loss on how to approach her. All together now, do not give her the chance to take us out one by one. This woman possessed an extraordinary combat prowess. Her strikes were precise and merciless, each fallen brother the result of a single blow. They had encountered professional assassins before, but none as formidable as her. Remarkably, when they had captured her, she had appeared so frail and vulnerable. Lin Qingye regarded their clustered formation with disdain, a smirk curling her lips. With a graceful somersault, she distanced herself while retrieving a fallen firearm. Without hesitation, she raised her hand, needing no aim as she fired multiple rounds in quick succession, ensuring the remaining 6 met their end in unison. Casting a glance at the corpses strewn across the ground, Lin Qingye departed with a sense of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to her, however, just 300 meters from the warehouse stood an abandoned 3-story villa. Jiang Youli stood on the balcony, a pair of binoculars in hand, observing the unfolding scene through the warehouse's ventilation. At that moment, his eyes reflected not only shock but also admiration and intrigue. It had been ages since he had encountered someone so captivating. Had he finally found a leverage against her, ruthless and cunning? She intrigued him. Perhaps this marriage need not be rescinded after all. Chapter 45. Perhaps this marriage need not be rescinded. It's you. Indeed, it is I. Do you not realize that it may be too late for such realizations? Lin Qingye smiled as she approached him, like a demon come to claim a soul. Was it still pleasant to touch just now? Without granting him the opportunity to respond, Lin Qingye seized a nearby rope and deftly bound his hands, her strength astonishingly formidable, rendering him utterly defenseless. She then utilized a hairpin to slice open his wrist. Let me allow you to savor the sensation of life slipping away. Her words, though exceedingly gentle, sent chills coursing through him, cold as ice. He wished to plead for mercy, yet no sound emerged, only desperate shakes of his head as his body curled away in fear. He had erred, misguided by her seemingly delicate exterior. He had erred in harboring any semblance of pity for her. Outside, there were men of Master Gong lying in wait. What did it matter if she killed him? Would she not still find herself trapped? Perhaps he still possessed a chance of salvation, still clinging to hope. Are we? Alas, you have crossed paths with me, and you shall pay for the sordid deeds you have inflicted upon the Lin family. At her words, Zhou Hui's pupils dilated in shock. How could she possibly know everything, and with such remarkable skill? Who exactly was she? Behold, remember this hairpin. It is a gift from you, and it shall accompany you on your final journey. With that, Lin Qingye raised her hand once more, plunging the hairpin into Zhou Hui's eyes, blood gushing forth, nearly obscuring his once handsome visage. Allah. Zhou Hui cried out in agony, yet his voice was but a feeble whisper, failing to attract the attention of those outside. In that moment, all his fear and suffering morphed into a profound rage. He yearned to perish alongside Lin Qingye. He sprang from the ground, summoning every ounce of strength to charge at her. With his hands bound, he could only collide with Lin Qingye, seeking to hurl her toward the abandoned spike nearby. If the angle were just right, it might spell her immediate demise. Wretched woman, perish. Yet, he gravely underestimated Lin Qingye's reflexes. The instant his body shifted, she sensed his intent and swiftly evaded to the left, delivering a sharp kick to his knee. His balance faltered, and he crashed directly onto the pile of spikes, which pierced his chest, marking the abrupt end to his fleeting life. Quite fortunate for you to meet your end in such a manner, Lin Qingye remarked coldly as she gazed upon his lifeless form, her eyes glinting with a chilling bloodlust, resembling a heartless machine of death. However, Zhou Hui's earlier commotion had drawn the attention of the 10 or so guards stationed outside, who burst through the door upon sensing something amiss. Upon witnessing the frail young woman standing unscathed alongside Zhou Hui's gruesome remains, they were momentarily rendered speechless. What was the meaning of this? Lin Qingye observed the group armed with knives and guns at the entrance. Her bloodlust surged, and they arrived just in time. Killing, too, can become an addiction. She discarded the hairpin from her hand, drawing several throwing knives from her waist, deftly balancing them on her fingertips. In a blur of motion, she advanced upon them, closing the distance with remarkable speed. An overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, jolting them from their stupor of shock and confusion. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, even the dimmest among them recognized the danger posed by this woman. They had to act or perish. Instinctively, they opened fire upon Lin Qingye, a collective barrage. Yet, in their panic, they were unable to steady their aim, allowing her to nimbly evade every bullet that whizzed past her. In the midst of chaos, she flung 2 knives with pinpoint accuracy, striking 2 of their number in the forehead. With a swift slide, she seamlessly integrated herself into the fray. Quickly, they drew close combat weapons, intent on surrounding Lin Qingye, but her movements were elusive, defying capture. A flying kick felled 2 of them, followed by the precise launch of 2 more knives, the fluidity of her actions leaving them no time to react. In less than a minute, she had dispatched 4 of their ranks. The remaining 6 found themselves at a loss, unable to approach her all at once. Do not give her the chance to pick us off one by one. This woman's combat prowess was unparalleled. Her strikes were precise and ruthless, devoid of hesitation. Nearly every fallen comrade had met their end with a single blow. Though they had encountered professional assassins before, none had been as formidable as her. It was astonishing. When they had captured her, she had appeared so frail and helpless. Lin Qingye observed them huddled together with disdain, curling her lips in a smirk. With a graceful backflip, she created distance and retrieved the firearms that lay scattered on the ground. She raised her hand decisively, firing multiple rounds without the need to aim, ensuring that the remaining 6 met their demise in unison. Surveying the scene of carnage strewn across the floor, Lin Qingye departed with a sense of satisfaction. However, she remained oblivious to the figure standing less than 300 meters away. In an abandoned 3-story villa, Jiang Youli stood upon the balcony, one hand gripping binoculars, capturing every detail of the unfolding events through the warehouse's ventilation shaft. At that moment, his eyes reflected not only shock but also a profound admiration and intrigue. It had been ages since he encountered someone so captivating. Had he finally stumbled upon a leverage point? She was ruthless and lethal, just to his taste. This marriage, perhaps, need not be rescinded. Chapter 46. What a coincidence. After Lin Qingye emerged from the warehouse, she deliberately disheveled herself, as if she had just escaped from the jaws of death. She had already sent some news to her family. They should be on their way, right? However, she had not anticipated that Lin Qingye would inadvertently stumble upon her location, hastily making his way toward the warehouse without waiting for anyone else. Unfortunately, before he could get close, he was intercepted by the men that Elder Gong had strategically positioned, and they showed no signs of mercy. Lin Qingye was taken aback by the situation, growing even more convinced that his sister was indeed in the warehouse nearby. Who are you? Where have you taken my sister? He gulped nervously at the sight of the guns in the hands of that group, yet he understood he could not back down. His sister was waiting for him. Surely, she must be feeling far more terrified facing this alone. Since you're so eager to see her, we'll take you there right away. Perhaps aware of Lin Qingye's identity, the group refrained from shooting him, instead rushing in to subdue him by force. Lin Qingye resisted for a moment, but the disparity in strength was too great, and he was ultimately knocked to the ground. Just as he was about to be restrained, several individuals clad in black uniforms suddenly emerged from the trees on either side. These figures moved with remarkable discipline, their speed astonishing, and an unusual aura emanated from them, sending a chill down one's spine. They bore no firearms. Instead, as they closed in, they revealed the concealed cold weapons they carried. The men sent by Elder Gong, now highly alert, quickly formed a defensive line. Seeing the oncoming threat, they even abandoned Lin Qingye in their panic to engage. Stunned by this sudden turn of events, Lin Qingye wondered how the situation had escalated so quickly. Could these individuals be enemies of the group confronting him? Like a mantis stalking its prey, the malevolent energy radiating from the black-clad figures was palpable, and taking advantage of the chaos, he decided to retreat to a safer distance. However, before he could take more than a few steps, the sounds of combat began to diminish. Turning back, he was astonished to see that the assailants who had been holding him down were nearly annihilated.
Lin Qingye.
Goodness gracious, had he encountered a legendary professional assassin? How terrifying was their combat prowess, and in this society governed by law, were they truly so audacious when it came to taking lives? As they finished off the last of their targets and turned their gaze toward Lin Qingye, he felt every hair on his body stand on end. Was he next in line? No, he could not meet an untimely demise yet. Just as he pondered how to plead for mercy, the group in black swiftly retreated, vanishing completely from his view. Lin Qingye?
Typically, wouldn't assassins eliminate witnesses after completing their missions?
Were they not concerned he might report them? Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Suppressing his fear, he stepped over the bodies strewn around him and rushed toward the abandoned warehouse, where he fortuitously encountered Lin Qingye, who had just escaped.
"Sister, third brother is here,"
Lin Qingye exclaimed with unrestrained joy, waving frantically at her. Finally, he had found his sister, who could comprehend the roller coaster of emotions he had experienced. Upon seeing him, Lin Qingye immediately feigned a terrified expression, running toward him with a quavering voice. "What, third brother, why did it take you so long to arrive?"
"I'm sorry for being late. Are you unharmed?"
Lin Qingye anxiously checked her for any injuries. "I'm fine," Lin Qingye replied, shaking her head, quickly noticing something amiss. "Third brother, did you come alone? Why do you look so disheveled?"
"This shouldn't be. Weren't their elder brother and father supposed to arrive first?"
"I used my clever little brain to deduce that you might be tied up here, so I came ahead," Lin Qingye explained, still somewhat shaken.
"You have no idea.
I nearly got caught myself. There were kidnappers lying in wait outside." Yet at a critical moment, a particularly formidable group of assassins suddenly appeared and took care of them all.
Lin Qingye's expression darkened.
Those individuals he spoke of were likely the assassins she had secretly arranged to protect the Lin family. Thankfully, she had been cautious. "Really, what a coincidence, that's how I managed to escape as well."
A group of assassins suddenly stormed in and killed everyone in the warehouse.
Lin Qingye feigned shock, which also astonished Lin Qingye.
"It's likely that their enemies took action. How fortunate they did not eliminate you to silence you. What good people." I said too much. "We received word that the ones who kidnapped you were Zhou Hui?" "Yes, he is dead."
Lin Qingye observed Lin Qingye's expression closely. Lin Qingye was filled with surprise, anger, and a touch of guilt. It truly was that scoundrel. "It's all my fault, but don't worry, the police and our elder brother will be here shortly." Upon hearing the word police, Lin Qingye frowned. Given the capabilities of the ordinary officers here, they likely wouldn't uncover her involvement. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. She had connections at higher levels and could suppress the news when necessary. Ultimately, Lin Qingye mustered his courage to take a glance at Zhou Hui's corpse in the warehouse, delivering a few kicks as he did so. How blind he had been, deceived for so long by such a treacherous scoundrel. Chapter 47. The joy of watching the drama. Third brother, let us hasten our departure. I am quite frightened here, Lin Qingye remarked, her gaze falling upon the countless corpses strewn across the ground, an inexplicable sense of guilt gnawing at her. "Very well, oh dear, I almost forgot. We must promptly inform father. We cannot relinquish the jade pendant," Lin Qingye said, urgently pulling out his phone to convey that he had located his sister, urging him to find a way to return home immediately.
"What jade pendant?"
Lin Qingye squinted her eyes in suspicion.
"This matter is rather lengthy to explain. I shall elucidate upon our return."
In truth, he was not entirely sure himself and would need to inquire with their parents for clarification. Casting a final glance at his good brother, Lin Qingye resolutely turned to leave. Barely had the two of them departed when they met up with Lin Qingye not far away, and shortly thereafter, the police arrived to seal off the area. It wasn't long before the media in Lini City exploded with news, thrusting the Lin and Zhou families into the limelight of public discourse. As for her, the victim of the ordeal, she was shielded by the Lin family's robust protection and merely went to the police station to provide a brief statement before being taken back home. Meanwhile, Li Wanting did not linger long with the Zhou family. The tragic news of Zhou Hui's demise soon reached the ears of his family, prompting the police to notify them to come and identify the body. They could hardly spare a thought for Li Wanting. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue, rendering them incapable of accepting such a harsh reality. With a smile that dripped with schadenfreude, she sauntered past the Zhou family, her eyes glimmering with delight.
My condolences.
I shall not intrude further, however, as the saying goes, a son's debts are paid by the father. We shall settle the score for the harm done to my daughter in due course. With that, Li Wanting elegantly departed, eager to return and comfort her obedient daughter. Upon arriving at the police station, the Zhou couple collapsed upon their son's lifeless body, wailing with heart-wrenching despair. The head of the Zhou family vehemently declared his intention to dismantle the murderer piece by piece. When they learned that the investigation had yielded no progress, the couple exerted tremendous pressure on the police, nearly causing a scene.
How dare you treat us so dismissively? Do you not know who we are? Do you believe I won't tear down your precinct?
Mrs. Zhou shouted, her anger boiling over as she pointed a finger at one of the officers. Their fury was not unfounded, for the higher-ups had already issued a directive to overlook the matter, intending to turn a blind eye and let it fade away. Faced with the Zhou couple's relentless demands, the deputy chief of police laid bare the harsh truth. Please, calm yourselves and allow me to explain. Firstly, you are undoubtedly aware of the clandestine activities your son engaged in. He was one of the masterminds behind this kidnapping, working for the notorious underworld figure, Lord Gong. This information was something he had just recently learned. To put it bluntly, Zhou Hui had brought this upon himself. They had no desire to take on such a case. Had it not been for the Zhou family's influence, they would have been disinterested even in retrieving Zhou Hui's body. Furthermore, the problem was not confined to foreign shores. Domestic criminal organizations and powerful familial factions were rampant, secretly wielding control, rendering the police force nearly impotent. Upon hearing this, the couple's demeanor shifted to one of subdued shock. Even though the Zhou family was ranked among the three prominent families, they felt a twinge of fear in the face of Lin's most powerful criminal overlord.
There are two possible scenarios at play.
1. Your son uncovered too many of Lord Gong's secrets, prompting Gong to eliminate him, or 2. A formidable enemy sought revenge against Gong, unable to reach him, and thus eliminated all those close to him. Our analysis leans towards the latter, for those associated with Gong all perished around the same time. Moreover, judging by the nature of their wounds, the assailants were highly trained, expertly equipped, and executed their strikes with lethal precision, likely indicating a professional assassination group. They had recovered a few small weapons from the scene, such as throwing knives, crafted from materials so refined that even the police could hardly procure them. The magnitude of the force behind this event was beyond their imagination. Moreover, directives had already been issued from above, and with the Lin family applying pressure, they had no intention of meddling in this affair. It would be sheer folly to involve themselves further.
A hitman organization, how could we have possibly provoked such a force?
The couple's faces turned pale, implying that they were powerless to avenge their son.
We remain uninformed about the intricacies of the underworld.
You may wish to consult Lord Gong. Furthermore, be forewarned, these assassins may very well be dispatched by the Mingshi assassination organization. To ensure they understood the gravity of the situation, he added, you may not be aware, but Mingshi has a branch operating domestically, albeit with low activity and rarely accepting assignments. However, it is unequivocally the world's foremost assassination organization, a presence that instills terror in both the underworld and legitimate circles alike. Even he could not suppress the chill that coursed down his spine upon hearing this. The Zhou couple felt their legs weaken, their earlier bravado dissipating into thin air. Let me offer you a final piece of advice: abandon any thoughts of revenge. The forces at play here are beyond our reckoning. Instead, focus on how to navigate the impending challenges posed by the Lin family. If you lose this legal battle, you may not even be able to save yourselves. The deputy chief mused silently, for in his eyes, those who had perished today were merely deserving of their fate. He felt no obligation to uphold any sense of justice, instead relishing the unfolding drama. With such a significant incident transpiring, it was likely that the Zhou family's standing among the three prominent families would be irrevocably shaken. Chapter 48. Who was so generous? The Zhou couple appeared to be dazed as they were unceremoniously expelled from the police station, failing even to retrieve Zhou Hui's remains. It was lamentably stated that the investigation was ongoing. In truth, the deputy chief had accepted bribes from the Lin family, intentionally withholding the body with the intention of eventually concocting an excuse to dispose of it. The Zhou family was too preoccupied with their own troubles to concern themselves with a deceased individual. Indeed, upon returning home, they convened an urgent family meeting to deliberate their next course of action. After all, Zhou Hui was not their only son, albeit his exceptional qualities, they could cultivate the others, perhaps finding hope yet. Throughout Lin City, the populace remained vigilant, treading cautiously and observing the unfolding drama, fearful of being inadvertently swept into the maelstrom. Should the opportunity present itself, they might yet reap some benefits. Furthermore, they marveled at how a mere endeavor by the Lin family to reclaim their long-lost daughter had spiraled into a series of upheavals that left the community in a state of trepidation. Conversely, the Lin family found themselves in a comparatively tranquil state. The entire family surrounded Lin Qingye, soothing her frayed nerves. In truth, she required no such consolation. The ordeal of her abduction had concluded without dire consequences, allowing the Lin family to perceive the true nature of Zhou Hui and the Zhou clan. However, Lin Qingye struggled to come to terms with the situation, engulfed by guilt and self-reproach, as he felt responsible for placing his sister in peril due to his misjudgment of character. Although Lin Qingye yearned to comfort him, she believed it prudent to let him endure his discomfort a while longer, lest the entire Lin family suffer the repercussions. As Lin Qingye's demeanor gradually improved, the atmosphere in the hall began to ease, prompting them to engage in earnest discussion regarding the matter at hand.
Nini, do you truly not wish to retire to your room for some rest?
Lin Yuan inquired, concerned about her overhearing their ensuing conversation, fearing it might cast a shadow upon her spirit.
I'm perfectly fine, Dad and Mom, do not worry. My courage knows no bounds, Lin Qingye replied candidly, yet her parents remained unconvinced.
You, my dear, are simply too understanding, even turning the tables to comfort us. Should you endure any grievances, do not hesitate to inform us, regardless of who is at fault.
We shall exact retribution on your behalf.
They had already reinforced their investigative efforts, confident that a resolution would soon emerge. Ultimately, it was their roles as parents that influenced their children. The adversaries were clearly after the jade pendant, and perhaps Zhou Hui was merely a scapegoat in this intricate web. I have not been wronged, Lin Qingye asserted, shaking her head obediently. Those who dared to wrong her would surely find themselves in dire straits.
By the way, those individuals who inadvertently rescued you, have you discerned their origins? Lin Yuan queried, skeptical of such coincidences.
If they were indeed professional assassins, given their ruthless nature, how could they have spared Lin Qingye and Lin Qiangyun? After all, eliminating them would have been effortless, leaving no loose ends. Could it be that someone was covertly aiding the Lin family? Only someone with considerable clout, capable of challenging the powers of the black market, could orchestrate such an audacious act. Could it be the three young masters? Yet, their youth rendered such a notion improbable. No, at that moment, I was solely focused on escaping and did not observe them closely, Lin Qingye replied.
Neither did I.
I only perceived their formidable prowess, far surpassing the depictions in films. The palpable aura of death they exuded nearly paralyzed me, Lin Qiangyun recounted, shivering at the memory. Like phantoms, they struck in broad daylight, exuding supreme confidence without a hint of hesitation. He had borne the weight of horrors unbefitting his age, nearly losing his very soul to fear. The Lin family fell into a collective silence, none wishing to confront an organization of assassins. Moreover, those assassins were merely mercenaries. The true target of their investigation remained the instigator behind the abduction of Lin Qingye in exchange for the jade pendant. If the puppet master were indeed Lord Gong, they might have the opportunity to collaborate, for an enemy's enemy is a friend, potentially dismantling the black market together.
By the way, Dad, you haven't relinquished the jade pendant yet, have you? Lin Qiangyun suddenly inquired, his curiosity piqued. Not yet.
I discreetly brought along some individuals who safeguarded my return when you called me. It seems there were complications on their end, leaving them preoccupied with matters beyond me, Lin Yuan replied.
So what precisely is that jade pendant? What connection do the Lin and Li families share? Were you not self-made, devoid of familial influence?
The three Lin brothers were now brimming with questions. Even Lin Qingye perked up, recognizing this as a critical lead. She needed to know, for otherwise, she could not prepare for what lay ahead. Should her parents refuse to divulge the information, she would have to investigate on her own. Exchanging glances, Lin Yuan and Li Wanang resolved to keep the truth from their children for the time being. Now is not the appropriate moment.
Knowing too much could be detrimental. Grant us a little time, and we shall resolve everything. Upon hearing this, the siblings could only sigh in disappointment.
While we understand if you choose not to share, please ensure we have a role to play when confronting the Zhou family.
The inevitable confrontation with the Zhou clan loomed on the horizon. It was simply a matter of time. For now, they would observe how the other prominent families in Lin City would align themselves. Chapter 49, She is the Lin family's flaw. The following day, Lin Ichuan's subordinates unexpectedly uncovered the truth behind the tumultuous events that had transpired within the company years ago, all of which were closely linked to the deceased Zhou Hui.
the Lin family swiftly made all evidence public, once again thrusting the Zhou family into the spotlight of controversy. During this period, the Zhou family's reputation and standing plummeted, nearly reaching an irretrievable state. It was uncertain whether they could retain their position among the three prominent families, and even their ability to maintain a foothold in Lin City appeared to be in jeopardy. Other aristocratic families and industry magnates, ever opportunistic, seized the moment to kick the Zhou family while they were down, engaging in backstabbing without a hint of remorse. Meanwhile, they elevated the Lin family, subtly suggesting that they should assume the Zhou family's former position. Unfortunately for them, Lin Yuan declined their overtures, stating that the Lin family had no desire to engage in such affairs. Whoever wished to take that position could do so as they pleased.
Their focus was on returning to Kyoto to inherit their family business, rendering their operations in Lin City somewhat superfluous. As a result, those families with both ambition and capability began to clash fiercely over this immense temptation. The Lin family, however, found themselves enjoying a brief respite. That evening, Lin Qingye returned to her room and immediately instructed her people to investigate the Lin family's true background in the so-called jade pendant. She also ordered that the aftermath of the recent kidnapping case be handled discreetly, ensuring that no trace of evidence could be uncovered. Preparations were also underway for her upcoming mission within the organization. The individual behind Zhou Hui was none other than the powerful figure of the black market. Lord Gong. Lin Qingye was, in essence, indirectly confronting him, which suited her intentions perfectly. She aimed to establish her influence in Lin City, and the black market was undoubtedly the optimal choice. In the lowest echelons of the black market's offices, after unleashing a furious tirade, Lord Gong finally calmed down slightly. He kicked the person kneeling on the floor, exclaiming, "Useless wretch, get up! When trouble arises, all you do is bury your head in the sand. What I demand are solutions." The most capable assistant he had in Lin City had been killed, along with 2 or 3 dozen of his brothers. How could he possibly swallow this affront? However, the critical point was that he had discovered the involvement of the Jimming organization. Even if it meant swallowing his pride, he had no choice but to bear it. Challenging the world's foremost assassination organization was beyond his means. He could only seek to uncover the identity of the employer, yet, he found it perplexing that this time, the Jimming organization had dispatched several assassins, with a considerable bounty. Who would spend such a fortune to target his subordinates? Would it not be more straightforward to send someone to kill him directly? The individuals kneeling on the ground still dared not stand, cautiously responding, "Lord Gong, I believe this matter may not be significantly related to us." "Oh? Why do you say that? It is evident that they are not targeting you, and our other brothers working outside have not suffered any harm. It is likely that young Master Zhou has provoked someone. What do you propose we do?" "Do nothing. The Zhou family is on the brink of collapse. We need not offend an unknown powerful entity for the sake of a deceased individual." Lord Gong found this reasoning sound, but if we let it slide, how will I explain this to my subordinates? He could not allow them to perish without understanding. Blame the Zhou family, find an excuse to collect a debt. You rascal, how cunning. Lord Gong's smile turned cold, clearly accepting the suggestion. However, the most troublesome aspect is the Lin family. We haven't acquired the jade pendant, and our exposure has increased due to Zhou Hui. They will undoubtedly be more vigilant and may even take action against us. What is there to fear? Our black market has been established for a century, and you have managed it for over 40 years. Even the 3 prominent families must give you some face. Are we to fear a mere nouveau riche? My concern lies in the possibility that they possess some hidden identities. The one who obtained the jade pendant cannot be an ordinary character. Although we have not uncovered their past, as long as we eliminate them discreetly, the pendant shall be ours, and then who would we need to fear? Indeed, continue to keep an eye on Miss Lin. She represents the Lin family's greatest vulnerability, and we must not let this opportunity slip away. Understood. Meanwhile, at the same time the previous day, Jiang Youli returned to his temporary lodgings, in high spirits. As he opened the door, he was met with 2 pairs of resentful eyes fixed on him. Unfazed, he walked in. "Zhang Gu, do you have anything you wish to disclose?" Gu Qianan interrogated. "Disclose what? You received some news 3 hours ago and rushed out without informing us. Is this how you treat your brothers?" Jiang Youli had claimed that he had come to Lin City for leisure and would not handle any official business. Did that mean he was off having fun without them? "Seeing you return with such a radiant demeanor, you must have secretly met with Miss Lin behind our backs." Gu Qianan felt he had unraveled the truth. Jiang Youli shot him an eye roll. "Such wild imagination, you should consider writing scripts. Don't change the subject, just admit it. Did you meet Miss Lin?" Gu Qianan stepped closer, adopting an expression of severe interrogation.
Jiang Youli longed to refute him, yet he had indeed met Lin Qingye, but, tsk, silence speaks volumes. I knew it, you actually have moments of guilt.
Seeing Jiang Youli's demeanor, Ji Yunjin also curiously leaned in. No way, did you really go to see your fiancée? Chapter 50.
A visit of inquiry, I did see her, albeit from a distance, Gu Qianan exclaimed with exaggerated surprise.
Ah, are you actually pining for her from afar? Jiang Youli smirked as he playfully nudged Gu Qianan. Come on, don't hold back. Share the details. What exactly is the situation? The two men transformed into gossiping old maids, relentlessly pressing him for answers.
You wouldn't believe me even if I told you, he replied, pondering whether he could reveal that the delicate and gentle young lady of the Lin family had single-handedly dispatched an entire warehouse of bandits in less than a minute, not to mention the sudden appearance of the deadly organization known as the Jiang Assassins. He himself had yet to unravel the full extent of the situation.
Just spill it, we'll definitely believe you. It's not like she was on a date with that Zhou Hui, and you were just a bystander, right? Jiang Youli remarked, exasperated by Gu Qianan's wild imagination. True, it was with Zhou Hui, but it wasn't a date. It was a kidnapping. Wait, is it really that explosive? What is going on? Both Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin were left in shock.
I received word that someone has set their sights on the Lin family's possessions, linked to both the Lin and Li families of Kyoto, and they have already made a move against Lin Qingye. As soon as I arrived with my team, I witnessed that shocking scene. The Lin family maintained a good relationship with the Jiang family, and Lin Qingye was, after all, his nominal fiancée. He certainly could not stand idly by. Initially, he had intended to lay low and observe from a distance, but he had never anticipated witnessing such an incredible event. Ji Qianan, utterly astonished, exclaimed, Zhou Hui? A kidnapping? I knew he was a scoundrel, but I never imagined him to be so deranged.
And then what, did you swoop in to rescue the damsel? Ji Yunjin seemed more interested in the aftermath.
No, I didn't have the chance to intervene. She and her brother were saved by someone else. While he knew that Lin Qingye had also fought back, and the subsequent batch of Jiang assassins was likely in collusion with her, he decided to hold off on exposing her for the time being. Gu Qianan looked at him with an expression of exasperation. At such a critical moment, how could you be so ineffectual? You let such a prime opportunity slip away. Jiang Youli remained silent, realizing that it wasn't that he didn't want to help. Rather, the young lady didn't actually require as for how she acquired such skills and her frequent entanglements with the underworld. He needed to investigate further. Given the gravity of this situation, Lin City is bound to be in turmoil.
Should we stay to watch the unfolding drama? Ji Yunjin suggested.
Perhaps, Jiang Youli replied gravely.
Well, this is quite unusual. Jiang, aren't you typically disinclined to join in the commotion? What has changed today? And what about your engagement? We can't just loiter in Lin City indefinitely, can we?
They were unconcerned, but Jiang Youli was a busy man, with numerous affairs awaiting his attention. Upon hearing the term annulment, Jiang Youli raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest crossing his features, and his typically cool demeanor softened slightly.
I suppose it's unlikely.
That was quick to reverse your stance. I wonder who was adamant about the marriage being called off before, Gu Qianan remarked, his expression one of disdain as he regarded Jiang Youli's apparent inconsistency. After all these years of brotherhood, you still can't be honest with us about your feelings. How disappointing. If you don't shut up, I'll throw you out. Jiang Youli shot him a death glare.
Always resorting to threats, Gu Qianan retreated a safe distance away. Ji Yunjin interjected, given the magnitude of this incident, should we not bring some gifts and pay her a visit?
That seems appropriate. Jiang Youli suddenly expressed a desire to see her current state.
Let us go select some substantial gifts. Gu Qianan poked his head from the adjacent room. No way.
You just got back and you're heading out again. One might think you're eager to see Miss Lin.
If you prefer, you can stay behind and guard the house. Not a chance. How could I miss out on something like this?
At the Lin residence, Lin Qingye had gathered some understanding of the recent developments within the Jiang division. Though she could have taken on a few tasks now, the incident from yesterday meant her family would undoubtedly prohibit her from venturing out alone.
She would have to wait until evening to see if an opportunity arose. Lin Yuan and Lin Ichuan were personally investigating the matter concerning Zhou Hui, while Lin Xinyan was busy filming and not at home, leaving only her, Li Wanong, and Lin Chengyun together. As she lay on her bed, feeling bored, a servant informed her that the three young masters from Kyoto had come to visit her, and Li Wanong was currently attending to them. Lin Qingye's spirits lifted instantly. Why had that man returned, deciding to put on a show?
she applied a pale makeup to give her face a wan appearance.
We're all familiar faces here, no need for formalities.
Just call me Auntie, Li Wanhang said, having become more amiable after several encounters and understanding the purpose of their visit. These three young men were adept at handling social situations and understood the importance of etiquette. Chapter 51. A mutual benefit. Aware that Lin Qingye was not in a good state, she did not genuinely wish to meet him, but rather hoped Li Wanhang could convey their regards. The three young masters have just arrived in Lini City without anyone to attend to them. It was my Lin family's oversight previously, let them stay for a meal before departing. Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin turned to Jiang Youli, primarily awaiting his decision.
Then it would be my honor to comply.
Jiang Youli wore a faint smile, maintaining an air of refined elegance in the presence of the Lin family, eliciting a sense of goodwill. Even Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin couldn't help but feel impressed. Had they not been aware of Jiang Yuli's true nature, they too might have been beguiled by his demeanor.
You three sit tight.
I will make arrangements and call for the third brother to entertain you. Young people tend to have more common topics to discuss. As Li Wanhang stood up, she spotted Lin Qingye descending the stairs, her pallid complexion evident.
Why has NINI come out? Aren't you going to rest a while longer?
The room felt too stuffy, so I thought I would step out for some fresh air. Lin Qingye smiled gently, approaching Li Wanhang for a brief embrace, signaling her not to worry.
That's fine.
These three young masters have come specifically to visit you. If you feel up to it, you can accompany your third brother and entertain our guests.
Li Wanhang whispered in her ear. All right, Mama. Lin Qingye gracefully greeted them before finding a seat directly across from Jiang Youli.
Upon raising her gaze, she was met with his sharp brow and penetrating eyes, as if he could see through her innermost thoughts, rendering her discomfort palpable. Affectedly feigning shyness, she quickly averted her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, a slight smirk graced Jiang Yuli's lips. The black sesame paste-filled Tangyuan was indeed quite captivating. At that moment, Lin Chengyun also arrived, and with his nature, it wasn't long before he and Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin were engrossed in lively conversation.
Moreover, Gu Qianan and his companions deliberately isolated Jiang Youli, indirectly granting him an opportunity while continuously signaling him. Jiang Youli, sharing this sentiment, seized the moment to suggest, Miss Lin, do you not find it somewhat suffocating inside? Would you care to take a stroll outside?
As he spoke, he purposefully tempered his previously imposing aura, his expression softening, his eyes seemingly imbued with warmth, making rejection feel like an affront.
Very well, Lin Qingye nodded.
She was curious to discern his intentions. Lin Chengyun harbored reservations. After all, he did not know Jiang Youli well, and even his closest friend Zhou Hui had exhibited troubling behavior, which made him hesitant to express more. Ji Yunjin deciphered his concerns, reassuring him, fear not, our brother Jiang's character is beyond reproach. They are even betrothed, so it is only natural for them to interact. Nonetheless, it's all under the Lin family's roof. Nothing untoward will occur. If anything were to happen to her while in Brother Zhang's care, I would gladly offer my head for you to use as a football.
Gu Qianan was well aware of Jiang Yuli's capabilities.
Few dared to act recklessly in his presence throughout the entirety of Z country.
Very well.
Lin Chengyun acquiesced, trusting that their mother's decision to allow him and his sister to host these guests was grounded in confidence.
That's the spirit.
What were we discussing before? Yes, since we have some leisure time, why don't you show us around Lini City? When you arrive in Kyoto, we shall take you out for a grand time.
Sure, I happen to be quite free, but whether I will go to Kyoto remains uncertain. I might just spend my entire life in Lini City.
Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin exchanged glances, realizing he was still unaware of the truth. Very well, they decided to keep their mouths shut. Let us leave that for another time.
Another serious matter. If I take you out, what about my sister?
Their mother could indeed be rather busy at times. Just bring her along, otherwise, it would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Brother Jiang will surely take good. I'll consult her opinion later. Given the recent events, I cannot risk taking her on any more adventures.
Understood. Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli strolled near the Lin residence in silence for a considerable duration. Eventually, Jiang Youli broached the topic that weighed most heavily on his mind. Miss Lin, what are your thoughts on our impending union?
Lin Qingye halted, taken aback by his forthrightness, suppressing the unusual glint in her eyes. She retorted, and what is your view of me, young Master Jiang?
Do you believe I am worthy of the title of Jiang's wife, given my background?
Jiang Youli pondered this question earnestly before promptly replying, naturally deserving. In terms of family lineage, once she returned to Kyoto, she would undoubtedly be the apple of both the Lin and Li families' eyes, making it he who was fortunate to have her. As for her other concealed identities, he too seemed to possess an intricate past. Upon hearing his response, Lin Qingye surmised his inclinations. She had just received information indicating her parents hailed from one of the 4 prominent families in Kyoto and were already planning to have her acknowledge her ancestry. In due course, her status would undoubtedly rise significantly. Regardless of who it was, no one would overlook such formidable backing. She was keen to leverage the power behind him.
It could very well be considered a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chapter 52. What commitment do you desire?
I surmise that when Jiang Shao first arrived in Lini, he intended to call off the engagement. Am I correct?
Lin Qingye was uncertain, merely attempting to provoke him.
To her surprise, he acknowledged it. Indeed, however, upon meeting Miss Lin in person, I altered my decision. To be precise, it was only in the past 2 days that he had changed his mind, particularly after witnessing her astonishing and unparalleled skills yesterday. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingye was quite taken aback. She had assumed that Jiang Youli was enamored with her gentle and sweet exterior. It seemed that even domineering tycoons preferred delicate wives, didn't they? Alas, she was destined to disappoint him. Nevertheless, this would not hinder her from taking advantage of him for the time being. She smiled radiantly, leaning in slightly, her watery, spirited eyes shimmering with an alluring gleam as she gazed intently at him.
Altered your mind? In what manner? Is it regarding your perception of me, or your choice of whether or not to marry me?
Both, he replied, his gaze flickering in response to her sudden inquiry. Really, yet I feel unworthy of Jiang Shao. Lin Qingye feigned a demeanor of melancholic self-deprecation, playing the part of someone burdened by insecurity. After all, she was not yet meant to be aware of her identity in Kyoto. Do not belittle yourself. Jiang Youli observed her theatrical performance without exposing her charade.
Then, if I insist on climbing this lofty branch of Jiang Shao, would you be willing to grant me that opportunity?
Lin Qingye had essentially laid her cards on the table, awaiting Jiang Yuli's response.
Jiang Yuli's eyes darkened momentarily, concealing his true emotions.
I have previously stated that the initiative lies in Miss Lin's hands, not mine. Yet her mischievous spirit compelled her to press for clarity.
So, as long as I am willing to marry, you would be willing to wed me, is that correct?
Yes. Receiving a definitive affirmation, Lin Qingye's eyes sparkled with delight as she grinned charmingly.
Well then, what promises can Jiang Shao offer me? What sort of promise do you seek?
His deep-set eyes glimmered with intrigue.
For instance, unconditional protection?
Lin Qingye tentatively suggested. That goes without saying.
Jiang Youli could not help but ponder internally.
Surely someone like her would not require his protection. Moreover, if trouble were to arise, he possessed the confidence to safeguard her. It all depended on how sincere she truly was toward him. Lin Qingye was momentarily stunned. How could this man be so agreeable? Could he genuinely be interested in her?
Then it is settled.
Regardless of his intentions, she assured herself that she would not be at a disadvantage. There would be no immediate wedding, thus no need for her to maintain a facade of anxiety around him. She had ample time to strategize for herself. If she could achieve her goals ahead of time, she would simply find an excuse to draw the line. Though their thoughts diverged, they ultimately reached a consensus. After a few more casual exchanges, they returned to the Lin family living room, where they were met with 4 pairs of inquisitive eyes.
Jiang Youli, Lin Qingye, it was somewhat impolite.
Cough, cough, you've returned just in time. Come and sample the fruit platter I just prepared. Li Wanang greeted them with a warm smile, beckoning them over. Lin Qingye approached and nestled beside her, then naturally played the part of a spoiled child.
Mommy, feed me.
You child. Jiang Shao was still watching. Li Wanang chided lightly, yet her hands moved without hesitation, lovingly offering fruit to her mouth.
Lin Chengyun, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned in closer to Lin Qingye and inquired, Sister, how was your conversation? What are your thoughts on Jiang Shao?
Though they were not far apart, and he lowered his voice, Jiang Youli and the others could still hear. Especially Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin, who were nearly straining to eavesdrop.
Well, Jiang Shao is a wonderful person.
Lin Qingye felt a fleeting moment of shyness. Li Wanang, Lin Chengyun, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yunjin. It seemed there was potential. Once Lin Chengyun processed this, he shook his head internally. No, his sister had given a similar appraisal of Zhou Hui just days prior. She couldn't possibly fall for every man she met, could she?
Or perhaps this was merely an official assessment. Never mind, as long as she was happy observing Jiang Yuri's expression, devoid of any signs of rejection, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin realized that this marriage was likely solidified.
A collective sense of joy enveloped them. However, it also meant that the Jiang, Lin, and Li families would be allied, effectively isolating the Ji family. Additional update, dear readers, I would like to seek your opinions. Do you prefer more campus, affluent family, or underground plotlines? Referring to the first book, I can make adjustments to the proportions. To be honest, I do not have a specific outline. I write what comes to mind. If you have particular scenes you wish to see, please feel free to tag me and let me know. Readers are akin to deities, and I will do my utmost to fulfill your requests. The sooner you mention it, the better. Once the updates are complete, it may be too late. Please leave your comments after the latest chapter, and I will review them periodically. Love you all. Chapter 53. Attesting. After finishing dinner, Jiang Youli and the others quickly took their leave. Lin Qingye was also drawn into a brief yet intimate conversation with Li Wanning before finally reclaiming her precious free time. However, it was clear that she would not enjoy a restful night. She donned the night operation attire she had prepared earlier and deftly equipped herself with various weapons, even undergoing a subtle transformation in appearance. Once she confirmed that her family members were sound asleep, Lin Qingye, like a nimble nocturnal spirit, descended gracefully from the third floor using a steel wire, skillfully evading the cameras, and leaped effortlessly through the gate. It was late at night, and the streets were sparsely populated. Coupled with her deliberate concealment, not a single soul noticed her presence. Thus, she made her way smoothly to the branch of the Jiang organization. No one would suspect that the world's foremost assassin organization would conceal its division beneath the city's premier nursing home in Lini. Perfectly hidden from sight, the caregivers and even the elderly within the facility could potentially be assassins. Even at this late hour, there were still numerous individuals stationed in the shadows, ensuring the absolute security of this location. Lin Qingye's nocturnal visit was unannounced. She intended to surprise them and simultaneously gauge their reaction. Therefore, she stealthily scaled the walls of the nursing home, successfully bypassing the first layer of surveillance systems and defensive mechanisms. She even silently navigated her way to the underground level, the true stronghold of the Jiang organization, without alerting the outer sentinels. Yet, she felt a twinge of disappointment. It did not quite meet her ideal expectations. However, just as she was about to unlock the newly designed code lock to the underground entrance, the surrounding lights abruptly illuminated, with the brightest beam shining directly upon her face. Following that, an alarm sounded, not a loud cacophony, but a subtle, miniature bell that only those within the organization could swiftly recognize. Numerous infrared beams danced across her body, seemingly conducting a thorough scan. Lin Qingye raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light while confidently standing her ground, awaiting the assassins of the division to attempt an interception. She refrained from making any hasty movements, for this was a layout she had meticulously designed herself. The defensive mechanisms here operated differently than the usual setups. They were motion-activated, capable of tracking her current trajectory and predicting her subsequent actions, thus systematically blocking any potential escape routes and waiting for the assassins to arrive. She remained still from beginning to end, ensuring that these mechanisms had no opportunity to engage should the assassins approaching from outside wish to capture her. They would have to enter, as the passage from the secret route to this door was convoluted and narrow, rendering long-range attacks impossible. To avoid triggering the mechanisms inadvertently, they would have to deactivate them first. They held an unwavering confidence in their abilities. The auxiliary mechanisms were inconsequential to them. No one had ever escaped their grasp. Even if someone had, they would subsequently face relentless pursuit from the Jiang organization, an unending cycle of life and death. Moreover, few dared to provoke them so brazenly, making Lin Qingye's audacious intrusion a surprising turn of events for them. At that moment, 5 low-level assassins stationed around the nursing home had heard the commotion and gathered outside the secret passage, exchanging gestures. Who could it be? They didn't trigger the internal mechanisms. This is a bit troublesome, but we can still go in and kill her. Those of intermediate rank are likely prepared inside. No big shots will appear in a place like Lini. We can easily handle her without alerting others. Though they were merely the organization's lowest-ranking assassins, their actual strength far surpassed the average in the assassin world. They had yet to encounter anything in Lini that they could not manage. The 5 of them infiltrated the secret passage in an orderly fashion and soon discovered Lin Qingye. They did not rush to act, for before them stood a girl of no more than 20, appearing remarkably docile, as if she had stumbled into this place by accident. What are you? What brings you here? One of the assassins, cautious by nature, decided to inquire further, wary of mistakenly harming someone important. After all, they had not yet received a clear kill order from above, so they could not act on their own accord. Moreover, their attire resembled casual clothing, allowing them to blend in seamlessly with the nursing home's patrolling staff. The girl, with her back to them, spun around at the sound of the question, her expression flustered as she stammered, I don't know, I accidentally came in here, and the light scared me, so I didn't dare to move. I'm not a bad person, I just wanted to visit my grandfather. Her eyes shone with sincerity, possessing a compelling charm, embodying the typical response of a girl caught in such a predicament. Chapter 54. Overwhelming. However, they still possessed the fundamental qualities of a killer, not easily deceived by her seemingly frail exterior, but rather becoming even more vigilant.
What good child visits their grandfather at such an ungodly hour? Moreover, most people are well aware of the rules here and no entry after 10 o'clock. How did you manage to get in? The girl before them had somehow evaded their surveillance and successfully breached the first layer of defense of the nursing home, locating the entrance to the division with uncanny precision. It appeared decidedly suspicious. Lin Qingye tilted her head instinctively, realizing that this excuse was far too flimsy to be convincing. Nevertheless, it mattered not, she could still prolong the charade. Feigning shock and confusion, she exclaimed, "Oh? Is that so? This is my first time here, and I had no idea. I was informed via text that something had happened to my grandfather, which is why I ventured in at this hour." That individual knew that entry was impossible at this time, so they instructed me to follow the route they provided, leading me to this place. Please wait a moment, I will retrieve the chat history for you. One of the assassins approached with suspicion, asking, "Really, let me take a look?" Initially, it seemed he intended to confirm the veracity of Lin Qingye's claims, but as he drew nearer, his expression hardened. The weapon, having been stealthily secured in his grasp, struck swiftly toward her head as she turned to check her phone. Meanwhile, the other four, poised with firearms and concealed weapons, prepared to eliminate Lin Qingye without a second thought. This girl was not to be underestimated. They could not afford to allow her to stall any longer. Yet, as if anticipating their move, she evaded to the left with the grace of a specter, outpacing his attack. His strike missed entirely. Fluidly transitioning into her next offensive maneuver, she delivered a swift kick to his wrist, propelling herself into the air, executing a graceful flip, and landing a crushing blow to his head with her other foot. There was no opportunity for him to react. He had intended to counter her assault forcefully, but was taken aback by the sheer strength of the girl, whose strikes were both precise and imbued with an overwhelming dominance. They had encountered a formidable opponent. The remaining four quickly regained their composure, launching their own attacks toward Lin Qingye. As projectiles hurtled toward her, she remained unfazed, effortlessly kicking aside the bothersome assassin blocking her path, her tone dripping with disdain. Pathetic. The assailant was instantly struck by a profound sense of humiliation. Before he could rise to continue the fight, he witnessed this seemingly delicate girl deftly evade every bullet aimed at her, her movements remarkably fluid within the confined space. She even caught some of the thrown weapons, politely returning them to the four assassins. Despite their quick reactions and commendable skills, they were ultimately hindered by the spatial constraints, unable to avoid her onslaught effectively. Two of them were struck down in an instant. As the five assassins' gazes returned to her, their expressions were now clouded with wariness and trepidation. She had yet to fully reveal her aura and abilities, yet even her seemingly casual maneuvers instilled a sense of oppression among them. How should they proceed? Should they call for reinforcements? Why had no one from within arrived yet? Were they truly so confident in their capabilities? The current circumstances did not permit them to ponder such matters for long. After exchanging glances and reaching a consensus, the five fully unleashed their auras, intent on ensuring Lin Qingye remained in this place indefinitely. Yet, their once proud close combat skills faltered before her. Easily countered and subdued by her more formidable techniques against five adversaries, she showed no signs of fatigue. The girl smirked derisively. "Is this the extent of your skills? You'd be eliminated the moment you stepped outside." Her tone, gentle yet piercing, struck a deep chord. The five individuals, now sprawled upon the ground, were utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. The girl before them bore no murderous intent, not appearing to seek vengeance. She seemed to be toying with them instead, and they were unable to best her. Should they simply lie still and feign death? After all, the organization would send reinforcements. Lin Qingye, sensing their intentions, twitched her lips in amusement. "Why are you all so cowardly?" Although aware that in Country Z, assassin organizations were not particularly easy to navigate, leaning more towards intelligence gathering, she found it perplexing that the mid-tier assassins of Lini City, predominantly Z nationals, had become so timid. Dear readers, I have taken note of your feedback, and it seems you have a fondness for the underground scene? I shall incorporate more plotlines of that nature moving forward. There will still be a portion dedicated to campus life, as I have laid the groundwork previously, but I will weave in more scenarios of the protagonist undertaking missions and her intense interactions with the male lead. There will also be elements from the elite circles, as we transition from Lini City to Kyoto, and subsequently into the international arena. The protagonist's influence primarily lies abroad, and I will arrange for a few prominent figures to meet with her, so please stay tuned. Chapter 55 of the task of assassinating oneself. The first assassin to act spoke in a low voice. "We are not fools. Why must we resort to the mutually destructive approach?" The primary reason was that the specific orders from above had yet to be issued, rendering their urgency to meet a grim fate unnecessary. Despite the considerable commotion, the soundproofing of the lower levels was quite effective, and it had not disturbed the ordinary residents of the upper-level nursing home. However, the organization would undoubtedly perceive the disturbance immediately. The fact that no reinforcements had arrived thus far indicated that they had no intention of dealing with the young girl. Quite the chatterbox, aren't we?
Lin Qingye stepped forward to lift him, her tone chilling. "What do you think the odds are of me using your head to break down this door?" A shudder ran through him at the thought. Was she truly that brutal? A man may be killed but not insulted. The odds are 0, so it would be unwise for you to waste your time and energy on such an endeavor. It is not worth it for my sake.
For your sake? Lin Qingye couldn't help but laugh, callously tossing him back onto the ground.
At that moment, the new vault door behind her slowly creaked open, revealing the tardy individuals within. Leading the group was the section chief, Qian Hong, accompanied by the departmental supervisor, Quan Jin, who had been in contact with Lin. Only they were privy to her true identity, while the other scattered individuals behind them were not worth her effort to remember. Clad uniformly in light gray combat uniforms, they approached her respectfully and bowed. "My lady." The 5 assassins from earlier, disregarding their injuries, hastily scrambled to their feet, joining the formation. It turned out that a high-ranking official from the headquarters had arrived, which explained their formidable presence. However, this official was rather young, which would naturally lead to a lapse in vigilance. Moreover, the supervisor had vaguely hinted that the influential figure capable of boosting their performance might just be her. This thought stirred a sense of excitement among them.
"How did you know it was me?"
At least they demonstrated some intelligence by not sending a horde to confront her. At this moment, someone eagerly raised their hand. "My lady, I. Lin Qingye turned towards the voice and recognized it as the individual who had recently helped her obtain a black market entry ticket. He stammered, "I noted your silhouette at the time. Although you were in disguise, I could still recognize you." "Very well, proceed inside. I wish to review your recent operations." They naturally parted to create a path for her. "After you." Qian Hong accompanied her as she took a brief tour of the organization's interior. The layout bore some resemblance to the black market, albeit with 2 additional levels and more advanced equipment. The lowest level was a control area, accessible only to Lin Qingye, Qian Hong, and Quan Jin. "My lady, please take a look at this urgent task." Once he deemed the moment appropriate, Qian Hong projected an imminent assignment before her. It was not the difficulty of the task that mattered, but rather that only she was fit to make a decision. Lin Qingye glanced at it, intrigued. "Oh, an assassination attempt on me?
The Black Deer Gang certainly possesses some audacity." She recalled that the Black Deer Gang was indeed the gang where Huang Qi was affiliated. "Have they traced this back to me?" "Surely not.
They lack the capability for such an undertaking," Quan Jin thoughtfully explained. "The adversary is unaware of your identity. They have simply been unable to uncover the identity of Huang Qi's killer and have thus taken their resentment out on you and your brother. They observed that Jiming killed Zhou Hui, and neither the Zhou family nor Lord Gong could do anything about it, so they decided to eliminate you."
"Do you think I should accept this task or not?"
"Of course, it must be accepted."
"Why refuse free money?"
Lin Qingye's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, appearing particularly sinister in the shadows.
"Then, how shall we proceed?" "Upon accepting the assignment, bind me and deliver me to the Black Deer Gang's territory."
"Ideally, I should have direct contact with their leader, at which point I will personally send him to his demise." After all, she had to eliminate the leader, and if the opportunity arose, she would not mind taking over this fallen gang to prevent them from posing a threat to the Lin family.
"However, they require confirmation of your death."
"They may not dare to accept a live person." Allowing Lin Qingye to enter the Black Deer Gang alive could lead to endless complications. If the Lin family discovered her, such an action could also arouse their suspicions. If they are too afraid to accept, you must find a way to compel them, regardless of the excuse.
"Understood. When shall we make our move?"
"Wait for my signal. I merely came to take a casual look tonight." She needed to find a time that would not alert the Lin family and arrange everything in advance, so they would no longer need to worry about her.
"Very well. Would you like to review the other tasks?"
Quan Jin inquired, knowing she had previously ignored his online message regarding them, as he sensed she had not looked at it.
"Let us set them aside for now.
I cannot spare that much time at the moment." Before departing, Lin Qingye specifically advised, "Be cautious in Lini City, other influential figures are present here."
It would not bode well to encounter Jiang Youli.
The thought of his identity deepened the coldness in Lin Qingye's gaze. Chapter 56, requesting an audience with Lord Gong. After departing from the branch, Lin Qing did not rush home. Instead, she re-entered the black market. As for her entrance ticket, it was a gift from Qian Hong this evening. She had altered her appearance, presenting a rather unremarkable visage, almost devoid of presence, though her slightly unconventional attire occasionally garnered some attention. The black market at night was the epitome of excitement. However, Lin Chang was not in the mood for leisurely wandering. Her objective was none other than Lord Gong. It was said that Lord Gong spent a significant portion of his day, over 10 hours, on the third sublevel, personally attending to esteemed guests, and she was determined to see him. Clutching the most prestigious entrance ticket, Lin Qingye made her way to the third sublevel. Initially, she had hoped to seek out Lord Gong directly, but upon reaching the office area on the right, she was thwarted at the entrance.
Miss, I regret to inform you that you cannot enter at this time. Although you possess an entrance ticket, we require Lord Gong's explicit authorization for admission, the guard stated. In essence, gaining access to the third sublevel to meet Lord Gong necessitated a prior appointment.
Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow, her gaze flashing with impatience.
Is it truly this cumbersome? Wasn't it said that holding an entrance ticket would grant unobstructed passage?
The ticket was touted as a symbol of privilege. She had expected far greater access. This is an unwritten rule of our black market. Although Lord Gong has not articulated it directly, it is the established practice, the guard explained. Typically, visitors arrange their meetings in advance, with Lord Gong personally attending to them.
Unexpected arrivals were exceedingly rare. Even in instances where they did occur, such individuals were usually merely seeking a diversion, not intending to traverse this particular area. To them, it was mundane.
To Lord Gong, it was confidential. Lin Qingye scoffed internally, thinking how grand they fancied themselves. Those who obtain this entrance ticket are either wealthy or influential. I have come all this way.
Are you truly intent on leaving me standing here?
It wasn't that she absolutely needed to meet him, but rather she wished to familiarize herself with the area. We can inform Lord Gong of your presence, but whether he chooses to see you is uncertain. Faced with the attitude of this somewhat arrogant young woman, the guard dared not make any hasty decisions. Very well, Lin Qingye replied coldly. May I inquire, if it is not too presumptuous, about your identity? The guard ventured.
You are not worthy of knowing.
Have your Lord Gong come to seek me out? Otherwise, should my affairs be delayed, mind your head, Lin Qingye retorted, never once deigning to meet his gaze, her demeanor haughty and imperious. Such a stance was necessary to deal with individuals like him effectively. As anticipated, the guard remained silent, fearing to offend a potentially significant figure, and promptly retreated into the inner area.
Navigating through the winding corridors for 5 minutes, they halted before an office door, guarded by 2 of Lord Gong's trusted aides. Upon seeing someone approach, they immediately barked, "What do you want? Did we not inform you earlier? Lord Gong is resting, do not disturb him without cause."
Given the recent events, Lord Gong was overwhelmed, having scarcely found time to rest. To interrupt him now would indeed be folly. The aides were well aware of Lord Gong's temperament. The guard, drenched in sweat, explained, "There is someone from outside the area wishing to see Lord Gong, possessing a high-level entrance ticket. She carries an air of significance, so I was compelled to seek Lord Gong's decision. Letting the individual in recklessly would be perilous, yet not allowing entry could also provoke ire." Ah, the difficulties of navigating such a life. The 2 aides exchanged glances, still skeptical. "We have not heard of any significant clients Lord Gong is expecting today. You may have been deceived. However, her ability to enter here suggests she holds a notable status," the guard countered.
"Indeed, let us consult Lord Gong," they concluded. The 2 gently knocked on the door. "Lord Gong, are you awake? We have something to report." Moments later, a deep, somewhat irritable voice emanated from within, unmistakably laced with displeasure. "Enter, but you had better have something of importance." With trepidation, the 3 entered and relayed the situation. "Why would someone suddenly wish to see me at this hour?" Lord Gong furrowed his brow, noting that none of his high-ranking acquaintances had contacted him, indicating this was likely a newcomer. "I am unsure. It seems there is a matter of significance to discuss," the guard added after a moment's thought. "It is a relatively young girl." This revelation was even more perplexing. After a brief hesitation, Lord Gong resolved to investigate further. After all, entrance tickets to the third sublevel were not easily acquired, and he endeavored to avoid offending any holders. If it turned out she was not an important figure, he could always assert himself later. Thus, time was squandered in this back and forth. Lin Qingye, growing increasingly impatient, found the inefficiency of these individuals exasperating. During this interval, she conjured numerous potential fates for this so-called Lord Gong in her mind. The remaining guards at the entrance could palpably sense her escalating hostility, her eyes radiating an icy ferocity that was nearly suffocating. They felt a chill run down their spines. The aura emanating from this young woman was formidable. While it was true that those permitted entry here were not ordinary, encountering someone as inexplicably intimidating as her was a first. The messenger ought to hasten their steps. Chapter 57. It matters not. Gong Yi arrived, fashionably late and with deliberate intent. Since the other party had not explicitly revealed their identity, he chose to keep them at arm's length. After all, he was not someone to be easily commanded. Upon catching sight of Lin Qingye at a distance around the corner, his expression soured.
To his dismay, she was indeed just a mere girl. He rummaged through his mind for all possible connections, pondering whether she was the daughter, sister, or mistress of some powerful figure, or perhaps a curious young lady seeking thrills. Regardless, Gong Yi did not regard her with much respect. He intentionally slowed his pace, clasping his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. A few subordinates trailed behind him, amplifying the pressure of his presence. Initially, he had little desire to engage her, but since she was already here, he felt obliged to put on a show, if only to ascertain her identity. Lin Qingye, noticing his demeanor, shot him a piercing glance, her eyes glinting like drawn swords, striking to the core, her words laced with a chilling undertone. Gong Yi is indeed hard to invite. This was a clear dismissal of her having presided over the black market for years. Gong Yi's aura was not to be underestimated. Most would tremble at the thought of meeting his fierce, hawk-like gaze. Yet, Lin Qingye was no ordinary individual. In her eyes, someone like Gong Yi was hardly worthy of concern. Sensing her demeanor, Gong Yi felt a pang of unease. For an instant, he was taken aback by her boldness, realizing she was no easy target. Nevertheless, what he sensed more was her nobility and arrogance, reminiscent of a spoiled young lady. Yet he thus softened his tone, attempting to sound more conciliatory. Ha, my lady, jesting, it is only natural to be somewhat remiss in the rush of unforeseen circumstances. Please do not take offense. Are you implying that I should not have come uninvited? Lin Qingye raised her elegantly shaped eyes to glare at him, exuding an undeniable pressure. Though she had indeed arrived without an invitation, what of it? She felt entitled to stir trouble for someone like Gong Yi. A deeper gloom settled in Gong Yi's heart. Who was this girl to speak to him so audaciously? Was she truly inexperienced, or did she possess formidable backing? How could that be? Gong Yi sought to avoid further frivolous discourse. Might I request you to introduce yourself? My identity is of no consequence. What matters is the matter I wish to discuss with you, regarding the jade pendant. Lin Qingye maintained her composure, her expression haughty as she regarded him. Well then, are you not going to invite me in? At her words, Gong Yi's pupils constricted, an alarm ringing in his mind, relentlessly assaulting his thoughts. How could anyone be privy to such information? No wonder she was so brazen. Just which faction did she represent? Please. Gong Yi dared not delay further, his demeanor grave as he escorted her inside, leading her to a rather opulent reception room. Lin Qingye discreetly surveyed her surroundings, discerning that this so-called office concealed many secrets. Nearly every 2 rooms were guarded by 4 bodyguards, and patrols were frequent. This place was likely the only one in the black market equipped with surveillance, a reason why others seldom frequented it. All rooms were heavily sealed. From the outside, one could see nothing, nor discern any connections. Gong Yi dismissed the others, confident in his domain, unafraid of any mishaps. The matter Lin Qingye mentioned regarding the jade pendant was known only to him and a select few confidants. They were privy to enough information, and he surmised that this ill-tempered young lady would prefer no eavesdroppers. Lin Qingye casually selected a seat, her demeanor languid, as if she had come to enjoy herself rather than to negotiate. Unable to contain himself, Gong Yi inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" Surely, they could not continue in such ambiguity indefinitely. "I have stated, it matters not." Gong Yi, momentarily speechless, reminded himself to exercise restraint. He adjusted his posture, adopting a serious faade, determined not to let a mere girl dominate him. Then perhaps you might elucidate your purpose for visiting. Since she had taken the initiative to come, she must have a request. He need not overly accommodate her. Unfortunately, he remained in the dark about her affiliations. If she posed no significant threat, he could quietly eliminate her here. Concerning the jade pendant, I trust Gong Yi is well informed. Otherwise, you would not dare to risk abducting the Lin family's young lady, would you? Gong Yi felt a cold sweat break out. He had not anticipated her knowledge to run so deep. This was tantamount to her having grasped a lever over him. Was it possible that the one who disrupted his plans was this very young lady, or perhaps the power behind her? Yet, he maintained an outward calm. Please, continue. Regarding the jade pendant, my master is also quite interested. Should Gong Yi be willing to share, feel free to propose any conditions. Given that Lin Qingye's influence in Z country was not yet deeply rooted, delving into the secrets surrounding the jade pendant, particularly those pertaining to the 4 prominent families in the capital, would prove challenging and require time and connections. She was not particularly anxious, nor did she expect to uncover any invaluable information from Gong Yi. Her intention was merely to make her superficial objective seem more credible. She knew Gong Yi would undoubtedly refuse her overture, thus increasing the likelihood of his concession to her subsequent compromises. Chapter 58. The Mukalanti family. Master Old Gong murmured these 2 words, realizing that the other party indeed held considerable influence, and their interest was solely in the jade pendant. Regrettably, his knowledge on the matter was rather limited. Aside from being aware that the pendant currently resided with the Lin family and had deep ties to the 2 prominent families in the capital, he possessed no other pertinent information. He had initially thought that even if the pendant were to come into his possession, and he could not utilize it, he could exchange it for equivalent benefits with the influential figures in the capital. Little did he anticipate that even before the pendant had reached him, it had already attracted the covetous eyes of other factions. What consequences would arise from a refusal? What a pity, the value of this information cannot be measured in monetary terms.
I have no intention of trading it.
Old Gong was gambling, wagering that the other party would not dare to act against him lightly, for this jade pendant had been the catalyst for 2 bloody incidents, and most of those in the know had been silenced, leaving only him, an inconspicuous survivor, to remain. He still held some value for leverage. As he expected, after uttering these words, he noticed Lin Qingye's expression darken, her gaze directed at him filled with ire, yet she ultimately restrained herself from issuing further threats.
Never mind, my master has long suspected that you would not yield easily. We are not in a rush, I will demonstrate our sincerity. Sincerity? What sincerity? Old Gong's curiosity was piqued. We can collaborate initially to assist you in acquiring the jade pendant. I surmise you are currently troubled by this matter, aren't you? Indeed, but how can you be so certain of success? The girl's confidence was rather audacious. This is my identity card. You should have the means to verify it.
Lin Chang produced an inconspicuous black card, adorned only with a few golden dots, devoid of any other design. Old Gong's body trembled slightly. The third basement level was designated specifically for receiving international dignitaries of the elite would possess unique family or faction-specific business cards, identity cards that symbolized absolute power and status. Such cards could only be authenticated using special equipment, revealing the information the holder was willing to disclose. Given that Lini City was merely a city, the individuals he had hosted previously could only be classified as lower-tier socialites within the international sphere, with very few from the upper echelons, hence the machine had seldom been utilized. He had yet to earn the privilege to engage with the upper-class elite. To his astonishment, under these circumstances, he encountered someone in possession of a special identity card. Old Gong cautiously accepted the card and directed his staff to bring the machine into the room. He operated it personally, nervously and anxiously awaiting the information that would soon be revealed.
Name, Lin Yu. ID number, family, Mukalanti. Position, mid-level external director of the family, overseeing affairs in Z country, and more.
The crucial point was that she was also a trusted confidant of the direct heir of the Mukalanti family. As Old Gong perused the stream of information, he felt a rush of blood to his head, stiffly turning to exclaim, "The Mukalanti family, is it the one I have heard of?"
The Mukalanti family, the foremost noble lineage of G country, had seen its head serve as the prime ministers throughout generations, wielding absolute authority capable of influencing domestic politics.
Their enterprises spanned the globe, most notoriously known for their dark underbelly of underground casinos, money-lending operations, and bloody underground fighting rings, effectively monopolizing these ventures and amassing wealth without restraint. The Mukalanti family engaged in unlawful activities behind the scenes yet had never faced retribution, instead growing ever more powerful, shielded by their ostensible might. Thus, the Mukalanti family was also referred to as the House of Sin.
Lin Chang regarded him with disdain. Are you questioning my identity?
Her words startled Old Gong considerably, prompting him to swiftly present the identity card before her, his demeanor a mix of respect and flattery. I apologize, Miss Lin Yu.
That was not my intention, I was simply taken aback.
He had never envisioned himself in the presence of someone from the Mukalanti family. It felt surreal. He instantly comprehended why the young girl before him exuded such arrogance and disdain. She possessed indisputable capital. A young girl from Z country could command the Mukalanti family to set aside their lineage's grudges and allow her to oversee all affairs here. She was indeed a formidable character. He also quickly grasped how she could so effortlessly uncover his dealings. Thus, the Mukalanti family's interest in this jade pendant was not merely a passing fancy but a calculated consideration involving the 4 prominent families of the capital as well. With their family background, navigating Z country would be fraught with challenges. Expanding their market presence and family business would not be a simple endeavor. After all, Z country had a long-standing reputation for rigorously combating such enterprises. But the real question lingered: why would such a powerful family assist him in obtaining the pendant? Could they not simply seize it for themselves? Lin Qingye, perceptive to Old Gong's unspoken thoughts, proactively stated, "My master does not necessarily covet this jade pendant. They merely wish to ascertain its value. I will assist you in acquiring the pendant, provided you divulge all the information you possess. If it proves beneficial to the Mukalanti family, we can negotiate a lucrative transaction." With her declaration, Old Gong found himself devoid of any grounds to refuse. Chapter 59. The International Black Market Pass. In essence, the Mukalanti family had intervened to assist him in acquiring the jade pendant, and he would divulge all information pertaining to it. Should they show disinterest, the pendant would remain his sole possession. Even if they desired it, an equivalent exchange would be requisite. Not only would he suffer no tangible loss, but he could also indirectly render a favor to the Mukalandi family, ensuring he emerged unscathed. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, a delight too good to be true. He harbored no doubts, nor dared to question the authenticity of Lin Qingye's identity. After all, such elevated identification cards were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals to forge, and machines would not err in their verification. Furthermore, no one would dare exploit the influence of the Lin Qingye family for deceitful purposes, lest they face relentless pursuit and retribution. Thus, the reality of the situation was indisputable.
Old Master Gong sensed his heart tremble. Is this truly your only request? Lin Qingye emitted a cold snort. Otherwise, what do you think your capabilities could offer to my master? The family aims to infiltrate and dominate the market of Country Z, thus it is imperative to thoroughly comprehend the local circumstances, particularly concerning the four great families of Kyoto. Upon hearing this, Old Master Gong found it to be a reasonable assertion.
Then it is settled.
Should we draft a contract?
Perhaps that would provide some security.
Ha, you, a ruler of the black market, concern yourself with such trivialities, afraid we might go back on our word?
Old Master Gong's face flushed with embarrassment, his temper dissipating entirely.
Indeed, whether in the black market or among the Mukalandi family, reason held little sway. How could they be shackled by such formalities?
Not at all. It is certainly not that establishing a written agreement signifies my respect for the Mukalandi family.
If you prefer otherwise, so be it, I shall abide by your wishes.
He smiled obsequiously, almost groveling. Here, this is my telephone number. When you are ready to proceed, await my notification. Lin Qingye casually handed him a small piece of paper.
Let him revel in his delight for a few days.
It is far better to depart with a smile than with tears. Having concluded her explanations, Lin Qingye rose to leave. Old Master Gong hastily accompanied her. Miss Lin Qingye, would you care to tour the premises?
I would be delighted to serve as your guide.
Very well, she replied, pleased with the suggestion.
After you.
Old Master Gong, now fully awake, was eager to enhance his favor in Lin Qingye's eyes. As they approached the entrance, one of Old Master Gong's confidants hurriedly approached, his expression grave.
Old Master Gong, another visitor seeks to see you. Old Master Gong immediately erupted in anger. See whom? Can't you see I am currently occupied? Tell him that any matters must be arranged by appointment. At present, the Mukalandi family was akin to his deity, who could possibly hold a higher status than her. He was acutely aware of the hierarchy. Having spoken, he quickly turned to Lin Qingye, forcing a smile. Rest assured, Miss Lin Qingye, this evening I am solely at your service.
Ah, Lin Qingye replied with a sardonic smile, recalling how his demeanor had differed upon her arrival. Ensure you send him away without disturbing my esteemed guest.
No sooner had Old Master Gong's words left his lips than a chilling male voice echoed from afar, tinged with a hint of anger. And who exactly do you wish to dismiss?
His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What were these incompetent fools doing, allowing intruders inside? At that moment, a guard rushed over. Breathless, Old Master Gong, they possess an international black market pass, we dared not obstruct them. Old Master Gong felt as though the world was spinning around him. Good heavens, an international black market pass, what formidable figure had just arrived? This was a matter of life and death for him. Possession of such a document meant that not only was he a mere city-level black market operator, but he also wielded considerable influence in the international underground realm. He hastily pushed aside the guard, straining to discern the two men approaching from a distance. Lin Qingye followed his gaze, and her heart involuntarily raced. Could it be? What a coincidence! The man leading the way was a foreigner, his skin exhibiting an almost pallid hue, as though he had not seen sunlight for years, adding an air of coldness and cruelty. He resembled a hunter traversing the night, simultaneously delicate and ruthless, enigmatic and perilous, a perfect contradiction that rendered him irresistibly captivating. Lin Qingye recognized him. He was the chief executive officer of the largest underground black market in the world, the illuminated market, maternal. His primary role involved delivering merciless torment to those who flouted the rules and disrupted the order of the black market. The brutality of his methods would make even Lin Qingye wince. Most critically, maternal maintained a close relationship with the Mukalandi family. As for the man by his side, that was Jiang Youli. Lin Qingye's breath hitched. This was disastrous. She had encountered two potential exposures at once. Thankfully, she had altered her appearance today, otherwise, she would surely have revealed herself in front of Jiang Youli. And as for maternal, even if he were to discover her identity was a fabrication, what of it? A person of his stature would hardly concern himself with trifles, particularly regarding someone as inconsequential as Old Master Gong. There was no need for him to invest such effort. Chapter 60. She is an imposter at this moment. Master Gong was too preoccupied to concern himself with Lin Qingye that he hurriedly approached. Oh no, it's my loose tongue, please, esteemed gentlemen, do not take it to heart. Though he was unfamiliar with these two individuals, their formidable presence made it abundantly clear that they were not to be trifled with. The international black market pass they possessed indicated that their status was likely on par with the Mucalanti family. Marinaire regarded him with a cold gaze, his eyes glinting with a venomous intensity that sent chills down one's spine. I need to speak with you. Hurry, do not waste my time. He spoke in broken Chinese, barely intelligible to Master Gong. Jiang Youli stood silently by his side, offering no words. Master Gong was at a loss, cautiously glancing at Lin Qingye, realizing he could not afford to offend either party. Resolutely, he decided that since the arrangement with her was already in place, a slight delay wouldn't matter. Perhaps the newly arrived gentleman had even more pressing matters to attend to.
Miss Yu, it seems I have unexpectedly received esteemed guests.
What do you think? The moment Yu escaped his lips, Marinaire abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating on Lin Qingye's face with an unsettling intensity, his eyes flickering with inscrutable intent. He smiled broadly, a grin devoid of warmth, yet remained silent. You carry on with your affairs, I can amuse myself, Lin Qingye responded with surprising amiability. Very well, Master Gong exclaimed in delight, promptly ushering both men into another exclusive reception room. Lin Qingye could feel the scorching stares of the two fixed upon her, yet she maintained her composure, resolutely gazing straight ahead. Could Jiang Youli truly be that perceptive, despite recently being recognized by the subordinates of Ji Ming, who had a talent for such identification due to specialized training? She believed she should have departed sooner. Simultaneously, she felt relieved that they were likely pursuing information regarding the jade pendant, fortunate that she had preemptively reached an agreement with Master Gong. Even if their terms were exceedingly tempting, Master Gong would not dare disclose the details of this transaction to others, nor would he defy the Mucalanti family's directive. If their intentions lay elsewhere, that would be even better. In the reception room, Marinaire casually inquired, who was that person who just left? Someone from the Mucalanti family, Master Gong replied, hesitant to divulge too much information. Oh, Marinaire leaned closer to Jiang Youli, lowering his voice. I never expected anyone would have the audacity to commit misdeeds under the banner of the Mucalanti family.
This is a first for me. How do you know she is an imposter?
I have met Yu, the details do not align. Perhaps she has altered her appearance.
The true Yu is quite audacious.
She would announce her identity without hesitation. Why disguise herself? She is an imposter.
Jiang Youli evidently concurred with this assessment.
So why not expose her? That would be rather dull. I am content to observe, to see what she intends to do and the repercussions of incurring the Mucalanti family's wrath.
Jiang Youli chose not to respond further.
Master Gong, witnessing their whispered exchanges, felt a cold sweat trickling down his back, anxious yet hesitant to intervene. Lin Qingye surveyed the office area, her mind settling into clarity, and soon departed from the black market, winding her way home while ensuring her whereabouts remained concealed. She resolved to exercise greater caution in her actions moving forward, as Jiang Youli was indeed a slippery character. One misstep could expose her vulnerabilities. She quietly slipped into her room, changing her clothes and removing her makeup. Subsequently, she sent several messages to Quan Jin, instructing him to thoroughly investigate Jiang Youli and Marinaire's recent activities before she gradually succumbed to sleep. The following day, Lin Qingye rose later than usual, yet her family indulged her, allowing her to sleep as long as she desired. Soon, Lin Qingye eagerly approached her. Sister, have you rested well? Would you like to go out and play? I assure you, this time there will be no mishaps.
Oh, where are we going?
Lin Qingye felt a twinge of guilt. It was often she who orchestrated the accidents that left her third brother burdened with concern. I have plans with young Master Gu and his friends to explore Lini City. I've also invited a few acquaintances we've enjoyed time with before, though there may be some unfamiliar faces.
Will you join us?
He had arranged for over 10 bodyguards, ensuring every precaution was taken.
Will Jiang Shao be attending?
Lin Qingye inquired. Someone of his stature likely wouldn't partake in such frivolities, especially since he had been present in the black market just yesterday, engaged in significant matters. Lin Qingye adopted a jealous expression, surprised that his sister was already thinking of Jiang Youli. Clearly, he felt his own charm paled in comparison.
He should be going. Then I shall join as well.
Today would reveal whether he had recognized her. She would discern that during their outing.
Excellent, I'll make the arrangements.
With Lin Qingye's agreement, Lin Qingye hurried off, also informing their elder brother and parents about the itinerary. Lin Qingye settled on the sofa, snacking on fruit as she awaited his return. Their parents and elder brother were preoccupied with strategies to counter the Zhou family and Master Gong, leaving them little time to concern themselves with her and her brother. However, regarding matters with Master Gong, disappointment was inevitable. She had already instructed her subordinates to intervene in their investigations and actions. Wishing to keep them uninvolved, she had formulated a plan to divert the trouble away from the Lin family, allowing her to discreetly eliminate the threat posed by Master Gong, which would be far more advantageous. Chapter 60. She is an imposter. At this moment, Master Gong could no longer concern himself with Lin Qingye. He hurriedly approached. "Oh no, it is my loose tongue, esteemed sirs, please do not take it to heart." He did not recognize these two individuals, but their formidable presence indicated they were not to be trifled with. Furthermore, the international black market permit they bore suggested that their status was unlikely to be inferior to that of the Mu Kulanti family. My Liner regarded him with a cold, penetrating gaze, as if his very essence was being scrutinized, sending shivers down his spine.
"I have matters to discuss with you. Do not waste my time."
His Chinese was halting yet sufficient for Master Gong to comprehend. Jiang Youli remained silently beside him. This Master Gong found himself in a predicament, cautiously glancing at Lin Qingye. Offending either party seemed unwise. Resolutely, he decided to prioritize the new arrivals, as he had already secured an agreement with her. A slight delay would pose no issue. Perhaps these two esteemed individuals had even more pressing matters at hand.
"Miss Lin, I have unexpectedly received distinguished guests. What do you think?"
The moment the name Lin left his lips, my Liner abruptly lifted his gaze, fixated on Lin Qingye's face for an extended period, his eyes shimmering with inscrutable intent. He curled his lips into a carefree smile, yet refrained from uttering a word. "Please, do not mind me, I can explore on my own," Lin Qingye remarked, exhibiting an unexpectedly agreeable demeanor. "Very well," Master Gong exclaimed with delight, promptly ushering both individuals into another luxurious reception room. Lin Qingye could sense the intensity of two penetrating gazes upon her, yet she maintained her composure, resolutely advancing forward. Surely, Jiang Youli could not be so astute as to recognize her? Although she had recently been identified by the subordinates of Ji Ming, that individual possessed a unique talent and had undergone specialized training. She should have departed sooner. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate that they might be here in pursuit of news regarding the jade pendant. Thankfully, she had secured an agreement with Master Gong ahead of them. Even if their offer was enticing, Master Gong would not dare disclose the details of this transaction to others, nor would he risk offending the Mu Kulanti family.
If their intentions lay elsewhere, that would be even better. Inside the reception room, my Liner casually inquired, "Who was the individual that just departed?"
"She is from the Mu Kulanti family," Master Gong replied, feeling the weight of caution as he refrained from divulging further details. "Oh," my Liner leaned closer to Jiang Youli, lowering his voice. "I never imagined someone would dare commit nefarious acts under the banner of the Mu Kulanti family."
"It is my first encounter with such audacity. How do you know she is an impostor?"
"I have seen Lin before, the details do not align."
"Perhaps she has undergone disguise. The true Lin is quite brazen.
She would announce her identity without hesitation. Why would she need to disguise herself? She is an impostor."
Jiang Youli evidently concurred with his assessment. "Then why do you not expose her? That would be rather dull."
"I shall await the unfolding drama, to see what she intends to do and the consequences of inciting the Mu Kulanti family ire."
Jiang Youli chose not to respond further.
Master Gong observed their hushed exchange, his heart racing with anxiety, yet he dared not urge them. Lin Qingye surveyed the office area with a discerning eye, her mind settling into clarity. She swiftly departed the black market, navigating her way home with utmost caution to ensure her whereabouts remained undisclosed. She resolved to exercise greater vigilance in the future, for Jiang Youli was indeed a shadowy figure. A moment of carelessness could lead to him grasping her secrets. She silently slipped into her room, changing her attire and removing her makeup. Then, she sent several messages to Quan Jin, instructing him to investigate Jiang Youli and my Liner's recent activities thoroughly before she gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, Lin Qingye arose later than usual, yet her family indulged her, allowing her to sleep as long as she wished. Soon, Lin Qingye eagerly approached her. "Sister, did you sleep well? Do you wish to go out and have some fun? This time, I assure you, there will be no mishaps."
"Oh, where shall we go?"
Lin Qingye felt a twinge of guilt. It was invariably she who orchestrated the incidents, leaving her third brother burdened with guilt and concern for her well-being. "I have made plans with young Master Gu and his companions to explore the entirety of Lini City. I have also invited a few friends with whom we previously enjoyed ourselves, though there may be a few unfamiliar faces. Would you care to join?" He had meticulously arranged for over a dozen bodyguards, ensuring every detail was attended to.
"Will young Master Jiang be attending?" Lin Qingye inquired.
Someone of his stature would likely shy away from such frivolities, especially considering he had been seen at the black market just yesterday, engaged in significant affairs. Lin Qingye's expression morphed into one of jealousy. His sister had swiftly turned her thoughts to Jiang Youli. Clearly, his allure as her third brother was lacking.
He should be attending. Very well, then I shall go as well.
Today would reveal whether he had truly recognized her.
A subtle test would suffice.
Splendid, I shall make the arrangements. With his sister's consent, Lin Qingye hurried off, simultaneously notifying their elder brother and parents of the plans. Lin Qingye settled onto the sofa, savoring fruit as she awaited his return. Their parents and elder brother were preoccupied with strategizing against the Zhou family and Master Gong, leaving them little time to concern themselves with the two of them. However, regarding the situation with Master Gong, disappointment was inevitable. She had already instructed her subordinates to interfere with their investigations and actions. Wishing to keep them out of this entanglement, she had devised a strategy to divert any potential calamity away from the Lin family, opting to quietly eliminate the lurking threat of Master Gong herself. Chapter 61 of the entertainment venue. Lin Qingye swiftly returned, estimating that Lin Chang would still need to apply her makeup and change her attire.
Sister, once you are ready, we shall set forth.
Lin Qing rose directly, her smile demure. Third brother, I have no preparations to make.
We can leave at once.
Indeed, my little princess, even without makeup, is as exquisite as jade and requires no elaborate adornment. Lin Qingye felt a swell of pride within him.
Such a sister would undoubtedly enhance his standing. He must showcase her within their circle. During their journey, Lin Qing casually inquired, Third brother, where are we headed today? What shall we be doing? With so many people invited, it ought to be an outdoor activity, one would presume. That shall remain a secret for now.
You will soon find out, Lin Qingye replied mysteriously, then added, in truth, this outing was not organized by me. It was a plan already in motion among our circle, and I merely mentioned it, prompting the decision to advance it. After all, a gathering is all the more lively with a larger company.
I see. You did not make any friends at the last banquet. Perhaps this time you can try mingling with them.
Lin Qingye worried that his sister would feel lonely spending too much time at home by herself. Lin Chang responded verbally, but in her heart, she was indifferent. For her, interacting with this group of young ladies from affluent families felt juvenile and tedious. They belonged to a different sphere altogether, with scarcely any shared topics of conversation. Moreover, she already had enough friends. Adding more ordinary acquaintances, once her identity was revealed, it would only endanger them, and she could not afford to expend too much energy safeguarding these individuals. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Located in the suburbs north of Lini City, it appeared to be a privately owned estate, a massive training ground to be precise. Its grandeur was astonishing, rivaling that of the mansions belonging to the three prominent families. A contingent of personal bodyguards stood watch outside, while the interior boasted a plethora of thrilling sports from around the globe, with clearly defined zones and a multitude of coaches and service staff hired to assist. This is a large entertainment venue jointly established by the three influential families for the leisure of Lini's aristocracy. However, the Zhou family is about to be ousted. One wonders which family will take their place. It could be considered a high-class social setting, perfectly suitable for entertaining the three young masters from Kyoto. Upon disembarking, Lin Qingye and Lin Chang were immediately greeted. Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Has everyone else arrived? Everyone is here, except for the three young masters from Kyoto whom you invited. Very well, lead the way. Navigating through a meticulously landscaped area, Lin Qingye and Lin Qing finally reached the gathering point. As the crowd was not yet complete, especially with the most distinguished individuals still absent, they engaged in simple conversation. Upon spotting Lin Qingye, several friends waved him over. Hey, Qingye, over here. Among them were the two most prominent figures, the young masters Yu Zhao and Lu Xing from the Yu and Lu families, respectively, with whom he was relatively familiar. A quick scan of the crowd revealed that Lin Qingye recognized most of the attendees, with only a few unfamiliar faces likely brought along by his friends. To err on the side of caution, Lin Qingye decided to have them introduce themselves first. He could not allow his sister to mingle with just anyone. Look at you all, arriving so early. Lin Qingye approached them amiably, then asked casually, who are these? One of them awkwardly scratched his head and whispered in Lin Qingye's ear, did you not mention that young masters from Kyoto would be attending? Somehow, that news has spread. These individuals are young nobles and ladies from other cities, their status no less than theirs. We cannot refuse their presence. Lin Qingye nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to comment further. After all, expanding their connections with the upper echelons of society would benefit them all. His priority was to protect his sister and ensure she enjoyed herself. He then brought Lin Qingye over, introducing her to his friends one by one. Though you may have met at the banquet, a proper introduction is in order. This is, and beside him as most were of similar age and attended the same school. Once Lin Qingye started her education, it would be beneficial for these friends to keep an eye on her. Alas, his circle was predominantly male, with few female acquaintances. The group greeted her warmly. Who does not appreciate beauty, especially when her status is so distinguished? Lin Qingye responded politely. Meanwhile, the young masters and ladies from outside Lini sat aloofly to the side, appearing isolated and neglected.
Shall we not go over and greet them? Lin Qingye inquired.
Let it be. It is better not to impose ourselves on them. They are here for the three from Kyoto and look down upon us. One young master scoffed. They had not intended to engage with that group, but their arrogance made it clear they held little regard for them, save for Yu and Lu, who were treated with a modicum of civility.
Very well, Lin Qingye understood.
Chapter 61 of the entertainment venue. Lin Qingye soon returned, estimating that Lin Qingye would still need some time to apply her makeup and change her outfit.
Sister, once you are ready, we can set off.
Lin Qingye promptly stood up, her smile demure.
Third brother, I have nothing to prepare. We can leave right now.
Indeed, even without makeup, my little princess is as exquisite as jade and requires no excessive adornment. Lin Qingye felt a swell of pride. Having such a sister to accompany him would surely enhance his standing. He must showcase her well within their social circle. On their way, Lin Qingye casually inquired, Third brother, where are we going to have fun today? What will we be doing?
Having invited so many people, it must be an outdoor activity. That's a secret for now.
You'll find out shortly, Lin Qingye replied mysteriously, then added after a moment's thought, in truth, this outing was not organized by me. The plan was already in place among our circle, but I merely mentioned it and it was brought forward. After all, a larger gathering is far more lively.
I see.
You didn't make many friends at the last banquet, so this time you might try to interact with them, Lin Qingye expressed, concerned that his sister might feel lonely spending too much time alone at home.
Lin
Qingye acknowledged with her lips, though her heart remained indifferent. For her, mingling with this group of wealthy young ladies felt trivial and tedious. They belonged to a different world, lacking any common interests. Moreover, her circle of friends was already ample. Adding more ordinary acquaintances could only pose risks if her identity were to be revealed, and she could not afford to expend too much energy protecting them. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Situated in the suburbs north of Lini City, the area appeared to have been entirely leased out, with a vast private estate constructed in the center, more accurately, a training ground. The scale was breathtaking, rivaling the opulence of the three prominent families' mansions. A group of private guards stood watch outside, while the interior boasted an array of exhilarating sports from around the globe, with clearly demarcated zones, numerous instructional coaches, and service personnel hired to assist. This is a large entertainment venue established through a joint investment by the three prominent families, designed for the leisure of Lini's aristocracy. However, the Zhou family is about to be ousted. It remains to be seen which family will take their place.
It could indeed be considered a refined social setting, suitable for entertaining the three young masters from Kyoto. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye were promptly greeted. Young Master Lin, Miss Lin, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Have the others arrived?
Everyone is here,
except for the three young masters you invited from Kyoto.
Very well, lead the way. Navigating through a manicured landscape, Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye finally reached the gathering area. As the guests had not yet fully assembled, particularly the most distinguished individuals, the atmosphere was filled with light conversation. Upon spotting Lin Qingye, several friends waved him over.
Hey, Qingye, over here.
Among them were the two most prominent figures, young masters Yu Zhao and Lu Xing from the Yu and Lu families, respectively, with whom he was somewhat familiar. A quick survey revealed that Lin Qingye recognized most of the attendees, with only a handful of unfamiliar faces, likely invited by his friends. For prudence's sake, Lin Qingye requested introductions, lest any undesirable characters be among them. He certainly could not allow his sister to mingle with the wrong crowd. Look at you all, arriving so early, Lin Qingye remarked amicably as he approached them.
Who are these individuals? One of his friends awkwardly scratched his head and whispered in his ear, weren't you the one who mentioned that young masters from Kyoto would be coming? Somehow, that news got out. These are distinguished young gentlemen and ladies from other cities. Their status is not inferior to those from Kyoto. If they choose to come, we cannot refuse.
Lin Qingye nodded in understanding and refrained from further comment. After all, expanding their social network could benefit them all. He cared little beyond ensuring his sister's safety and enjoyment at the event. He then brought Lin Qingye over, introducing her to his friends one by one.
Although you may have met at the banquet, it's still important to reintroduce everyone.
Most were of his age and attended the same school. Once Lin Qingye enrolled, it would be advantageous for her to have his friends looking out for her. Unfortunately, his circle was predominantly male, with few female acquaintances. The group greeted her warmly. Who wouldn't appreciate a beauty, especially one of such distinguished lineage? Lin Qingye responded politely. Meanwhile, the young masters and ladies from outside Lini sat aloofly to the side, appearing isolated and neglected.
Shall we not go and greet them? Lin Qingye inquired. Forget it.
It's better not to impose ourselves on them. They are here for the three from Kyoto and look down upon us. One young master scoffed. They had indeed considered approaching that group, but their haughtiness made it apparent that they held them in disdain, except for you and Lu, who were somewhat more amiable. Very well, Lin Qingye conceded, understanding the situation. Chapter 62. An unfortunate turn of events. Not long after, a sentinel stationed at the entrance came to report that the three esteemed young gentlemen from the capital had arrived. All eyes immediately turned towards the door, and several individuals even rose to their feet, eager to make a favorable impression. There had been a slight mishap at the Lin family's recognition banquet, where they had failed to seize an opportunity. This time, they could not afford to let it slip away. Particularly among the aristocrats from Lini City, their previous aloof demeanor had vanished, and they meticulously adjusted their postures as they approached the entrance to extend a warm welcome. Lin Qingye and his companions exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the hypocrisy of it all. One individual murmured quietly, "Is this not a bit too sycophantic? Do they truly believe themselves to be the hosts here? None of the three great families have even spoken yet." Lin Qingye chimed in, "Indeed, with their presence here today, it feels particularly ominous." Observing their actions, Lin Qingye and his group lost all desire to put on a show and sat quietly, resigned. Jiang Youli and his companions were respectfully ushered into the venue, but as they reached the threshold, they were besieged by a throng of peers, both male and female, eager to greet them and introduce themselves, their incessant chatter growing increasingly irksome. They scanned the crowd, finding none among them they recognized. Jiang Youli's expression grew noticeably frosty, while Ji Yunjin wore an impassive countenance, evidently uninterested in engaging in pleasantries. Ji Yuqianan, however, was rather forthright. He waved his hand dismissively, showing no regard. "Who are you people? You're blocking the way, clear off." In the capital, he was akin to a formidable force, and aside from Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin, he afforded no respect to anyone else, especially not to these noisy individuals. They had come seeking Lin Qingye and Lin Qingye, not to concern themselves with irrelevant parties. The few outside, akin to Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, were of distinguished status and thrived within their local circles. How had they ever encountered such disdain? Yet, recalling the trio's noble lineage and the warnings from their parents, they suppressed their indignation and forced smiles as they stepped aside. Inside, Lin Qingye's friends stifled their laughter. Have they truly flattered themselves? The esteemed young masters hardly deigned to acknowledge them. Indeed, these are individuals invited by the third young master Lin. What relevance do they have? How bold they are! I discerned at the recognition banquet that young master Jiang is not to be trifled with. This group is courting disaster. Fools, they offended us right off the bat, they shall reap what they sow. Upon noticing the trio approaching, Lin Qingye, accompanied by Lin Qingye, stepped forward with open arms. "Young Master Jiang, Young Master Gu, Young Master Ji, welcome." Gu Qianan promptly advanced, throwing an arm around Lin Qingye's shoulder. "You rascal, I told you to just call us by our names, no need for such formality." Gu Qianan was known for his affable nature and his double standards. His demeanor towards acquaintances was entirely different from that towards his inner circle. Very well, come in and have a seat." Lin Qingye greeted them with poised eye. In her presence, the expressions of the three softened somewhat. Jiang Youli thought to himself, after all, she is his nominal fiancée. Ji Yuqianan and Ji Yunjin reflected, she is, after all, the future Mrs. Jiang. Their gazes inadvertently met, and an unsettling tension flickered between them, concealed beneath a veneer of calm. She quickly averted her gaze, feigning modesty. Jiang Youli discreetly curled his lips in a slight smile before taking a seat with Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin. At this juncture, Lin Qingye succinctly introduced his friends to the trio. They responded with a degree of civility, markedly more cordial than their earlier treatment of the crowd outside. The brothers murmured, "It seems Brother Lin's influence still holds sway." Meanwhile, those who had previously blocked the entrance witnessed the camaraderie unfolding before them, their expressions a tumultuous mix of green and pale, left frozen in indecision, resorting to hushed whispers. How could they possibly have such a close relationship with the people from the capital? This is unexpected. The denizens of the capital were typically haughty, seldom engaging with families of municipal stature.
Didn't someone just say we needn't concern ourselves with the Lini City crowd but focus solely on the three esteemed gentlemen from the capital? How's that for a slap in the face?
Of course, they are the ones invited by the trio, thus naturally lacking any connection with us. This is quite the predicament.
Who knew these three would be so arrogant?
Our families are not to be trifled with, yet they completely disregard us. What use is there in lamenting now? We should consider how to salvage the situation.
Let us act as if nothing has transpired and simply join them.
Most of these individuals have backgrounds inferior to ours, they will not dare to be too haughty.
Agreed, let us proceed.
Lu Xing watched as those who had previously shown disinterest in engaging with them now approached with smiles plastered on their faces, shamelessly making their way towards the side. He couldn't help but let out a derisive snort, so presumptuous for scions of noble families, utterly lacking in discernment.
Did they truly believe themselves to be of such elevated status?
When he and Yu Zhao had consented to this group's inclusion, it had been a grave error. Was it still possible to expel them now? Certainly, he mused, though such an action was out of the question. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences upon returning home. Once they settled in, the atmosphere in the venue shifted to one of palpable awkwardness, a tension that everyone could feel. Lin Qingye sighed, resigning himself to the situation. He could not risk ruining the occasion, thus, he took the initiative to speak. Since everyone is present, let us proceed according to our original plan. Chapter 63 A gunfight. This event was primarily orchestrated by Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, with Lin Qingye merely responsible for bringing people along for the enjoyment. Consequently, after delivering his remarks, Lin Qingye relinquished the floor to them. Lu Xing wore a congenial smile, exuding warmth, yet the words that escaped his lips bore a less than pleasant connotation for certain individuals. What a pity, the original plan was tailored solely for our initially scheduled participants.
It appears that our newly arrived friends have not been adequately accommodated.
Lu Xing's gaze lingered on the group across the way, imbued with a hint of intrigue. At this juncture, Lin Qingye leaned in to whisper to his sister, "Do not be deceived by his seemingly innocent appearance. He is, in truth, a smiling tiger." Lin Qing nodded subtly. In fact, she wished to convey to her elder brother, "Do not be misled by my own demure visage, I am, in reality, a heartless lotus." Yu Zhao, with arms crossed behind his head, adopted an effortlessly stylish posture, chiming in with Lu Xing, "Indeed, I had almost forgotten.
What shall we do now?"
These two remarks heightened the awkward atmosphere in the room. Their group was led by Han Mu, the heir of the wealthiest family in Hongchuan City, adjacent to Lini City. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, Han Mu displayed no sign of anger, rather, he expressed a touch of regret as he addressed them. "I apologize for our abrupt arrival, we did not mean to impose."
Given the current circumstances, they had no choice but to concede.
It was imperative to first stabilize the affluent youths from Lini City. Observing Han Mu's response, Lu Xing felt compelled to soften his approach. After all, one should not strike a smiling face. "Very well, since there are so many of us, it would be impractical to impose a rigid structure. Let us engage freely and enjoy ourselves as we please." In truth, this arrangement suited Lu Xing perfectly. The three young gentlemen from Kyoto held significantly higher social standing than he did, and he dared not impose arbitrary regulations. Should any mishap occur during their time here, no one would be willing to shoulder the blame. Once this suggestion was made, the atmosphere indeed lightened considerably. In essence, the reins of authority had shifted predominantly to Jiang Youli and his companions.
"Jiang Xiao, Ji Xiao, Gu Xiao, what activities would you like to partake in?" Gu Qianan waved his hand grandly, "We must experience everything."
Ji Yunzhang had no objections, stating, "I will follow their lead."
At that moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Youli. "What do you think, Jiang Xiao?" Jiang Youli cast a deep glance at Lin Qing, then made a startling suggestion, "How about we try a gunfight?" Everyone was taken aback, including Lin Qing.
Why would he propose such a perilous activity? Gu Qianan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was thrilling, just as he would expect from Jiang Gu.
"What, is there a lack of enthusiasm?"
Jiang Youli countered, his tone neither warm nor cold, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of pressure.
"Not at all."
Lu Xing and Yu Zhao exclaimed almost in unison, their excitement palpable. This proposal was nothing short of brilliant, and they wondered why it had not occurred to them sooner.
"There is a designated shooting range, equipped with real firearms."
Lin Qingye frowned, clearly disapproving. "No, that is far too dangerous."
"What if someone gets hurt?"
"Hey, you lad, it seems that not mingling with us has dulled your wits," Lu Xing teased him lightly, before elaborating to the group. "We can split into two teams, utilizing real guns for target practice and competition, and we can even place bets. Those who are proficient can voluntarily join the competition, while those who are not can practice first." It is entirely up to you whether to participate or merely observe. This would be the first round. As for the second round, it would be the gunfight as Jiang Youli proposed. We could use paintball guns, and there happens to be an artificial forest nearby, where we can establish the appropriate rules for an exhilarating showdown. Of course, we will keep it lighthearted, focusing on participation, Lu Xing added as an afterthought. Lu Xing truly believed he was a genius. Among their group of brothers, excluding Lin Qingye, they had all had ample experience with firearms and were quite confident in their marksmanship. As for actual combat, they were all too eager to take on the arrogant young nobles across from them, looking for any opportunity to settle the score. Once they decided to participate, they would relish the chance to best their opponents. In such a scenario, even if they were to suffer embarrassment, it was unlikely that anyone would dare report back to their parents. Embarrassment, Lu Xing suddenly smacked his thigh in realization. They must ensure the entire event was discreetly recorded. He then subtly communicated with his companions.
What do you all think?
Lu Xing inquired earnestly. I have no objections, Lin Qingye waved his hand, feeling a tinge of excitement. It had been far too long since they had enjoyed such exhilaration.
I wholeheartedly agree, Gu Qianan affirmed.
Let us proceed, Jiang Youli declared. Only Han Mu and his fellow young masters and mistresses remained silent, exchanging glances, hesitant to respond.
They were accustomed to a pampered lifestyle and had little experience with such activities. If they were to form teams and compete, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. However, to refuse would certainly offend Jiang Youli. If they were to alienate him entirely, the consequences could be dire. Perceiving their hesitation, Yu Zhao deliberately employed a tactic to spur them on. Surely you are not afraid of such trivial skirmishes? If so, we shall simply engage amongst ourselves. With these words, they could no longer remain seated. Han Mu made a proposal. If we are to engage, we must acknowledge that our numbers are clearly fewer. It would be unfair. Might we enlist a couple more individuals?
Though they were not adept, they could certainly rally support among Han Mu's acquaintances. There were two who excelled in this domain, and some had even taken lives. Chapter 64 A step-by-step guide. The three young masters from Kyoto appeared to possess average abilities, likely posing no significant threat, thus, it would suffice to go easy on them during the confrontation, with little need for further concern. Very well, Yu Zhao and Lu Xing exchanged glances, considering their side indeed lacked personnel, and readily agreed. Han Mu smirked with a hint of satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had not expected them to concede so easily. Such confidence. Did they not fear his potential mischief? Alas, no one paid him much heed. The next phase involved their collaborative planning. Initially, they focused on personnel distribution, with 10 individuals per team. To ensure the female participants felt included, it was stipulated that each team must comprise at least 3 women, simultaneously reducing the difficulty and achieving a sense of entertainment. Han Mu's group conveniently had 8 members, including 3 women, and with the addition of the 2 who would arrive later, they were well-equipped. As for Lin Qingye's side, which boasted over 10 individuals, a selection process was necessary. Among the boys, Jiang Youli, Gu Qianan, Ji Yinjin, Lin Qingye, Yu Zhao, and Lu Xing, there were already 6, and by selecting the strongest among their brothers, they would be sufficient. The remainder would serve as substitutes, though typically, they would not be needed. Regrettably, there were only 4 women on their side, and none were eager to participate, as they lacked experience and feared humiliation. Being daughters of affluent families, they were particularly concerned about preserving their image. If it were merely an internal affair, it might not matter, but this time, there would be dignitaries from other cities present, altering the nature of the competition entirely. They would remain outside to cheer and assist with minor tasks. The females in Han Mu's faction, observing the timid demeanor of the others, could hardly suppress their laughter, a sense of superiority swelling within them.
Really?
We're all here for excitement and enjoyment. Your behavior is quite the dampener. Exactly, there's no need for such excessive modesty. We are all in the same boat. Inexperienced as we are, we should boldly embrace the opportunity. Such a splendid chance, and yet you fail to seize it.
It's not particularly difficult. Anyone with even a modicum of training should be able to step forward. Don't be timid.
The other 3 girls felt somewhat embarrassed by the comments, hesitating to step forward. After all, they feared being looked down upon and suffering the same humiliation. Lin Qingye, however, simply did not wish to partake in this trivial amusement, finding it rather childish. At that moment, Jiang Youli suddenly spoke, his deep-set eyes scrutinizing her as if he could see through her very soul.
Miss Lin, wouldn't you care to give it a try?
Lin Qingye's expression darkened, and she lowered her head, awkwardly responding in a barely audible voice,
I can't, and I'm a bit scared. Why did he keep singling her out? Did he genuinely have an interest in her, or was he merely testing her? Likely the latter. Is that so?
Jiang Youli's lips curved into a knowing smile, clearly intent on not letting her off the hook. No need to worry. We have preparation time, but if you are unsure, I can guide you step by step. Scared, this was the same person who had displayed no hesitation when dispatching a dozen opponents in one breath. His words hung in the air, laden with ambiguity, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Was Jiang Shao interested in Miss Lin? After all, he rarely bestowed kindness upon anyone, making this a remarkable occurrence. The crowd's gaze toward Lin Qingye grew complex. Her status was already elevated, and now with a young master from Kyoto to protect her, it seemed she was beyond their reach. Are you serious? Lin Qingye decided to play along, curious about his intentions. Was he truly willing to lower himself to instruct her? Jiang Youli discreetly observed Lin Qingye's delicate, porcelain-like hands, pondering her preparedness to it was implausible for someone of her stature to lack calluses. She must have undergone special treatment. Indeed, she appeared to be a pampered young lady. Indeed, I am quite serious, Jiang Youli replied with utmost sincerity. Chapter 65. Is it heavy? At this moment, Lin Qingye interjected. Indeed, dear sister, if you're interested, why not join us? We shall certainly ensure your safety. If you feel uncomfortable receiving guidance from young Master Jiang, I am more than willing to teach you myself. Lu Xing couldn't help but retort, with your marksmanship, I could stand right in front of you and you still wouldn't hit me. Spare us the trouble. Please mute yourself, thank you, Lin Qingye replied, delivering a light punch to him. Very well, I shall join. Lin Qingye nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, she might as well engage with them. After all, should anything unfortunate befall third brother during this time, it would be prudent to have someone to look after her. Alright, we still need 2 more girls. Who among you is willing to join? Fear not, we shall handle all combat matters, they insisted, ultimately convincing 2 more girls to join. They were slightly older than Lin Qingye and, while they had never truly handled firearms, they possessed a basic understanding and were familiar with the rules. Miss Lin, please accompany us. Let us retreat a bit further so as not to impede young Master Jiang and the others. In critical moments, we can also protect you, they said gently, settling beside Lin Qingye. They were not naive. Among this group, aside from the 3 distinguished gentlemen from Kyoto, Lin Qingye was undoubtedly the most precious, and they could not allow her to come to harm or suffer any grievances. As for Han Mu and his companions across the way, they were likely to be quite reckless. Alright then, thank you, sisters, Lin Qingye replied sweetly, sitting demurely and offering them a charming smile, striving to convey her goodwill, making her appear exceedingly endearing. The 2 young ladies were utterly captivated by the term sisters. Goodness, what sorcery is this? They had previously detested those wealthy young ladies who addressed each other as sisters upon meeting, finding it quite irksome. Yet, when it came from Lin Qingye, it felt entirely different. They had never anticipated being so hypocritical. To protect our dear Lin sister is our duty, they exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with delight as their initial anxiety about being thrust into the fray evaporated. Thus, Lin Qingye had truly become the cherished darling of the group. Perhaps the only ones who viewed her unfavorably were those from the neighboring city. Once everything was prepared, they made their way to the shooting range to commence their pre-competition trials. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing had specifically arranged for the shooting training area to be divided into 2 sections, perfectly accommodating the 2 teams. At this moment, they were still in the trial phase. Lin Qingye and the others had already begun practicing, while the 2 newly recruited girls were receiving guidance as well. Only Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli remained stationary. Lin Qingye was uncertain of Jiang Youli's intentions, and as a young lady, she felt it necessary to maintain a degree of modesty, refraining from initiating conversation. Observing her obedient demeanor, Jiang Youli's previously icy demeanor softened considerably, shedding the initial air of aloofness. She was rather charming in her pretense. Miss Lin, do you not intend to give it a try? All team members are required to participate shortly. Although he was aware that Lin Qingye's marksmanship was commendable, he deliberately posed the question to align with her persona. It seemed that teasing her was becoming somewhat addictive. Lin Qingye paused at his words, turning her head to gaze at him for an extended moment before tentatively asking, is young Master Jiang willing to teach me? I would be most delighted, he replied, eager to discover just how well she could conceal her talents. A gentle smile blossomed on Lin Qingye's lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze, enveloping those around her in warmth. Then I must trouble young Master Jiang. Yet, this smile failed to reach her eyes, where a chill and indifference lay hidden beneath the surface. Subsequently, Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli took their positions. The table before them was already set with firearms, and to ensure fairness, all equipment was standardized. Take the gun, and I shall teach you how to load it, Jiang Youli instructed as he stood beside Lin Qingye. Oh, alright, Lin Qingye replied somewhat dazedly, unprofessionally attempting to hoist the gun with both hands, her expression reflecting a hint of strain. Jiang Youli chuckled lightly, playing along. Is it heavy?
Chapter 65. Is it heavy? At this moment, Lin Qingye interjected, "Indeed, sister, if you're interested, why not join us? We will certainly ensure your safety. If you're hesitant about having young Master Jiang as your instructor, I can teach you myself." Lu Xing could not help but retort, "With your marksmanship, even if I stood right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to hit me. Spare us the trouble. Please mute yourself, thank you," Lin Qingye replied with a playful punch. "Alright then, I shall join." Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, she might as well engage in their activities. After all, should anything unfortunate happen to third brother during this time, it would be prudent to have someone looking out for him. "Excellent, we just need 2 more girls. Who among you wishes to join us? Fear not, we shall handle all the combat." Ultimately, 2 additional girls were reluctantly brought in. They were slightly older than Lin Qing and, although they had never truly handled firearms, they possessed a basic understanding and were familiar with the rules. "Miss Lin, please accompany us as we retreat to a safer distance, so as not to hinder young Master Jiang and the others. In critical moments, we can also protect you," they gently suggested as they settled beside Lin Qing. They were not foolish. Among this group, aside from the 3 esteemed gentlemen from the capital, Lin Qing was undoubtedly the most precious. It was imperative that nothing untoward or distressing happened to her. On the opposite side, Han Mu and his companions might not exercise caution. "Alright, thank you, sisters," Lin Qing responded obediently, offering them a sweet smile to express her goodwill, appearing exceedingly endearing. The 2 young ladies were utterly enchanted by the term sisters. Goodness, what kind of enchantment was this? They had previously detested those wealthy young ladies who would address them as sisters and siblings right off the bat, finding it quite irksome. Yet, when uttered by Lin Qing, it felt entirely different. They never anticipated their own hypocrisy. "Protecting Sister Lin is our duty," they declared, their eyes sparkling with excitement, as their earlier apprehensions about being thrust into the fray dissipated. At this moment, Lin Qing had truly become the cherished darling of the group. Perhaps the only ones who viewed her with disdain were the individuals from the neighboring city. Once everything was prepared, they proceeded to the shooting range to commence their pre-competition trials. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing had specially arranged for the shooting training area to be divided into 2 sections, perfectly accommodating the 2 groups. They were still in the stage of testing the firearms. Lin Qingye and the others had already taken to practicing, and the 2 ladies were receiving guidance. Only Lin Qing and Jiang Youli remained stationary. Lin Qing was uncertain of Jiang Youli's thoughts, and as a young lady, she felt it necessary to maintain some reserve, refraining from speaking first. Observing her obedient demeanor, Jiang Youli's previous coldness diminished significantly, his initially aloof expression softening. He appeared quite charming in his facade. "Miss Lin, do you not intend to give it a try? All team members will need to take the stage shortly." Although he was aware of Lin Qing's commendable marksmanship, he deliberately posed the question to align with her persona. It seemed somewhat addictive to tease her. Lin Qing paused upon hearing his words, gazing at him intently for a long moment before tentatively asking, "Does young Master Jiang wish to teach me?" "I would be most delighted," he replied, curious to see how deeply she would conceal her abilities. A gentle smile blossomed on Lin Qing's lips, akin to the warm caress of spring, enveloping the heart with a comforting warmth. "Then I shall trouble you, young Master Jiang." Yet, this smile did not reach her eyes. Hidden beneath was her aloofness and indifference. Subsequently, Lin Qing and Jiang Youli took their positions. The table was already set with firearms, and to ensure fairness, all equipment was standardized. "Take the gun, and I will teach you how to load it." Jiang Youli stood beside Lin Qing, guiding her. "Oh, alright," Lin Qing replied somewhat dazedly, awkwardly lifting the gun with both hands, her expression betraying her struggle. Jiang Youli chuckled softly, fully accommodating her. "Is it heavy?" Chapter 65. Is it heavy? At this moment, Lin Qingye interjected, "Indeed, sister, if you are interested, why not join us? We shall ensure your safety. If you feel awkward seeking guidance from young Master Jiang, I am more than willing to teach you." Lu Xing couldn't help but retort, "With your marksmanship, even if I stood before you without moving, you wouldn't hit me. Save your breath. Please mute yourself, thank you," Lin Qingye replied, delivering a light punch to him. "Very well, I shall join." Lin Qing nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, she might as well partake in their activities. In the event that third brother encountered an unforeseen mishap during this time, it would be prudent to have someone looking out for him. "Alright, we still need 2 more girls. Who among you would like to join? Well, fear not, we shall handle all the combat." In the end, 2 more girls were reluctantly pulled into the fray. They were slightly older than Lin Qing and, although they had never truly handled firearms, they possessed a basic understanding and were familiar with the rules. "Miss Lin, please accompany us."
Let us move to a safer distance so as not to hinder young Master Jiang and the others. In critical moments, we can also provide protection for you, they said gently as they settled beside Lin Qingye. They were not foolish. Among this group, apart from the three esteemed gentlemen from Kyoto, Lin Qingye was undoubtedly the most precious, and they could not allow her to come to harm or suffer any grievances. As for Han Mu and his companions across the way, their actions might be unpredictable. All right then, thank you, sisters, Lin Qingye replied obediently, offering them a sweet smile, attempting to convey her goodwill, which made her appear exceedingly endearing. The two young ladies were utterly enchanted by her calling them sisters. Goodness, what kind of enchantment was this? They had previously detested those wealthy young ladies who referred to everyone as sisters and brothers, yet somehow, when it came from Lin Qingye's lips, it felt entirely different.
They never imagined they would be so hypocritical. Protecting Lin Mei is our duty, they said, their eyes sparkling with delight, as their initial apprehension about being thrust into the limelight dissipated. At this moment, Lin Qingye had truly become the darling of the group. Perhaps the only ones who looked upon her with disdain were those from the neighboring city. Once everything was ready, they made their way to the shooting range to commence their pre-competition trials. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing had specially arranged for the shooting training area to be divided into two sections, perfectly accommodating both groups. They were still in the phase of testing the firearms. Lin Qingye and the others had already taken their turns and commenced practicing, while the two new girls were receiving guidance. Only Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli remained still. Lin Qingye was uncertain of Jiang Yuli's intentions, and as a young lady, she felt it necessary to maintain a degree of modesty and refrain from speaking first. Observing her obedient demeanor, the coldness in Jiang Yuli's gaze softened considerably, losing the initial air of aloofness that had surrounded him. He appeared rather charming in his pretense. Miss Lin, do you not intend to give it a try?
All team members are required to take the field shortly. Although he was aware of Lin Qingye's commendable marksmanship, he deliberately posed the question to align with her persona. It seemed that teasing her had become somewhat addictive. Lin Qingye paused upon hearing his words, turning her head to gaze at him for an extended moment before tentatively asking, "Does young Master Jiang wish to instruct me?" "I would be most delighted," he replied, eager to see how far she would go to conceal her true abilities. A gentle smile graced Lin Qingye's lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze, enveloping the heart with warmth. "Then, I must trouble you, young Master Jiang." Yet, this smile did not reach her eyes. Concealed within was her aloofness and indifference. Subsequently, Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli took their positions. The table before them was already set with firearms, and to ensure fairness, all equipment was standardized. "Hold the gun, and I shall teach you how to chamber around." Jiang Youli stood beside Lin Qingye, guiding her. "Oh, all right," Lin Qingye replied somewhat dazedly, awkwardly lifting the gun with both hands, her expression indicating some strain. Jiang Youli chuckled lightly, fully accommodating her. "Is it very heavy?" Chapter 65. Is it heavy? At this moment, Lin Qingye interjected, "Indeed, sister, if you are interested, why not join us? We will certainly ensure your safety." "If you feel uncomfortable receiving guidance from young Master Jiang, I am more than willing to teach you myself." Lu Xing couldn't help but retort, "With your marksmanship, even if I stand right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to hit me." "Spare us the theatrics. Please mute yourself, thank you," Lin Qingye replied, delivering a light punch to him. "Very well, I shall join." Lin Qingye nodded in agreement. Since that was the case, she would accompany them for a while. After all, should anything unforeseen happen to third brother during this time, it would be prudent to have someone looking out for him. "All right, we still need two more girls. Who among you would like to join?" "Fear not, we will handle all the combat." Eventually, two more young women were reluctantly roped into the activity. They were slightly older than Lin Qingye and, although they had never actually handled firearms, they possessed a modicum of understanding regarding them and were familiar with the rules. "Miss Lin, come along with us. Let us move a bit further away to avoid hindering young Master Jiang and the others. When the time comes, we can also ensure your protection," they said soothingly as they settled beside Lin Qingye. They were not naive. Among this group, aside from the three distinguished gentlemen from the capital, Lin Qingye was undoubtedly the most precious. They could not allow her to come to harm or suffer any grievances. On the opposite side, Han Mu and his group were likely to lack any restraint in their actions. "All right, thank you, sisters," Lin Qingye replied, sitting obediently and flashing them a sweet smile, attempting to convey her goodwill, which made her appear exceedingly endearing. The two young ladies were utterly captivated by the term sisters. My goodness, what kind of enchantment is this? They had previously detested those wealthy young ladies who casually referred to each other as sisters. It was quite annoying, yet, when Lin Qingye uttered it, it felt entirely different. They never imagined they would exhibit such double standards. "Protecting Sister Lin is our duty," they chimed, their eyes sparkling with delight, as the apprehension of being forced into the fray dissipated. Lin Qingye had genuinely become the cherished darling of the group. Perhaps the only ones who looked upon her unfavorably were those from the neighboring city. Once everything was prepared, they proceeded to the shooting range to commence the pre-competition trials. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing had specifically arranged for the shooting training area to be divided into two sections, perfectly accommodating both teams. They were still in the stage of trial shooting. Lin Qingye and the others had already taken to their practice, while the two young women received guidance from someone else. Only Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli remained still. Lin Qingye was uncertain of Jiang Youli's intentions, and as a young lady, she felt it prudent to maintain some decorum, refraining from speaking first. Observing her obedient demeanor, the coldness in Jiang Youli's eyes softened considerably, dispelling the initial air of aloofness he had projected. He appeared quite charming in his pretense.
Miss Lin, do you not intend to give it a try?
All team members will need to participate shortly. Though he was aware that Lin Qingye possessed commendable shooting skills, he deliberately posed the question to align with her persona. It seemed rather addictive to tease her. Lin Qingye paused at his words, turning her head to study him for a prolonged moment before tentatively asking, "Are you willing to teach me, young Master Jiang?" With the utmost pleasure, he replied, eager to discover the extent of her concealed talents.
A gentle smile blossomed on Lin Qingye's lips, akin to a spring breeze, enveloping the heart with warmth. "Then I must trouble you, young Master Jiang."
Yet, this smile did not quite reach her eyes. Beneath the surface lay her aloofness and indifference. Following that, Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli took their positions. The table was already set with firearms, and to ensure fairness, all participants were provided with identical equipment. "Hold the gun, and I will instruct you on how to chamber a round." Jiang Youli stood beside Lin Qingye, guiding her through the process. "Oh, all right," Lin Qingye replied somewhat dazedly, then awkwardly hoisted the gun with both hands, her expression reflecting some strain.
Jiang Youli chuckled lightly, fully accommodating her. "Is it heavy?" Chapter 66, Teacher Jiang MMM.
Lin Qingye nodded weakly, evoking an instinctual urge to protect her. She heard him chuckle softly, then he moved closer, taking her hand that gripped the gun, demonstrating the correct posture for holding it, his demeanor both natural and respectful. "Your left hand should support." Lin Qingye gazed at his serious profile, momentarily stunned. "Is he really teaching me? Should I learn or not? What kind of strength is deemed normal? Do you understand?" Jiang Youli suddenly spoke up. "Yes." Coming back to her senses, Lin Qingye replied softly, mimicking his stance as she raised the gun to her shoulder, tilting her head slightly to aim. Observing her actions, Jiang Youli felt an unprecedented joy swell within him. "This little one, she is quite convincing in her pretense."
"Not quite."
He stepped behind her, following the trajectory of her hands to adjust her posture. "It should be like this," just as he had previously mentioned. He guided her step by step, even gently pressing down on her head. "Keep your gaze forward." It was as if Lin Qingye were enveloped in his embrace, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of intimacy. Those around them took notice, gasping in astonishment. Ji Yuqianan couldn't contain himself and exclaimed, "Damn, Brother Jiang is impressive."
Ji Yunjin discreetly captured a snapshot, tucking it away for potential future leverage against Jiang.
Lin Qingye felt her body tense in vigilance, acutely aware of the gazes upon her, and instinctively she attempted to wriggle free.
"Stay still."
His steady, magnetic voice whispered in her ear, carrying a soothing charm. The trigger was pulled, the bullet sliced through the air, striking the bullseye with precision. As everyone focused intently, exclamations erupted. 10 points, amazing. Wow, is young Master Jiang really this skilled? Just a little guidance and he hits the target dead center with Miss Lin.
At 100 meters, that's quite the pressure.
After firing one shot, Jiang Youli recognized that his actions had been somewhat inappropriate, so he quickly distanced himself from her. Lin Qingye stared at the target ahead, her delight unabashedly evident, reminiscent of a child rewarded for good behavior.
"Wow, I actually hit it, so impressive."
Jiang Youli's gaze lingered on her smiling face, his tone unconsciously softening.
"Yes, you are quite remarkable." He spoke from the heart.
Having witnessed her skills, he understood that what she had displayed was perhaps only 4/5 of her true capability. He pondered how wonderful it would be to spar with her someday. No, it's all thanks to Teacher Jiang.
"I hardly did anything."
A gentle smile graced Lin Qingye's face, her luminous eyes sparkling with admiration as she regarded him.
"Teacher, Jiang?" Jiang Youli's expression froze momentarily, clearly taken aback by her address. Isn't that right?" Lin Qingye countered. "Yes, it is." It was merely a title. She could call him whatever she wished. "However, I seem to struggle with this. I fear if I get too nervous, I might forget how to use it. Do you think I'm particularly foolish?" As she uttered this, Lin Qingye's gaze remained fixed on his face, scrutinizing for any flicker of doubt regarding her identity. Not foolish, quite talented. Jiang Youli's deep, dark eyes remained unperturbed, answering her with calm assurance. Really? Lin Qingye continued to play along. Jiang Youli was not easily deceived, caution was paramount. Just practice a few more times. Taking his words to heart, Lin Qingye awkwardly began her training. What kind of results does teacher Jiang hope for me? Do your utmost. Jiang Youli replied in a low voice. Would she truly give her all? In his heart, he had an answer, no. Since she was determined to conceal her prowess, it was unlikely she would reveal her true abilities in such a setting. What score would satisfy you? Lin Qingye pressed on. The highest score. Jiang Youli stated plainly. Well, then I shall do my best. With that, she focused intently on her practice, no longer glancing at him. Achieving a perfect score was out of the question. If she concentrated too hard, he might detect her flaws. Some ingrained habits were simply too difficult to alter, and if she lost focus during her actions, her true self would be exposed. She fired 3 rounds, all missing the target, but her subsequent shots improved slightly, landing in the 5 or 6 ring, with her best attempt hitting the 7 ring. For a delicate young lady unacquainted with such matters, this was already commendable. The air filled with sounds of praise from the onlookers. Jiang Youli included. Chapter 67. No need to escalate to the familial level. Lin Qingye turned to Jiang Youli, her expression timid. I didn't achieve a perfect score, what should I do? It's alright, there's no need to rush, he reassured her. When the time comes, you will naturally reveal yourself. Won't teacher Jiang practice a bit? There's no need. Alright then. Lin Qingye turned her head away, her gaze gradually cooling into an icy demeanor. Indeed, she exuded a confidence that was quite formidable. She too was curious to see how much he would reveal in this competition. In the distance, Han Mu observed the interaction between Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli, the resentment in his eyes intensifying. He had not come alone, he had brought his sister, Han Shuyi, along with him. As for his intentions, naturally, he wished for his sister to make an impression before young Master Jiang, and any further development would be even better. However, it seemed there was an obstacle in their way. Nonetheless, it was not a significant issue. Given Miss Lin's skill level, he could easily arrange for her to be eliminated first during the competition, thus creating an opportunity for his sister. The 3 young masters from Kyoto stood across from them. To avoid inciting their ire, his team could afford to lose, but the condition was that the group from Lini must lose even more miserably. With their presence, the 3 young masters from Kyoto would be able to appreciate the strength of Lin Qingye's team. Han Mu turned to Han Shuyi and inquired, do you have confidence in dealing with Miss Lin? If she could eliminate Lin Qingye on her own merits without his intervention, that would be ideal. Han Shuyi cast a disdainful glance at Lin Qingye, her expression one of arrogance and self-assurance. Don't worry, brother, I excel at handling such pretentious individuals. What was Lin Qingye but a pretty face? Having grown up in the world, she understood nothing and was fundamentally just a rustic simpleton. In terms of family background, she was certainly no match for Han Shuyi. In terms of ability, she was far more deserving of standing beside Jiang Youli. Today was her opportunity to shine. She would ensure that young Master Jiang noticed her. Lin Qingye sensed the 2 unfriendly gazes directed at her but paid them no mind. The tactics of these young masters and ladies were hardly worthy of her concern. Her attention was more focused on her brother Lin Qingye's performance. She watched as her third brother raised his gun, confidently firing several shots, but regrettably, most landed in the 5th or 6th ring, even falling short of Lin Qingye's own score. He was met with mockery from his companions, leading to a quarrel. The corner of Lin Qingye's mouth twitched slightly. Noticing her gaze, Lin Qingye quickly pushed aside the rowdy young masters beside him. I can't be bothered with you lot. I am off to find my dear sister. He then cheerfully approached Lin Qingye. Sister, how do you feel? Not bad, Lin Qingye replied, casting a glance at Jiang Youli before adding, young Master Jiang teaches quite well. That's good to hear. If you feel overwhelmed or unhappy, feel free to withdraw at any time, no one would dare blame you. What does third brother think about this competition, are you confident? Lin Qingye had certainly noticed the 2-inch helpers that Han Mu had brought along and had already begun to piece together their identities. If neither she nor Jiang Youli intended to take action, Lin Qingye's team was destined to lose. We must win, we need to strike a blow against their arrogance for daring to underestimate us. As he spoke, Lin Qingye unconsciously clenched his fist. Lin Qingye smiled gently. All right. Soon, preparations began for the first round of the competition. Both teams were eager to showcase their prowess, their gazes towards each other filled with challenge.
While we aim for a measured approach, should any unforeseen incidents arise during the competition, Han Mu deliberately broached the topic.
Rest assured, we are responsible for our own actions.
There is no need to escalate this to a familial matter, everyone should unleash their full potential. Lin Qingye concurred with Han Mu's sentiment, unexpectedly providing him with an excuse to act decisively.
Just wait and see who will outmaneuver whom. Since that's the case, we will not hold back.
Humph, quite the bravado, just don't go home crying to your mother if you lose. Initially, there had been some discord among them. Now, with Han Mu's audacity, the young men from Lin ignited with a fervor for battle. Chapter 68. Waiting for me to regain the scores with the sharp report of the starter's pistol, the first round of the competition officially commenced. A total of 10 shooting positions were available, and the first to take the stage was Han Mu's team. Each participant was allotted 10 bullets, with no time limit imposed on their shooting. The criteria for victory were straightforward. The team with the highest cumulative score would emerge triumphant, perhaps eager to showcase their skills. This team quickly completed their round with flair, although 3 of the female participants were slightly slower. Nonetheless, their scores were commendable. A chorus of astonishment filled the air. Isn't it said that they had little experience with firearms? They seemed quite adept. Those 3 young ladies even managed to achieve an average score of 5 to 6 rings.
Indeed, isn't this their first encounter with a gun?
How can they outshine Miss Lin? I thought her talent was already exceptional. If it weren't for the fact that we provided everything, I would suspect they were cheating. It's simply unbelievable. That Han fellow seems rather delicate and ineffectual, yet he performed decently with an average score of around 8 rings.
Keep your voice down. Do you want them to overhear?
Oh no, look, the 2 individuals they called over afterward scored 10 rings with 10 shots. What kind of genius is this? Goodness, I hadn't noticed. That Han fellow must have found a cheat.
It's obvious to anyone. Infuriating.
Lin Qingye and his companions began to sense that the 2 newcomers possessed an extraordinary aura. Surely they could not be professionals. How could they possibly compete? Lin Qingye already felt the weight of pressure bearing down on him, while simultaneously berating himself for his lack of prowess. Among his peers, he seemed to be the least skilled, fearing he would hold them back. Jiu Qianan noticed Lin Qingye's concerns and offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder.
Hey, don't worry.
It's just 2 perfect scores. With Brother Jiang and Brother Ji on our side, we are bound to prevail.
Really? Are they that formidable?
Lin Qingye inquired, astonished. Absolutely, Brother Jiang is a professional. Just look at how he trains Miss Lin. There's no way we could lose.
Gu Qianan held unwavering confidence in Jiang Youli. And what about you?
Lin Qingye inadvertently posed a question that struck a nerve with Gu Qianan.
Well, as for me, I can be disregarded.
He quickly shifted the topic. Besides, even if we can't win, we must not lose our momentum.
That is true. It's our turn to take the stage now.
Han Mu's team had completed their round, exuding confidence. With such scores, it seemed unlikely that Lin Qingye and his group could turn the tide.
Clearly, he underestimated both Jiang Youli and Lin Qingye.
For those of us who seldom partake in such recreational activities, this is the best score we can muster. I imagine young Master Yu and young Master Lu will have even more assurance. Indeed, we are prepared to be thoroughly impressed.
I wonder how many perfect scores you all can achieve.
This barrage of taunts left the few young men from Lin utterly flabbergasted, compelling them to seize their firearms without a second thought. Their arrogance was intolerable. They must be shown the consequences. Lin Qingye, too, steeled himself, ultimately managing to deliver an impressive average score of 7 to 8 rings. Yu Zhao, Lu Xing, and another male participant matched his performance closely. Gu Qianan fared slightly better, recording an average of 7 to 8 rings, including 2 scores of 9 rings. The other 2 female members of their team took their turns, but regrettably, they averaged only 3 to 4 rings, severely hampering their overall performance. Upon realizing this, their faces turned pale. Lin Qingye, who had yet to take her shot, observed their lackluster state and offered a bright, official smile. Sisters, don't worry, I'll help you improve our scores.
Instantly, they felt uplifted. Oh, how kind of Miss Lin.
However, they did not take her words to heart, thinking she was merely offering them comfort.
Yes, good luck, don't feel pressured, we'll be fine.
Jiang Youli had also yet to fire, and upon hearing Lin Qingye's words, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Was she already planning to showcase her skills? Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to aim for a perfect score as well. Lin Qingye's voice was not soft, and those watching from the sidelines, including Han Mu and others, caught wind of her overly ambitious declaration.
Oh my, is Miss Lin so confident?
To make a significant impact, she must average at least 9 rings. I shall eagerly await the outcome, Han Shuyi remarked, arms crossed, a teasing expression adorning her features. She only managed a maximum of 7 rings earlier, yet now she dares to make such claims, somewhat overestimating her capabilities, don't you think? Clearly, she has just returned from abroad, lacking broader perspective. So, is Miss Lin ready to begin? We can hardly contain our anticipation. Allow me to add a note here, this book is a work of fiction, and all content is purely invented. Readers should not draw parallels with reality. The name Lini City was selected at random, simply for its pleasant sound, and does not refer to the Lini in Shandong, chapter 69, as if in jest. What are you all chattering about?
If you remain silent, nobody will mistake you for mutes.
Lin Qingye, noticing their whispers about Lin Qingye, could no longer contain himself.
Oh, take it easy, third young master Lin, we haven't said anything particularly harsh, have we?
Unfortunately, the opposing party's background was no less illustrious than his own, rendering them unafraid.
Brother San, it's all right.
Let them revel in their arrogance for a moment, soon enough, they won't be laughing anymore.
Lin Qingye interrupted Lin Qingye's forthcoming remarks, urging him to watch calmly from the sidelines.
Very well, I shall heed your words. The attention of the onlookers shifted back to the competition, where they beheld Ji Yunjin seizing the gun with remarkable poise, methodically firing shot after shot without a flicker of emotion.
10 points, 10 points. Good heavens, another 10, is young Master Ji truly this formidable?
He carries himself with such refined elegance, one would never suspect him to wield a firearm. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. And thus, the first perfect score from the Lini City team is born. Impressive. Both Gu Xiao and Ji Xiao are so accomplished. Surely Jiang Xiao is no exception, just look at the way he guided Miss Lin. Jiang Youli, not to be outdone, followed closely in Ji Yunjin's wake, flawlessly achieving 10 perfect shots, effectively shattering Han Mu's confidence. What once was a point of pride for their team had now turned into a liability, as all eyes were on Lin Qingye's performance for any chance of redemption. However, overall, their scores still held a slight advantage. The Lini City team relying on her to turn the tide seemed rather implausible. The crowd was acutely aware of this reality, believing that unless Lin Qingye achieved a perfect score, even the intervention of a celestial being would not sway the outcome. Sister, just shoot as you please. Do not feel pressured. Lin Qingye felt a twinge of guilt, having failed to earn her any glory with his own lack of skill.
Indeed, Miss Lin, it's merely an entertaining competition. Feel free to enjoy yourself.
No one from the Lini City team dared impose pressure on Lin Qingye. Her eyes betrayed no hint of turmoil, yet she feigned a touch of emotion, gazing at them in gratitude.
Really? Then I shall shoot at my leisure?
The crowd responded with silence, but though they had made such statements, they did not genuinely mean for her to take it lightly. A modicum of dignity was still desired. Han Shuyi could not help but laugh at her demeanor, mockingly uttering, "Truly a case of mud that cannot be molded." Han Mu shot her a warning glance, signaling her to temper her remarks. Lin Qingye paid them no mind, casually lifting the gun position before her, disengaging the safety, and racking the slide die. In mere moments, she aimed and fired, the first bullet soaring forth before anyone could react.
No way, is this truly a game? She didn't even take a proper aim? Goodness, the scorekeeper has reported it 10 points, bullseye. This is utterly absurd.
A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they grappled with this harsh reality. Even Lin Qingye herself was taken aback, covering her mouth in exaggerated astonishment.
Ha!
Is this truly my score? It seems you all were mistaken about its difficulty. Jiang Youli leaned against the edge of the shooting platform, a languid expression on his face as he watched her actions, wondering if she was no longer concealing her prowess. Shooting so nonchalantly, yet hitting the target, he himself could hardly guarantee such precision. It appeared Lin Qingye exceeded his expectations, yet, did she not fear exposing herself? Perhaps not, for in her current demeanor, others might simply perceive it as a stroke of luck. Indeed, the crowd wore expressions of disbelief, suspecting Lin Qingye of feigning modesty while reaping the benefits. Continuing her shooting, she lifted the gun with one hand, adopting a pained expression as if she were about to toss the weapon aside.
Oh dear, how heavy!
I can scarcely hold it. In the next instant, her finger squeezed the trigger, and the second bullet flew forth, again striking the center of the target with uncanny accuracy. Alas, this arm has grown weary.
I must switch to the other.
Swiftly, Lin Qingye switched the gun to her right hand, repeating the same operation once more. Indeed, she executed a one-handed rapid fire, achieving yet another 10 points. The spectators were left in a state of daze. Having just begun, I find it not difficult at all. I wonder what all the fuss is about, Lin Qingye remarked, addressing Han Mu and the others with an innocent tone that bore a hint of understanding, leaving them feeling inexplicably insulted. It was one thing to shoot accurately, perhaps due to good fortune, but to wear such an expression as if it were a mere game was utterly infuriating. Jealousy burned in their eyes. How could this be? Had they not witnessed it themselves, they might have suspected Lin Qingye of cheating. Jiang Youli chuckled quietly, finding amusement in the childish antics, particularly in Han Shuyi's increasingly distorted expression of shock. She could hardly believe that Lin Qingye possessed such innate talent, treating the shooting as if it were nothing more than a playful diversion. Chapter 70, A Match for Your Countenance. Lin Qing did not give the onlookers a chance to react. She swiftly and casually completed the remaining shots, each bullet landing within the confines of the 10-ring. This meant she was the third member of the Lini team to achieve a perfect score. Consequently, their team was assured victory, as the rules stipulated that scoring 10 perfect 10s would yield additional points, effectively compensating for the lower scores of the two preceding girls. Han Mu's expression was dark and foreboding. He sought evidence of Lin Qing's potential cheating but found himself at a loss, as she had not been afforded any opportunity to manipulate the outcome. It appeared that everything hinged on a combination of skill and luck. Although Lin Qingye was equally astonished, he had not forgotten the importance of boasting about his sister's achievement. "Ah, Han Xiao, prior to the competition, we meticulously checked our firearms, and in full view of everyone, my sister could not have possibly tampered with hers. This is pure skill, surely, you would not question it?" Han Mu, with a grim countenance, gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course not, it is merely a competition, and we are not so fragile as to be unable to bear a loss." Their expressions were grim, yet they did not succumb to despondency. The first round was static shooting, and Lin Qing had merely experienced a stroke of luck. Winning by sheer fortune was hardly formidable. The main event lay ahead. Han Mu could not believe that anyone from the Lini team could surpass the 2-inch helpers he had summoned. The second round was his domain. It was time to raise the stakes. "That's good," Lin Qingye chuckled, dismissing their sour faces as he eagerly approached Lin Qing. "Sister, you have truly surprised me today. Your performance was utterly unexpected." Lowering his voice, he inquired, "Be honest with me, have you practiced before?" Unlike those who were blinded by shock and jealousy, he genuinely believed that her 10 perfect shots could not have been achieved by mere chance. She must have undergone some form of training. If it were merely luck, she would surely be the favored child of destiny. "Indeed, I have practiced," Lin Qing admitted candidly. As for her family, she would not go out of her way to conceal the truth if they wished to know. Moreover, Lin Qingye was not one to overthink matters. As expected, he did not press further. "No wonder you are my sister, you are truly impressive." The others in the team lavished her with praise. Gu Qianan, perched beside Jiang Youli, chattered excitedly, "Wow, did you see that? Miss Lin is quite a formidable character. Her movements appear casual, yet each step is executed with precision." After a flurry of admiration, he added, "A perfect match for your countenance." Ji Yunjin rarely agreed with him. Jiang Youli merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, his expression inscrutable. "Jiang Gu, you were so aloof, why are you not the least bit surprised? Did you anticipate this? Speaking of which, you were supposed to be her instructor. I have long told you all, she is not to be underestimated. If you remain complacent, do not come to me for assistance should you find yourselves at her mercy next time," Jiang Youli stated in the most unassuming tone, delivering the harshest of warnings. Gu Qianan felt a chill run down his spine. "But Jiang Gu, if you are threatening me, why involve Miss Lin? She is so gentle and charming, how could she possibly be as ruthless as you?" Jiang Youli chose silence, for he knew they would not heed his words. "It would be a waste of breath. This moment," Han Mu resumed speaking, "in the first round of trials, we did not set any stakes. Now that everyone's abilities have been sufficiently demonstrated, we can place some bets to enhance the competition's enjoyment and intensity. What do you all think?" "That suits me perfectly," Yu Zhao and Lu Xing replied affirmatively. Having witnessed the prowess of Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin, the Lini team brimmed with confidence. They were determined to best their opponents, even if it meant incurring a loss. They were not overly concerned about a little money. "Zhang Xiao, Ji Xiao, and Gu Xiao, what are your thoughts?" Han Mu inquired for good measure. "It's all the same to us, we can afford to gamble," Gu Qianan answered flippantly, entirely dismissing the bet's significance. With Jiang Gu by their side, they were confident of victory. Furthermore, their family backgrounds rendered them unmatched in terms of betting. Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin remained silent but clearly endorsed Gu Qianan's sentiment. "Gambling money alone lacks excitement. Let us wager something else." Han Mu had initially aimed to entice the 3 young lords from Kyoto, showing little interest in other stakes. "What do you propose?" Lin Qingye asked. The losing side must publicly declare their defeat on official social media, expressing their willingness to concede and acknowledging their inferiority. "Ah, a blow to the heart, is it?" "Very well, I am not afraid of losing face," Lu Xing readily agreed. Hold on, I am not finished yet. Additionally, I hope that after today, the 3 young lords from Kyoto will visit the territory of the victorious side, as this may provide a better experience.
The implication was clear.
The losing side would forfeit the right to host esteemed guests. At this proclamation, the faces of the Lini team shifted dramatically. So, this was the trap laid before them. It was no wonder he sought the opinions of the 3 young lords from Kyoto. How insidious. Chapter 71 Gunfight 1. Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin maintained their composure, while Gu Qianan emitted a disdainful snort. Their arrival in Lini City was solely aimed at the Lin family. Who had the time to deal with anyone else? He certainly did not wish to engage. Unfortunately, having already given his word, he found himself unable to retract. To contradict Han Mu would only reveal his fear of losing and his inability to endure defeat. So be it. If they were to gamble, he would ensure victory in the next round. We agree to the first condition, but for the second, you should consult with young Master Jiang and the others, Yu Zhao interjected. Their expressions were far from pleasant, yet they found themselves unable to either concur or reject outright. What do the 3 young masters think? Han Mu inquired once more, his patience waning. Let it be as it is, Jiang Youli declared, and thus the stakes were established. For everyone involved, it seemed there were no substantial losses at stake. It was more a matter of preserving face. Lin Qingye was engaged in a tactical discussion with his companions. We need to arrange for someone to protect the 3 girls on our team. Han Mu and his crew will surely target the easier prey first. But how many should we assign? I fear that the 2 formidable opponents that may join later could overwhelm us, came the reply. At least 2 or 3 individuals are required to keep them safe, but that may reduce our combat effectiveness. In a confrontation, we would be at a disadvantage. Then let us wait for the match to commence and observe their approach. If they do not provide special protection for their 3 girls, we need not intervene. At most, we can allow them to eliminate each other. That could work, but how should we deal with those boys? Should we resort to underhanded tactics? One suggested. This was their territory, after all. Deception and stratagems were not foreign to them. If a confrontation were to arise, it would be Han Mu's team that would suffer.
That may not be wise. Their family backgrounds are substantial. What does that matter?
We have already established that this is merely a light skirmish. The stakes are low. We shall proceed as we please. Besides, it was they who first disregarded etiquette. They cannot blame us for retaliating.
Lin Qingye's gaze settled upon Jiang Youli and the others.
What are your thoughts?
How shall we proceed?
Let us follow your lead. A bit of mischief sounds delightful, and I am all for it. Gu Qianan eagerly chimed in, relishing the thought of bullying others. Ji Yunjin nodded in agreement.
Surprisingly, Jiang Youli responded, I will handle the aftermath.
What exactly did he mean by aftermath? Lin Qingye was puzzled, but Han Mu's team was already pressing for a decision, and the discussion came to a close. Everyone donned their gear, and the 2 teams proceeded to their respective locations at the eastern and western entrances of the artificial forest surrounding the training ground, affording themselves half an hour to conceal their positions. Anyone struck by a paintball and marked with color would be deemed eliminated. All methods were permissible. Lin Qingye's group entered through the eastern entrance. Before delving deeper, Lin Qingye specifically instructed the 3 girls, you should conceal yourselves well in this vicinity. We will guard the front, they won't reach here, and it is relatively safe. Of course, if you feel a lack of involvement, you may venture forward to consult us on new strategies, or if you spot any of the opposing girls alone, you may engage. If the situation becomes dire, signal us for assistance.
Understood. Lin Qingye obediently nodded. Jiang Gu, will you remain here to protect them?
Gu Qianan assumed this to be Jiang Youli's intention. Although he wished to have Jiang Gu join in the battle, he felt uncertain about facing the 2 potentially formidable opponents alone.
Yet, it seemed more prudent for Jiang Gu to safeguard his future Jiang Sa. Jiang Youli replied nonchalantly, revealing no emotion.
In the event that we encounter danger, if we do, you must come to avenge us, Gu Qianan urged. Should they truly struggle, Jiang Youli would be their final trump card.
Again,
Jiang Youli's response was a cold, detached acknowledgement. Having nearly finalized their arrangements, Lin Qingye led his brothers into the fray. Jiang Youli, however, did not remain entirely stationary. He roamed about, eliminating potential threats while granting more space to the girls. Most importantly, he desired to observe Lin Qingye's performance from the shadows. The 3 girls huddled together apart from Lin Qingye, who felt relatively indifferent. The other 2 exhibited traces of excitement and anxiety.
Are we not essentially positioned at the rear of the battlefield? Aside from hiding, it seems we have little else to do. Indeed, it is somewhat dull. Watching the match would be far more entertaining. Actually, I have an idea I have yet to voice. We could serve as bait.
They must be concerned about us being harmed. paintballs do sting quite a bit. If we manage to hide until the end, our odds of winning will increase.
Not necessarily.
If they lose on the front lines, our hiding will be of no use.
Why is Miss Lin silent? Are you too anxious?
After conversing for a while without hearing her speak, they inquired.
I'm a bit worried about the third brother and the others.
Lin Qingye spoke truthfully. She could not simply remain behind without concern. What if something happened to them? Jiang Youli was not keeping watch at the front, which was rather unsettling.
Shall we quietly follow them?
That could work. We can observe from a distance and lend a hand when necessary. Chapter 71. The gunfight. Jiang Youli and Ji Yunjin maintained their composure, while Gu Qianan disdainfully snorted. Their arrival in Lini City was solely directed towards the Lin family, who had the time to deal with others. In any case, he had no desire to engage. Unfortunately, he had already made a prior commitment, and it would be unwise to retract it now. To oppose Han Mu would only reveal his fear of defeat and an inability to bear it. So be it. If they were to gamble, let it be, and he resolved to win the next round. We agree to the first condition, but for the second, you should consult with young Master Jiang and the others again, Yu Zhao interjected. Their expressions were far from pleasant, yet they found themselves unable to directly agree or refuse.
What do the three young masters think?
Han Mu inquired once more, maintaining his patience. Let it be as it is, Jiang Youli declared, and thus the stakes were set. To all present, it seemed there were no tangible losses, merely a contest of face. Lin Qingye was engaged in strategizing with his companions. We must make special arrangements to protect the three girls on our team.
Han Mu's group will undoubtedly target the easier prey first.
But how many should we assign? I fear that those two formidable characters from the opposing team might prove too challenging for us to defend against.
At least 2 to 3 individuals are needed to ensure their safety. However, this might compromise our overall combat strength, rendering us less effective in battle.
Let us wait for the start. We shall observe how they proceed. If they do not provide special protection for their three girls, we need not do so either. At most, we can allow them to eliminate each other. That works as well, but how shall we deal with the boys? Should we employ underhanded tactics? One suggested. This was their territory, after all. They had not shied away from schemes in the past. If a confrontation were to arise, it would be Han Mu's team that would suffer.
That may not be wise, given their family backgrounds. What are you afraid of?
We've already established that it's merely a bit of playful skirmishing. It's no great matter. We can act as we please. Besides, they initiated the disrespect. We cannot be blamed for retaliating.
Lin Qingye's gaze finally settled on Jiang Youli and the others. What do you think? How should we proceed?
Let us follow your lead, but let us make it a bit devious. I relish that, Gu Qianan replied eagerly. How could he resist the chance to bully others? Ji Yunjin nodded in agreement.
Surprisingly, Jiang Youli's response was unexpected. I will handle the aftermath.
What exactly did he mean by that? Lin Qingye was confused, but Han Mu's team was already urging them on, signaling the end of their discussion. Everyone donned their gear, and the two teams positioned themselves at the eastern and western entrances of the artificial woods surrounding the training ground, preparing for a half-hour of hidden ambush. Anyone struck by a paintball would be marked and eliminated. There were no restrictions on tactics. Lin Qingye's group entered through the eastern entrance. Before proceeding deeper, Lin Qingye specifically instructed the three girls, you should find a place to conceal yourselves nearby. We will guard the front, ensuring they cannot reach you, which will keep you relatively safe. Of course, if you feel a lack of involvement, you may venture forward to strategize with us, or if you spot a girl from the opposing team alone, you may engage her. If the situation turns dire, signal us for support.
Understood. Lin Qingye nodded obediently. Brother Jiang, will you stay here to guard them?
Gu Qianan surmised that Jiang Youli's earlier statement implied this. Although he wished to have Jiang join them in combat, he felt that protecting his future sister-in-law was of greater importance. Indeed, Jiang Youli replied coolly, his emotions inscrutable. In the event of danger, hypothetically speaking, if we signal you, you must come avenge us, Gu Qianan urged.
Should they truly find themselves outmatched, Jiang Youli would be their last resort.
Understood, came Jiang Youli's indifferent response. Once arrangements were finalized, Lin Qingye led his brothers into the fray. Jiang Youli, however, did not remain completely stationary. He roamed about, eliminating potential threats while granting the girls ample space. Most importantly, he wished to observe Lin Qingye's performance from the shadows. The three girls huddled together. Apart from Lin Qingye, who felt little, the others were tinged with a mix of excitement and anxiety.
Isn't it akin to being at the rear of the battlefield? Aside from hiding, there seems little else we can do. Indeed, it's somewhat dull. Watching a match would be far more entertaining.
I've had an idea I've yet to voice. What if we serve as bait?
They likely fear we might be harmed.
A paintball strike can be quite painful. If we manage to remain hidden until the end, our chances of victory could increase.
That is not quite right. What if they lose on the front lines? Hiding would be futile. Miss Lin, why are you silent? Are you too nervous?
After conversing for quite some time, they noticed her silence and inquired. I'm a bit worried about the third brother and the others, Lin Qingye admitted honestly. She could not simply remain at the back. What if something truly went awry? Jiang Youli was not up front keeping watch, which was quite disconcerting.
Shall we quietly follow them?
That works. We can observe from a distance, and if the need arises, we can lend a hand.
Chapter 72.
Gunfight 2. Jiang Youli did not pay them much mind, as he too wished to advance and observe the situation ahead. The four of them followed closely in the footsteps of the boys in front, cautiously making their way forward.
Miss Lin, do not be afraid.
Should any situation arise, we shall protect you, even though your marksmanship surpasses ours by a considerable margin. Their scores were dismally low, and they were taken aback that Lin Qingye had actually managed to assist them, leaving them profoundly moved. They felt compelled to repay her kindness. Moreover, her petite and delicate appearance stirred a protective instinct within them. Then I must thank you both, dear sisters, Lin Qingye said, her eyes curving into a smile as she graciously accepted their goodwill. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye and his companions had already reached the heart of the thicket. Liu Xing returned from the front, binoculars in hand, his expression grave.
What have you found? The others inquired. Nothing at all.
The enemy is exceptionally well concealed, he replied, having scouted extensively in the vicinity. Are they truly this cautious? It seems we must separate our actions, as remaining together would be far too conspicuous.
Let us pair off and proceed independently.
It is likely that the enemy has arranged themselves similarly. After all, acting in unison would prove inefficient, and it would be rather unsporting to leverage numbers against a smaller force.
A fair contest would be preferable.
When encountering a large group, devise a means to escape or signal for assistance. When confronting a smaller group, engage directly. Having reached a consensus, the six of them divided into 3 groups and advanced in different directions. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing formed one duo, carefully making their way westward and encroaching upon the territory of Han Mu's team. Not daring to delve deeper, they first took cover in a patch of grass, communicating through hand signals.
Yu Zhao frowny face. It seems quiet. Could they have set up an ambush elsewhere?
Lu Xing frowny face. They must still be nearby, waiting for us to make the first move.
Indeed, the enemy had already detected their presence, initially intending to wait until they stepped into the trap.
Little did they anticipate that the two would halt at the periphery, opting for concealment. Approximately 10 minutes later, the individuals on Han Mu's side could no longer contain their impatience. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves from a nearby tree heralded the descent of 2 figures clad in camouflage, charging towards the concealed Yu Zhao and Lu Xing without warning. The dense underbrush obscured the duo entirely. Even if the enemy had a general idea of their location, they could not fire directly in that direction, as paintballs would fail to reach them. Thus, the members of Han Mu's team, who had set their ambush, were compelled to close in for close combat. Both teams employed similar tactics, pairing off and acting independently, with an emphasis on surprise attacks. Han Mu had immense confidence in the 2 external aides he had recruited, allowing the others to employ whatever strategies they deemed fit. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing encountered 2 assailants. Sensing their approach, they reacted swiftly, rolling out of the grass and returning fire with 2 shots, though regrettably, neither struck true. However, they remained undeterred, instead laughing triumphantly. You've walked right into a trap.
Did you truly think you were the only ones capable of ambush?
The 2 attackers, taken aback by the failure of their surprise assault, grew wary upon hearing these words. What did they mean? Was there another ambush? Yet, they could not afford to ponder this. Neutralizing the targets was their immediate priority. Swiftly, the 2 assailants launched their attacks on Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, primarily employing their firearms while attempting to close the distance with agile footwork.
Whoa, they're fierce.
Yu Zhao and Lu Xing hastily took cover behind a tree trunk to evade the incoming fire. Fortunately, their opponents were not particularly accurate. The 2 assailants persistently aimed their guns at the tree trunk, adjusting their positions, ready to fire the moment Yu Zhao and Lu Xing exposed themselves. Alas, their focus remained solely on the front, completely oblivious to the encirclement forming behind them, leaving their backs vulnerable. When gunfire erupted from the rear, they had no time to react, falling victim to the paintballs that eliminated them.
One shot was fired by Gu Qianan, and another by Ji Yinjin. Their cooperation was seamless. In disbelief, the 2 turned to see 4 figures standing behind them, struggling to accept the reality of their elimination. Their faces darkened with humiliation.
You, how did you return?
You resorted to trickery. How outrageous! Employing numbers against fewer opponents.
The other members of the Lini team, who had ostensibly dispersed to different locations, could not fathom why they would suddenly return, fortuitously saving their two teammates.
In a fair 2-on-2 scenario, they might have had a fighting chance, and now, not only were they surrounded, but they had also fallen prey to a successful ambush. The speed at which they faced such disgrace left them at a loss for where to place their pride.
Lu Xing emerged from behind the tree, grinning as he sauntered over to their side.
Ah, all is fair in war, must I teach you such basic principles? Exactly, who told you to wander off alone?
You brought this upon yourselves, Yu Zhao added, striding confidently to stand beside her comrades.
All right, enough of that. At first, tell us why you are here, one of them demanded. Isn't it obvious?
Lu Xing replied, brimming with smugness. While scouting initially, I noticed you sneaking about, so I purposely returned to instruct them to split into multiple teams, hoping to lower your guard. I certainly didn't expect you to take the bait so swiftly. At that moment, their verbal exchanges had merely been a fade. The instant Lu Xing waved his binoculars, they had recognized the situation and communicated discreetly through gestures. Even though Gu Qian'an and Ji Yunjin were new to teaming with them, they coordinated exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, despair washed over the duo. They simply could not match the vigilance and teamwork displayed by their opponents.
Well, it matters not. We have Han Xiao and the others. No matter how many tricks you employ, they will prove insufficient against absolute strength. Oh? Yu Zhao and Lu Xing dismissed this with a scoff. Who cannot speak boldly? TSK, you've already been eliminated. Go back and munch on some sunflower seeds while you watch.
Lu Xing had arranged for some cameras to be set up in advance, allowing for real-time observation of the match. The two, with dark expressions, exited without uttering another word. Chapter 73 Gunfight 3 Lu Xing let out a disdainful huff. Look at them with their sour faces. If it weren't for their decent performance earlier, they wouldn't be allowed to coast through elimination like this. Lin Qingye stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Let it go. As long as we can win, let us hurry and find our next target. Hopefully, we encounter Han Mu first. It would be ideal to eliminate the weaker, isolated members of their team first, while Han Mu and his two companions, we can save them for last to deal with them harshly.
Alright, let us move, but let us spread out a bit. The three girls lagged behind, unable to keep pace with the boys ahead. Lin Qing felt a twinge of impatience. This delay was frustrating, rendering her unable to act. She didn't want to group up. It would be better to operate independently. However, with Jiang Youli nearby, what could she do? Lin Qing softly called out to Jiang Xiao, and he appeared silently behind her. She sensed his presence, while the other two girls jumped in surprise, nearly letting out a scream. There's something you need. Jiang Youli fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly trying to discern her thoughts at that moment. I want to move faster to find Sangui. Jiang Xiao, could you protect these two ladies? Lin Qing believed that if he had even a modicum of gentlemanly conduct, he wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, she miscalculated. Jiang Youli rejected her without a moment's hesitation, his tone laced with a hint of coldness and detachment. No, the two girls felt a bit awkward yet relieved. It was an expected outcome, and they dared not let Jiang Xiao protect them. It is fine, we can manage on our own. There is no need for protection. Jiang Xiao can accompany Lin Miss to find them. In truth, anyone with a modicum of sense could see that Jiang Youli held a particular interest in Lin Qing. Perhaps that was why he had come to Lini City. They hadn't deluded themselves into thinking they could compete with her. Lin Qing felt a pang of disbelief. Was he truly only concerned about her? But Jiang Xiao mentioned he would handle any aftermath. Lin Qing quickly countered. She certainly did not want Jiang Youli following her, as that would render her utterly ineffective. That's not what I meant. The three of them were somewhat confused. During the actual combat, you are free to perform at your best. If any accidents occur, I shall take responsibility for the aftermath, Jiang Youli patiently clarified, even if it involves taking a life. His tone was as nonchalant as if he were discussing everyday matters. Lin Qingye's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, only he could utter such words. His sentiments coincided with her own. The two girls shrank back, trembling slightly, too intimidated to respond. How ruthless, he was not to be trifled with. So, does Jiang Xiao mean? Lin Qing still didn't grasp whether he intended to stay here or accompany her. Noting her wary expression, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Jiang Youli's eyes. He couldn't press her too hard and needed to leave her room to maneuver. Thus, he slowly stated, I'm indifferent, I'll just wander around. His tone clearly conveyed that he regarded this competition with disdain. Lin Qing understood. After all, she hadn't invested much concern in it either. If it weren't for her worries about Sangui's safety, she wouldn't care at all. Alright then, I'll be on my way, Lin Qing declared, grasping her firearm, leaving the three of them behind. After her departure, Jiang Youli vanished as well, leaving the two girls exchanging glances. What should we do? Should we follow behind Lin Miss? That works, but be cautious not to fall into an ambush. We might still be able to fight back if it comes to that. Unfortunately, they were destined for disappointment. Aside from Jiang Youli,
It seemed no one could keep up with Lin Qingye. The forest was neither too large nor too small, just spacious enough for two teams to conceal themselves. After surveying the nearby cameras, Lin Qingye moved like a nimble cat, using her grappling hook to deftly traverse between the trees without making a sound. The grappling hooks were props provided before the competition, but others hadn't dared to utilize them for safety reasons, and no one noticed that she had secretly equipped a few. Otherwise, Lin Qingye would likely have raised an alarm along the way. She encountered two isolated opponents, yet she had no intention of intervening, merely passing by without alarming them. It was only when she detected significant activity ahead, presumably her Sangu and his team, that she found a suitable spot to crouch and lie in wait. The area ahead was relatively open, allowing Lin Qingye to maintain a clear line of sight. Lin Qingye was concealed behind a large rock, quietly conversing with his teammate, Ming. Can you ascertain their location? The boy named Ming shook his head. No, they just ran too fast. They must have spotted us. Following them now would likely. Lin Qingye was well aware of this, but having finally caught a glimpse of Han Mu, how could he allow him to escape so easily? Not far off, Yu Zhao, Lu Xing, Gu Qian, and Ji Yunjin were also lying in wait. They had attempted to employ the same tactic as before, but Han Mu completely ignored them. But why? Does he know we're working as a team, or is he intending to target other objectives? Lin Qingye questioned in perplexity. In truth, he had largely guessed correctly. Han Mu was headed straight for Jiang Youli and the three isolated girls. Ji Yunjin quickly realized this and suggested, how about we go find Brother Jiang and regroup? Chapter 74. A gunfight for it is not a matter of doubting Jiang Youli's prowess, rather, Ji Yunjin knows him too well. If trouble truly arises, Lin Qingye might offer some protection, but the same cannot be said for the other two. However, we have already circled around so extensively, returning may not yield any encounters and could instead expose our position, Lu Xing countered. Let go of your hesitations. We need not tread so cautiously. Let us proceed with vigor, Gu Qianan suggested, believing that given the circumstances, it would be wiser to adhere to their original plan. Indeed, with only two individuals accompanying Han Mu, it implies that the enemy consists of 2 males and 3 females dispersed throughout the area. Our priority should be to eliminate them, Lin Qingye added. They had already set some traps along their route. Failing to utilize them would be a disservice to their efforts. This was their relatively cunning advantage. Their familiarity with the terrain, coupled with prior preparations, allowed them to employ particularly malicious tools. For Han Mu and the newcomers, who were wholly ignorant of the landscape, the odds were heavily stacked against them. Should a confrontation ensue here, they would undoubtedly suffer. Unfortunately, their quarry had escaped. Shall we continue searching for bait? It would be ideal to lure Han Mu and his companions this way. Agreed. Lin Qingye lay languidly against a tree trunk. Though she could not discern the details of her elder brother's discussions, their demeanor suggested her concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Conversely, the 2 girls she had abandoned might be in peril. Should she venture out to serve as bait herself, or perhaps silently eliminate the 3 females opposing them? As for confronting Han Mu and his 2 henchmen, the risk of exposure was too great. It was best to refrain from such actions for now. At present, her brothers appeared relatively secure. She could afford to scout the area. Lin Qingye quietly circled around the group, retracing their steps to examine the traps they had laid. After surveying the surroundings, she could only let out a resigned sigh. The flaws were glaring. Never mind, it was merely a game for the young masters. High standards were unnecessary. Deliberately suppressing the icy menace that enveloped her, Lin Qingye gripped her gun, feigning a demeanor of apprehension as she cautiously advanced. Let her play the role of bait, skillfully utilizing the small traps around her to eliminate the opposition should raise no suspicions. After meandering through the woods for about 10 minutes, she sensed the approach of several individuals, likely 2 or 3, judging by the footsteps, which seemed to belong to females. With her head bowed and eyes narrowed, she noted with intrigue that someone had come to her. Miss Lin, have you found yourself alone? I initially thought you were the darling of the group, the foremost figure declared with a smirk, revealing herself to be Han Qingye, her target from the very beginning. She had assumed that the Lin team would protect Lin Qingye fiercely, and was thus troubled about how to locate her, only to have her unexpectedly stumble upon this opportunity. It seemed they had instructed her to hide well, yet she, either due to folly or an overwhelming desire for attention, had ventured forth fearing an ambush. Han Qingye had even sent 2 teammates to scout the vicinity. Only after confirming the absence of others did she make her appearance. Rather than hastily eliminating Lin Qingye, she opted instead to engage in small talk. Lin Qingye eyed them warily, subtly stepping back 2 paces. What brings you here? Why, we are here to find you, Han Qingye replied, toying with her hair as she brazenly approached. Miss Lin, your marksmanship was quite impressive earlier. Why do you seem hesitant to raise your weapon now? She had long suspected Lin Qingye to be nothing more than a paper tiger, lacking any real substance. As anticipated, Lin Qingye followed her lead, saying, I truly cannot shoot. My earlier performance was merely a coincidence. I cannot compare to Miss Han. To Han Shuyi, this was a clear sign of weakness.
Why the modesty?
Han Shuyi laughed lightly. Although her aim was to confront Lin Qingye, it was still too early to sever ties completely. She shifted to a topic of utmost curiosity. I would like to know, what is the nature of your relationship with young Master Jiang?
What warranted Lin Qingye, a newcomer, such special attention from several young masters in Kyoto?
She racked her brain, unable to fathom when such a connection had formed. While Lin Qingye possessed an alluring visage, Jiang Youli was not a man swayed by superficial charms.
Does Miss Han truly wish to know? Lin Qingye teased, deliberately withholding the answer.
Of course.
Upon sensing Lin Qingye's willingness to divulge, Han Shuyi's interest peaked.
She appeared to be easily swayed, perhaps yielding some information. A smile soon graced Lin Qingye's face, imbued with an indescribable pride and satisfaction as she raised her chin. I am betrothed to young Master Jiang.
What do you think our relationship is?
She had numerous tasks about to unfold, and prior to their commencement, she intended to fully exploit this connection. Additionally, she was curious to see Jiang Youli's reaction upon learning of her admission. Her declaration left the three girls opposite her utterly stunned. Chapter 74 to Gunfight. For it is not a matter of doubting Jiang Youli's strength, but rather that Ji Yungjing understands him all too well.
Should a real incident occur, Lin Qingye might offer some protection, but the other two may not be so fortunate.
However, we have already circled around so extensively, returning may not guarantee we encounter them, and it could instead expose our location, Lu Xing retorted.
Let us not overthink it.
There is no need to be overly cautious. We should proceed decisively, Gu Qianan suggested, believing that given the current circumstances, they might as well stick to the original plan. That's right, Han Mu is accompanied by only 2 individuals, which implies there are still 2 boys and 3 girls from the opposing side who are scattered. We should eliminate them first, Lin Qingyun added. They had already set some traps along the way, and it would be a disservice to themselves not to make proper use of them. This was their relatively insidious advantage. Familiar with the terrain and having made prior arrangements, the tools they selected were quite malevolent. For the newcomers like Han Mu, who were entirely unfamiliar with the landscape, the disadvantage was immense. If a confrontation were to erupt here, they would undoubtedly suffer losses. Unfortunately, he managed to escape.
Shall we continue seeking a bait? The ideal scenario would be to lure Han Mu and his group towards them. Agreed.
Lin Qingye lay languorously against a tree trunk, unable to discern the details of the conversation among her 3 brothers. Yet, judging by their demeanor, her concern seemed somewhat unwarranted. Conversely, the 2 girls she had abandoned might be in peril. Should she take the initiative to act as bait, or should she silently resolve the 3 girls on the opposite side? As for dealing with Han Mu and his 2 henchmen, the risks of exposure were too great. It would be wiser to refrain from such actions for now. At least for the time being, her 3 brothers appeared relatively secure. She could take a moment to explore the vicinity. Lin Qingye quietly maneuvered around several individuals, heading in the direction they had come from, intending to assess the nature of the traps they had set. After surveying the area, she could only let out a resigned sigh. The weaknesses were glaringly apparent. Oh well, it was merely a game among the young masters, and such high expectations were unnecessary. Deliberately suppressing the cold, menacing aura surrounding her, Lin Qingye gripped her gun and feigned a demeanor of anxious uncertainty, cautiously advancing. Let her assume the role of bait. By cleverly utilizing the surrounding traps to eliminate the adversary, she should raise no suspicions. After meandering through the woods for about 10 minutes, she sensed someone approaching her. 2 or 3, judging by the footsteps, likely girls. Lowering her head and narrowing her eyes, she realized that someone had indeed come to her.
Miss Lin, have you strayed from your group?
I thought you were the darling of the team. The foremost figure, none other than Han Shuyi, exclaimed. Her target had always been Lin Qingye. From start to finish, she had assumed that the Lin E team would be particularly protective of her, and was struggling to figure out how to find her, only to have this opportunity present itself. It seemed they had advised her to conceal herself well, yet she was either too foolish or too eager for attention, thus inserting herself into the fray. Han Shuyi, wary of potential ambushes, had even sent 2 teammates to scout the area, confirming the absence of others before revealing herself. Instead of hastily eliminating Lin Qingye, she opted to engage in small talk with her. Lin Qingye regarded them warily, silently taking 2 steps back.
What are you doing here?
Of course, we are here to find you, Han Shuyi replied, twirling her hair nonchalantly as she drew closer. Miss Lin, you just displayed such exceptional shooting skills.
Why do you now hesitate to raise your weapon?
She knew Lin Qingye was merely a paper tiger, incapable of posing any real threat. As anticipated, Lin Qingye followed her lead, saying, I barely know how to shoot. That was merely a coincidence. I cannot compare to Miss Han. In Han Shuyi's eyes, this was a clear sign of weakness.
Why the sudden modesty? Han Shuyi laughed lightly.
While she had come to deal with Lin Qingye, it was still too early to sever ties completely. She shifted the topic to a matter of utmost concern. I am curious about the relationship between you and young Master Jiang. Why should Lin Qingye, a newcomer who had suddenly emerged, receive special attention from several young masters in Kyoto? She could not fathom when they had developed such a rapport. Although Lin Qingye was undeniably striking, Jiang Youli was certainly not so superficial.
Well, does Miss Han truly wish to know?
Lin Qingye intentionally left her answer hanging.
Absolutely. Upon sensing her willingness to divulge, Han Shuyi's interest was piqued.
She appeared to be easily swayed and might divulge a morsel of information. A smile quickly spread across Lin Qingye's face, accompanied by an unmistakable air of pride and satisfaction. She raised her chin, declaring, I am betrothed to young Master Jiang.
What do you think our relationship is?
Several of her missions were about to commence, and before that, she intended to leverage this connection to her advantage. She was also curious to see Jiang Yuri's reaction upon learning that she had acknowledged their engagement first.
This declaration left the three girls opposite her utterly stunned. Chapter 75 Gunfight 5-inch. What kind of joke is this? Han Shuyi gazed at her as if she were a lunatic. An engagement with the esteemed Zhang Shao of Kyoto?
It was sheer folly. The Lin family was hardly a prestigious lineage. How could they even consider a matrimonial alliance with the Jiang family? No, something struck Han Shuyi with a jolt of realization, an absurd notion lingering in her mind. The Lin family, one of the four prominent families of Kyoto. Impossible. What a coincidence this was. The Lin family of Lini had emerged suddenly 2 decades ago. She wasn't even born then, merely aware of their rapid rise, having become the wealthiest family in Lini within the last 5 years. Yet, she had never heard of any connection between them and the Lin family of Kyoto. Surely, she was overthinking this. While Han Shuyi pondered these thoughts, the two girls beside her had already begun to mock Lin Qingye.
Miss Lin, we will concede that you possess some charm, but your claims are quite laughable.
Indeed, if you said Jiang Shao might have a little interest in you, we could almost believe it. But to assert that you are engaged, that is utterly unheard of. Spreading such rumors is against the law, you know. A wild heiress who has been wandering since childhood, likely uneducated, spouting nonsense without a second thought.
Dare you repeat that? I'll record it.
Once exposed to the public, she could only imagine the torrent of abuse she would face.
Go ahead, Lin Qingye replied, her eyes narrowing with an edge of fierceness.
I stand by my words.
I, Lin Qingye, am indeed engaged to Jiang Youli.
The tone of Lin Qingye left the three girls momentarily stunned. She truly had the audacity to say such a thing. The heiress who recorded the conversation beamed with delight, finally having seized a handle over Lin Qingye. Once that recording reached Jiang Shao, she would see how Lin Qingye could maintain her bravado. Han Shuyi cautiously inquired, how can you be so certain? The Jiang family is a century-old lineage, a pinnacle of power, and they would never ally themselves with a nouveau riche family like yours.
A mismatch of social standing would surely invite scorn. Even someone of her background dared only to dream of winning Jiang Shao's favor.
And how do you know that Jiang Shao hasn't taken a liking to me? In Kyoto, Jiang Shao wields immense influence.
His power is not merely a product of the Jiang family's legacy. If he so desires, who among the Jiang family could truly oppose him?
Han Shuyi bit her lip, struggling to retort, yet found herself at a loss for words. Lin Qingye was right. The name Jiang Youli commanded great respect and fear in Kyoto and across the nation, with people more intimidated by his power and methods than merely by the Jiang family itself. Given the old master Jiang's favoritism towards him, it was indeed possible he could act on his own accord. Yet, Han Shuyi still could not bring herself to believe it, unwilling to accept such a notion. On what grounds? If this news were true, then Lin Qingye would become untouchable. But here she was, deliberately targeting her today. No matter, she would feign ignorance. Han Shuyi exchanged glances with the two girls beside her, signaling them to take action.
Sensing Han Shuyi's intent, Lin Qingye's smile deepened, her eyes gleaming with provocation. You won't believe me even if I told you, so what can I do?
The expression she wore was like a thorn in Han Shuyi's side. In a fit of rage, Han Shuyi raised her gun, aiming at Lin Qingye's head. Even contemplating disfiguring her, she did pull the trigger, yet Lin Qingye's reflexes were swifter. She sidestepped effortlessly, evading the bullet. Han Shuyi stared in disbelief at her agility. How could she possibly dodge so nimbly? What was her secret? Any other girl would have been paralyzed by the sound of gunfire, or would have fled in panic. But Lin Qingye remained unfazed. Was it possible she had undergone training? Soon, Han Shuyi conjured a plausible explanation. Unlike their homeland, where robbery, chaos, and rampant terrorism were commonplace abroad, Lin Qingye had likely survived through such hardships. Yes, that made sense. Seeing Han Shuyi's first shot miss, the two girls beside her did not hesitate, firing at Lin Qingye in succession. Unfortunately, their marksmanship was even worse than Han Shuyi's. Lin Qingye turned to flee, seemingly unwilling to engage with them. Han Shuyi would not let her escape, shouting, "Quick, pursue her, don't let her find anyone to regroup with." She was determined to eliminate Lin Qingye today. Lin Qingye ran slowly, deliberately stepping on a rope connected to a trap, pretending to trip while maintaining the pressure. Her gun was flung to the ground. The three girls rejoiced at the sight, dispersing to encircle her, guns raised, gradually closing in. They couldn't overshadow Han Shuyi's glory. Under such secure circumstances, the final shot had to be hers. Gazing at Lin Qingye sprawled on the ground, Han Shuyi felt a surge of delight.
She is unarmed. You two go and tie her up.
Just as the two girls were about to approach, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Lin Qingye kept her foot pressed on the rope, and the trio remained oblivious. She patiently waited for them to close in, then released her foot and executed a swift roll, creating a significant distance between them. They stood frozen, caught off guard. A large net descended from the trees, ensnaring the two girls completely and hoisting them into the air.
Aha!
They flailed helplessly in midair, their guns falling from their grasp.
Chapter 75. The gunfight 5-inch. What nonsense are you spouting?
Han Shuyi regarded her as though she were a lunatic. A betrothal with the esteemed Jiang Shao of Kyoto, it was nothing short of a fantasy. The Lin family was hardly a prominent household. How could they possibly forge an alliance with the Jiang family? No, wait. A jolt of realization struck Han Shuyi, as an absurd thought lingered in her mind. The Lin family, one of the four illustrious families of Kyoto, impossible. How could it be such a coincidence? The Lin family of Lini had emerged suddenly 2 decades ago. She hadn't even been born then. All she knew was their rapid ascent, becoming the wealthiest family in Lini within the last 5 years, yet she had never heard any mention of a connection to the Lin family of Kyoto. Surely, she was overthinking this. While she pondered, the two girls beside her began to mock Lin Qingye.
Miss Lin, we acknowledge that you possess some beauty, but to utter such words is simply ludicrous.
Indeed, if you claimed that Jiang Shao might have a slight interest in you, we could believe that, but to assert that you are betrothed is unprecedented.
Spreading rumors is a punishable offense, you know.
A wild heiress raised on the streets, likely devoid of any education, spouting nonsense without a second thought.
Dare you repeat that? I'll record it.
When the time comes to reveal it to the public, she could only imagine the vitriol she would face. All right, Lin Qingye replied, her eyes narrowing, a glint of sharpness flickering within her gaze.
Let me make this clear. I, Lin Qingye, am indeed betrothed to Jiang Youli.
The tone of Lin Qingye left the three girls momentarily speechless. She truly had the audacity to claim such a thing. The heiress who had recorded the conversation was elated, having finally seized a handle over Lin Qingye. Once the recording was presented to Jiang Shao, she could hardly wait to see how Lin Qingye would defend herself. Han Shuyi cautiously inquired, "How can you be so certain? The Jiang family is a century-old lineage, an epitome of power.
They would never ally with a nouveau riche family like yours."
A mismatch in social standing would undoubtedly invite scorn. Even someone of her own background could only dare to dream of earning Jiang Shao's favor.
And how do you know it isn't Jiang Shao who has taken a liking to me? Retorted Lin Qingye. In Kyoto, he is a force to be reckoned with, not solely due to the Jiang family's influence. If he so desires, who in the Jiang family could truly deter him?
Han Shuyi bit her lip, desperately searching for a rebuttal, only to find herself at a loss for words. Lin Qingye had a point. The name Jiang Youli commanded immense respect in Kyoto and even across the nation, with people more inclined to fear his power and methods than merely the Jiang family itself. Given the old patriarch's fondness for him, it was indeed conceivable that he might support him, yet, Han Shuyi still found it hard to believe, unwilling to accept it. On what grounds? If this news were true, it would mean she could do nothing to undermine Lin Qingye, yet, she had come specifically to target her. Resolving to feign ignorance, Han Shuyi exchanged glances with the two girls beside her, signaling them to take action.
Sensing Han Shuyi's intent, Lin Qingye's smile deepened, and she provocatively lifted her gaze. If I told you, you wouldn't believe me, what more can I do? The expression on her face was infuriatingly radiant to Han Shuyi. In a moment of heated impulse, Han Shuyi raised her gun, aiming it directly at Lin Qingye's head, contemplating the unthinkable act of disfiguring her. She did pull the trigger, however. Lin Qingye's reflexes were swifter. She sidestepped effortlessly, evading the bullet with ease. Han Shuyi stared in disbelief at her agility. How could she have moved so deftly? What was the secret? Any other girl would have been paralyzed in fear or fled in panic at the sound of gunfire, yet Lin Qingye remained remarkably composed. Was it possible she had undergone training? Before long, Han Shuyi concocted a plausible explanation. Unlike their homeland, where robbery, warfare, and terrorism were rampant, perhaps Lin Qingye had survived through such turmoil. Yes, that seemed reasonable. Seeing Han Shuyi's first shot go wide, the two girls beside her did not remain idle, taking turns to fire at Lin Qingye. Regrettably, their marksmanship was even poorer than Han Shuyi's.
Lin Qingye turned and fled, seemingly unwilling to engage with them. Han Shuyi would not let her escape, shouting, "Quick, pursue her, don't allow her to regroup with anyone." Today, she was determined to eliminate Lin Qingye herself. Lin Qingye ran at a leisurely pace, deliberately stepping on a trap's cord, feigning a stumble while ensuring the pressure remained. Her gun slipped from her grasp, falling to the ground. The three girls rejoiced upon witnessing this, dispersing to encircle her and gradually advance with their guns raised. They could not allow Han Shuyi to steal the spotlight. In such a secure situation, the final shot had to be hers.
Observing Lin Qingye sprawled on the ground, a sense of satisfaction surged within Han Shuyi. She is unarmed, you two go and bind her.
Just as the two girls were about to close in, an unexpected twist occurred. Lin Qingye continued to apply pressure on the cord, and the trio remained oblivious. She had been waiting for them to approach. With a swift release of her foot and a deft roll, she created a considerable distance between them. They stood frozen, caught off guard. A large net descended from the trees, ensnaring the two girls completely, lifting them into the air.
Ah!
They flailed helplessly, their weapons tumbling from their grasp. Chapter 76 Gunfight 6 Han Shuyi was so startled by the scene that her heart raced uncontrollably, and she staggered back a few steps, her face pale as she struggled to steady the gun in her hand.
How could there be a trap?
The crucial question was how Lin Qingye had foreseen and evaded it in advance. Or was it merely a coincidence that they had inadvertently triggered it? Lin Qingye, having rolled on the ground twice and barely managed to rise, appeared equally disheveled. She dared not even glance at Han Shuyi, fleeing in the opposite direction without pausing to retrieve her firearm. Han Shuyi, too preoccupied to ponder further, hastily fired 2 shots in her direction. After missing, she gritted her teeth and followed, declaring, "You two stay here, I will come back to rescue you shortly." With Lin Qingye now unarmed and posing no threat, it was the perfect opportunity to pursue her, and she could not let it slip away.
"Shuyi!
Don't!" They were terrified, attempting to call out to Han Shuyi, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. The two girls vanished from the area. Barely 2 minutes after their departure, Lin Qingye and his companions arrived. They had rushed over upon hearing the commotion from a distance, only to witness the amusing sight before them. The two young ladies were ensnared in the trees, their poses absurd and comical. Upon seeing them, the girls were too embarrassed to even cry for help. It was over. Not only had they made fools of themselves, but they were also on the verge of elimination.
Lu Xing's amusement was unabashed, showing no restraint simply because they were females.
"Oh dear, how foolish they are, walking straight into our trap. Our setup requires someone to activate it for it to take effect." Initially, they had feared accidentally harming their teammates with such a setup, but this unexpected turn of events was a stroke of luck.
Lin Qingye's keen eyes spotted 3 fallen guns on the ground, and his expression turned grave.
"Wait, there's an extra gun on the ground. There must have been others here just moments ago.
We need to pursue them quickly."
Such a disturbance could not have been caused solely by the two girls. Logically, they would have huddled with Han Shuyi. It was improbable for them to act alone. It was highly likely they had encountered Lin Qingye and her companions and gotten into a scuffle. He was uncertain about the current situation. "Then let us split into 2 groups. Half will stay here to gather the guns and eliminate them, while the other half advances to assess the situation," Yu Zhao quickly proposed.
"Understood."
Thus, Yu Zhao and Lu Xing remained behind, while Lin Qingye, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yinjin paired off and pursued in different directions. Lin Qingye ran swiftly, deliberately luring Han Shuyi into the surveillance blind spot deeper within the forest. The location of the trap was under camera coverage, so she refrained from revealing too much. At that moment, Han Shuyi nearly failed to keep pace with Lin Qingye. Upon seeing her finally come to a halt, she assumed it was due to exhaustion and called out, "Aren't you supposed to be fast? Why have you stopped?" In truth, she was also feigning calmness, her breath coming in short gasps, and her hand that clutched the gun trembled. Yet, the thrill was undeniably real. Lin Qingye turned around, and far from appearing physically drained, disheveled, or anxious as Han Shuyi had envisioned, she exuded an aura of complete composure, as if everything was firmly within her grasp. With her arms crossed and a faint, inscrutable smile playing at her lips, she appeared both predatory and chilling. Her hawk-like eyes narrowed, casting a cold gaze upon Han Shuyi, as if appraising her prey.
"To be able to keep up with me for so long, you're not entirely lacking. Gentle?
Fragile, delicate." None of those descriptors bore any semblance to Lin Qingye at this moment. The frigid tone of her voice sent a shiver down Han Shuyi's spine, causing her breath to hitch as her heart raced uncontrollably. "What do you mean?" Confronted with Lin Qingye's gaze, Han Shuyi's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the ground, completely unnerved. How frightening it was that a young girl in her prime could possess such a terrifying gaze. Lin Qingye, not bothering to mask her ferocity, was far beyond what Han Shuyi, nurtured in a sheltered environment, could withstand.
"I am standing still now. Why haven't you fired your weapon?"
Lin Qingye retorted, looking down at her with a teasing glint in her beautiful eyes. Lin Qingye merely stood there, doing nothing, yet Han Shuyi felt an invisible pressure weighing down on her, rendering her breathless.
How could she possibly lift her gun? Han Shuyi stammered, caught in a choke of fear. The extraordinary aura emanating from Lin Qingye instinctively instilled in her a desire to retreat and protect herself. She was not foolish, having received elite education since childhood and having mingled with various influential figures through her parents. She recognized that someone like Lin Qingye was undoubtedly formidable. She had no doubts that Lin Qingye possessed both the intent and capability to eliminate her silently. Don't be afraid.
You weren't like this just a moment ago. Lin Qingye gradually approached Han Shuyi, entirely unperturbed by the gun in her hand. The tension within Han Shuyi reached its peak as she watched Lin Qingye draw nearer. After all, Lin Qingye was unarmed. Perhaps she could make a desperate attempt. With that thought, she instinctively tightened her grip on the gun. Chapter 76 Gunfight 6 Han Shuyi was startled by the scene before her heart racing violently, and her complexion turned ashen as she stumbled back a few steps, struggling to steady the gun in her hand.
How could there be a trap? The crucial question lingered: how did Lin Qingye manage to foresee and evade it?
Or was it merely a coincidence, an accidental trigger by the two of them? Having rolled on the ground twice and barely managing to rise, Lin Qingye appeared equally disheveled, avoiding Han Shuyi's gaze and bolting in the opposite direction without even retrieving her gun. Han Shuyi, unable to ponder further, hastily fired 2 shots at her, and after missing, gritted her teeth and pursued, "You two stay here, I will return to rescue you shortly." Lin Qingye, now defenseless without her firearm, posed no threat, presenting an opportune moment for Han Shuyi to capitalize on.
Shuyi!
They were frightened, attempting to call out to Han Shuyi, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. The two vanished from that area. Barely 2 minutes after their departure, Lin Qingye and his companions arrived. They had rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to witness an amusing spectacle: the 2 young ladies ensnared awkwardly in the trees, their predicament comical and undignified. Upon their arrival, the girls were too embarrassed to even cry for help. It was a disaster. Not only were they humiliated, but they also faced elimination. Liu Xing's amusement was unabashed, showing no restraint merely due to the fact that his targets were females.
How foolish they are, walking straight into our trap. Our setup requires a trigger to activate.
Initially designed to prevent friendly fire, the trap had yielded an unexpected reward. Lin Qingye's keen eyes caught sight of 3 fallen guns on the ground, and his expression turned serious.
Wait, there's an extra gun here.
There must have been others involved. We need to chase them down. Such a disturbance could not have been caused by just the 2 of them. Logically, they would have remained together with Han Shuyi. How could they act independently? It was highly probable they had encountered Lin Qingye and her group, and he was anxious to know the current situation. Let us split into 2 groups, Yu Zhao quickly suggested. Half will stay here to retrieve the weapons and eliminate them, while the other half will move forward to assess the situation.
Understood.
Thus, Yu Zhao and Lu Xing remained behind, while Lin Qingye, Ming, Gu Qianan, and Ji Yinjin divided into pairs and hastened towards the 2 directions. Lin Qingye ran with remarkable speed, deliberately luring Han Shuyi into the depths of the forest where the surveillance blind spots lay. The area where the trap was set was under constant monitoring, so she was cautious not to expose herself too much. As for the present moment, Han Shuyi struggled to keep pace and, believing Lin Qingye had finally come to a halt due to exhaustion, called out, "Weren't you able to run? Why have you stopped?" In truth, she too was feigning calmness, her breath coming in short gasps, her hand trembling around the gun. Yet, the thrill was undeniable. Turning around, Lin Qingye appeared far from the exhausted, flustered figure Han Shuyi had envisioned. Instead, she exuded an air of utter composure, as if everything was within her control. With her arms crossed over her chest and a mysterious smile playing at her lips, she seemed both predatory and chilling. Her hawk-like, piercing gaze narrowed as it fell upon Han Shuyi, akin to a hunter sizing up its prey. "To have kept up with me for so long, you are not entirely inept.
Gentle?
Fragile, delicate," such descriptors were entirely absent from Lin Qingye's demeanor at that moment. The tone devoid of warmth sent a shiver down Han Shuyi's spine, her breath seeming to freeze as her heartbeat quickened. What do you mean?" Confronted by Lin Qingye's gaze, Han Shuyi's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by fear. Why did this blossoming girl possess such a terrifying gaze? Lin Qingye, radiating an unrestrained malevolence, was far beyond what Han Shuyi, nurtured like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, could withstand.
"I am standing still now. Why don't you shoot?"
Lin Qingye retorted, looking down at her with a mocking glint in her beautiful eyes. As Lin Qingye merely stood there, doing nothing, Han Shuyi felt an invisible pressure weighing down on her, making it difficult to breathe. How could she still manage to wield her gun? Han Shuyi stammered, her voice choked with fear. The overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Qingye instinctively made her want to retreat, to protect herself. She was not foolish, having received elite education and mingled with influential figures through her parents. She understood that Lin Qingye was anything but simple. She had no doubt that Lin Qingye possessed the intent and capability to eliminate her without a trace.
Don't be afraid. You weren't like this just now.
Lin Qingye gradually closed the distance between them, showing no concern for the gun in Han Shuyi's grasp, but the tension within Han Shuyi tightened as she watched Lin Qingye approach. Perhaps, since Lin Qingye was unarmed, there was a chance to fight back. With that thought, she instinctively tightened her grip on the gun. Chapter 77 Gunfight 7 Lin Qingye's gaze was piercing, capturing every movement of Han Shuyi. Yet, she merely smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned, her steps unwavering. Meanwhile, Han Shuyi stared at Lin Qingye with a sense of impending dread, anxiously searching for the perfect moment to strike. Once she was certain that Lin Qingye had entered her firing range, and that there was no possibility of evasion, she resolutely raised her gun and pulled the trigger. However, to Han Shuyi's astonishment, Lin Qingye's reaction speed far surpassed her expectations. At the very instant the bullet was discharged, Lin Qingye appeared to have foreseen everything. She lunged forward with remarkable swiftness, akin to a gust of wind. Not only did she deftly evade the bullet, but she also seized the opportunity to dart in front of Han Shuyi, effortlessly grasping her gun-wielding hand and twisting it with lightning speed. In that moment, a sharp crack reverberated, reminiscent of bones fracturing, echoing around them.
Ah!
Han Shuyi cried out in pain, momentarily forgetting about the gun as she collapsed to the ground. The weapon soon found its way into Lin Qingye's possession. Finding the situation tedious, she casually discarded the gun and once again loomed over Han Shuyi.
This level of skill is simply inadequate. Who on earth are you?
Han Shuyi managed to croak, suppressing the agony in her hand. Such agility was not something an ordinary person could possess. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous martial arts instructors, yet none had exuded the chilling aura of death that Lin Qingye did, instilling an overwhelming sense of terror. She had never felt so utterly disheveled before anyone. "That is not for you to inquire," Lin Qingye stated, stepping forward and crouching to meet her gaze.
"Why are you targeting me?"
Her tone was calm and steady, as if they were engaged in casual conversation. Han Shuyi recoiled slightly, ultimately lacking the courage to respond.
Lin Qingye was aware that she was being targeted. Was it that obvious? Is it because of young Master Jiang? Do you have feelings for him?
Lin Qingye continued to probe, her phoenix eyes remaining as placid as still waters.
Among the daughters of high society, who wouldn't be enamored with young Master Jiang?
Han Shuyi retorted, noticing that Lin Qingye was no longer so assertive. It was only natural, individuals like them would claw their way through to the Jiang family's threshold. Lin Qingye's lips curled into a playful smile. Is that so? What a pity, he is officially mine now. Upon reflection, it was rather troublesome. He was constantly surrounded by so many admirers, all of whom targeted her, necessitating her to handle the situation. How vexing! Han Shuyi's expression darkened further, her gaze fixed on Lin Qingye's smug demeanor. Feeling utterly helpless, she could only grit her teeth and glare.
"Oh, still glaring?
How truly forgetful," Lin Qingye remarked, clearly not intending to let Han Shuyi off the hook. Han Shuyi harbored too much hostility towards her, yet it was not severe enough to warrant extreme measures. The best course of action would be to find a way to control her. With her status, compelling her to undertake certain tasks would prove far more convenient. It seemed she was about to gain a little helper. Lin Qingye retrieved a piece of poorly packaged candy from her pocket and cordially presented it to Han Shuyi. "Here, for you."
"Don't be shy."
Han Shuyi's mouth twitched. Was this a matter of politeness? Disdainfully, Han Shuyi scrutinized the candy in Lin Qingye's hand, fully aware that it was certainly not a quality item.
"This is so substandard, I refuse to take it." "Are you truly trying to poison me?" As the esteemed daughter of the Han family, how could she possibly consume something so dubious? "That decision is not yours to make."
Lin Qingye skillfully unwrapped the candy, then pinched Han Shuyi's chin, forcefully feeding it to her. Initially, Han Shuyi wanted to spit it out, but to her surprise, the candy melted instantly in her mouth, granting her no opportunity to expel it. That moment, her expression mirrored someone who had just consumed excrement, as she helplessly shouted at Lin Qingye, "Ah!
What on earth is this? What are you trying to do?" It was labeled as candy, yet the taste was horrendously vile. Was Lin Qingye deliberately attempting to disgust and humiliate her? Lin Qingye paid no heed to Han Shuyi's outburst. Instead, she became lost in thought as she gazed at the candy wrapper discarded on the ground. Indeed, such an unsightly package and such an unpleasant taste. Although it wasn't meant for her consumption, perhaps a slight improvement could be made. A more elegant packaging would certainly enhance her own image when presenting it. Seeing that Lin Qingye was entirely dismissive of her, Han Shuyi's anger flared anew as she clutched her injured arm and struggled to rise. "What on earth are you doing? I'm speaking to you." With the opportunity to eliminate her at hand, she was merely toying with her? Calm down, why the uproar?
You're scaring me, Lin Qingye shot her an irritated glance. It's just a bit of poison, you won't die immediately. In an instant, Han Shuyi fell silent, as if struck by lightning, a chilling dread creeping from her toes to her very core. Lin Qingye had actually poisoned her, how dare she, and how could she speak of it so nonchalantly? Chapter 78 Gunfight 8. However, Han Shuyi no longer dared to question Lin Qingye. She was terrified that this might be true and could only timidly and tentatively ask, "You must be joking, right? What kind of young lady carries poison with her? What do you think?" Lin Qingye replied with a sardonic smile that barely masked her disdain. Han Shuyi's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Her previous arrogance was nowhere to be found in her current conversation with Lin Qingye. I don't think that's the case. In truth, she had already begun to believe that Lin Qingye was indeed capable of such a thing. "Ah, how idealistic of you," Lin Qingye remarked with a slight smile, then moved closer with a hint of menace in her demeanor. "I regret to inform you that this is poison, and it's a slow-acting toxin." Han Shuyi's heart nearly stopped at the revelation.
"This is illegal. Do you even realize what you're doing? Aren't you afraid my family will come after you?"
The thought of having just ingested poison sent chills down her spine. Lin Qingye's gaze turned icy once more, her tone carrying an unmistakable authority. "You would do well to keep today's events to yourself and not attempt to seek your family's help. This poison can only be cured by me. If you doubt my words, feel free to return and have someone examine you. If they can identify it, then you may consider yourself fortunate, but discovering the antidote does not guarantee you will be cured. If you wish to live, you will follow my instructions." Han Shuyi's face turned as pale as a ghost. She trembled as she asked, "What do you want me to do? How can I obtain the antidote?" Yet, beneath her fearful inquiry lay an undercurrent of resentment and anger. How dare Lin Qingye threaten her? Surely, with the resources and connections of the Han family, she could find someone to help her with the poison. "It's quite simple. I have no expectation that you can be of any real assistance. All you need to do is ensure that you do not disclose today's events and provide me cover when I notify you. As for the antidote, you must first consume this," Lin Qingye said, producing a similar candy for her. "When I choose to provide you with the full antidote will depend on your performance." "What?" Han Shuyi felt her anger boiling over. This was nothing short of a threat, and she was being offered the antidote in installments. She had done nothing to provoke Lin Qingye. This was utterly outrageous. "Don't want to eat it? Then I shall dispose of it." "No, I will eat it." That was a life-saving substance, and Han Shuyi dared not take the risk. Even if it meant setting aside her pride and dignity, she had to swallow it. She had never felt so humiliated. Seeing her comply, Lin Qingye's expression softened slightly. "I hope Miss Han is a wise individual and does not require too many instructions from me. Rest assured, I won't disclose anything." Given how Lin Qingye behaved in front of others, she knew that for her words to be believed, there had to be someone who would trust her. Even she herself was deceived by Lin Qingye's seemingly innocent demeanor. "Complete one last task, and you may leave," Lin Qingye said, glancing at the gun on the floor, gesturing for Han Shuyi to take it. Han Shuyi was perplexed. What? She did not understand at all. "End your own life, I can't be bothered to do it myself." Lin Qingye's expression was one of indifference. At this, Han Shuyi truly felt the tears welling up in her eyes from frustration. "How can you be so cruel? My arm still hurts." It was infuriating. Breaking her arm was one thing, poisoning her was another, but to humiliate her in such a manner was beyond anything she had ever encountered. Lin Qingye's cold gaze pinned Han Shuyi in place. "Fine, I will end my life." "I will end my life." Han Shuyi was seething with indignation. She stumbled forward, picking up the gun from the ground, aiming it at her own leg. She was about to eliminate herself. "Are you satisfied now?" Han Shuyi glared at her in anger. Lin Qingye's tone remained calm, even too lazy to spare her another glance. "Yes, now leave." Han Shuyi was left speechless, her frustration boiling over. Just wait, she would reclaim her dignity one day. In disarray, Han Shuyi retraced her steps, eager to avoid the sight of Lin Qingye's infuriating face. However, just as she turned, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Qingyun and the others who had caught up with her. Upon seeing her disheveled state and the paintball on her leg, they looked as if they had stumbled upon a new discovery. "Miss Han, why do you look so disheveled?" "I fell into a trap," she replied, recalling Lin Qingye's instructions and the two teammates who had just been eliminated. She fabricated a quick excuse and suddenly felt that she would have been better off hanging with them. "Who eliminated you?" Lin Qingyun pressed, wondering if it had been his sister and her companions. They were surprisingly formidable. With a sullen expression, Han Shuyi clearly did not wish to engage further.
What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business.
She then maneuvered around them to leave.
The group was left in confusion. How perplexing.
Forget it, she's probably just upset about being eliminated. As long as our teammates are safe, that's what matters. Indeed, the traps we set were not in vain. They have indirectly assisted us greatly. Wait a moment, she came from that direction. We didn't set any traps over there, and there weren't even any cameras, Lu Xing questioned.
Perhaps she was too embarrassed to admit the truth. Let us find the others first.
The opposing team was being eliminated one after another. It was simply delightful. Victory was within their grasp. Chapter 79 Gunfight 9. They pressed forward in their search, yet found little more than a solitary firearm discarded on the ground in faint signs of disturbance. Lin Chang had long since vacated the area. The principle was simple: a deal with the matter and depart, leaving behind the burdens of fame and duty. How strange, who eliminated Han Shuyi? Logically, one should not lose their weapon. Oh, perhaps she discarded it herself. Lin Qingye and his companions did not dwell on the issue further. The immediate priority was to confront Han Mu and his trio. The 6 of them once again split into 3 groups, scouring the woods for any trace of their adversaries. The afternoon sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled patterns upon the forest floor, which lay thickly carpeted with fallen foliage. Each step upon it produced a soft rustle. Yet, Lin Chang moved with utter silence, not even startling a single bird. She devised a way to locate the other 2 girls from her team, and upon finding them idly concealed in a certain spot, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. The only remaining trouble was Han Mu and Jiang Youli. For now, she would observe the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, at Han Mu's location, one of his companions lowered his binoculars and remarked, "Han Xiao, they have separated.
We can make our move now."
Han Mu smirked slightly. So, they finally lost their composure. He had lingered in the woods with his 2 aides, waiting for their opponents to stray alone, ready to strike them one by one. He was aware of the numerous traps they had set up in the forest, all of which had been skillfully avoided, and he refrained from entering the territory they had initially delineated, simply biding his time for them to approach. Striking from the shadows, and with fewer adversaries present, what did it matter if the blows were severe? So long as they evaded the cameras, the truth would rest solely in his hands. His companion hesitated. "Han Xiao, must we be so ruthless? The opposing side includes the scion of the Lin family." A fierce glint flashed in Han Mu's eyes. "He is precisely the target. The others are inconsequential, mere pawns to be suppressed, but Lin Qingye must not leave unscathed." It was evident to astute observers that the 3 young masters of Kyoto shared a close bond with Lin Qingye, and Han Mu aimed to incapacitate him, seizing the opportunity to usurp his position. Lin Qingye was proving to be a significant obstacle, and it was imperative to avoid the other 3 young lords of Kyoto. As for the Lin family's heiress, Shuyi had already taken matters into her own hands. He trusted her capabilities, regardless of the means. This game must be won. Lin Qingye walked alongside Amin, while Yu Zhao, Lu Xing, Gu Qian, and Ji Yinjin had long distanced themselves. Based on the current reports, 5 members of the opposing team had already been eliminated, whereas their own team still boasted a full 10 members. The odds were in their favor, rendering it unnecessary to overtly group together for an ambush.
"Brother Qingye, perhaps we should exercise a bit more caution."
"Strutting about so boldly makes it easy to be taken out," Amin suggested, his concern evident.
"What is there to fear?"
Lin Qingye replied with a cold laugh.
"I intend to deliberately expose myself to draw Han Mu out. But with just the 2 of us, we certainly cannot prevail. Calling for reinforcements seems unfeasible at this juncture. What does it matter? If we encounter them, we will signal immediately with a flare, and then draw our teammates in."
Lin Qingye could hardly believe that, with their numbers, they would be unable to overpower a single Han Mu. Ideally, they would first encounter the other 2 members of Han Mu's team, who were also isolated. As Lin Qingye carelessly maneuvered through the woods, barely had he finished speaking when a bullet whizzed past his ear.
"Damn it, we have a situation."
The 2 were startled and quickly sought cover nearby. However, after a prolonged period of concealment and a thorough scan of their surroundings, they failed to locate the shooter. Taking refuge behind a large rock, Lin Qingye was about to take a step forward when another shot rang out, a paintball landing at his feet. He quickly recoiled. At this point, he could hardly deny that the opposing side was merely toying with him, playing a game. Most likely, it was those 2 sharpshooters who had scored full marks in the first round. Yet, he found himself unable to pinpoint their location. Amin signaled from another position, indicating whether they should deploy the flare now and confront them. Lin Qingye hesitated. He feared that the moment the flare was released, the adversaries would flee, wasting a round and potentially exposing the positions of other teammates. Thus, he resolved to wait a bit longer until Han Mu revealed himself, foreseeing that Lin Qingye and Amin remained inactive. Those lurking in the shadows grew impatient, firing several shots as a warning. Bullets rained down like a tempest, weaving chaotically through the branches, producing a cacophony of sounds that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Lin Qingye finally discerned the general position of the enemy. With a decisive roll, he exposed himself beneath their gun sights. He was gambling that they would not eliminate him so swiftly, otherwise, with the accuracy of those two, he would have been struck the moment they aimed at him. Indeed, upon seeing Lin Qingye reappear, Han Mu could no longer contain himself, revealing his presence along with his two companions. Han Mu was imbued with absolute confidence. Lin Qingye's allies would not arrive in time. He had ample opportunity to dispose of him. Even if they did arrive, it was uncertain whether they could match the prowess of the two by his side. Chapter 80 A Gunfight 10-inch. Indeed, Han Shao is quite easy to locate. Lin Qingye tightened his grip on the firearm in his hand, while his other hand stealthily reached for the signal flare hanging at his waist. His gaze, sharp and vigilant, remained fixed upon the man before him. Han Mu. Had it not been for Han Mu's own careless revelation of his whereabouts, they might have spent an inordinate amount of time searching for him. If you had split up from the very beginning, I would have been standing before you much sooner, Han Mu remarked, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. He casually fiddled with the weapon in his hands, as if he were in no rush to initiate an attack. Lin Qingye understood that Han Mu's intent was to dismantle them one by one. Regrettably, you shall be disappointed. Lin Qingye swiftly raised his gun, aiming it squarely at Han Mu before decisively pulling the trigger. This shot was not the result of a meticulously calculated aim, but rather a hasty gesture. He did not harbor the illusion of truly hitting his target, he merely hoped to momentarily distract his opponent with this sudden discharge, thereby creating an opportune moment to release the signal flare. Unfortunately, not only did Han Mu effortlessly evade the bullet that whizzed past him, but the two men at his side also discerned Lin Qingye's intentions. They immediately raised their weapons, expertly knocking the flare far from his grasp before he could even release it. Lin Qingye's hold faltered, the immense force left his wrist tingling, his expression darkened, realizing that their marksmanship was so superior that they could easily target a small flare instead of his larger figure. What were their true intentions? Did they not desire to win the contest? Though anger simmered within him, he suppressed it, tucking his empty hand behind his back while signaling to Amin, who was hiding to the side, with a discreet yet swift gesture. Amin understood immediately, retrieving his own flare from his pocket, ready to launch it at an opportune moment. However, to their astonishment, the two men beside Han Mu were quick to notice this development. Initially indifferent to Amin, their attention shifted when they perceived his imminent action point. One of the men suddenly leapt with the agility of a cheetah, vaulting over Lin Qingye's head and landing deftly beside Amin. At the very moment Amin raised the flare, a foot struck like lightning, accurately connecting with his wrist. The flare slipped from his grasp and soared into the distance. Following this, Amin was struck heavily, collapsing to the ground, his gun slipping from his fingers to be firmly pinned beneath the assailant's foot, denying him any chance to retrieve it. Amin clenched his teeth in frustration. Everything transpired with such rapidity that he had no opportunity to react. He could scarcely discern the man's movements, only sensing an overwhelming, oppressive force. These two individuals were undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps he had kicked against an iron plate. Simultaneously, he cursed Han Mu internally for his shamelessness. Was it truly necessary to enlist outside assistance for such a trivial contest?
Amin!
Lin Qingye exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, first firing a shot at the aggressor. When the man deftly dodged, Lin Qingye rushed to Amin's side, intent on helping him up. However, the assailant reacted even more swiftly, lightly lifting his foot to snatch the gun from the ground and then, with sudden force, kicked it horizontally towards Lin Qingye. The proximity left Lin Qingye with no room to evade, and he staggered back as if struck by a heavy hammer.
Chen Gu.
Amin, disregarding his own safety, sprang up like a coiled spring, intent on grappling with the man barehanded. Alas, the disparity in strength was too great. Amin could scarcely withstand a few blows before being thrown back to the ground, this time lacking the strength to rise again. Pain coursed through him. He curled up, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered. How brutal! As a pampered scion raised in comfort, he had never endured such torment.
Enough, cease this!
Lin Qingye's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed over to assess Amin's injuries, neglecting his own weapon.
Amin, are you all right?
Amin grimaced against the pain, gesturing weakly with his hand, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth. I'm fine, Gu. Find a way to deal with them. He had previously thought that besieging the opponent might be somewhat overstepping, considering it was merely a recreational activity, not necessitating such extremes. Yet, to his astonishment, Han Mu was playing for keeps, harboring no intention of showing mercy. A situation that could have been resolved with a single shot was being drawn out deliberately. Of course, Amin's words were spoken in frustration. He had no genuine desire to kill. Lin Qingye understood him well, sharing the same sentiment, but now, cut off from contact with their allies, he found himself alone and powerless against Han Mu and his two accomplices. Turning to Han Mu, his voice seething with anger, he demanded, "What exactly do you intend? You wield such brutal force, disregarding familial ties entirely." Han Mu feigned innocence, shaking his head with a hint of reproach directed at the assailant. "I told you to take it easy. Look, you've injured the young master." Despite his words, Han Mu's expression bore no trace of remorse. He then turned to Lin Qingye, disappointment etched across his features. "I had heard that several young masters from Lini City were quite skilled, adept at such activities, and I wished to learn from you. Yet now, it appears you are unexpectedly weak," Han Mu remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He spoke with deliberate intent, acknowledging that in a fair contest, he might indeed be outmatched by Lin Qingye and his companions. However, with his hired help, he was determined to maximize his advantage. Intimidation was his forte. Lin Qingye's expression darkened further as the pent-up rage within him erupted. "You truly are a cowardly bully, aren't you? Are you bold enough to accept a one-on-one challenge? I shall peel your skin off." This Han Xiao was indeed infuriating. While he could tolerate an attack on himself, striking his brother was utterly unforgivable. "Oh," Han Mu replied dismissively, yet he was not foolish enough to genuinely accept Lin Qingye's challenge. "These two merely sought to witness the prowess of esteemed young masters like yourselves. You cannot bear to lose, is that it?" He continued, "As for me, I have not practiced much, so I shall refrain from showing off before you. Let them engage you instead." Han Mu deliberately took a few steps back, creating space for the confrontation, signaling for the two men to resume their assault. Lin Qingye and Amin fixed their gazes upon Han Mu, their fury boiling to the surface, nearly obscuring their reason. Han Mu's arrogance had reached intolerable heights. They were determined to fight him to the bitter end. Whether injured or maimed mattered little. They must first vent their pent-up rage. Chapter 80. Gunfight. 10-inch Han Xiao is indeed quite easy to locate. Lin Qingye gripped his firearm tightly, while his other hand stealthily reached for the signal flare hanging at his waist. His gaze was sharp and vigilant as he fixed his eyes on the man before him. Han Mu. Had it not been for Han Mu's own reckless revelation of his whereabouts, they would have undoubtedly spent an inordinate amount of time searching for him. "If you had split up from the very beginning, I could have stood before you much sooner," Han Mu remarked with a slight smirk, his lips curling in a teasing smile. He casually fiddled with the weapon in his hand, seemingly in no rush to initiate an attack. Lin Qingye understood all too well that Han Mu aimed to dismantle them one by one. "Unfortunately, you shall be disappointed." Lin Qingye swiftly raised his gun, aiming directly at Han Mu before decisively pulling the trigger. This shot was not born of careful consideration but rather a hasty aim. He harbored no illusions of actually hitting his target but simply sought to momentarily distract Han Mu, thereby creating an opportune moment to release the flare. Regrettably, not only did Han Mu effortlessly evade the bullet that whizzed past him, but the two men by his side also recognized Lin Qingye's intent. They promptly raised their weapons, accurately knocking the signal flare far from his grasp before he could even pull the trigger. Lin Qingye lost his grip, the tremendous force causing his wrist to tingle. His expression soured. The adversary's shooting prowess was so remarkable that they could target a mere flare while disregarding his much larger presence. What were they truly after? Did they not wish to win the match? Though a flicker of anger flared within him, he stifled it, retreating his empty hand behind him while discreetly signaling to Ming, who was hiding to the side. Ming understood the unspoken message and promptly retrieved his own signal flare from his pocket, preparing to launch it at the opportune moment. However, in an unexpected turn of events, the two men beside Han Mu astutely detected this maneuver. Initially, they had paid little attention to Ming, but upon noticing his impending action, one of the men suddenly sprang into action with the agility of a cheetah, vaulting over Lin Qingye's head and landing gracefully beside Ming. Just as Ming raised the signal flare, a swift kick struck his wrist with precision, sending the flare spiraling into the distance. Immediately after, Ming was met with a brutal blow, collapsing to the ground without any means of defense. The gun he had clutched slipped from his grasp, landing at his feet, only to be crushed beneath the assailant's boot, leaving him no chance to retrieve it. Ming gritted his teeth in frustration. Everything transpired far too swiftly, leaving him no time to react. He barely caught a glimpse of the man's movements. All he felt was an overwhelming sense of oppressive force, indicating that these two were undoubtedly formidable opponents. Perhaps he had indeed stumbled upon a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, he cursed Han Mu in his heart for his shamelessness. It was merely a trivial competition, yet he had enlisted outside help. Ming! Lin Qingye exclaimed, as if struck by lightning, first firing a shot at the assailant. When the man dodged, Lin Qingye dashed to Ming's side, intent on helping him up. However, the assailant was quicker, lifting his foot to snatch the gun from the ground and, with a sudden burst of power, kicked it horizontally towards Lin Qingye. The distance was too close for Lin Qingye to evade. He staggered back as if struck by a sledgehammer.
Chen Yun Gu.
Ming disregarded his own predicament, springing up like a coiled spring, eager to engage the assailant in unarmed combat. Alas, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Ming was swiftly overpowered and sent crashing to the ground once more this time. However, he lacked the strength to rise again. Pain coursed through him, his body curling up as if every bone had been shattered.
When had he, a pampered rich heir, ever endured such suffering? Enough, stop!
Lin Qingye's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed to assess Ming's injuries, neglecting his weapon entirely.
Ming, are you all right?
Ming, gritting his teeth against the pain, gestured weakly, managing to utter a few words through clenched jaws. I'm fine, Chen Gu. Find a way to take them down. He had previously pondered whether their assault on the opponents was a bit overbearing, considering it was merely a recreational activity, not warranting excessive measures. He had not anticipated that Han Mu would take things so seriously, showing no intention of sparing them. What could have been resolved with a single shot was instead being dragged out deliberately. Of course, Ming's words were spoken in anger. He did not genuinely wish harm upon his adversaries. Lin Qingye understood this sentiment. He shared the same intention, yet he found himself unable to contact anyone else, rendering him helpless against Han Mu and his two accomplices. He turned to Han Mu, his eyes blazing with wrath, and demanded, "What on earth do you want, inflicting such heavy blows without regard for familial ties?" Han Mu innocently raised his hands, feigning reproach as he glanced at the man who had acted. I told you long ago to take it easy.
Look, you've hurt the young master.
Despite his words, not a trace of remorse was visible on Han Mu's face. He then gazed at Lin Qingye with palpable disappointment. I had heard that several young masters from Lini City were quite skilled and adept at such activities.
I was merely hoping to learn from you.
Now it appears you are surprisingly lacking in prowess, Han Mu remarked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He said this intentionally. He acknowledged that in a fair contest, he might indeed struggle against Lin Qingye and his companions. However, now that he had enlisted help, he was determined to maximize its effectiveness. Bullying the weak was his forte. Lin Qingye's expression darkened further, the anger he had been suppressing finally erupting. You truly are relying on your connections. Do you dare to face me in a one-on-one duel? Just watch as I strip you of your skin. This Han Xiao was utterly infuriating. While it was one thing to provoke him, harming his brother was absolutely unforgivable. Oh, Han Mu replied dismissively, though he was not foolish enough to accept Lin Qingye's challenge. These two merely came seeking to test their skills against you young masters.
Is it really so unbearable to face defeat?
He continued, as for me, I admit I haven't trained much, so I shan't embarrass myself before you. Let them duel with you, that should suffice. Han Mu deliberately took a few steps back, creating space for them, and signaled for the two men to continue their assault.
Lin Qingye and Ming fixed their furious gazes upon Han Mu, their anger boiling over, nearly overwhelming their rationality. Han Mu was insufferably arrogant. Today, they would engage in a battle to the bitter end. What did it matter if they were injured or maimed? They must first expel this pent-up rage. Chapter 81. Lin Qingye's broken-legged gentle breeze whispered through the trees, causing their branches to sway and produce a rustling sound. The forest suddenly fell into a terrifying silence, as if all life had succumbed to slumber, or rather, was lying in wait, poised to erupt at any moment. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Amin and Lin Qingye tensed their bodies, ready to spring into action. They understood that they must first overcome these two adversaries before confronting Han Mu. Lin Qingye firmly established his footing and launched the first strike, swinging his fist directly toward his opponent's face. Although Amin was hindered by pain, he summoned his strength and seized the man's legs, assisting Lin Qingye in subduing him. Unfortunately, the adversary anticipated their move, swiftly sidestepping while delivering a hook to Lin Qingye's abdomen. The two exchanged blows, each strike heavy with power and lethal intent, transcending the realm of mere entertainment. Their fists cut through the air, slicing with a whooshing sound. The opponent was evidently more formidable, skillfully utilizing both hands and feet, easily managing the two assailants. Observing this, Han Mu instructed the other bystander, go intercept the others, do not allow them to approach. It would be best to eliminate them directly. Despite the presence of cameras, he had already ordered the two to disable them. He did not wish for anyone to witness the brutal bullying of Lin Qingye and Amin. At the very least, he needed to leave no visible evidence. Understood.
The other man surveyed the battle before resolutely departing. Han Mu, meanwhile, casually held his gun, tilting his head to aim at the three entangled in combat, his movements somewhat hesitant as he contemplated the optimal moment to eliminate them. The man engaged in the fight then delivered a powerful kick to Amin's calf, causing him to lose his balance and collapse to the ground, struggling to rise again. Subsequently, he unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Lin Qingye to retreat step by step, leaving him with numerous concealed injuries. Gritting his teeth, Lin Qingye quickly adjusted his stance, leaping into the air to counter with a punch that struck the opponent's shoulder. The adversary, underestimating Lin Qingye, was taken aback by his resilience. A wicked grin spread across his face as he intensified his assault. The battle grew fiercer, and Lin Qingye's breathing became ragged and chaotic. He was nearing his breaking point. The man, exerting all his strength, landed a devastating blow to Lin Qingye's chin, sending him sprawling to the ground, his face betraying a mixture of disdain and satisfaction. What a privileged young master he was, now reduced to a mere dog underfoot. Han Mu, equally entertained by the spectacle, had no intention of intervening. Witnessing Lin Qingye's severe injuries, Amin's rationality returned in a rush. He had no choice but to submit to Han Mu, declaring, "We concede, we surrender." Continuing the fight would only lead to their own downfall. "Did I say you could surrender? You can only be eliminated if your body is marked by paintballs. Only death by murder or suicide counts, as the rules dictate, does it not?" Han Mu replied innocently. Amin's complexion turned ashen. Their firearms had been knocked away, and the formidable man before them clearly offered no chance to retrieve them. "What enmity do we hold against you? Why continue this fight? Do you not fear the consequences for your family?" Amin shouted in desperation, "Can the Han family bear such repercussions?" He perceived Han Mu's madness in daring to provoke them, as if their family's power was inconsequential. The air was thick with the scent of blood, both Lin Qingye and Amin suffering grievous wounds yet uttering not a single cry of pain. In the distance, the calls of unknown birds echoed through the desolate forest, further amplifying the eerie and chilling atmosphere. Han Mu scoffed lightly, "I never intended to offend you completely. My aim has always been solely at young Master Lin. Regrettably, your association with him has led you to this unwarranted calamity." His smile was laden with meaning. "I care not whom you wish to confront. Our enmity is now irrevocably established. If you do not eliminate me today, I shall ensure your demise once we leave this place." Amin recognized the divisive tactics at play and felt his anger swell. "Is this all directed at me? Why?" Lin Qingye questioned, bewildered by Han Mu's targeting of him despite their lack of history. He had never heard of any prior grievances between the Lin and Han families. Han Mu addressed Amin's inquiry first, stating, "You are powerless against me. Before you two attempt to work together, you ought to investigate who supports my family from behind." Turning to Lin Qingye, he added, "As for you, your existence has interfered with my affairs. Here is a word of advice: steer clear of young Master Jiang and his ilk, beware of the trouble it may bring, as evidenced today. Everything he did was under the auspices of others." Desperately trying to forge connections with the three young masters from Kyoto, he sought to establish his own reputation in Lin City. What better way to do so than by crushing this group of arrogant young heirs? The Lin family was a new power in Lin City, their foundation shaky. He was merely the ideal scapegoat. Han Mu's smile took on a sinister quality. Lin Qingye's eyes darkened. Lifting his battered body to stand upright, he confronted Han Mu. "What do you want?" He understood that he could not escape today's ordeal, but he remained steadfast in his resolve. As long as he endured, he would seek his parents for justice upon his return. He could not allow others to suffer in his stead. Lin Qingye silently vowed to intensify his training, ensuring he would never again be rendered defenseless. Seeing that the time was ripe, Han Mu decided to act. Prolonging the encounter risked the arrival of their teammates. He stated bluntly, "Then I shall take one of your legs for the time being. You shall rest in bed for a while, lest you become a nuisance. As you previously remarked, this is merely a trivial matter. The responsibility lies solely with you, and need not escalate to family affairs." Han Mu was somewhat wary of Lin Qingye reporting back to his family, for the Lin family was renowned for their fierce protection of their own. Should it escalate, it could become quite troublesome. "If you wish to strike, then do so, spare me the superfluous dialogue," Lin Qingye resolved, closing his eyes in defiance, prepared to embrace his fate. "A gentleman may take a decade to seek vengeance. Han Mu, await your reckoning." "Qingye, no!" Amin cried, scrambling to rise, yet the man was swifter, striding to Lin Qingye's side after receiving confirmation from both Lin and Han, delivering a kick to his leg, forcing him from standing to a half-kneel. Then, with a harsh kick to his shoulder, he sent Lin Qingye sprawling. Lin Qingye let out a muted groan, collapsing to the ground, feeling an unprecedented sense of vulnerability. "Stop, if you dare to harm him, you will meet your end." Amin seethed, but he too was grievously injured and lacked the strength to intervene, left helplessly watching as the man unleashed his fury upon Lin Qingye. The assailant, summoning all his might, landed a merciless blow upon Lin Qingye's knee. Showing no mercy, fearing he might not exert enough force, he leaped, driving his weight down with a crunch. The sound of bones fracturing echoed starkly through the woods, followed by Lin Qingye's heart-wrenching scream, "Ah!" His face drained of color, once handsome features now slick with cold sweat. Lin Qingye, from a distance, faintly heard the commotion and hurried to the scene, only to witness this horrifying tableau. Chapter 82. Did they let you go? This scene pierced Lin Qingye's eyes deeply, transforming her once tranquil gaze into a blood-red glare, akin to hellfire, intent on incinerating everything in its vicinity. Her reason was gradually consumed, and an overwhelming intent to kill engulfed the entire area like a tidal wave. Her fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale and trembling slightly as she struggled to suppress the surging malevolence within her. Remain calm, now is not the time to act. She could not reveal herself before her third brother. They had injured him to such an extent, surely, they would not strike again once they departed. Lin Qingye compelled herself to remain rooted, silently observing all that unfolded before her. The towering trees around her loomed darkly, their branches swaying restlessly in the fierce wind, resembling twisted hands poised to pierce and tear apart something. In this afternoon forest, life and vitality had inexplicably vanished, leaving only an endless silence and an eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. A chill wind brushed against Han Mu's back, inexplicably igniting a sense of panic within him. Given that the situation was nearly resolved, it was best to depart swiftly. He had no desire to linger any longer. It felt unsettling. He cast a lingering glance at Lin Qingye, huddled on the ground, and Amin, who knelt beside him, a smirk of triumph curling at the corner of his lips. Then he called out, "Let us go." They needed to regroup with another and eliminate the rest swiftly to secure victory in this contest. Subsequently, the silhouettes of the two vanished entirely from the area. Lin Qingye launched a signal flare from her position, her gaze fleetingly passing over Amin and her third brother, her eyes darkening momentarily before she discreetly followed in the footsteps of Han Mu and his companion. She had faith that Amin would take good care of her brother, and the others would promptly respond to her signal. Her objective was to ensure that Han Mu and the others entered vertically and exited horizontally at a different location. Amin was suddenly startled, who had fired the signal flare. Why not come out directly, given the proximity? However, he momentarily set aside his thoughts and comforted Lin Qingye, saying, "Hang in there, Qingye. Our people will be here soon, this match is hardly worth it." Lin Qingye managed a bitter smile, wanting to speak but lacking the strength. The nature of this competition had shifted the moment bets were placed. He was merely injured, not dead, and the outcome still mattered. His legs, treated promptly, still held hope for recovery. Amin seethed inwardly. Initially, they had refrained from arranging rescue personnel within the forest to maintain fairness and excitement in the competition. They had thought that with cameras present, those outside could monitor the situation in real time and communicate through the footage. Yet now, there had been no word. It was likely that Han Mu had interfered. How infuriating. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing had just dealt with the two relatively weaker members of Han Mu's team who had strayed. Liu Xing observed the disheveled individuals before him and couldn't resist sneering. TSK, truly pitiful. He relished the moment, planning to boast about the surveillance footage upon returning, confident that the citizens of Lini would be intrigued. "You are going too far," one of them exclaimed, rising from the ground, issuing a fierce warning. "You had better pray not to encounter Han Xiao and his crew, or you'll have a taste of your own medicine." "Oh, the shame of being outmatched has turned you irate, has it? I wonder who it was that shamelessly sought to join us only to turn their back on us." Lu Xing spat. Even the third young master of Kyoto doesn't carry himself with such airs. "Do you truly consider yourselves significant?" In the next moment, the signal flare exploded in the air, causing both Lu Xing and Yu Zhao to change countenance. "Run!" They disregarded the two who had been eliminated and dashed towards the direction of the signal. Meanwhile, Jiang Youli was oblivious to the situation at hand, as Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin found themselves ensnared by the individual earlier dispatched by Han Mu. This person had not intended to confront Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin, but in the absence of others, he had to follow Han Mu's orders and eliminate them first. Both Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin were skilled fighters. They were not easily subdued. After a brief exchange, they sensed something amiss and questioned the individual. "Who are you really, and what is your purpose here?" They had encountered Jiang Youli and had seen a fair share of the world. The individual before them exuded an overwhelming aura of malice, suggesting he was likely a professional of some sort. If he were merely a pawn sent by Han Mu to secure victory, it wouldn't pose much of an issue. However, if he harbored ulterior motives and had infiltrated their midst with nefarious intent, or if he was an operative sent by a rival faction targeting Jiang Xiao and the three of them, then trouble would surely ensue. "I'm just an ordinary third-generation rich kid." "Why are you two so suspicious?" He attempted to downplay his identity, never intending to resort to violence against them. "Ha, trust you, that would be a grave mistake. Today, I'm determined to discover which filthy rat crawled out of the gutter, daring to infiltrate my circle." Gu Qianan rolled up his sleeves, having already fired a few shots that missed their mark. He discarded the gun, preparing to capture him alive. If he truly was a spy, this would be a perfect opportunity to present him to Jiang Xiao and take credit. Ji Yunjin was devising a way to signal Jiang Youli. He happened to be nearby and rushed over upon hearing the commotion, witnessing Gu Qianan being pinned down by the intruder. Seeing them escalate their efforts, the intruder revealed his true strength, no longer holding back. The fierce and lethal winds of his punches whistled through the air, leaving Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin quickly bruised. Their expressions grew increasingly grave. This opponent was far tougher than they had anticipated. Just then, Jiang Youli arrived, a shadowy glimmer flashing in his eyes. He raised his gun and swiftly eliminated the intruder. The individual stood stunned, his face turning ashen, unable to comprehend the situation. How could this be? He hadn't sensed anyone approaching, nor had he felt the gun trained on him. Despite his high vigilance, it was over. He had failed to accomplish the task assigned by Han Shao. With a darkened expression, he prepared to turn and flee. Did I permit you to leave? A deep, chilling male voice resonated from the depths of the forest, followed by the emergence of a tall, imposing figure radiating an aura of brutal ferocity that rendered one breathless. Jiang Youli's cold gaze fell upon the man, as if he could sentence him to death with a mere glance. Without a doubt, you are a filthy rat from the gutter. Tell me, where do you intend to spend the night tonight? He could ascertain that the individual was either a mercenary assassin, a privately trained thug, or a desperate rogue from the underworld. In any case, they were not to be taken lightly. Jiang Youli possessed the capability to send him to prison, or alternatively, to capture him within his own territory for a thorough interrogation.
Chapter 83. Have you considered how to embark on the path to the underworld?
Upon encountering Jiang Youli, the man involuntarily trembled, inexplicably intimidated by the aura surrounding him. Nevertheless, he mustered the courage to reply, "What does young Master Jiang mean by this? According to the rules, I have already been eliminated and should leave immediately." Continuing to act against him after his elimination would be a violation of the rules. Jiang Youli's lips curled coldly as he gestured for Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin to step aside, continuing, "Has no one informed you that I have never been one to adhere to the rules?" The man's eyelids twitched violently, realizing that Jiang Youli likely intended to settle a score with him. However, he could not afford to offend Jiang Youli. What was he to do? Seeing Jiang Youli prepare to strike, Ji Yunjin interjected, "Brother Jiang, make it quick. It seems there is trouble brewing elsewhere." They needed to hurry along. Jiang Youli nodded, and in an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully stomped the ground, leaping forward to swiftly appear before the man, delivering a powerful kick to his chest that sent him flying. The motion was imbued with both strength and lethal intent. The man had not anticipated such agility from Jiang Youli. He attempted to resist but found the opponent's force overwhelming and his technique flawless, leaving him utterly incapacitated as he was knocked to the ground. Jiang Youli then stepped onto the man's thigh, seizing both of his arms and twisting them with a brutal motion. A chilling crack echoed as bones shattered, sending shivers down one's spine. The man's arms crumpled to the ground like the broken remains of a discarded puppet. Jiang Youli ruthlessly pressed down on his hands, gradually applying pressure, accompanied by another resounding crack as the bones in the man's hands were crushed, the surface becoming a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Throughout the ordeal, Jiang Youli's expression remained frigid, resembling a heartless machine of death. The man let out a tormented wail, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Ah! He had never been so thoroughly beaten, utterly lacking the ability to fight back, yet he attempted to struggle to his feet. In the next moment, Jiang Youli stepped directly onto his head, pressing his face into the dirt, gazing down at him with an air of menace. "You would do well to vacate this place as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, should you fall into my hands afterward, I shall make your existence a living hell." Were it not for time constraints, he would have relished the opportunity to entertain this guest further.
Impressive, Brother Jiang. Let us make haste. Gu Qian, concerned about Lin Qingye and the others, suspected they might have encountered Han Mu and wondered if they could hold their own. The three of them quickly made their way over. The man, baring his teeth in pain, staggered to his feet, watching Jiang Youli's retreating figure with eyes filled with shock and trepidation. The aura emanating from that man felt both familiar and fearsome, one he could not afford to provoke. Recalling Jiang Youli's earlier warning, he had no doubt regarding the young master's capabilities. He hastened to flee, dragging his injured body towards the edge of the forest. As for Han Mu and the individual accompanying him, upon emerging from the woods, they found themselves unable to locate their other teammate for the time being. After taking a few cautious steps forward, the man instinctively sensed impending danger, urging caution. "Young Master Han, be careful, there seems to be movement around us." Han Mu furrowed his brow, contemplating every possibility. They had already thoroughly searched the area, and logically, there should be no further ambushes. "Have you considered how you wish to embark on the path to the underworld?" A voice, chilling and devoid of warmth, pierced through the trees like a harbinger of doom, resonating directly in the ears of the two men.
The sound was reminiscent of a grim reaper's summons, eerie and spine-chilling. A shiver ran down their spines as they quickly turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a slender figure approaching with deliberate slowness. It was Lin Qingye. Though her appearance remained unchanged, she was no longer the demure and fragile girl they once knew. In this moment, her aura was formidable, akin to a ruler steeped in authority, each step seemingly treading the line between life and death, exuding a lethal essence that struck at the soul. Her expression was as cold as frost, her phoenix eyes glinting with a chilling light, resembling an icebound lake, profound and frigid. An air of madness and bloodlust lingered in her gaze, and a single glance could instill fear, awakening trepidation deep within one's heart. The ferocity radiating from her was utterly terrifying. Han Mu had yet to recover from this overwhelming contrast. However, the man beside him reacted more swiftly, stepping forward to shield Han Mu, eyeing Lin Qingye with palpable wariness.
"Miss Lin, what brings you here?"
In truth, he had already surmised part of the situation. They had just assaulted Lin Qingye, and she had come seeking retribution. Pretending to be oblivious, Lin Qingye drawled with a wicked smile, her eyes glinting with venomous intent, fixated on them with a fierce glare. She resembled a coiled serpent, poised to strike with lethal precision. "Miss Lin, your jest was hardly amusing," Han Mu stammered, swallowing hard, never before feeling such apprehension towards a woman. His instincts told him she was not jesting in the slightest.
"Is that so? I too find it lacking in humor."
Lin Qingye's smile widened, momentarily rendering her demeanor deceptively gentle, yet in the next instant, she sprang into action, her movements swift as a shadow, appearing abruptly before the man. Simultaneously, a razor-sharp blade materialized in her hand, and with a deft flick of her wrist, she plunged it deep into his abdomen with astonishing accuracy. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed clearly in the tense air. The man, believing himself skilled, had not anticipated such a rapid and flawless attack from Lin Qingye. Just as he prepared to counter her advance, he found himself utterly defenseless, the blade closing in on him without an opportunity to evade. He stifled his pain, looking up in shock to meet her blood-red eyes, filled with murderous intent, and was instantly paralyzed with fear. Unable to move. Seizing the moment, Lin Qingye raised her gun with one hand, mercilessly delivering a crushing blow to his head. The force of the impact nearly rendered him unconscious, yet thanks to his rigorous training, he managed to withstand the onslaught. Though he was far from unscathed despite his efforts, the excruciating pain coursing through his body caused him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground, rolling a short distance. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, he struggled to push himself up, attempting to rise once more. Chapter 84. Let them bite each other like dogs. Regrettably, Lin Qingye's movements were swifter, as rapid as a tempest, catching everyone off guard. She planted one foot firmly on her opponent's shoulder, compressing him with an unyielding force akin to Mount Tai pressing on an egg. Subsequently, Lin Qingye bent down, gripping the hilt of the blade embedded in the enemy's abdomen with a vice-like intensity. Her gaze was bloodthirsty and merciless, devoid of any semblance of compassion. With an excruciating twist of the blade, she seemed intent on shredding his innards to pieces.
"Ah!" The man emitted a harrowing wail that resonated throughout the vicinity.
His body convulsed uncontrollably, initially struggling fiercely, but the overwhelming strength of Lin Qingye rendered him utterly immobile. In the blink of an eye, his chest became a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh, crimson splatters staining his garments. Then, without hesitation, Lin Qingye withdrew the blade, her movements precise and unencumbered, droplets of blood splattering onto her form and face, accentuating the already sinister aura that enveloped her visage.
"That hand just now belonged to my third brother, didn't it?"
Her voice, icy and haunting, seemed to siphon away half of his very soul. She then shifted her stance, pressing down on his arm, and plunged the blade forcefully into his palm, anchoring it firmly into the earth. This gruesome sight sent chills down Han Mu's spine, rendering him numb with horror. A bone-deep coldness coursed through him, compelling him to retreat, devoid of the courage to rush forward and rescue the man that he yearned to flee, yet found his legs heavy and unresponsive, nearly collapsing to the ground. All he could do was widen his eyes in shock, fixated on the horrifying scene before him, a voice echoing in his mind, "Impossible, how could a frail young lady possess such brutal methods?"
"There's still one more." Lin Qingye's gaze remained unwavering as she wielded the blade with lightning speed, unhesitatingly carving a shocking skull pattern into the palm of the man's other hand.
Agonizing pain surged through him, and he seemed to descend into madness, his eyes gleaming with frenzied light, as if he had forgotten life and death, intent only on dragging Lin Qingye down with him. The moment she drew closer, he lunged at her like a feral beast, baring his teeth and lunging forward with a headlong charge. Lin Qingye reacted with remarkable swiftness, her body deftly leaning back as she executed a precise side kick, successfully intercepting his reckless assault. Following this, she unleashed the full force of her other leg, driving his head violently into the ground. A dull thud resounded, contorting his face in agony as he let out a series of heart-wrenching shrieks. The relentless cries pierced the air, amplifying the fury that surged within Lin Qingye, her eyes darkening with a cold and ruthless glint. She then withdrew the blade, slicing through the 5 fingers of his right hand as easily as chopping meat, shoving them into his mouth, and disdainfully wiping the blade on the clean part of his clothing. Finally, Lin Qingye stood up slowly, gazing down at the pitiful figure writhing on the ground, or rather, at this creation that satisfied her, her eyes gleaming with a trace of satisfaction. Those who dared to touch her would meet their demise. A faint smile graced Lin Qingye's lips, her demeanor no longer the frenzied fury of moments before, as her cold, lifeless gaze fell upon Han Mu, who had been overlooked until now. As their eyes met, Han Mu shuddered violently, fear enveloping him like a vice, as though his breath had been suddenly constricted, leaving him to await his fate in silence. Han Xiao, you are well aware of this man's identity.
Today, if I were to eliminate him, it would serve as a means of ridding the world of a menace. You wouldn't object, would you?
A smile danced upon her lips, the bloodlust from earlier seemingly vanished.
He was hardly a virtuous soul, his death was inconsequential. As for Han Mu, yes, if Miss Lin finds it satisfying, then by all means, kill him.
Han Mu seized upon her words as if they were a lifeline.
Yes, it was that man who had harmed Lin Qingye. He himself had not lifted a finger. If Lin Qingye killed him in retribution, she would have no reason to target him, right? His position afforded him a measure of safety. The man, who had initially adhered to the code of his profession, steadfastly refusing to divulge any information, now felt his resolve crumble upon hearing Han Mu's words.
His eyes, now tinged with fury, bore into him as if stained with blood. After a significant struggle, he expelled the remnants from his mouth, desperately pleading with Lin Qingye. Miss Lin, it was him. He was the one who instigated me. Alas, his injuries rendered him incapable of articulating a coherent sentence. Upon hearing this, Han Mu panicked, vowing not to be dragged into this mess at such a critical juncture. His gaze towards the man was laced with malice, wishing fervently that Lin Qingye would eliminate him to silence his mouth. Lin Qingye, observing this, smiled even more deeply, feigning hesitation as she spoke. Oh well, having come this far, it seems sufficient to spare him a dog's life. Han Mu was about to utter something further when Lin Qingye abruptly approached him, her slender fingers concealing an immense power as she grasped his chin and forced a melting substance into his mouth. Han Mu gagged violently, but nothing emerged.
What have you made me consume?
Panic and dread surged within him. Just a slow-acting poison, only I possess the antidote, Lin Qingye replied nonchalantly, sending him into a near-fatal panic.
You dare to poison me?
Han Mu could hardly believe it, feeling as though he had stepped closer to the clutches of death.
Calm down.
I merely wish for you to tidy up this mess, Lin Qingye indicated towards the man on the ground. If you wish to survive, ensure no one discovers I was responsible. Han Mu grasped her intent, relief flooding through him as he understood she required him to handle the situation, to extricate her from any repercussions. This was manageable. Very well, I promise not to divulge a single word about today's events. Once it's resolved, you will provide me with the antidote.
Agreed.
Lin Qingye replied coolly, her gaze sharp and mocking as she turned to leave. Let the dogs of war fight amongst themselves. By sparing that man's life at a critical juncture, she would incite his hatred towards Han Mu. Han Mu could not die here. That would lead to complications. Yet, Lin Qingye did not wish for him to have an easy time either. Although the man was grievously wounded, if he fought desperately, he could still inflict harm on Han Mu. Han Mu would undoubtedly strive to eliminate him, cleaning up the mess. None of it could be traced back to her. Once Han Mu exited this place, still burdened by her poison, he would be at her mercy. She would ensure he tasted the bitterness of disgrace. Chapter 84. Let them bite each other like dogs. Regrettably, Lin Qingye's movements were swifter, as rapid as a tempest, catching everyone off guard. With one foot firmly planted on her opponent's shoulder, she exerted pressure upon him as if a mountain were crushing an egg, rendering him utterly subdued. Subsequently, Lin Qingye leaned down, gripping the hilt of the blade embedded in her foe's abdomen with unwavering determination. Her gaze was bloodthirsty and merciless, devoid of any semblance of compassion. With a brutal twist, she wrenched the dagger, as though she aimed to pulverize his innards.
Ah!
The man emitted a harrowing scream that reverberated throughout the area. His body convulsed uncontrollably, initially thrashing violently, yet Lin Qingye's strength was overwhelming, leaving him incapable of moving even an inch. In the blink of an eye, his chest was a gruesome mess, blood splattering and staining his garments. Then, with a sudden, forceful yank, Lin Qingye withdrew the blade, without a hint of hesitation, splattering droplets of blood onto herself, enhancing the already terrifying ferocity of her countenance, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty Azura.
That hand just now belonged to my third brother,
Her voice, cold as a specter, instilled a chilling dread that seemed to cleave his very soul in two. With that, she shifted her stance, pressing down on his arm, and thrust the blade brutally into his palm, embedding it firmly into the earth. The graphic scene sent shivers through Han Mu, causing him to recoil in horror, overwhelmed by a bone-chilling dread that rendered him paralyzed, devoid of the courage to rush in and save the man. He yearned to flee, yet discovered his limbs weighed down, almost collapsing to the ground. All he could do was widen his eyes, staring in shock at the appalling spectacle before him, a voice echoing in his mind. Impossible, how could she, a delicate young lady, employ such barbaric methods? There's still one more. Lin Qingye did not even blink as she swiftly and decisively carved a ghastly skull pattern into the palm of the man's other hand. Pain surged through him, propelling him into a frenzied state, with a manic glint flickering in his eyes, seemingly oblivious to life and death, intent only on a deadly confrontation with Lin Qingye. The moment she drew nearer, he lunged at her like a ferocious beast, baring his teeth and charging headlong. Lin Qingye reacted with remarkable speed, her body agilely leaning back as she executed a fierce side kick, effectively blocking his reckless headlong assault. In a seamless motion, she unleashed the strength of her other leg, smashing his head forcefully into the ground. A dull thud echoed, contorting his face in agony as he emitted a series of heart-wrenching wails. The relentless cries pierced the air like a haunting melody, intensifying Lin Qingye's previously tumultuous emotions, her eyes flashing with an increasingly cold and savage light. Then, she extracted the blade and, with the ease of slicing through meat, severed the 5 fingers of his right hand, cramming them into his mouth, before disdainfully wiping the blade on a clean part of his clothing. Only then did Lin Qingye slowly rise, casting a disdainful gaze upon the pitiful, wailing figure on the ground, or rather, upon this satisfactory creation of hers, her expression finally reflecting a hint of pleasure. Those who dared to harm her were destined to perish. Lin Qingye's lips curled into a faint smile, her demeanor no longer the chaotic fury of moments before, as her calm and lifeless gaze fell upon Han Mu, whom she had previously disregarded. Upon meeting her eyes, Han Mu trembled violently, dread coursing through his veins, as if someone had suddenly seized his breath, leaving him powerless to resist, merely waiting for her to reap the consequences. Han Xiao, you surely understand this man's identity. Killing him today shall be my service to the public good. You wouldn't object, would you? A playful smile graced her lips, entirely devoid of the bloodlust she had previously displayed. He was not a virtuous being to begin with, his death was inconsequential. As for Han Mu, yes. If Miss Lin finds it gratifying, then let it be done. Han Mu clung to her words like a lifeline, his mind racing. Indeed, the man who had just assaulted Lin Changyun was this very individual. He had refrained from taking action himself. If Lin Qingye killed him to vent her frustrations, she would have no reason to target him, right? Given his status, she would undoubtedly think twice before acting against him. Therefore, he was safe. The man on the ground, once steadfast in his professional integrity, was now on the brink of collapse upon hearing Han Mu's words, his eyes blazing with fury as if stained with blood. With great effort, he spat out the evidence in his mouth, desperately pleading with Lin Qingye. Miss Lin, it was all him, he commanded me. Unfortunately, his grievous injuries rendered him too weak to form a coherent sentence. Upon hearing this, Han Mu panicked. He could not afford to be dragged down at this critical moment. His gaze towards the man was filled with malice, fervently wishing Lin Qingye would eliminate him to silence him. Observing the situation, Lin Qingye's smile deepened, feigning hesitation as she stated, well, we've gone this far, it's time to spare him a dog's life. Han Mu opened his mouth to protest, only to find Lin Qingye suddenly in front of him, her slender fingers concealing an unfathomable strength as she grasped his chin and forced a melting substance into his mouth. Han Mu gagged immediately, yet nothing emerged. What have you made me consume? Panic and dread surged within him. A slow-acting poison, for which only I possess the antidote, Lin Qingye replied nonchalantly, instilling a profound terror within him. You dare to poison me? Han Mu could hardly believe it, feeling as if he had stepped one step closer to death's embrace. Do not panic. I merely wish for you to tidy up this mess. Lin Qingye gestured toward the man on the ground. If you wish to survive, do not let anyone know I was involved. Understanding her intent, Han Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. She wanted him to handle the man, to extricate her from the situation. This was not an insurmountable task. Very well, I promise not to divulge a single word about today's events. Once it's done, you will provide me with the antidote. Lin Qingye responded coolly, and as she turned to leave, her gaze was sharp and mocking. Let the dogs tear at each other. By sparing that man's life at a critical moment, she would incite his hatred towards Han Mu. Han Mu could not afford to die here, it would be too troublesome. Yet, Lin Qingye also wished to make his life difficult. Though the man was grievously injured, if he fought for his life, he could still inflict pain upon Han Mu. Han Mu would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him and clean up the mess. No blame could be cast upon her. Once Han Mu exited this place, still burdened with her poison, he would become her puppet to play with at will. She would ensure he experienced the bitter taste of disgrace. Chapter 85 Blood and Carnage, a scene of desolation indeed, as Lin Qingye's figure vanished completely from their sight, Han Mu immediately fixed his gaze upon that individual, unabashedly unleashing a potent aura of murderous intent. At this moment, the timid and cowardly glimmer in his eyes was replaced by a steely ruthlessness, since that person was now rendered crippled and useless. Silencing him seemed the most prudent course of action. Regrettably, Han Mu found himself devoid of any sharp weaponry, with only a harmless paintball gun at his disposal. However, after a moment's contemplation, he resolved that, given the man's grave injuries and inability to resist, he might as well seize the opportunity to claim his life while he was vulnerable. Thus, he resolutely advanced towards the man, reaching out to extract the blade that Lin Qingye had previously thrust into his flesh. With grim determination, Han Mu gripped the weapon, aiming for the man's heart, prepared to plunge it deep and extinguish his life completely. Yet, how could that man allow him to succeed so easily? Han Mu was no Lin Qingye. The man was acutely aware of his own capabilities and was determined to take Han Mu down with him, even at the cost of his own life. In that fleeting moment, the razor-sharp blade had already pierced the man's skin. Just as it seemed poised to fully penetrate his heart, he summoned every last ounce of strength to shift his body slightly, then lunged forward like a volcano erupting. This unforeseen turn of events left Han Mu in utter shock. In an instant, the blade he wielded lost its precision, nearly puncturing the man's chest. Not only that, but Han Mu, lacking the strength to withstand such a formidable impact, was unceremoniously knocked to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the man swiftly mounted Han Mu, unleashing a flurry of battered fists upon Han Mu's handsome visage. Each blow was imbued with lethal force, as if intent on sending Han Mu to his grave. Seemingly dissatisfied with the power of his punches, he resorted to his elbows, mercilessly striking Han Mu until blood flowed freely. The scene shifted to Lin Qingye, where Gu Qian and Lu Xing arrived post-haste, immediately discovering the gravely injured Lin Qingye and Amin, their hearts ablaze with fury.
Qingye, Amin. How dare that wretched Han Mu? Yet, they recognized that this was not the time for reckoning. With urgency, they signaled to those outside and prepared to transport the two for medical attention. Jiang Yuli's brow furrowed deeply, his dark eyes shrouded in a chilling frost, as he unhesitatingly instructed Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin, upon exiting, promptly inform the family and expedite the arrival of the finest medical team from Kyoto to ensure his leg is preserved. Given their standing, it would suffice. He could faintly surmise that with such a catastrophic incident occurring and Lin Qingye absent from Lin Qingye's side, it was highly likely he was at the heart of the calamity. He needed to investigate. Understood. Gu Qian and Ji Yunjin recognized the gravity of the situation and sprang into action. Zhang Xiao, I will accompany you. We still have 3 young ladies unaccounted for in the woods. We cannot allow them to fall into peril. Lu Xing approached Jiang Youli, having split from Yu Zhao, determined to address the day's events thoroughly. Indeed, Jiang Youli nodded, offering no further words.
Thus, the two commenced their search for the others within the thicket. Once Yu Zhao exited, he commanded his subordinates to cordon off the area, ensuring no one could leave, while also dispatching individuals to clear the aftermath from the woods. In the forest, a cool breeze rustled through the branches, creating a sound akin to whispers, as if countless unseen phantoms writhed in the shadows, casting an eerie chill that sent shivers down one's spine. The air was thick with a nauseating metallic stench, palpable enough to feel the aura of death lingering around them. Liu Xing's expression grew increasingly grave. He could scarcely fathom how a simple entertainment match had devolved into such chaos. Before long, Jiang Youli and Lu Xing stumbled upon the brutal struggle between Han Mu and the other man, the scene utterly shocking. Liu Xing's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. Just then, Han Mu, fueled by desperation, seized the opportunity to retaliate, snatching the blade and slicing through the man's throat, before collapsing to the ground in a state of relief, oblivious to their arrival. Blood and carnage lay strewn about, a harrowing sight. Liu Xing stood frozen, having never witnessed such grisly brutality. Recalling Lin Qingye's injuries, he felt an overwhelming rage towards Han Mu, whose audacity and malice knew no bounds. Not only had he harmed others, but he was now brazenly committing murder in broad daylight. In an instant, his fury threatened to eclipse all reason, and he disregarded his own fear, yearning to charge forth and eliminate the monster before him. In stark contrast, Jiang Youli remained remarkably composed, a hint of confusion gracing his features. How could Lin Qingye be absent, or had he departed prematurely? Otherwise, if these two were indeed allies, how could such a sudden rift occur? After what felt like an eternity, Han Mu finally registered their presence. If he had previously felt a flicker of relief at surviving, now only despair filled his heart, as if his very lifeblood had been siphoned away, leaving him an empty shell. It was over. Having been witnessed by the young masters from Lini and Kyoto during the act of murder, he saw no hope for survival. Did he dare eliminate them to keep his secret? No, he lacked both the courage and the strength. His exposure meant that those behind him would be highly unlikely to risk offending Jiang Xiao to protect him. What was he to do? Han Mu, you beast! Lu Xing could no longer suppress the torrent of rage within him. Disregarding Han Mu's current state, he charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him sprawling. Ah! Han Mu rolled twice on the ground, emitting a beastly growl before mustering the effort to half-rise, glaring into Lu Xing's eyes, a tumult of anger and resentment swirling within him. Yet, recognizing his own culpability, he dared not sound too aggressive. I did not strike Lin Qingye. I never laid a hand on him. The true culprit has already been slain by my hand. Lu Xing was incredulous. I mean, just stated that it was your command.
The deceased acted upon your orders. Do you think you can shift the blame?
Before Han Mu could respond, Lu Xing scoffed, continuing, it is evident you silenced him to cover your tracks.
Any further discussion can wait for the police station.
With swift decisiveness, Lu Xing broke Han Mu's arm before pushing him away, offering a respectful yet sincere remark to Jiang Youli as he passed. Jiang Xiao, I entrust you with the search for the 3 young ladies.
There was no way they could allow Han Mu to escape. The body on the ground would be dealt with later.
Indeed, Jiang Youli nodded, his gaze deep and inscrutable, betraying no emotion. Chapter 86. The reckoning is for Lin Qingye. She was in no hurry to depart. Instead, she meticulously sought out another solitary henchman by Han Mu's side. She had yet to unleash her pent-up frustration. As the saying goes, a good deed should be followed through to the end. A Buddha should be escorted to the west. His good companion, if all went according to plan, had already departed this world in peace, so why not allow her to facilitate their reunion? He was dragging his battered body, limping toward the edge of the woods, and just as a glimmer of hope appeared on his face, he was startled by the sudden emergence of Lin Qingye. He was still somewhat alert. At the sound of the grappling hook, he instinctively recoiled, assuming a defensive stance. Ah, what's this? You seem worse for wear. It saves me the effort, Lin Qingye remarked, gracefully landing from her acrobatic maneuver. She had initially intended to deliver a swift assassination, but she hadn't anticipated his quick reflexes. Recognizing her, he secretly exhaled in relief, yet given her recent display of skill, he dared not underestimate her.
Miss Lin, what brings you here? Could it be that she was here to eliminate him?
Yet, she bore no weapon in hand. Naturally, I am here to escort you to the realm of the dead, Lin Qingye replied, a cold, bloodthirsty glint in her eyes, as if gazing upon a corpse. The man swallowed hard, feeling an uncontainable dread as the sensation of death crept ever closer, his internal alarms blaring. Quietly, he slipped his hand into his pocket, searching for a concealed weapon, while contemplating whether to strike down this girl before him. Lin Qingye keenly sensed his movements but chose to reveal little of her emotions, allowing a slight smirk to grace her lips, her tone icy.
Considering you have refrained from excessive violence, I might grant you a swifter demise.
No sooner had she spoken than the grappling hook in her hand shot forth like lightning, ensnaring the man's neck with precision.
With a gentle pull, a deep crimson line appeared around his throat, blood trickling down his skin. Mississippi.
Spare my life. The man, having yet to unleash his hidden weapon, found himself grasped by Lin Qingye at the very brink of death, his mind consumed by a singular thought.
Begging for mercy.
Such a pity, my mood is rather foul today, and you brought this upon yourselves. In the land of Z, she had no desire to unleash a bloodbath, yet this group persistently sought their own doom. With that thought, Lin Qingye no longer hesitated, yanking the hook fiercely and ending his life. As she observed the slowly collapsing body, her eyes betrayed no emotion. She then turned to leave, reflecting on her arrangements, realizing they were insufficient, allowing Sangu to sustain injuries under her watch. It was her fault. Blood splattered upon her, necessitating a thorough cleansing. Jiang Youli, alas, was a step too late. By the time he arrived, only a cold corpse remained in sight. If all went as expected, she had been the one to enact this deed. Her methods were ruthless, and she bore a grudge to the grave. His curiosity grew. What manner of identity could possibly align with her temperament? Was her return to the Lin family truly a simple matter of familial recognition? Jiang Youli briefly examined the body before departing, intent on locating the remaining 2 girls and ensuring their safe exit. At that moment, the atmosphere within the entertainment venue grew exceedingly oppressive. All gazes fell upon Jiang Youli, the last to emerge, as if he were their anchor, and they immediately surrounded him, exclaiming, "Young Master Jiang." After all, he held the highest power and stature here. Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin accompanied Lin Qingye to the hospital, while Yu Zhao and Lu Xing remained to oversee matters. The 2 of them were on par with Han Mu, lacking the authority to address him. They refrained from taking him to the hospital, not wanting to grant him such an easy escape. Neither did they wish to deliver him to the police, fearing that the officers of Lini City might not be able to manage him, ultimately allowing him to slip through their fingers.
Should Jiang Youli choose to intervene, a private resolution would be most favorable. Have the Lin family been notified?
Jiang Youli scanned the room, his voice low and imbued with a subtle comforting authority. They have been informed, as have the Han family.
We are merely awaiting their arrival.
Today's events could not possibly end amicably. Aside from Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, whose emotions were somewhat stabilized, the others were, to varying degrees, shaken, particularly those led by Han Mu, who never anticipated such a turn of events. They were victims of an unforeseen calamity. Should both families pursue this matter, the consequences would be dire. They could very well find themselves scapegoated.
By the way, young Master Jiang, where is Miss Lin? Why didn't she return with you?
Yu Zhao inquired suddenly. Lin Qingye was a cherished member of the Lin family, and it was imperative that nothing further transpired at this juncture. But Jiang Youli pondered how to deflect the inquiry when Lin Qingye's gentle voice resonated from a distance.
I'm right here.
Upon her appearance, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group. At that moment, she had changed into a clean outfit, aware that inquiries would undoubtedly arise, thus she preemptively spoke. I was eliminated long ago, so I left the woods and changed out of my dirty clothes.
Ah, I see.
About Changyun, Yu Zhao hesitated, uncertain how to broach the subject, fearing it might alarm Lin Qingye and incite panic. I am already aware, Lin Qingye replied calmly, exhibiting no desire to dramatize the situation. She had learned of Jiang Youli's arrangements for Gu Qianan and the others to care for San Gu and summon a medical team, which assuaged her concerns. She silently noted his kindness.
Their gazes inadvertently met, as if in that fleeting moment, their souls connected, understanding one another's intentions. Observing Lin Qingye's composure, the others were taken aback.
Ah, fret not, your elder brother and father will arrive shortly, and we shall all seek justice for Changyun. Very well, Lin Qingye murmured, her eyes cast down in silence. She would not entirely entrust this matter to others. The moment she obtained a communication device outside the woods, she contacted her own people. Should the outcome of today's events prove unsatisfactory, she would convey her message in her own manner. The Lin family were not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, those present, realizing they could not leave, began to make calls, summoning family elders to take charge. Although they had initially declared they would bear the consequences, the situation had escalated to a familial level. The possibility of becoming lifelong adversaries loomed large. Chapter 87. The Han family representative. The Lin family members were the first to arrive. Lin Yuan and Lin Ichuan hurriedly alighted from their vehicle, making a beeline for Lin Qingye.
Is Nini, little sister, all right?
I'm fine, Lin Qingye replied obediently, shaking her head. It's third brother who has suffered injustice. However, she had already avenged him. On Qingyun's side, your mother has gone over to keep him company.
Your elder brother and I will certainly manage this matter today, Lin Yuan stated. Despite his outwardly refined demeanor, he emanated an air of unassailable authority. His gaze was profound and piercing, as if capable of discerning all truths. He was rigorous and reserved, resolute and decisive, yet at this moment, his expression was predominantly one of ire and severity. As a father, he felt compelled to seek justice for his beloved son and daughter, who had been wronged here. Lin Ichuan exuded an even more terrifying aura, giving the impression that he was ready to engage in a brawl at the slightest provocation. Having just dismantled the Zhou family, he was astonished that trouble had already come knocking at the Lin family's door again. Tranquility seemed a distant luxury. Their arrival intensified the oppressive atmosphere. The elders from the other families had yet to arrive, especially the members of the Han family, so Lin Yuan refrained from directing his ire towards the younger generation, choosing instead to remain silently by Lin Qingye's side while gathering information from Yu Zhao about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Han Mu had merely received a superficial bandaging for his wounds, without even being sent to the hospital. He was seething internally, yet dared not express his frustration. He understood that should today's incident escalate, without a viable escape plan, he would be relegated to the status of a discarded pawn by the Han family. Had it only been a matter of breaking Lin Qingyun's leg, it could have been easily resolved, as those behind him had tacitly approved of it. Dealing with a family like the Lins was not particularly troublesome given their lack of foundation. However, the predicament now lay in the fact that he had personally killed the reinforcements sent by those backing him, and this act had been witnessed by individuals from both Kyoto and Lini City, rendering the situation exceedingly precarious. It was entirely possible that he would face severe repercussions. Moreover, there was the poison Lin Qingye had inflicted upon him, her enigmatic skills, and her undisclosed identity. Each of these factors combined weighed heavily upon him, threatening to crush him entirely. Han Shuyi stood by his side, scarcely daring to breathe, utterly unprepared for the situation to escalate to such a degree. She too bore injuries and felt pain, yet refrained from voicing her discomfort. The anxious crowd awaited the arrival of the Han family members. However, it seemed that the newcomers were not from the Han family at all, but rather individuals of considerable stature, accompanied by a sizable entourage that swiftly surrounded the area, resembling a force come to demand retribution. This further instilled fear and trepidation among the already restless young masters and mistresses present. The individuals stationed outside were menacing, each exuding an aura akin to that of the two initial figures Han Mu had brought, perhaps even more terrifying.
It was likely that these were enforcers trained by some underworld leader. Apart from Han Mu, Han Shuyi, and the two deceased, the remaining 6 individuals of their group could no longer contain their anxiety. Calamity was imminent, and they no longer cared about Han Mu's identity. Han Mu, didn't you say upon your arrival that we would only need to befriend those from Kyoto and wouldn't engage in any extraneous matters? What is the situation now? Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Indeed, those 2 you called over later, didn't you claim they were your friends, young masters from other illustrious families? Why then did you suddenly resort to such violence against them? It was unfathomable to them that their usual companions, with whom they shared meals and leisure, could turn into murderers. This realization sent chills down their spines. True, it may be one thing to act against the young master of the Lin family, but why resort to murder? Now we all risk being implicated because of you. None of us are fools. It is clear those individuals are not ordinary people. What are they truly here for? Why do they bear the Han family's banner? Why aren't you addressing this? Are you afraid? What ulterior motives do you bring here today? Are you using us? Their indignation grew with each accusation. They had already suffered humiliation at the hands of the Lini City Group during the competition, and to their dismay, they found that not only could they not count on Han Mu to help them regain their dignity, but they were also facing this unwarranted calamity. Although their family backgrounds were somewhat inferior to Han Mu's, they hailed from upper-class families and could easily unite against the Han family without trepidation. Thus, Han Mu and Han Shuyi found themselves isolated and forsaken. Han Mu's countenance was grim throughout, devoid of any inclination to engage with the incessant chatter around him. Instead, he anxiously focused on the group proclaiming to be representatives of the Han family as they approached. He was hesitant to approach them, uncertain whether they were there to rescue him or to. In the meantime, the group had already reached Lin Yuan and his son. The leading middle-aged man exuded a sharp and fierce aura, radiating a sense of danger, his demeanor haughty as he began to interrogate. I have heard that you have detained young Master Han. He is gravely injured, and regardless of any animosities, he should be taken to the hospital for treatment before any further actions are considered. If he were to succumb to his injuries, which one of you present could bear the responsibility for that? There was an unmistakable air of intimidation in his words. Upon hearing the phrase succumb to his injuries, Han Mu's face darkened further, though he breathed a sigh of relief, confident that the other party was indeed there to rescue him. Slowly, he rose to his feet, dragging his battered body step by step toward them. Han Shuyi hurried to follow suit. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, their frustration palpable yet unable to act. Ideally, they wished to remain mere spectators in this drama. Lin Yuan chuckled nonchalantly, unfazed by the other party's imposing presence, even managing to exude a subtly superior demeanor. How do you know that I cannot bear this responsibility? Beside him, Lin Yuan scoffed. Is it acceptable for my brother to endure this injustice while you believe he should suffer alone? Or do you intend to shield a murderer? The leader of the group was clearly taken aback by their sharp retorts and assertive stance, having not anticipated such defiance from them. Even if they were unfamiliar with him, one would expect them to harbor some caution towards the Han family. This left him somewhat bewildered, as he was not the true decision-maker and thus needed to adopt a more subdued approach to fulfill the directives of his superiors. Of course not. The matter has yet to be fully investigated. My only concern is for young Master Han's safety, the man replied, a forced smile masking his unease, his tone lacking the earlier arrogance. Lin Yuan seized upon the key point in his statement, noting that he referred to Han as young master, with a tone detached enough to suggest he was not truly from the Han family, prompting his expression to darken further. Then who are you, and by what authority do you presume to act on behalf of the Han family in this matter? My Lin family is not to be trifled with by just anyone. His words were blunt and unyielding. Chapter 88 Wiling Group. At this, the man raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride gleaming in his gaze. I am Gao Wan, the general manager of Wiling Group, entrusted by the Han family to handle matters concerning young Master Han. The mere mention of Wiling Group caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. This was no mere small-scale business entity, it was a multinational corporation, jointly funded and operated by several elite families in Country Z, aside from the 4 prominent clans, yet it operated under exceedingly unique circumstances. Unlike typical businesses or conglomerates, Wiling Group possessed privileges that rendered it entirely independent of the legal framework of Country Z, its ventures extending into realms that could not be openly discussed. For instance, the individuals outside were private soldiers cultivated by Wiling Group, the kind no one dared to confront, and within their sphere, there was no business deemed too risky. In essence, they navigated the shadowy realms straddling both legality and illegality, embodying a neutral force. Domestically, their stature and prestige could not be compared to the 4 great families, yet abroad, Wiling Group thrived spectacularly. Their influence extended beyond domestic aristocracy, entangled with numerous foreign powers, the most authoritative among them being the Mukalanti family. The inclusion of the Mukalanti family further elevated the standing of Wiling Group, which explained the audacious demeanor of this individual from the outset. Lin Yuan and Lin Qingye furrowed their brows, nearly forgetting that the Han family was also an investor in Wiling Group, capable of persuading the conglomerate to address their predicament, or rather, it was possible that Han Mu's actions were indeed sanctioned by the group. This made the situation considerably more complex. After all, the methods of Wiling Group were not something Lin Yuan dared to contemplate. Perhaps, it was time to return to Kyoto and leverage the influence of the four great families to counter them. Noticing the shock and apprehension reflected in their expressions, Gao Wen felt a surge of satisfaction, his smile deepening. He had always maintained that no one could afford to disregard Wiling Group. Only Jiang Youli and Lin Qingye retained their composure throughout the encounter. At that moment, the families of other young masters and ladies rushed in, their initially tense demeanor morphing into sheer panic upon hearing this self-introduction. Wasn't this merely a minor dispute among the younger generation? The most serious concern conveyed during the phone call was merely the conflict between the Lin and Han families. Now, how had it escalated to involve Wiling Group? Behind the group loomed countless powerful forces who would dare confront them head-on. In the blink of an eye, families from both Lini City and Han Mu's side had made their choice. Even if they bore grievances, they could only swallow them down. The affairs between the Lin and Han families were not theirs to meddle in. Remaining an outsider was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Therefore, Mr. Lin, are you willing to accept my representation of the Han family in negotiations? Gao Wen inquired, disregarding the newly arrived individuals, his gaze fixed firmly on Lin Yuan. His eyes occasionally flickered towards Jiang Youli, attempting to gauge his emotions. His superiors had instructed him not to offend Jiang Shao from Kyoto. Should Jiang Youli stand up for the Lin family, he would certainly have to extend some courtesy. Lin Yuan composed himself. Do you truly believe that if I refuse, you will simply leave with your men? Of course not, Gao Wen replied sincerely. Ha! Lin Yuan scoffed, then why bother asking? If Wiling Group has intentions, you might as well state them plainly. In the current scenario, it was the Lin family that found itself in a position of disadvantage. Yu Zhao and Lu Xing yearned to rush forward and advocate for the Lin family, but their recently arrived elders saw through their intentions and forcefully restrained them. This was not a quagmire they could wade through. Moreover, since Jiang Shao had yet to speak, what was their haste? The best resolution was for the Lin family to swallow their pride and accept a loss, allowing the matter to pass. From the latest information they had gathered, it appeared that the leg of the third young master of the Lin family was not seriously injured and would heal in no time. The Han family's invocation of Wiling Group as a trump card clearly aimed to protect Han Mu. Should the Lin family persist in their stubbornness, they would undoubtedly suffer. At that moment, Han Mu approached Gao Wen, his head bowed in shame. Manager Gao. He had botched the situation. Young Master Han has endured much, Gao Wen replied with a smile that masked a flicker of malice in his eyes. A worthless individual who could not even handle such a trivial matter, yet still brought him trouble in front of his superiors. He paid no heed to Han Mu's injuries, disregarding the initial claims of needing immediate medical attention. Even if Han Mu were to perish, what concern was it of his? Gao Wen gestured for Han Mu and Han Shuyi to stand behind him, intending to address the Lin family before dealing with them. Lin Qingye glared at him. Are you still going to deny your intentions to shield him? Gao Wen laughed heartily, dismissing Lin Qingye entirely. Shield, has young Master Han committed any crime? Where does the notion of shielding arise? He has taken a life and ought to face justice. Are you referring to those two companions of his? Do you have any evidence? Jiang Shao and Lu Shao witnessed it firsthand. Oh, those are our Wiling Group personnel. You can likely deduce their background. If they are dead, so be it, we will not pursue the matter. Gao Wen waved his hand dismissively, adopting an indifferent demeanor. In truth, there was a need for accountability, but that was a matter for later. Upon returning to Wiling Group, how Han Mu would be dealt with would be beyond his purview. Lin Qingye wanted to refute but found himself at a loss for words. He knew that reporting to the police would be futile. The precinct lacked the authority and courage to address the affairs of Wiling Group. Then let us say that Han Mu instructed you to harm my son, Lin Yuan interjected. Perhaps there are underlying circumstances. We cannot solely rely on young Master Lin's account, can we? Conflicts among the youth are not uncommon, but furthermore, young Master Han is not in a much better state than young Master Lin. Why must Mr. Lin be so aggressive? Gao Wen attempted to compel Lin Yuan to retreat. What he said held some truth. Both parties had incurred losses, and facing the Han family and Wiling Group, the Lin family would find it impossible to prevail. Consequently, those who had initially been mere spectators began to urge Lin Yuan to take a step back. cautioning him against confronting Wiling Group directly, lest the entire family be put at risk and others be implicated as well. Even without mentioning Wiling Group, the conflict between the Han and Lin families was formidable enough. The Han family was not akin to the Zhou family, where the fall of one would invite the push of many. Chapter 89, forcing them to take sides. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply, acutely aware of the intricacies of the situation, but if he did not leverage the influence of his family, it would be futile to confront the Wiling Group. However, was it wise to reveal such connections so prematurely? For the sake of his son and daughter, Lin Yuan resolved to no longer endure in silence. He reached for his phone, intending to call his father, the venerable Lin Patriarch, for assistance, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Qingye. Unbeknownst to him, his daughter had quietly approached and gently tugged at his sleeve.
"What is it, Ni?"
Lin Yuan assumed she was frightened and instinctively stepped back, creating distance between her and Gao. He chastised himself internally, realizing he should have prioritized sending his daughter home. Should a conflict with the Wiling Group arise, the consequences could be dire. "I merely thought it inappropriate for so many to be gathered here. After all, this is fundamentally a matter between the Lin and Han families. We should resolve it privately, without involving innocent bystanders." Of course, there were also Ming's family, who, consumed with concern for their son's safety, had rushed to the hospital, delegating the matter to the Lin family. Lin Qingye spoke with a gentle tone, seemingly considering the well-being of everyone present. Her words resonated with the crowd, prompting nods of agreement. They were, after all, mere bystanders caught in a web of circumstances. The elders of the family, having just arrived, clung to this lifeline, eager to extricate themselves from the unfolding drama. The conflict between the Lin and Han families, and the Wiling Group, was akin to a celestial battle, threatening to engulf the insignificant players in its wake. Even the most influential families in Lini, the Yu and Lu clans, opted to remain aloof, considering their ties to the Lin family tenuous at best. The Lin family's rapid ascent had, to a significant degree, undermined the interests of the three prominent families, obstructing their paths. Thus, they had no incentive to risk their own standings in support of the Lins. Han Mu noticed Lin Qingye's sudden interjection and felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Recalling her demeanor in the Lin residence, he contemplated discreetly warning Gao to be wary of this seemingly harmless young lady. Yet, Gao appeared disinterested, preoccupied with whether to heed Lin Qingye's suggestion to disperse the others or allow them to remain and escalate the matter further. Ultimately, he chose silence, leaving the arrangements to Lin Yuan and Jiang Youli. What Gao truly sought was a favor. As the crowd displayed signs of agitation, eager to exit the scene, Lin Qingye smirked inwardly and continued, "Have you all made your decisions? Will you stay or leave?" Naturally, the consensus was to depart. All shared this thought, though they could not express it too overtly, save for Yu Zhao and Lu Xing, who were somewhat reluctant. This entertainment event was organized by them, and they were loath to simply abandon it after such an incident. It was the Han family's fault, so why should they bear the consequences? Jiang Youli's gaze fell upon Lin Qingye, pondering her intentions. Was she attempting to compel the noble families of Lini to take sides? Indeed, such moments could reveal true loyalties. If the Lin family were to return to Kyoto and reintegrate into the familial fold, it would allow for decisive judgments regarding which relationships to cultivate and which to sever. Noticing the lingering hesitation among the crowd, Jiang Youli spoke up in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, but carried an undercurrent of veiled threat. "While this is a matter for the Lin family, the Han family, and the Wiling Group, should we not, as fellow nobility of Lini, present a united front?" All eyes turned to Jiang Youli, who reclined casually in his seat, exuding an air of indifference. He claimed that this was a matter for the Lin and Han families. His aloof tone implied he had no intention of supporting the Lins. Consequently, their reluctance to assist the Lin family intensified. What did united front even mean? Why should they engage in a fierce confrontation with the Wiling Group? A minor loss of face would suffice. They could continue thriving without risking their standing. The troubles the Lin family had invited were theirs alone to bear. Lin Qingye exchanged a surprised glance with Jiang Youli. Their thoughts seemed to align, both intent on pressuring the other families of Lini to choose sides. By excluding the Jiang family, they could ascertain who would stand with the Lins based solely on their reputation. Lin Qingye understood that Jiang Youli would not shy away from the Wiling Group, and if he truly wished to disengage, he would have done so long ago. As anticipated, after Lin Qingye's remarks, the hesitation among the attendees evaporated upon hearing Jiang Youli's words. They swiftly resolved to depart, offering Lin Yuan hollow apologies before hastily exiting. Lin Yuan's countenance darkened, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure, having never expected much from these individuals. Watching them retreat, Lin Qingye's expression grew increasingly frigid. Jiang Youli raised an eyebrow, finding the outcome predictable. He intended to observe the unfolding drama, truly indifferent to the outcome, for he recognized that neither Lin Yuan nor Lin Qingye required his intervention. All he needed to do was watch quietly and stoke the flames at an opportune moment. Gao, witnessing this turn of events, wore an even broader grin, nearly soaring with delight. Look at the power of the Weiling group. Today's affairs would likely resolve favorably. The remaining attendees were all his allies, while Lin Yuan stood isolated and vulnerable, compelled to concede, and then perhaps he could negotiate a favorable outcome from young Master Jiang later. The most troubled was Lin Qingye, who remained oblivious to the Lin family's ties to Kyoto. He assumed that facing the Weiling group would not only thwart his brother's quest for justice but also severely impact the Lin family. What could he do? Anxiety consumed him, his palms slick with cold sweat.
Have you, the head of the Lin family, reached a conclusion who should offer whom an explanation in this matter?
Gao Wen, emboldened by the turn of events, spoke with unabashed assertiveness.
Are you suggesting that the Lin family owes the Han family an explanation?
Lin Yuan's fury manifested in a sardonic smile.
Indeed, since young Master Han was harmed on your territory, should you not provide us with an explanation? Gao Wen's eyes narrowed, resembling a cunning fox.
Of course, we should. Lin Qingye's voice chimed in once more, her sweet and gentle tone now imbued with an eerie edge. Aside from Jiang Youli, no one anticipated Lin Qingye's sudden interjection, leaving them momentarily stunned. Their thoughts scattered to Lin Qingye, alarmed, quickly pulled her closer. Han Mu and Han Shuyi shivered, bewildered by Lin Qingye's intentions. Surely she would not resort to threats? Chapter 90. Dana Yan Gawain cast a disapproving glance at the youthful Lin Qingye, his brow furrowed deeply due to her unexpected interruption, his expression marked by considerable displeasure.
What business does a child have interjecting while an adult speaks?
Were it not for her belonging to the Lin family, he would have readily dismissed her as well.
A child?
Lin Qingye's lips curled into a slight smirk, a burgeoning aura of menace igniting within her eyes. Yet, in the presence of family, she endeavored to suppress her ire.
I am of legal age, you know. And what of it?
Gawain scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain and impatience.
Do not disturb my conversation with your father. Perhaps we should discuss this matter together. I am capable of making decisions.
Her words stunned not only Gawain but also Lin Yuan and Lin Qingye. Lin Yuan positioned himself protectively in front of her. Nini, refrain from such antics. This situation is far more complex than you realize. Allow your father to handle it, and let your elder brother escort you home. He refrained from chastising her for her naivety, fearing that Gawain might direct his anger towards her, thus urging Lin Qingye to take her away.
Dad, I am not jesting.
I can indeed manage this. My lawyer friend is already on his way. In the face of a force like the Weiling group, leveraging the influence of the 4 prominent families in Kyoto may not be appropriate. It would be more prudent for her to take charge, as this was her domain. She should not continuously suppress her brilliance. The others were momentarily taken aback, even Jiang Youli's gaze sharpened with concentration upon her.
Her friend must be someone remarkable. Indeed, who could it be? A lawyer friend? Gawain laughed derisively, finding the Lin heiress astonishingly naïve. The Weiling group is not intimidated by lawsuits. Do you intend for your so-called friend to attack a fortified position? Especially considering that the lawyers from Lini City held little renown.
With a mere flick of his fingers, he could crush them. Please refrain from uttering such words in his presence, it would provoke his ire, Lin Qingye earnestly cautioned Gawain.
How amusing, and if he does become angry, what of it? Would he dare lay a hand on me?
Gawain found conversing with the younger generation tiresome. Their ignorance was palpable. Reminded that she had only recently been brought back into the fold and lacked understanding of many matters, he felt a slight sense of relief. He shifted his gaze to Lin Yuan.
Mr. Lin, do you intend to allow your daughter to behave in such a manner?
Lin Yuan disregarded him, focusing intently on his daughter. Nini, the attitudes of those aristocrats you just witnessed reveal that the Weiling group is not to be trifled with. Please, call your friend and tell them not to come.
Trust that your father can handle this.
My friend is not to be underestimated. They are merely from the Weihai group, and they can resolve this. Lin Qingye did not exaggerate her claims. In truth, she had never been one to boast. Lin Qingye, puzzled, remarked, "Did you not say you had no friends in Lini City? Then who is this lawyer?"
"He is a friend of mine from abroad. Our friendship is fairly deep."
Lin Qingye contemplated before adding, "I have quite a few friends overseas."
"Is that so?"
Lin Yuan noted her resolute demeanor and ceased further persuasion. If they arrived, it would be manageable. He could protect her in the end. "Since you have many friends, you should consider inviting them over for a visit when the opportunity arises." Lin Yuan mused, aware that Nini was likely relying on these friends for support during her time away from home, and the Lin family ought to express their gratitude. Of course, Lin Qingye replied, though her heart was not aligned with that sentiment. If her friends were to be brought home, there was a risk of her parents discovering their true identities and casting them out. Gawain, feeling increasingly incensed as he observed their casual exchange, noted that Jiang Youli was indeed not inclined to intervene, and thus he began to escalate his grievances.
Have you all disregarded my words entirely? Where is that so-called lawyer? Why has he yet to arrive?
Lin Qingye remained undeterred by his imposing demeanor, responding with calmness, "He will be here shortly, he is always punctual."
After a couple of minutes, a commotion outside the main entrance caught their attention.
They all turned their gazes towards the sound. A long, black luxury vehicle, seemingly a private custom brand of foreign nobility, was parked at the entrance, one never before seen in Z country. Several foreign men clad in black suits emerged from the vehicle, exuding an aura even more chilling than that of the Wiling group. One of them respectfully opened the car door, and a man, similarly attired in a bespoke black suit, descended from the luxury car with graceful strides, surrounded by admirers as if he were the center of the universe. The sunlight glinted off his golden hair, illuminating him, while his opulent attire accentuated his proud and upright stature. His skin was pale to the bone, exquisitely delicate like ivory, while his handsome features were sculpted to perfection, embodying the unique beauty of Western aristocracy. His glassy eyes radiated confidence and wisdom. Beneath a high nose, his lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of an effortless, mischievous smile, as if he held dominion over the world. Han Mu and Han Shuyi found themselves breathless in the presence of such a grand figure. Who was he? Di Gawain trembled with apprehension. Having ascended to the managerial position at the Wiling Group, he possessed a discerning eye. This foreign man was undoubtedly no ordinary character. How had the Lin heiress managed to secure such an ally? Lin Yuan and Lin Ichuan were equally astonished. Such an aristocratic individual was indeed a friend of Lin Qingye? Or rather, a lawyer. He appeared far removed from such a role. However, if that were the case, perhaps he could genuinely resolve the Wiling Group's challenges. Jiang Youli's eyes flickered with intrigue. Lin Qingye's friend had indeed surpassed his expectations. What sort of identity did she possess to enlist such a figure on her behalf? As everyone pondered, the man approached Lin Qingye, a rare warm smile gracing his face.
Fortunately, I have not kept you waiting.
His command of Z country's language was impeccable. There are those here who have been eagerly anticipating your arrival, Lin Qingye replied, her lips curling slightly as she emphasized her words.
Oh?
The man feigned surprise, a subtle sharpness glimmering in his gaze.
Is that so?
I suppose I am indeed honored. When it came to legal matters, all present usually evaded his name, and never had he heard of anyone eagerly awaiting his presence. Lin Qingye gestured toward Gawain, who stood dumbfounded at the side.
I will leave the rest to you.
Not at all, the man replied before stepping into the center, solemnly introducing himself.
Greetings, everyone.
My name is Dana Yan, and I have been entrusted by Miss Lin to handle the dispute between your Lin family and the Wiling Group. His tone was devoid of emotion, as if discussing a matter of little significance. Yet, when his piercing gaze fixed upon Gawain, it bore the intensity of a venomous serpent, capable of delivering a fatal strike at any moment. Dana Yan, the mere mention of his name detonated in the minds of those present. Aside from Lin Qingye and Jiang Youli, the rest were rendered speechless by shock. Was this the Dana Yan they had heard of, the ace of an international law firm, a graduate of the Royal Academy of Y country, who had garnered numerous top-tier awards at a remarkably young age? He had handled hundreds of cases involving various international powers, traversing both the legal and illicit realms, including the Mercalandi family. He had personally ensured that a young scion of the Mercalandi family was incarcerated in a maximum security prison. Moreover, he did not operate alone. He led an entire team of elite lawyers, effectively a force to be reckoned with, capable of imprisoning even the most formidable adversaries. In short, his reputation alone was enough to instill fear in many powerful factions. Furthermore, it was not solely his status as a top attorney, his family background was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 91. Transferring shares to third brother. At that moment, Gavin felt his legs weaken and even found it difficult to breathe. His lips moved as if to speak, yet no words emerged, rendering his attempts utterly feeble. What should he do? Confronting Dana Yan, it appeared that the Wiling Group stood little chance. If his superior were to discover that not only had he failed in his duties but also attracted the ire of such a formidable international figure, it would surely lead to a fate worse than death for him. It was utterly unimaginable that a mere Lin family could entangle itself with someone of such stature.
Are you not prepared to respond to me?
Dana's voice was deep and resonant, his gaze sharp, concealing a hint of madness and pathology, as though he could devour a person in the blink of an eye. The slight curl of his lips, ambiguous between a smirk and a sneer, sent chills down Gavin's spine. I believe today's events, while significant, could certainly be resolved through private negotiation, without resorting to legal proceedings. Despite having encountered numerous challenges and storms, Gavin could not help but cower before such a dangerous individual. Moreover, he had initially thought the same. Who could have predicted that Lin Qingye would so decisively engage a lawyer, and a top-tier one at that? Seeing Gavin's demeanor, Lin Yuan and Lin Qingye couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Qingye's friend was surprisingly reliable. The Lin family had certainly benefited from her influence.
Are you implying that my presence is superfluous? The malice in Dana Yayan's eyes intensified.
No, I absolutely did not mean that, Gavin stammered, alarmed by his words. He quickly sought an explanation, his mind racing to formulate a response. I merely feel that this matter does not require handling. The Weiling Group has no real intention of contesting with the Lin family.
Would it not be better to let it go?
Gavin cautiously observed her expression. Not receiving a reply, he continued, as for your long journey here, it would not be in vain. Since you are friends with Miss Lin, why not take this opportunity to visit the Lin family and relax?
Gavin had not forgotten their earlier conversation.
Lin Qingye had summoned Dana Yayan precisely to establish authority. She likely would not expend such effort to contend with the Weiling Group, as the cost would be too great. Thus, he believed that with a step back and a concession, the matter could be resolved without excessive difficulty.
What do you think? Dana Yayan turned to Lin Qingye.
Lin Qingye curled her lips slightly, her icy demeanor unwavering. Is that so? The Weiling Group truly has no grievances? Of course, I can guarantee that, Gavin asserted with conviction that he could temporarily represent the Weiling Group, and regarding the Han family, they probably lacked the audacity to confront Yayan. Lin Qingye shifted her tone. However, it is not the Weiling Group that lacks grievances. That statement should be made by my Lin family. Gavin's expression stiffened. She continued, Han Mu, accompanied by your Weiling Group personnel, severely injured my third brother and his friends.
Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation?
Finally, Lin Qingye delivered a weighty ultimatum. This matter is far from over. These words fell like a death knell, tightly entwining themselves around Han Mu and Han Shudi's hearts. Did this mean she intended to pursue them relentlessly, but she had already poisoned them? Was it not said that following her instructions would yield an antidote? Why then must they be brought to ruin now? Han Mu clearly understood the current predicament. The Weiling Group was wary of that lawyer, who only heeded Lin Qingye. Gavin, for the sake of the group's interests, would undoubtedly cast them aside. No, more accurately, the Han family. With a single word from Lin Qingye, their fate could be sealed.
What must we do to satisfy Miss Lin?
Gavin had resolved that today, he could not afford to offend either Dana Yayan or Lin Qingye, even if it meant incurring some cost.
Perhaps we could transfer 2% of the Han family's shares in the Weiling Group to my third brother as compensation?
Lin Qingye first fixed her gaze on Han Mu, then casually averted her eyes. Following this incident, Han Mu would inevitably be abandoned by the Weiling Group, suffer the wrath of the Han family, and endure the scorn of the masses, falling from a position of power into the mire, unable to rise again. Moreover, with the poison she had administered, she could easily eliminate him later. It would be a waste to squander such a golden opportunity on him. Furthermore, Lin Qingye was confident that Gavin would acquiesce to her demands. After all, shares in Lin Qingye's hands were effectively in the Lin family's possession, which was not inferior to the Han family. Moreover, with Lin Qingye's connections to Dana Yayan, it would actually be more advantageous for the Weiling Group. As for the Han family's lack of standing, even if they disagreed, the major shareholders behind the Weiling Group would exert every effort to compel their consent, whether it was a threat or compensation. That was a matter for their internal executives. Indeed, after contemplating the pros and cons, Gavin addressed Lin Qingye. Miss Lin, please hold on. I must first consult with the chairman regarding this matter. He was utterly astonished, never expecting Lin Qingye to propose such a request, one that was mutually beneficial and impossible to refuse.
Lin
Qingye responded with indifference. Han Mu felt as though he were about to collapse, for 2% of the shares meant a substantial loss. After all, the Han family only held 5% in total. This was akin to draining the Han family's blood and carving into their flesh. How could the Weiling Group possibly acquiesce to such an outrageous demand? Lin Yuan and Lin Qingye were still reeling from the shock, gazing at Lin Qingye's silhouette, finding her both unfamiliar and powerful, as if she possessed an innate ability to command the room. Even Dana seemed to fade into the background. They realized they had never truly understood her and had underestimated her from the outset. No, it was not merely underestimation, they had regarded her as a typical girl in need of protection from her parents and brothers. Little did they know, she was the one safeguarding them, wholeheartedly considering the interests of the Lin family. Nini, Lin Yuan's husky voice turned hoarse, wanting to converse with her but finding himself at a loss for words. Lin Qingye gently patted her father's and brother's arms in a gesture of reassurance. Rest assured, I will reclaim my third brother's grievances with interest. As for everything else, we shall discuss it at home.
All right.
Seeing that his involvement was no longer required, Dana Yayan took a seat on a nearby viewing chair, exuding elegance in every movement. His gaze lingered on Jiang Youli for quite some time, a unique glimmer flashing in his glassy eyes. Although he seemed unfamiliar, there was a sense of recognition. Few individuals left a lasting impression on him, yet he had no knowledge of their background, categorizing them all as potential threats. Lin Qingye certainly fell into that category. Despite their friendship, he remained unaware of her full capabilities. Now, it appeared a new player had emerged, one who seemed far from simple. He could not discern whether this individual was an ally or adversary of Lin Qingye. Chapter 92, a complimentary meal. Jiang Youli noticed the scrutiny directed at him but made no response, instead graciously allowing the gaze to linger. His greater concern lay with Lin Qingye, admiring her cunning and curious about her true identity. What sort of standing must one possess to have someone like Dana Yan willingly at her service? Yao Wen soon returned from his phone call, and as Lin Qingye had anticipated, the upper echelons of Wiling Group acquiesced to her demands. Now it was Han Mu and Han Shuyi who trembled in fear, for the ramifications of this incident had cost the Han family a significant fortune. Surely, they would not be summarily dismissed? They wished to plead for forgiveness from Lin Qingye, but she was in no mood to entertain them. Yao Wen was equally unwilling to let them bypass him to speak with her, swiftly gesturing to his subordinates, "Take young Master Han and Miss Han home." In truth, he was eager to vacate the premises himself. Yao Wen had long shed his initial arrogance, almost bowing to Dana Yan and Lin Qingye. "Miss Lin, are you satisfied with this resolution?" "Not quite enough." Yao Wen's heart sank. Not enough. He believed the compensation offered was already extraordinary, 2% of Wiling Group's shares, a fortune that most would scarcely dare to dream of. Even a colossal entity like the Mukalandi family possessed only 10%. You, Wiling Group, must promptly announce this outcome to the public, and the Han family should issue a statement admitting Han Mu's transgressions and apologizing to my third brother and the Lin family. That is certainly feasible. Yao Wen hesitated momentarily before conceding. Moreover, since the Han family has compensated my third brother, the other victim, Ming, should not be overlooked. Lin Qingye mentioned, recalling how Ming had protected her brother. That too is manageable. Yao Wen silently exhaled in relief. Fortunately, she had not made any particularly burdensome demands. Well, I expect to see results promptly. You will be satisfied, Miss Lin. At last, Yao Wen was able to escape this harrowing scenario, hastening back to report to his superior. The atmosphere lightened considerably. Seeing that the matter had concluded and there was no further need for his presence, Jiang Youli rose to bid farewell to the Lin family trio. "I am immensely grateful to you, young Master Jiang, for your assistance with Cheng Yun." "I will," Lin Yuan began, but was interrupted by Jiang Youli. "Uncle Lin, it was my duty, there is no need for such formality." "You young man," Lin Yuan refrained from saying more. "In any case, I shall remember this kindness. Do visit our home often, and bring Gu Xiao and Ji Xiao along." "Certainly." Jiang Youli acquiesced, as it would be fitting for them to maintain close ties once the Lin family merged with the main branch in Kyoto. "Each one, see young Master Jiang off." Lin Yuan did not allow Lin Qingye to accompany him, as there was still a distinguished guest present, Dana Yan. "All right." While they conversed, Lin Qingye engaged in dialogue with Dana Yan as well. She approached him directly and sat, her tone teasing, well, it seems your connections are quite effective." Propping his head on his left hand, he replied nonchalantly, "You're indulging in a bit of Versailles again. When it comes to connections, I cannot possibly compare to you. You request my assistance with a mere phone call, yet should I wish to enlist your help, I would have to queue and pay. Then next time, I shall treat you." Lin Qingye smirked. "Very well, I shall remember that." He observed Jiang Youli's departing figure and shifted the subject. "The gentleman who just left is rather impressive." "Who is he?" "Oh, is there someone you are unaware of?" Lin Qingye raised an eyebrow, having assumed he was well acquainted with Jiang Youli's clandestine identity. "And so?" He sought clarification. "Well, he is my fiancé." Dana's expression visibly stiffened, his striking eyes brimming with astonishment, his previously handsome countenance taking on an almost comical aspect. "Are you joking?" He was known for his composure and strategic mind, yet it had been a long time since he had lost his poise in such a manner. "Do you find it amusing?" "Darling, it is not amusing in the slightest." He regained his composure, looking at her steadily. "However, it is indeed intriguing. Pray tell, what is the story behind this?" If the man's identity aligned with his suspicions and he was indeed Lin Qingye's fiancé, the underground world would surely be set ablaze. "Curious for gossip? That comes at a price." Dana Yan replied, "I just assisted you. Business is business." Lin Qingye made it clear that she was not inclined to share this particular piece of gossip at the moment.
Very well, then I shall take my leave.
He chose not to pry further.
Wait, upon your return, could you look into why Weiling Group dispatched Han Mu and what their intentions were concerning my third brother? If today's events were a mere coincidence, that would be one thing.
But if they had deliberately targeted the Lin family, she would have to contemplate a counterstrike against Weiling Group. Although she could assign someone to investigate, his information was bound to be swifter, and why not utilize his resources?
Dana Yan remarked. I am a lawyer, not a hacker.
Lin Qingye replied earnestly, I am aware.
Then why do you insist?
You have so many personnel at your disposal, must you employ me?
They are no match for your capabilities. Are you really going to tell me you are inferior to them?
Lin Qingye smiled innocently at him.
What's in it for me? What's in it for you?
Lin Qingye paused. Nothing, I have already promised to provide you with complimentary service.
For today's matter, it is only reasonable that you assist me in wrapping things up, is it not?
He was exasperated yet amused, helplessly conceding, Very well, I cannot argue with you.
Indeed, he had come out ahead.
Merely showing up today, doing nothing, had earned him a favor from her, a most advantageous deal.
Take care, I shan't see you off. Lin Qingye waves. Dana's lips twitched slightly. Why not even a word of persuasion? Are you truly not inviting me to your home as a guest?
He was genuinely curious about the family that could inspire Lin Qingye to temper her brilliance and shelter herself among them.
What was the warmth of a true home like? Do you genuinely wish to go?
Perhaps it is best to leave it be, see you later. He had merely mentioned it casually, fearing that uncovering too many of her secrets might lead to his own demise. Then, just as he had arrived, he departed with a throng of followers, leaving in grand style. Lin Yuan was uncertain whether Lin Qingye would wish to share details about her past friends or private matters with him. Thus, when he observed her conversing with Dana Yan, he refrained from interrupting. He remained wary of individuals like him. Moreover, he trusted that any pertinent information his daughter wished to disclose, she would do so of her own accord. At that moment, Lin Yichuan had also returned. Lin Qingye promptly rose. Father, elder brother, let us hurry to see third brother.
Very well.
The father and son nodded, refraining from further discussion. Chapter 93. The favor of Sister Jiang. The First People's Hospital of Lini City was permeated with a heavy scent of disinfectant, an inexplicable aura of unease settling in the air, instantly igniting a surge of anxiety and worry within. They made their way to the front of the operating room. The light outside the operating room appeared somewhat pallid, the walls painted in subtle hues, attempting to cultivate a serene atmosphere, yet it only accentuated the silence and emptiness. Time here seemed to stand still, each second stretching into eternity. Lin Chengyun was still inside the operating room, while Gu Qianan, Ji Yinjin, and Li Wanang lingered outside, occasionally casting anxious glances within. Wife, mother, the three first approached Li Wanang before greeting Gu Qianan and Ji Yinjin. Li Wantong's complexion bore signs of fatigue. She was the first to embrace Lin Qingye, a wave of dread washing over her voice trembling. Thank goodness, you're unharmed, mother. I'm fine. You exhausted. Why don't you go rest with father? I'll stay here with my elder brother, Lin Qingye suggested with a reassuring glance towards Lin Yuan, signaling him to escort Li Wanang away. The surgery would take quite a while, and if she continued to worry excessively, her health would surely suffer. Yes, father, mother, you can leave this to me and my sister, Lin Yichuan chimed in. All right, I'll sit outside for a while, Li Wanang acquiesced, not one to appear overly fragile. With both her son and daughter saying so, she found it hard to refuse, and she also wished to inquire about Lin Yuan's progress with the matters at hand. The two soon departed. Lin Qingye turned her gaze towards Gu Qianan and Ji Yinjin, her expression unusually gentle, her tone earnest. Mr. Mr. Ji, I am grateful for your assistance regarding my elder brother's situation. I shall remember this favor. Ji Qianan did not take her words to heart, as they had not provided substantial help. Moreover, this was a directive from Brother Jiang, and if anyone deserved thanks, it should be him. After all, Lin Chengyun was their friend, and it was unthinkable for them to remain indifferent. Miss Lin, what are you saying? Your elder brother's affairs are our own. Family members do not speak of favors, Gu Qianan began, but was abruptly interrupted by a discreet kick from Ji Yinjin. Gu Qianan turned in confusion. Apologies, my legs gave way and I lost my balance, Ji Yinjin replied with an impassive expression. Ji Qianan and Lin Qingye subtly curled her lips. You both seem weary as well. Perhaps you should return home. We shall manage the subsequent matters without troubling you. Very well, do not hesitate to contact us if anything arises. Ji Yinjin nodded before pulling Gu Qianan away. With Jiang Youli absent and the Lin family present, their presence seemed redundant, so it was better to depart sooner. Once outside the hospital, Gu Qianan glared at Ji Yinjin. I cannot believe your nonsense. Speak freely, why did you kick me? Ji Yinjin shot him a disdainful glance. What do you think? You actually intend to disregard Miss Lin as favor, that as foolishness personified. How could I possibly ask a young lady for a favor? Is she merely a young lady? She is the future sister Jiang. Good heavens, Gu Qian'an smacked his thigh in realization. How could I have overlooked that? One must cling tightly to the thigh of the future sister Jiang. Perhaps I won't have to endure Brother Zhang's oppression. Let us hurry back to find Brother Jiang and see how matters are being resolved, Ji Yunjin suggested, intrigued, as the Han family was not easily dealt with. The Lin family from Lini City was surely insufficient on its own. Was it Lin Yuan who had leveraged the power from Kyoto, or had Jiang Youli intervened? Oh, alright. Lin Yuan understood that Li Wadan would find it impossible to rest at ease, so he took her to a quieter corner outside on the first floor of the hospital, casually finding a bench to sit on. What did the doctors say about Cheng Yun's injury? Do they have confidence? It's not very serious. He will be fine, Li Wanang replied honestly. The team from Kyoto is trustworthy, yet I can't help but feel heartbroken for the third brother suffering like this. Lin Qingye, the youngest in the family, had always been the most protected, a university student who had never experienced the harsh realities of society, spoiled by his two elder brothers, focused solely on his studies and occasional leisure. He had never endured such torment. Consider it a valuable lesson for him. As long as he can be treated, there is no need for excessive worry, Lin Yuan comforted, though his expression remained grave. Too much has transpired recently. Do you think our identities have been exposed, causing certain individuals to sense our intentions of returning to Kyoto, thereby secretly creating obstacles for us? Li Wanang's gaze darkened, a hint of unrecognized fierceness flickering within. It's possible. Now, tell me about your side of the situation. How has it been handled? Perfectly, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight, his tone brimming with pride and reassurance. But it wasn't me who handled it. Guess who did? It the eldest brother. Li Wanang knew Lin Yuan had gone with Lin Huan, but that didn't seem right. He wasn't that capable yet. Could it be that young Master Jiang intervened? Lin Yuan shook his head. You might find it hard to believe, but the truth is, our precious daughter flawlessly resolved today's situation. Li Wanang was taken aback, unable to sit still. What did you say? It was NINI, she could hardly fathom it indeed. And the situation was far more complex than you think. The negotiation was not with the Han family, but with the Weiling Group, represented by General Manager Gao Wen, who clearly aimed to suppress our Lin family. Weiling Group? How did NINI manage that? Li Wanan was once again astonished. This was no trivial matter. How could it possibly end well without the Kyoto's four prominent families stepping in? She enlisted the help of a foreign friend, making a powerful entrance. When confronting Gao Wen, he didn't dare utter a word. You would never guess her friend's identity. Who is it? Hurry up and tell me, do not keep me in suspense. Diana Yan Li Wanang couldn't help but gasp. That name was thunderous, one she had only heard of but never encountered in person. Her precious daughter was actually friends with her, she couldn't dare to imagine, Lin Yuan continued. Moreover, it seems they share more than just a casual friendship. That person treated our daughter with utmost courtesy, exhibiting a kind of respect that speaks of deference, and NINI appeared anything but inferior in her presence. This was what astonished Lin Yuan the most. He had speculated that perhaps Lin Qingye had done something for him or owed someone a favor, or maybe he harbored feelings for her, but judging from their brief interactions, Lin Yuan knew it was not that simple. For Yan to willingly befriend her, she must possess an equivalent status and power. Lin Yuan dared not speculate further, as he found it implausible. Li Wanang had arrived at the same conclusion, the shock within her heart refusing to settle. Not only that, but NINI also seized 2% of the Weiling Group's shares from the Han family, transferring them to Cheng Yun's name, and even compelled them to issue an apology statement, thus earning considerable face for our Lin family. Lin Yuan was increasingly amazed as he spoke. NINI is so capable, she has only been back home for a short while, and she has already provided such a substantial surprise for the Lin family? Li Wadang felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. Those were shares of the Weiling Group. She had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle and soft-spoken little girl could possess such prowess. Yet, it should have been the Lin family protecting her. Instead, she had stepped forward to shield the Lin family. Chapter 94. A regret indeed. We have both underestimated our daughter. When we initially sent someone to investigate her past, it appeared as pristine as a blank slate. In retrospect, perhaps it was merely our lack of means that prevented us from uncovering the truth. The couple fell into a brief silence. They were not naive. It was impossible for them to believe that her connection with Dana Yan was merely a coincidence. Even so, her negotiation with Gavin and her request for a transfer of shares alone testify to her astuteness. Thus, the question arises today, for the sake of the Lin family, Nini has made her presence known, which may not bode well for her. We must expedite our plans for the family. You are correct, we must provide our children with a formidable support system, or else anyone could trample over us with impunity. Despite having spent over a decade ascending to the position of the richest in Lini City, they were painfully aware that they fell woefully short compared to the four prominent families of Kyoto. It is time to reveal the truth to them. If we encounter a situation like Chang Yun's again, where we must leverage the family name, things would not have been so dire. Initially, we hesitated due to the connections and interests at stake, intending to proceed gradually and resolve matters carefully. However, after today's upheaval, my apprehensions have been thoroughly dispelled. Lin Yuan referred to the fact that, despite being a figure of authority in Lini, no one had the courage to stand by him in the face of such chaos. Indeed, when confronted with self-interest, all else becomes inconsequential. In a way, this was fortuitous. He could uproot the business they had painstakingly built over the years and relocate it all to Kyoto. Should this harm the interests of others, he would not feel any guilt. Furthermore, if anyone attempted to exploit these so-called connections for personal gain, he could justifiably cast them aside. As everyone had hoped, the surgery was a success. Lin Changyun's leg was saved, but he would likely be unable to walk for at least a month, with a full recovery expected to take a minimum of 3 months. This reinforced Lin Yuan and Li Wantong's resolve to return to Kyoto at once. If he were to recuperate there, he might recover more swiftly. Thus, the couple decided to wait until Lin Changyun's condition improved before confiding in him, allowing him to mentally prepare. Lin Changyun finally stirred awake around 9 o'clock in the evening, finding his family gathered by his side. The first sight that greeted him was Lin Qingye. Seeing her unharmed brought him a sense of relief. "Third brother, you're awake. How do you feel?" Li Wanan was the first to approach, her heart aching at the sight of his pallid face. "Mom, Dad, elder brother, sister, I'm fine, you needn't worry." Lin Changyun, weak in body, struggled to speak, yet he endeavored to muster a smile. "You've suffered an injustice," Lin Yuan said solemnly. "But fret not. Your sister has already rectified the situation for you." Lin Changyun looked on in astonishment. "Sister?" What had transpired during his unconsciousness? He knew his parents and elder brother would seek retribution on his behalf, but he had not expected it to be his sister. Instantly invigorated, he urged, "Dad, please tell me more, don't keep me in suspense." Lin Qingye, overhearing their exchange, merely smiled and sat quietly beside them. Appearing exceedingly well-behaved, Lin Yuan proceeded to recount the events to Lin Changyun. Upon hearing about Han Mu's altercation with his subordinates, nearly resulting in grave injury, Lin Changyun's spirits lifted. What a relief, they got what they deserved. However, confusion washed over him when he heard about the Wiling group in Danayan. Are they formidable? I don't seem to recall having heard of them. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. Not having heard of them is one thing. In any case, your sister managed to secure 2% of Wiling Group's shares for you, instantly multiplying your worth several times over. Several times over? How exaggerated! Lin Changyun exclaimed in shock, staring at Lin Qingye, feeling as if he might faint from this overwhelming fortune. The shares of Wiling Group rival those of the 4 prominent families of Kyoto. I ask you, is that not an exaggeration? Lin Yuan shook his head in exasperation at his blissfully ignorant son. Wow! Lin Changyun could not help but exclaim in front of his family, then turned to Lin Qingye, "Little sister, I can't possibly accept this share. Better transfer it to your name." "I have no need for it," Lin Qingye replied, shaking her head. Truth be told, she deemed such shares beneath her. If she wished, she could perhaps claim the entirety of Wiling Group for herself. Lin Changyun's mind was in disarray. Could he still be dreaming? Not only had his leg remained intact, but he had also stumbled upon such a significant windfall? Enough of that for now, third brother, focus on your recovery. In a few days, when you feel a bit better, there's an even more astonishing piece of news awaiting you, Li Waning said, handing him a freshly peeled apple, signaling him to quiet down. Very well. Suddenly, Lin Changyun recalled something. Mom, Dad, how is Ming? Do you have any news about him? He is in the next room, in far better condition than you, came the reassuring reply. Oh, that's good to hear. Only then did Lin Changyun fully relax. While the Lin family enjoyed a tranquil evening, the city of Lini was in turmoil, with the upper echelons of society collectively suffering from insomnia and anxiety. Firstly, Wiling Group's official website rapidly announced the changes in shareholding, clearly stating that the shares had been transferred from the Han family to the Lin family, hinting at an implicit endorsement of the Lin family. Secondly, the Han family swiftly followed suit with an apology statement, accompanied by a punishment for Han Mu. The uproar reached far beyond the nobility of Lini, capturing the attention of Kyoto's influential families and even the entire nation. The individuals who had hastily departed during the day, particularly those from the Yu and Lu families, were now in anguish, regretting their previous indecision and wishing they had steadfastly supported the Lin family. The critical factor was that no one had anticipated such a stunning reversal, with the Lin family emerging victorious. What was Wiling Group? Its principal shareholder was none other than the Mukalandi family. What could have transpired to compel both the Han family and such a formidable entity as Weiling Group to bow to the Lin family? What had they missed? Due to a moment's hesitation, not only had they failed to secure any, had they known it would turn out this way, they would have clung to the Lin family with unwavering determination. Thus, did the Lin family truly possess the capability to alter the course of events? Or was it Jiang Shao's intervention? Yet he had clearly stated he would not interfere, otherwise, they would not have departed so decisively. Would it still be possible to present gifts and apologize to the Lin family tomorrow? Chapter 94 Regrets and Remorse. Indeed, we have all underestimated our daughter. When we first sent someone to investigate her past, it was as pristine as a blank canvas. In retrospect, perhaps our methods were insufficient to uncover the truth. The couple found themselves enveloped in a momentary silence. They were not naive. It was impossible for them to believe that her connection with Dana Ian was merely a coincidence. Even so, her negotiations with Gavin for the transfer of shares alone were ample evidence of her astuteness. Thus, the crux of the matter arises. Nini's bold stance for the Lin family today may not bode well for her. We must expedite our plans to return to our ancestral home, one remarked. You are correct, we must provide our children with a formidable support system. Otherwise, anyone could trample upon us without consequence. Despite having spent over a decade ascending to the pinnacle of wealth in Lini's city, they were acutely aware that their standing paled in comparison to the four prominent families of Kyoto. It is high time we reveal the truth to them. Had we faced a situation akin to Chungyun's today, bringing our family into the fray, the outcome would not have been so dire. Initially, we hesitated, considering the local connections and vested interests, intending to proceed gradually, ensuring all parties were well managed before addressing the issue. However, today's upheaval has completely eradicated my reservations. Lin Yuan referred to the uproar of the day, noting that, as the influential elite of Lini, they had lacked even the courage to express solidarity, with no one remaining to confront the challenges alongside him. Indeed, in the face of self-interest, everything else seemed trivial. Perhaps this is for the best. I can uproot everything we have built over the past decade and relocate it all to Kyoto. In doing so, I would not feel guilty about infringing upon the interests of those individuals. Moreover, if anyone attempts to leverage the so-called friendship to gain favor, I shall be justified in dismissing them. As everyone had hoped, the surgery was a resounding success. Lin Qingye's leg was saved, but it would likely be a month before he could even stand, and full recovery would require at least 3 months. This only strengthened Lin Yuan and Li Wantong's resolve to return to Kyoto without delay. If he underwent rehabilitation there, he might recover even more swiftly. Thus, the couple decided to wait until Lin Qingye's condition improved before revealing the truth to him, allowing him to mentally prepare for what lay ahead. Lin Qingye awoke around 9 in the evening, with his family gathered by his side. The first sight that greeted him was that of Lin Qingye. Seeing her unharmed brought him a quiet sigh of relief. Third brother, you are awake. How do you feel? Li Wantong was the first to approach, her heart aching at the pallor of his face upon awakening. Mother, father, elder brother, sister, I am fine, you need not worry. Lin Qingye, the weak, struggled to offer a reassuring smile. You have endured much, Lin Yuan said solemnly, but fret not. Your sister has already avenged you. Lin Qingye's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister? What had transpired during his unconsciousness? He had expected his parents and elder brother to seek retribution, but he had not anticipated his sister's involvement. Instantly, he felt invigorated. Father, please tell me, do not keep me in suspense. Lin Qingye, overhearing their exchange, merely smiled and sat quietly beside them. Appearing exceptionally well-behaved, Lin Yuan proceeded to recount the events to Lin Qingye. When he learned that Han Mu had engaged in a brawl with Lin Qingye's subordinates, nearly resulting in his demise, Lin Qingye's spirit soared. That is truly gratifying, it was rightfully deserved. However, upon hearing about the Weiling Group and Dana Ian, he looked perplexed. Are they formidable? I do not recall hearing about them. Lin Yuan's lips twitched in exasperation. Not having heard of them is one thing, but your sister has successfully acquired 2% of Weiling Group's shares on your behalf, instantly multiplying your worth by several folds. Several folds? How exaggerated. Lin Qingye stared at Lin Qingye, utterly astonished, nearly overwhelmed by the sudden influx of wealth. The shares of Weiling Group are comparable to those of the 4 great families of Kyoto. Would you not agree that this is no exaggeration? Lin Yuan gazed at his ungrateful son, shaking his head in resignation. Wow! Lin Qingye could not contain his astonishment, then turned to Lin Qingye. Little sister, I cannot accept this share. You should have it transferred to your name instead. I have no need for it, Lin Qingye replied, shaking her head. To be honest, she regarded such shares with indifference. With her aspirations, she could potentially acquire the entirety of the Wiling Group if she so desired. Ah, Lin Qingyun's mind reeled. Surely he was not still dreaming. Not only had his leg been spared, but he had also stumbled upon a great fortune? Enough of this for now, focus on your recovery, third brother. In a few days, once you are feeling better, there is an even more astonishing piece of news awaiting you, Li Wanting said, placing a freshly peeled apple into his hand, signaling for him to remain silent. Very well. Suddenly, Lin Qingyun recalled something. Mother, father, how is Ming? Do you have any news about him? He is in the room next to yours and is in much better condition than you, they assured him. Oh, that's a relief. Lin Qingyun finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, while the Lin family enjoyed a tranquil evening, Lini City was engulfed in chaos. The entire upper-class society was collectively sleepless, filled with anxiety. Firstly, the Wiling Group's official website swiftly announced the changes in shareholding, explicitly stating that the shares had been transferred from the Han family to the Lin family, subtly implying their support for the Lins. Secondly, the Han family promptly released an apology statement, which also included punitive measures against Han Mu. The noble circles of Lini City were in uproar, and even the prominent families of Kyoto and the entire nation were captivated by these developments. Those who had hastily departed during the day, particularly from the Yu and Lu families, were now filled with regret, lamenting why they had not firmly aligned themselves with the Lin family. The crux of the matter was that no one had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events. The Lin family had emerged victorious. What was the Wiling Group? Its largest shareholder was none other than the Mukulan tea family. What could have transpired to compel both the Han family and such a formidable entity as the Wiling Group to yield to the Lin family? What had they truly missed? Because of a fleeting moment of indecision, they not only failed to secure any benefits but also risked incurring the Lin family's ire. Had they known it would unfold this way, they would have clung stubbornly to their positions. So, did the Lin family truly possess the ability to reverse the situation, or was this the handiwork of Jiang Shao? Yet, he had clearly stated he would not intervene, otherwise, they would not have departed so decisively. Would it still be possible to prepare gifts tomorrow and apologize to the Lin family? Chapter 95 Farewell. Lin Xinyan received the notification the following day. Given that his career was currently at a critical juncture and his presence would not significantly contribute, the Lin family had refrained from contacting him at the time of the incident. It was only after Lin Qingyun was confirmed safe that Lin Ichuan reached out to him. Consequently, Lin Xinyan abandoned his work and hurried to the hospital to visit his younger brother. At the same time, he did not neglect to post on Weibo, vehemently condemning Han Mu, thereby thrusting the Han family into the limelight. Observing the numerous family members gathered around him, Lin Qingyun felt somewhat exasperated. I am perfectly fine now. There is no need for so many of you to keep vigiled. It makes me quite uncomfortable. You should all return to your duties. The 5 individuals encircling him were indeed a bit excessive. Indeed, father, eldest brother, second brother, you all have pressing matters to attend to. It suffices that mother and I stay here with third brother, Lin Qingye chimed in to persuade them. Following the upheaval of the previous day, someone needed to handle the aftermath. Once Lin Yuan and Lin Ichuan returned to the Lin family residence and the company, they would have their hands full. Lin Xinyan sighed, I have only just arrived, why are you trying to send me away? It is not that I wish to inconvenience you, second brother, please return to your work and earn some money for me. Your presence is not crucial, Lin Qingyun replied with a playful chuckle. Lin Xinyan rubbed his forehead, that very well, all for you. Let it be then. Third, take care of your recovery. Nini will stay with you, while your father and I attend to a few matters, Li Wanting said after a moment of contemplation. They had to prepare for their return to Kyoto. Very well. With that, only Lin Qingyun and Lin Qingye remained in the hospital room. Shortly after the departure of the Lin family, Jiang Youli and his companions arrived bearing gifts to visit Lin Qingyun, also to bid their farewells. Lin Qingyun was taken aback by their visit and engaged in casual conversation with them. At that moment, the small hospital room felt particularly cramped. Upon seeing Jiang Youli, Lin Qingye's heart tightened. She sensed that, following the events of yesterday, he must surely harbor suspicions about her presence. If he were to inquire, how would she fabricate a response? Fortunately, he did not pose any questions. However, Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin occasionally cast probing glances in her direction, tinged with a hint of reverence. Heaven knows how shocked they were when they learned of Lin Qingye's identity from Jiang Youli. The recently returned young lady of the Lin family was indeed a formidable character. Recollecting previous encounters with her, the two could not help but speculate whether her previously delicate demeanor had been merely a facade. The thoughts sent chills down their spines. Have the two young masters been fixated on me for a reason? Lin Qingye inquired half-jokingly, glancing at Gu Qianan and Ji Yunjin. Instantly, both Jiang Youli and Lin Qingyun's gazes shifted to the pair.
And no, Gu Qianan hastily waved his hand.
I merely regretted not witnessing Han Mu and Gao when fleeing in panic yesterday.
Damn it, how could he fixate on his future sister-in-law? He feared Jiang Youli might gouge his eyes out. There will be opportunities in the future. Ha!
Gu Qianan was puzzled. Ji Yunjin merely nodded in silent agreement.
Miss Lin, third young master Lin, we have lingered in Lini City for quite some time. We shall depart for Kyoto this afternoon, and I wanted to take this opportunity to bid you farewell, Jiang Youli stated as he gauged the passage of time.
So soon, very well, Lin Qingye replied, dazed, as he was currently occupied with recuperation and could not entertain them further.
Then, we shall meet in Kyoto. I look forward to your arrival, he said, primarily addressing Lin Qingye. Jiang Youli was aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Lin family would soon return to Kyoto, necessitating their early return to prepare.
Lin Qingye's eyes flickered, it seemed he knew everything.
Good.
Lin Qingye nodded graciously, only Lin Qingye remained baffled.
That might take a while. Our parents generally do not permit us to go to Kyoto. Not long, it will be soon.
You must come to my home as a guest then, Gu Qianan comfortingly patted Lin Qingye's shoulder. It was indeed reassuring that he would not be the only one among this group of friends who was a bit slow on the uptake.
Lin Qingye would be equally bewildered.
Well, I wish you a smooth journey, Lin Qingye replied, unsure of how to respond. Leaving him to offer a rather awkward farewell, Lin Qingye accompanied them to the hospital entrance and then, with a pointed glance at Jiang Youli, remarked, I hope you will look after Jiangsha when the time comes.
Her gaze was clear and sincere.
Certainly, Jiang Youli replied with a subtle smile.
Just as the trio's figures faded from view, Lin Qingye's phone rang. Upon glancing down, she saw it was a call from Qianheng. Her expression instantly turned icy as she sought a secluded spot to answer.
Hello?
Chief, there has been movement on Gongye's side. Should we act immediately?
During this period, the Jimmy division had been closely monitoring Gongye's activities. As expected, after the incident from yesterday surfaced, Gongye could no longer remain still. Fearing that further delay would result in missed opportunities, he sought to ambush and seize the jade pendant while the Lin family was still reeling from the shock.
Additionally, Weiling Group and the Muklan family are investigating you and your relationship with Dana Yayan.
A murderous glint gradually surfaced in Lin Qingye's eyes. They had agreed she would notify them before taking action, yet Gongye dared to act independently without informing her. Very well then, in that case, she had no qualms about sending him to meet the King of Hell ahead of schedule. As for the Muklan family, they were likely merely curious and wary after hearing Gao Wen's report about her. She could leverage Gongye's reckless behavior to divert the Muklan family's attention while simultaneously creating an opportunity for the Lin family's relocation to Kyoto.
Do not raise any alarms.
Continue monitoring. I will head over immediately. Lin Qingye suppressed her rising anger and hung up the phone, striding briskly toward Lin Qingye's hospital room. Their parents and eldest brother had just returned, and Gongye likely intended to strike during this vulnerable moment for the Lin family. She needed to reach him swiftly. As for her third brother, she would leave someone to protect him discreetly and hire a few additional nurses. There should not be any issues. When Lin Qingye mentioned this to Lin Qingye, he immediately agreed without questioning her intentions.
No problem.
I would not want you to stay behind to care for me. I can manage on my own. After all, he was no longer a 3-year-old child who required constant supervision.
All right then, third brother, I shall take my leave. Upon exiting the hospital, Lin Qingye retrieved her phone and dialed Gongye's number.
He answered almost instantly, his tone betraying a hint of caution and anxiety.
Hello, Miss Lin, what can I do for you? Who authorized you to act independently?
Lin Qingye's voice was icy and sharp, causing Gongye's heart to race in trepidation.
Chapter 96, The Design of Master Gong. I never expected to fall under your discerning gaze. I was merely contemplating a preemptive strike. Master Gong felt a chilling sweat soak his back in an instant. They had only just begun their journey, yet Lin had somehow learned of his intentions. Was it possible that his every move had been under her watchful eye? Truly, the Mukulan tea family was formidable. Ever since the announcement from Weiling Group had been released yesterday, he sensed impending doom. The interests of Weiling Group were inextricably linked to the Mukulan tea family. With Weiling Group now protecting the Lin family, did this not imply it was at the behest of the Mukulan tea family? Master Gong speculated that the Lin family had struck a deal with the Mukulan tea family, likely involving that jade pendant. Otherwise, the Mukulan tea family would never have compromised. How could Master Gong stand idly by as such a plot unfolded? The jade pendant from the Lin family surely had not yet been dispatched, so he devised a plan to circumvent Lin, laying an ambush to intercept the pendant and contrive a scheme to frame the opposition.
Alternatively, he could later sell it to the Mukolanti family. In any case, he could not allow himself to walk away empty-handed, yet, he never anticipated that she would discover his intentions so swiftly. What to do? Before he could even act, his plans were unraveling, leaving Master Gong feeling increasingly despondent. A preemptive strike, fool, Lin Qingye scorned, her tone frigid, laced with mockery and disdain.
Could Miss Kai Lin you clarify a bit more? Master Gong was utterly perplexed.
To act without informing me, do you distrust me, or do you look down upon the Mukolanti family? Master Gong was momentarily taken aback by this inquiry.
It shouldn't be the case, wasn't their transaction regarding the jade pendant? Are you suggesting that you intend to assist me in obtaining the pendant? Otherwise, do you believe you possess any real chance of success? But the Lin family did not use this as leverage to negotiate shares with you? Is this really necessary?
Master Gong cautiously posed this question.
No, our retreat was simply due to the Lin family having a more formidable backing, Lin Qingye answered calmly. Master Gong felt his breath catch, his mind reeling at the implication that there existed an even more powerful ally that even the Mukolanti family feared. He nearly stumbled into despair. Then, Miss Kai Lin, what shall we do now? You must save me. Realizing your error now is too late, Lin Qingye replied with a cold smirk. You've already alarmed the snake in the grass. Do you think you have any escape route left? Master Gong was taken aback, unable to think clearly. Wait, I can still retreat, right?
No need to retreat, remain where you are for half an hour. I will bring reinforcements to rendezvous with you, and then we shall storm the Lin family together.
Half an hour would suffice for her to change her appearance and meet up with her subordinates. He was instantly elated, his spirits soaring higher than a roller coaster. Excellent, excellent, I shall await your arrival. With members of the Mukolanti family present, success was assured. Have you thoroughly investigated the location of the jade pendant? Well,
I don't know the specifics, only a rough estimate, Master Gong replied honestly, intending to storm in, incapacitate the Lin family members, and conduct a widespread search.
I will send you the exact location shortly. With that, she ended the call.
Master Gong contained his excitement, lying in wait for Lin Qingye's arrival. On the bustling streets of Lini City, the sun shone warmly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air.
Lin Qingye looked up at the sky, unable to suppress a few internal curses. What a fool! Choosing the glaring noon to make his move to it made her task of navigating the murky waters all the more challenging. However, the impact was not insurmountable. She had successfully disguised herself as Kai Linyu and had met with the reinforcements sent from her division, who had transformed into the guise of the Mukolanti family's elite operatives. Everything was in place, they merely awaited Master Gong's bite. It seemed her parents and elder brother might experience a brief scare, which was truly regrettable. Following the coordinates provided by Master Gong, the two parties successfully converged in a suburban area 10 miles from the Lin family mansion. Upon seeing her, Master Gong approached with a deferential nod. Miss Kai Linyu, my savior, at last, I have awaited your arrival. Her gaze was as piercing as a cold star, radiating an unapologetic arrogance. Keep your distance. Do not presume familiarity. She tilted her head slightly, her sharp eyes sweeping over Master Gong and the entourage behind him, as though they were mere insects in her sight, devoid of warmth, only emanating an air of disdain and superiority. Why yes, of course. Though Master Gong was deeply displeased internally, he dared not show it, especially when he noticed the 10 or so elite operatives behind her, prompting him to unconsciously lower his breathing. Indeed, the presence of the Mukolanti family was overwhelming. That aura of killing intent struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving his scalp tingling. You intend to seize the jade pendant with such a meager band of subordinates? These are among the few elite under my command. Naturally, they cannot compare to your forces. Master Gong's lips twitched, yet he maintained a lowly posture. He had many underlings, but only a handful were truly capable, the rest required different arrangements. Lin Qingye gave a cold snort and refrained from further conversation, yet, a sense of murderous intent permeated her gaze. All the elites were perfectly suited for her purpose. Today she would ensnare them all. Does Miss Kai Lin you have a plan? Of course, just wait, she replied. Wait? Master Gong felt anxious. Why the need to wait? The Lin family's perimeter is guarded by experts. I've already dispatched people to eliminate them. Once we infiltrate, it will be much easier. Ah, I see, your foresight is commendable. Master Gong's spirits soared, the weight on his chest lifted. When shall we make our move? Soon. Her demeanor was proud and resolute, as if the world lay within her grasp, a slight smirk gracing her lips, imbued with an imperceptible mockery, as if she held everything around her in contempt.
The formidable aura she exuded compelled others to instinctively retreat. Furthermore, she took a moment to remind him, "I've sent you the precise location of the jade pendant, you should recognize it from years past, so I trust you won't mistake it." "Rest assured, Miss Kai Linyu, I would recognize it even if it were reduced to ashes," Master Gong vowed fervently. Lin Qingye nodded. "Then that settles it. I suspect there may still be experts guarding the Lin family, so my people will handle incapacitating and binding them. It is the most prudent course of action. As for you, take your people to find the pendant." She did not wish for this reckless and oblivious group to endanger her family. In conclusion, Lin Qingye shot him a sharp glance, her eyes brimming with pressure. "If you cannot handle this trivial matter, you shall present your head to me." Master Gong hastily nodded in agreement, his face alight with the thrill of impending success. Chapter 97 Infiltrating the Lin family to steal the jade pendant. Master Gong waited cautiously for the command of the young lady before him. "I need to take a call." Lin Qingye cast a casual glance at him, then turned her attention to her phone screen, leaving those words behind as she strode away to a secluded spot. Understood. Master Gong dared not voice any objections. He speculated that the time to launch their offensive was nearing. Sure enough, half a minute later, Lin Qingye returned briskly to stand before Master Gong, her alluring crimson lips curving into a striking smile. "Let us proceed." Heaven knows how exhilarated Master Gong felt upon hearing her words. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements immediately and act without delay." Upon receiving the order, his subordinates split into several groups, moving in an orderly manner towards the Lin family estate. Those leading the way were undoubtedly sent by Master Gong to scout the situation. Lin Qingye narrowed her eyes, revealing a glint of danger, then raised an eyebrow. "There is no need for such complexity. My people are already in place, you merely need to keep them following us." Master Gong was overjoyed. Of course, of course. He felt he had struck a significant bargain. He had expected Miss Kai Linyu to send his men to the front lines. However, it made sense. She must have feared that he would recklessly alert the enemy, thus placing the Mu Kulan T family's members at the forefront. With that, Lin Qingye led a few individuals from the ritual of the underworld division at the forefront, their figures gliding like phantoms through the paths and woods, each step meticulously trained, orderly, light, and swift. Their gazes were as sharp as ice, focused and resolute. Master Gong couldn't help but shiver, hastening to keep pace, deeply impressed. Truly, they were professionals, and their mere presence was enough to instill fear. Moreover, that Miss Kai Linyu, seemingly delicate, exhibited prowess that rivaled the most formidable warriors of the Mu Kulan T family. Thankfully, they were not on opposing sides. Lin Yuan, Lin Ichuan, and Li Wanong had already arrived at the Lin family estate, while Lin Xinyan had returned to the film set. They rested briefly on the sofa, revisiting the events of the previous day and discussing how to respond to the other families moving forward. "Ever since I stepped through the door, I felt a sense of unease, as if something ominous is about to happen." Li Wanong rubbed her brow, her expression darkening. "Could it be that mother was overly anxious yesterday?" Lin Ichuan looked at her with concern. "Perhaps trouble is indeed looming. Yesterday's incident caused quite a stir, and the prominent families won't remain idle. They will undoubtedly come to visit the Lin family," Lin Yuan deduced astutely. "I can't be bothered to deal with these people." Li Wanong's tone was lethargic. What the trio did not anticipate was that Li Wanong's premonition was indeed accurate, and the danger arrived much sooner than expected. Suddenly, the alarm in the hall blared, startling them. "Something's wrong." Lin Yuan furrowed his brow tightly, then stood abruptly. "Ichuan, protect your mother. I'll go check it out." This alarm system had been discreetly installed outside the gate during the construction of the residence, designed to swiftly connect and notify various parts of the mansion of any disturbances. The Lin family employed numerous bodyguards and had servants specifically tasked with relaying messages. The fact that not a single person had returned to report an incident suggested that the situation was dire. Could it be that the Wei Ling group had come knocking? "Quickly, let us head to the monitoring room." Li Wanong remained relatively calm, immediately pulling Lin Ichuan upstairs. At that moment, Lin Qingye, accompanied by her group from the ritual of the underworld, had just infiltrated the Lin estate, with Master Gong and his subordinates closely behind. Numerous bodyguards lay scattered on the ground, as if incapacitated in advance. Master Gong was once again taken aback. Miss Kai Linyu had indeed made thorough preparations. They had managed to infiltrate the Lin family without so much as a whisper of resistance and had yet to alert anyone else. It felt as though he were being carried along by a formidable force. Lin Qingye, noticing his thoughts, shot him a cold glance and admonished softly, "Do not let your guard down. There may still be hidden experts lurking in the shadows, and you won't know how you might perish." Her words were among the few truths spoken, and whether he heeded them or not, he would soon taste the bitterness of his oversight. Understood, understood. Master Gong marveled at her perceptiveness, quickly reining in his emotions to focus on penetrating deeper into the Lin estate. As they progressed, they encountered Lin family servants who didn't even have the chance to scream before being knocked unconscious by the assassins of the ritual of the underworld. Lin Qingye, ensuring that Master Gong could not hear, once more quietly instructed her subordinates, when dealing with the Lin family members, be gentle, if they sustain any injuries, you will be summoned to account for it. Yes. Navigating past the artificial landscapes and other structures, they finally arrived at the main entrance, where they crossed paths with Lin Yuan. He halted, observing the formidable group that had intruded, his heart tightening, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Who are you? You are trespassing, this constitutes a crime. In truth, Lin Yuan had already begun to piece together the situation. Their attire, their garments bore distinctive insignia, seemingly linked to the elite assassins cultivated by the Mukulan family. He had researched them before, but never anticipated encountering them personally. He had initially feared that the most dire outcome would involve the Wei Ling group, only to find himself facing the even more troublesome Mukulan family, and trailing behind them was none other than the power broker of the black market, Master Gong. How did these two factions converge? Moreover, at the helm was a girl of merely 20, who was she? Well, unfortunately, the current circumstances offered no room for Lin Yuan to ponder further. Lin Qingye did not respond to Lin Yuan. Her phoenix-like eyes were as tranquil as water. She gestured imperiously, signaling her subordinates to act. Instantly, several of her companions leapt forward, seemingly intent on capturing him. Lin Yuan was taken aback, realizing the ruthlessness and decisiveness of this group. They were unwilling to waste a single word, launching directly into combat. He reacted swiftly, almost preparing to flee the moment Lin Qingye raised her hand. Alas, the members of the ritual of the underworld were even quicker. They barely needed to engage, they swiftly closed in on Lin Yuan, blocking his escape, then released a cloud of incense that immediately incapacitated him, causing him to crumple to the ground. He was then hoisted away by the ritual of the underworld. Lin Qingye silently apologized to Lin Yuan in her heart, deciding to impose a temporary grievance upon him, then turned to the stunned Master Gong and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and search inside." Oh, right, Master Gong had not anticipated things would unfold so unexpectedly smoothly. Lin Qingye entered the main hall of the Lin family estate ahead of him, scanning the room and deducing that her mother and elder brother were likely hiding in the monitoring room. As long as they remained concealed, there was no need to incapacitate them, it was merely necessary to divert Master Gong's men. Let us split up, I'll take control of the remaining members of the Lin family, and you search for the jade pendant. Lin Qingye added, it's best to leave half of your people stationed outside, just in case. Master Gong found her reasoning quite sound. Since the Mukulan family's members had gone upstairs to search, his own subordinates were the most numerous, it would be wise to keep some outside for emergencies. Subsequently, he led the other half of his men toward the location of the jade pendant that Lin Qingye had provided. Chapter 97 Infiltrating the Lin family to steal the jade pendant. Master Gong waited cautiously for the girl before him to issue her command. I need to take a call. Lin Qingye glanced at him indifferently, then turned her attention to her phone screen, leaving those words behind as she walked away to a secluded spot. All right then, Master Gong dared not voice any objections. He surmised that the time for their offensive must be approaching. Sure enough, half a minute later, Lin Qingye returned briskly to stand before Master Gong, her gaze unwavering, her sensuous crimson lips curving into a dazzling arc. Let us proceed. Heaven knows how exhilarated Master Gong felt upon hearing those words. Yes, yes, yes. I will arrange it immediately and take action at once. After receiving the command, his subordinates divided into several groups, advancing towards the Lin family's location with meticulous precision. The foremost figures were undoubtedly those sent by Master Gong to scout the area. Lin Qingye narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within, then raised an eyebrow. There is no need for such complications, my people are already in place, you simply need to have them follow behind us. Master Gong was overjoyed, of course, of course. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant opportunity. He had expected Miss Qingye to place his men at the forefront. However, upon reflection, it made sense. She must have feared that he would recklessly alert the enemy, thus allowing the Mukurandi family's members to lead the charge. With that, Lin Qingye led a few individuals from the ritual department at the forefront, their figures moving like phantoms through the pathways and woods, each step a testament to rigorous training, orderly, agile, and swift. Their eyes were as cold as ice, focused and resolute. Master Gong couldn't help but shudder, hastening to keep up, his heart filled with admiration. Indeed, they were professionals, and their mere presence was enough to intimidate him. Furthermore, that Miss Qingye, despite her petite frame, exhibited skills that rivaled those of the Mukurandi family's elite assassins. Fortunately, they did not find themselves on opposing sides. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, Lin Ichuan, and Li Wanang had arrived at the Lin family estate, while Lin Xinyan returned to the film crew. They sat on the sofa, taking a brief respite as they recounted the events of the previous day and discussed how to address the other families moving forward.
Why have I felt so uneasy since stepping through the door?
It is as if something ominous is about to transpire, Li Wanang said, rubbing her temples, her expression darkening.
Did Mom overthink things yesterday?
Lin Qiangye asked with concern.
Perhaps trouble truly is on the horizon.
The previous day's incident caused quite a stir, and the prominent families will undoubtedly feel compelled to visit the Lin family, Lin Yuan deduced sagely.
I can't be bothered to deal with these people, Li Wanang replied, her tone weary.
Little did they know, Li Wantong's intuition was indeed correct, though they did not anticipate the danger would arrive so swiftly. Suddenly, alarms blared throughout the hall, startling them. Something's wrong, Lin Yuan said, his brow furrowing deeply as he sprang to his feet.
Each one, protect your mother. I'll go check it out.
This alarm system had been discreetly installed outside the main gate during the estate's construction. Any unusual activity would swiftly alert every corner of the mansion. The Lin family employed numerous bodyguards and had dedicated servants for relaying messages, yet not a single person had returned to report any incidents, indicating the severity of the situation.
Could it be that the Wiling group had come knocking?
Quickly, let us head to the monitoring room, Li Wanang said, remaining relatively calm as she pulled Lin Qiangye upstairs. At that very moment, Lin Chang and her group from the ritual department had successfully infiltrated the Lin estate, with Master Gong and his subordinates following closely behind. Numerous bodyguards lay strewn across the ground, seemingly rendered unconscious beforehand. Master Gong was once again taken aback. Miss Kailin Yu had indeed made meticulous arrangements, allowing them to infiltrate the Lin family without any effort, and thus far, they had not alerted anyone. It felt as though they were being carried along by a powerful force. Lin Chang noticed his thoughts and cast him a cold glance, admonishing him softly, do not grow complacent, there may still be skilled adversaries lurking in the shadows, and you want to know how you met your end. Her words rang with undeniable truth. Regardless of whether he absorbed her warning, he would soon learn the consequences. Understood, understood, Master Gong marveled at her perceptiveness, quickly suppressing his emotions to focus on leading his people deeper into the Lin residence. Along the way, Lin family servants barely had time to scream before the frontline assassins from the ritual department rendered them unconscious. In a manner that ensured Master Gong could not overhear, Lin Qing quietly instructed her subordinates, be gentle when dealing with the Lin family members.
If they sustain any injuries, you will be held accountable.
Yes, they replied.
As they navigated past ornamental landscapes and various structures, they coincidentally encountered Lin Yuan at the entrance of the main residence.
Lin Yuan halted, observing the imposing group that had intruded uninvited, his heart tightening, though he maintained a facade of calm.
Who are you? You are trespassing, this constitutes a crime.
In truth, Lin Yuan had already begun to piece together their identities. Their attire bore distinctive insignia that suggested they were assassins trained by the Mukarandi family, a group he had previously researched. He had not anticipated crossing paths with them now. He had initially feared the Wiling group would be the worst-case scenario, yet he found himself facing an even more formidable adversary, the Mukarandi family. And trailing behind them was none other than the ruler of the black market, Master Gong. How had these two factions converged? Moreover, leading them was a girl of about 20, who could she be? Unfortunately, the current circumstances left Lin Yuan little room for contemplation. Lin Cheng did not respond to Lin Yuan's inquiry. Her phoenix-like eyes remained tranquil as she signaled her orders with a clear conscience. Her companions immediately sprang into action, seemingly intent on apprehending him. Lin Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected such ruthless decisiveness from them, as they offered no further dialogue before launching into combat. He reacted swiftly, preparing to retreat the moment Lin Qing raised her hand. Regrettably, the assassins from the ritual department were even quicker. They did not even need to engage. They swiftly closed in on Lin Yuan, blocking his escape, and released a fragrant powder that rendered him immediately incapacitated. He collapsed, soft and pliant, and was then carried away by the ritual department's members. Lin Qing internally apologized to Lin Yuan, deciding to impose this temporary hardship upon him, then turned to the dazed Master Gong and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry inside and search." Oh, right, Master Gong had not anticipated things would proceed so smoothly. Lin Qing entered the main hall of the Lin family estate ahead of him, scanning the room and deducing that her mother and elder brother were likely hiding in the monitoring room. As long as they remained inside, there was no need to incapacitate them, it sufficed to distract Master Gong's men. Split up, I will control the remaining members of the Lin family, and you search for the jade pendant, Lin Qing added. It's best to leave half of your men outside, just in case. Master Gong found her reasoning sound. With the Mukarandi family members upstairs searching, his remaining subordinates were the most numerous. It was wise to keep some stationed outside for emergencies. Subsequently, he led the other half of his team toward the location Lin Qingye had indicated for the jade pendant. Chapter 98 Ambushed. Li Wanhong and Lin Qingye watched the surveillance footage with bated breath, helpless and too fearful to venture outside, hoping that this group was merely after wealth rather than bloodshed. Moreover, what had become of Lin Yuan? As fate would have it, Master Gong found the coveted jade pendant in Lin Yuan's study, identical to the one he had seen many years prior. Trembling, he cradled the pendant, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable ecstasy. At last, it is within my grasp. His lips quivered as he murmured, as if engaging in an intimate dialogue with his treasured possession. He then gently caressed every intricate detail of the pendant, as though exploring an uncharted realm, the intensity of his gaze growing ever more fervent. In that moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything around him, wholly immersed in the euphoria that the treasure bestowed upon him. However, upon hearing commotion outside, he suddenly snapped back to reality, clutching the pendant tightly as he dashed out of the study, leading a retreat. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered Lin Qingye, who bore a similarly grave expression.
Did you acquire the item? I have secured it.
Rest assured, there are no issues, he replied, almost certain that the pendant in his possession was indeed genuine. We have been ambushed, all the personnel you arranged outside have been eradicated, and now my men are engaged in a fierce struggle with them. Master Gong was taken aback, disregarding caution as he peered out the door, only to witness a bloody clash between the two factions, his own men falling by the dozens, the ground littered with corpses, the blood stark against the surroundings. Lin Qingye, standing behind him, wore a knowing smile. Half of Master Gong's forces had already been decimated by her men, and the combatants outside were all assassins from Jiming, feigning a fierce battle that appeared strikingly authentic. Master Gong's heart sank, his legs trembled uncontrollably.
What shall we do now? He never anticipated that the Lin family had such formidable protectors. What are you waiting for? Retreat at once.
Lin Qingye glared at him coldly.
You had better hand over the pendant. I fear you may not be able to safeguard it.
Master Gong was not a fool. He would not relinquish the pendant so easily to Lin Qingye, for doing so would leave him with no benefit.
Rest assured, I will protect it with my life. He showed no intention of relinquishing the pendant.
Instead, he clutched it even tighter. Lin Qingye shot him a fierce glare, her expression darkening, but given the urgency of the situation, there was no time for further dispute, and she swiftly ordered a retreat. In truth, she was secretly elated, hoping he would be unable to escape. Master Gong's men must perish, yet he himself must be allowed to return. The death warriors of the Mukarandi family, engaged in brutal combat outside, received their orders and swiftly retreated to Lin Qingye's side, escorting her safely out through the back door. This series of maneuvers unfolded with the fluidity of water, executed with remarkable speed that even the cunning Master Gong could not react to in time. Those who had been locked in fierce combat with them, upon witnessing the enemy's withdrawal, were not inclined to relent. Without hesitation, they charged forward, weapons drawn, embodying a relentless determination to annihilate. Seeing this, Master Gong's heart leapt into his throat. He hastily commanded the remaining half of his forces to intercept while he seized the opportunity to flee. In that moment, regret gnawed at him. Had he known Lin Qingye would so decisively abandon him, should he have surrendered the pendant in exchange for her protection? Damn it, he had initially believed this operation would unfold smoothly, only to find that all his personnel were being slaughtered. Even his own escape now hung in the balance. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Master Gong disregarded everything and fled desperately, finally managing to escape the Lin residence. Once he was certain that he was not being pursued, he dared to slow his pace. At this moment, he crawled along the ground like a wretched creature, yet he still clutched his precious jade pendant closely. As long as he possessed the pendant, everything would be worthwhile. Fortunately, he had taken precautions and arranged for backup nearby. In a frantic scramble, he dialed a number, ultimately being rescued by individuals from the black market. Meanwhile, Lin Qingye and the others had vanished without a trace.
The protectors of the Lin family, having dealt with Master Gong's remaining men, also disappeared without a hint. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Li Wanhong and Lin Qingye were left bewildered, utterly confused by the unfolding events. Nevertheless, they rushed downstairs the moment the fighting ceased, searching for Lin Yuan, ultimately finding him unconscious on the bed in a guest room. Upon discovering that he was merely fainted, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. As long as he was unharmed, everything was well. They then sought ways to revive him. A more shocking development soon followed. The noble families of Lini City, including the Yu and Lu clans, received news that the Lin family had returned home and promptly prepared lavish gifts to offer their apologies. More accurately, they intended to investigate the situation. These individuals serendipitously encountered one another at the entrance and decided to visit together. However, to their astonishment, the Lin family's grand door stood resolutely shut, with no doorman in sight. After knocking for an extended period with no response,
the situation felt exceedingly eerie.
Could it be that we offended the Lin family yesterday, and they refused to acknowledge us?
A few faces turned pale at the thought of being turned away.
Not so. Someone exclaimed, "Pay attention to the overwhelming stench of blood." This statement sent a chill down everyone's spine. Quickly, it must be a crisis. Those of you with strength, break down the door.
In no time, the grand entrance of the Lin residence was smashed open. A wave of putrid bloodstains engulfed them, the nauseating scent overwhelming. The sight that greeted them was enough to send shivers down their spines. The mansion was thick with the oppressive air of death. Warm sunlight filtered through the withered greenery, casting a ghastly glow on the corpses strewn across the floor, painting a scene of utter despair. The entire tableau resembled a nightmarish vision, with the shadow of death looming over every corner. This once glorious family had transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse.
Ah!
Nearly everyone screamed in horror, while some of the more faint-hearted ladies fainted outright. The remaining individuals dared not step further inside, hastily calling the authorities before fleeing in terror.
Breaking news!
The Lin family was once again thrust into the spotlight. In this brief span of time, both those who had witnessed the events and onlookers were left speculating about the chain of events. Just the day before, the Lin family had basked in glory. How had they fallen into ruin so swiftly? The most likely explanation was that the Weiling group or the Han family had resorted to murder to silence them. Yet, reports indicated that the majority of the deceased appeared to be affiliated with the black market. What could this possibly mean? Chapter 99. How did the jade pendant go missing? Meanwhile, the Lin family remained oblivious to the series of sensational events unfolding outside. Lin Yuan had just awakened when Li Wantong recounted the extraordinary battle that had transpired. The trio fell into a collective silence. Then Lin Yuan decisively stated, "My dear, please call NINI. Each one, you notify XA and Yend. I will search the study to see what has gone missing." The absence of harm to the Lin family suggested ulterior motives. The most precious possession of the Lin family at present was indeed that jade pendant. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, the consequences would be dire.
Understood.
The three immediately dispersed to carry out their tasks. Lin Qingye, however, did not answer his phone, while Lin Xinyan, in a frenzy, abandoned his work and hurried back to the Lin residence. As for Lin Yuan, he retrieved a small cloth pouch from a hidden compartment on the bookshelf, revealing the very jade pendant he had brought back from Kyoto, intact and unharmed. A weight lifted from his heart, however. After carefully placing the pendant back, he gazed at the pried-open safe. Lost in contemplation, inside the safe lay a box containing a discarded love letter he had penned to Li Wantong but never had the courage to deliver. What could these intruders possibly want with his love letters? Was there something profoundly amiss? The truth was that Lin Qingye had visited Lin Yuan's study immediately upon discovering that Master Gong coveted the jade pendant. He had located the pendant, had a perfect replica made, and placed it back in the safe. As for the love letters, Lin Qingye had taken it upon himself to safeguard those as well. When Lin Yuan returned downstairs to discuss the matter with Li Wantong and Lin Ichuan, they were equally bewildered. Questioning the absurdity of the day's events, they quickly mustered their courage to inspect the gruesome scene outside, only to find that the Lin family's bodyguards and servants had merely been rendered unconscious, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, only the black market operatives had perished. As for the death warriors of the Mu Kellen family and the mysterious individuals who had suddenly appeared to speak on behalf of the Lin family. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, utterly perplexed. At that moment, a large contingent of police arrived, accompanied by a throng of reporters. As the officers surrounded the Lin residence and forcibly entered, they were startled to find the three individuals standing before them, one officer exclaiming, "How are you still alive?"
Hadn't the caller reported that the entire Lin family had been exterminated? The Lin family trio exchanged glances. The officer quickly realized his words were inappropriate and hastily corrected himself. "I apologize, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. We received erroneous information. Please cooperate with our investigation." Given the Lin family's prominence in Lini City, it was not surprising that the police recognized them swiftly. The three nodded and allowed the officers to conduct their examination of the scene. After some thought, Li Wantong decided to call Lin Xinyan. "You should hold off on returning for now. We are fine here, and it would be best to avoid implicating you." Having just set aside his work and being en route, Lin Xinyan responded with a silent pause. Subsequently, the Lin family trio was taken to the police station to provide statements. Due to the involvement of the black market and the Mu Kellen family, the police were unable to uncover any useful information. Furthermore, with no casualties or significant property losses on the Lin family's part and only black market operatives deceased, Lin Yuan had no intention of pursuing the matter further, and it seemed this incident would fade into obscurity. During this time, Lin Yuan contemplated deeply. He had never expected the police to deliver justice for the Lin family, especially considering the conflict involving three factions. It was beyond the police's ability to intervene.
Moreover, this uproar might serve as an opportunity for the Lin family to vacate Lini city and return to Kyoto. The immediate priority was to find a way to extricate themselves and return to the Lin family home for their own investigation and analysis. Once they successfully emerged from the police station, they opened their phones to find numerous missed calls, the majority from the Lin and Li families in Kyoto. They each returned calls to reassure Old Master Lin and Old Madam Li that their presence was not required at the moment. Lin Qingye, listening in, was left utterly baffled. Had he not awakened from last night's slumber? Why were all the events he encountered today so surreal and explosive? He could only scroll through his phone to ascertain the current state of public opinion outside. When he did, he was once again taken aback, and as soon as his parents finished their calls, he thrust his phone towards them. To their dismay, the first two explosive headlines reported that the Lin family had been annihilated. They winced at the absurdity of it and chose to disregard it. The next trending topic, however, revealed that the Mu Kellen family had conspired with Master Gong to successfully seize the Lin family's jade pendant. The pendant, when had it been stolen, had it not been resting safely in the study? Then, the long-suppressed incidents surrounding the bloody affairs triggered by the jade pendant years ago resurfaced for public scrutiny. It was said that the pendant was intricately linked to the interests of both the Lin and Li families, as well as involving two other prominent families in various factions, and now it had fallen into the hands of the Mu Kellen family, causing widespread trepidation in Kyoto. This information seemed to have been deliberately orchestrated, rapidly sweeping across the globe, with both the underworld and legitimate factions quickly becoming aware that this coveted treasure had come into the possession of the Mu Kellen family. Many had already begun to reveal their predatory intentions, focusing their gaze upon them. Speculation arose regarding the Lin family's ties to the Kyoto Lin family, and the correct answer was becoming evident. After absorbing the news, the Lin family trio exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility of an immediate relocation to Kyoto. Lin Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. It seems someone is manipulating events to ensnare us. Regardless of who it is, we must return to Kyoto with the jade pendant immediately and declare our identity. That is of utmost importance. Only then can we instill fear in those who might threaten us. Otherwise, once the Mu Kellen family realized the truth, they would face relentless pursuit. Given the sudden demise of so many within the Lin family's mansion, they dared not remain there any longer, opting to return 2 days earlier than originally planned. As for the remaining details, leveraging the influence of the Lin and Li families would facilitate their investigation. Let everyone believe the jade pendant had fallen into the hands of the Mu Kellen family. This would divert the attention of those who coveted it, redirecting their focus onto them. I truly wish to discern who is orchestrating these behind-the-scenes maneuvers, pulling strings to our advantage, Li Wanhang mused aloud. I too struggle to fathom who is behind this scheme, assisting us in such a manner, Lin Yuan replied, his expression somber as he grappled with the inadequacy of his own intellect. Lin Qingye felt a headache coming on. He could no longer comprehend the conversation between his parents. Qingye, this is not the time for explanations. You must accompany us back to gather our belongings, and we shall depart for Kyoto tonight. Fortunately, they had already made considerable preparations for their relocation, so the urgency was not overwhelming. They each made calls to enlist the aid of the Lin and Li families in retrieving Lin Xinyan, Lin Chengyun, and Lin Qingye. Thankfully, Lin Qingye managed to squeeze in a call to Li Wanhang, informing her that he had returned to the side of their third brother. Thus, they were nearly ready to depart. Chapter 100. What promises hold? After Lin Cheng withdrew from the Lin family, she instructed her followers to erase all traces of her activities from today and to have the Jiming personnel stand by for further orders. At the opportune moment, Shen Hong made a phone call. Chief, are you preparing to shift your operations to Kyoto? What about the situation here in Lini? She had previously accepted a contract from the Black Deer Gang to eliminate herself, and she had promised to lead them in enhancing their performance. Surely, once she arrived in Kyoto, she wouldn't abandon them, would she? Rest assured, I shall return frequently. Await my notification, Lin Cheng replied in a low voice. The Lin family's complete return to Kyoto was a boon for her, as it would allow her to expand her influence unabashedly throughout Lini, such as seizing control of the Black Deer Gang and the underworld. After all, old Master Gong had little time left. I understand, Shen Hong sighed in relief. The chief had not forsaken them, and as for the Black Deer Gang, upon hearing of the Lin family's upheaval, they would likely retract their orders of their own accord, so there was no need for haste. Once she had made the necessary arrangements, Lin Qing changed back into her usual attire and wound her way back to Lin Qingyun's side. Lin Chengyun was nearly struck by a heart attack due to the drastic turn of events. Heaven knew how terrified he was when he came across the news of the Lin family's massacre online. Just as he was struggling to rise from his bed, he received a reassuring call from his second brother, which calmed his heart slightly. Yet, he couldn't help but worry for Lin Qing. Hadn't she mentioned returning to the Lin family? Surely nothing had happened to her. Initially, he attempted to reach her by phone several times, but to no avail. Fortunately, it wasn't long before she returned his call, stating that she was on her way to the hospital. He then received a notification from his eldest brother, instructing him to await the arrival of the Lin family from Kyoto, who would transfer him to the best hospital there overnight.
Lin Qingye?
Why the sudden urgency? Were they afraid his condition would worsen? Yet that didn't make sense. If it were members of the Jiang or Gu families coming to fetch him, he could understand, but why the Lin family? A bold thought began to take root in Lin Qingye's mind. Could it be true? However, Lin Qingye ended the call without further elaboration. Lin Qingye's emotions remained in turmoil. Thankfully, Lin Chang returned rather swiftly, allowing him to converse with his younger sister for a bit longer. At the same moment, the Mercalandi family.
Care to explain?
The eldest son of the Mercalandi family, Shinjun, lounged nonchalantly on the sofa, his legs crossed, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, yet devoid of warmth, instead concealing a hint of darkness, as he looked down upon Lin, who knelt before him.
Young master, it was not me.
I never stepped foot outside the estate.
Lin stammered in a state of fear, her head bowed in submission, completely shedding her previously arrogant demeanor. She had witnessed the trending news firsthand and finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, "One sits at home, yet the pot falls from the sky."
To her astonishment, someone had captured images and videos of her on camera. It was utterly absurd. The authenticity was so striking that if she weren't the one in question, she might have been fooled herself. Who could possibly have orchestrated such a deceit against her? Moreover, the Mercalandi family had evidently exerted every effort to suppress the trending news, yet its popularity remained unyielding, suggesting that a more formidable power was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Shinjun knew full well that Lin would not dare act against him or tarnish the Mercalandi family's name. His inquiry was merely a means of applying pressure. I have already instructed my men to investigate the matter thoroughly. Whether someone intends to frame the Mercalandi family or seeks to leverage our influence for their own gain, currently, that jade pendant remains in the hands of the underworld leader in Lin.
Since they claim it was us who took it, you must immediately validate that assertion.
Shinjun was genuinely intrigued by the pendant. If it were to fall into his possession, he wouldn't mind the external opinions. Therefore, he was in no hurry to clarify the situation. The Mercalandi family had always operated with flair, and this incident was but a trifling matter. Let those coveting the pendant come and attempt to seize it. Of course, he would not let the puppeteer behind the scenes escape unscathed. To strip the perpetrator of their skin and tendons would be his mercy. Let them brace for the endless wrath of the Mercalandi family. Understood. Lin breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing the young master was not holding her accountable, and she immediately set off, prepared to unleash her fury in Lin. As for the underworld, old Master Gong was so flustered that he even shut down the black market, retreating to the third floor to gather his scanty subordinates. He first sought to reassure them. Losing so many brothers in this ordeal was disheartening for anyone. They then deliberated on strategies for dealing with the jade pendant. In truth, old Master Gong no longer dared to claim the pendant for himself, as the matter had become public knowledge, and the commotion was widely acknowledged. The pendant was akin to a scalding hot potato. He could hardly wait for the Mercalandi family to take it away. Unfortunately, Lin's calls went unanswered, leaving him to await her arrival. Now, he found himself musing on what conditions he could offer to maximize the benefits derived from the pendant. Simultaneously, he was filled with dread, fearing that once the Mercalandi family acquired the pendant, they might turn hostile, or that someone might discover it was in his possession and attempt to seize it by force. Thus, he spared no effort in fortifying the black market, ensuring it was securely guarded inside and out, instructing his subordinates to deny entry to anyone who wasn't from the Mercalandi family. Ultimately, he was rewarded with the anticipated arrival of Lin and the Mercalandi family members, and his subordinates respectfully ushered them in. Old Master Gong welcomed her in the usual manner. However, upon seeing Lin again, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Lin held her chin high, her gaze radiating unabashed arrogance and disdain, her every gesture exuding a brazen confidence as if the world ought to bow before her. Yet, what unsettled old Master Gong most was the venomous glint in her eyes, as if she could transform into a vengeful spirit at any moment. In summary, she lacked the oppressive aura of an upper hand and instead emanated an inexplicable aura of impending violence. Was it because he had failed to hand over the pendant to her promptly, leaving her resentful? He began to tread carefully. Today's transaction might not unfold as smoothly as he had hoped.
Where is the pendant?
Lin demanded bluntly, cutting straight to the chase, her demeanor suggesting she expected old Master Gong to promptly present the pendant to her with the utmost reverence.
Miss Lin, do you recall the promise you made to me last time?
Old Master Gong's expression darkened further at her directness.
Promise? What promise?
Lin retorted sharply.